When the seasoned Transformers enthusiast, Xiang Tian, unexpectedly traverses to the planet Cybertron, he discovers that he has become the cousin of Optimus Prime and the mentor to Megatron. Observing the untainted D-16 and the youthful Orion Pax before him, Xiang Tian resolves to rewrite history. He aims to instill respect in the future Decepticon leader, striving to prevent the war between Autobots and Decepticons from ever occurring. Combat is not merely a contest of strength, D-16. If you fail to wield wisdom, even the mightiest power is fruitless. On the training grounds, he conquers the defiant Megatron with his prowess, subtly altering the course of history amidst the tumultuous backdrop of Cybertron. As the wheels of fate begin to turn, can Xiang Tian genuinely avert the cataclysmic war that threatens to engulf the entire planet? In this realm of metal and flame, he is crafting his own Legenda bridge uniting two factions, a mentor poised to alter destinies. In a room brimming with technological allure, walls adorned with an array of Transformers posters, and shelves lined with models from the iconic Optimus Prime to the latest cinematic characters, Xiang Tian sits before his computer, engrossed in the first episode of Transformers Prime. An unwavering aficionado, he possesses an intimate knowledge of each character's narrative and background. On the screen, Optimus Prime engages in a fierce battle with Megatron, the fate of Cybertron hanging precariously in the balance. Suddenly, the visuals stutter. Xiang Tian furrows his brow and checks the internet connection. Everything appears normal. As he refreshes the page, a blinding light erupts from the screen, enveloping him entirely. In that brilliance, Xiang Tian feels an invisible force tugging at him, rendering his surroundings indistinct. He attempts to cry out, but finds himself voiceless. Just as despair begins to settle in, the light abruptly vanishes, and he crashes heavily to the ground. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself sprawled upon unfamiliar terrain. The sky is an extraordinary shade of purple, while the ground is littered with metallic rocks and structures. Rising to his feet, he surveys his surroundings, overwhelmed by disbelief, is on Cybertron. His form has transformed, no longer human. He has become a towering robot. His sleek lines and metallic exterior shimmer under the sun. Testing his newfound abilities, he discovers he can transform from robot to high-speed vehicle. What is happening? Xiang Tian wonders, filled with confusion. He recalls watching Transformers Prime at home. How did he suddenly arrive on Cybertron, and why has he become a robot? At that moment, he hears footsteps approaching from a distance. Turning, he sees a familiar figure approaching. Orion Pax, the future Optimus Prime. A jolt of surprise courses through Xiang Tian. He remembers that in the narrative, Optimus is the guardian of peace on Cybertron, the leader of the Autobots. Orion Pax approaches, regarding him with a puzzled expression. Who are you? I have never seen you before, he inquires. Xiang Tian hesitates for a moment, then realizes his current identity. He recalls that Optimus has a cousin, though the specific name escapes him. Taking a risk, he replies, I am your cousin. It has been a long time since we last met. A flicker of surprise crosses Orion's face, quickly replaced by delight. Cousin, you have finally returned. Where have you been all these years? He exclaims excitedly. Xiang Tian silently rejoices. His response seems to have raised no suspicion. He decides to continue playing this role to better understand this strange world. I have been traveling abroad and have only just returned, he responds. Orion nods, then turns to call out, D-16, come meet my cousin. A shock runs through Xiang Tian. D-16, that must be the future Megatron. He turns to see a towering robot approaching, his rigid lines and ambition evident in his gaze. Xiang Tian knows this robot will become the ruler of Cybertron and the arch-nemesis of Optimus Prime. D-16 stands before Xiang Tian, scrutinizing him with a discerning gaze. You are Orion's cousin? I have heard of you, though we have never met, he states. Xiang Tian nods, aware that he is now D-16's mentor, tasked with guiding this future Decepticon leader. Taking a deep breath, he declares, Indeed, I am your mentor. I have returned to help you grow into a formidable warrior. A flicker of disdain crosses D-16's eyes, quickly masked. I look forward to your guidance, he replies. Xiang Tian understands the formidable challenge ahead. He must establish his footing in this unfamiliar world while simultaneously preventing the impending war. He knows this will be a daunting struggle, yet he is resolute in his determination. Gazing at Orion Pax and D-16, he feels a surge of resolve. With his wisdom and courage, he will endeavor to alter the fate of Cybertron. Chapter 2. The Confrontation with D-16. The morning sun filters through Cybertron's unique metallic clouds, casting its light upon the ancient yet advanced city. Xiang Tian stands at the edge of the training grounds, his form reflecting a subtle glow under the sunlight. Today marks his inaugural day as D16's mentor, and he is determined to impart a profound lesson on respect to this future Decepticon leader. The training arena is a vast circular expanse, encircled by towering metallic walls, with a platform of specialized alloys at its center, place where Cybertronian warriors showcase their combat skills. Here, the clash of combat is not merely training, it symbolizes honor and strength. D16 stands at the opposite end of the arena, towering over Xiang Tian, broad-shouldered and brawny, emanating an undeniable aura of power. His gaze is laced with contempt, clearly dismissing the new mentor before him. Xiang Tian inhales deeply, aware that he must demonstrate sufficient strength to earn D16's respect. Lowering his stance, he enters a combat-ready position, his eyes glimmering with determination, is prepared. D16, as your mentor, the first lesson I will impart today is respect. Xiang Tian's voice resonates through the training ground. In Cybertron, respect is not given, it is earned. D16 scoffs, his form suddenly erupting with energy as he charges towards Xiang Tian. His speed is astonishing, each stride leaving deep imprints on the metallic surface. His fist, akin to a shooting star, hurtles towards Xiang Tian's face. Unfazed, Xiang Tian deftly sidesteps, evading D16's assault with ease. His arm extends swiftly, seizing D16's wrist, and with a forceful twist, he redirects D16's momentum. Taken aback by Xiang Tian's quick reflexes, D16 nearly loses his balance but quickly regains his footing and pivots to launch another attack against Xiang Tian. The battle between the two swiftly escalated, with every strike from D16 resonating with power, while Xiang Tian relied on his agile dexterity and exceptional combat skills to repeatedly neutralize D16's assaults. The training ground echoed with the clash of metal, sparks flying in every direction. As the confrontation progressed, D16 began to feel a sense of astonishment. He realized that each of his attacks was effortlessly thwarted by Xiang Tian, and the counterattacks from his opponent grew increasingly difficult to counter. He started to comprehend that this new mentor was far from the simplistic figure he had imagined. Throughout the skirmish, Xiang Tian continuously adapted his combat style, transitioning from close-quarters combat to ranged assaults, and from ground engagements to aerial maneuvers, showcasing a diverse array of battle techniques. His aim was not merely to vanquish D16, more importantly, he sought to teach him the art of adaptability in battle, demonstrating how to adjust tactics based on varying opponents and environments. The fight endured for a considerable duration, and finally, D16 found himself fatigued. His strikes lacked the ferocity they had at the outset, and his body began to reveal weaknesses. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Tian delivered a powerful blow to D16's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, D16's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Xiang Tian approached him, extending a hand to help him rise. Combat is not merely a contest of strength, it is a battle of intellect and skill, Xiang Tian remarked. You possess formidable power, but if you do not understand how to wield it, such strength is futile. D16 gazed at Xiang Tian, a flicker of complex emotion illuminating his eyes. He recognized the truth in Xiang Tian's words and began to reassess this newly arrived mentor. Today, you have learned the essence of respect, Xiang Tian continued. However, this is merely the beginning to become a true warrior. There remains much for you to learn. D16 nodded. Though his body was weary, his spirit surged with newfound determination. He understood that from this day forward, his training would intensify, yet he yearned to grow stronger. After the training concluded, Xiang Tian and D16 departed the training ground together. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the shadows of the metallic structures, but their story was just beginning. Xiang Tian recognized that his responsibility extended beyond instructing D16 in combat techniques. It was equally vital to guide him towards the right path. He did not wish for D16 to become an adversary on the planet Cybertron. He aspired to alter his destiny. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian delved deeper into understanding D16, discovering that this young robot harbored his own ideals and aspirations. He yearned for recognition, eager to prove his worth. Xiang Tian resolved to harness this desire, steering D16 towards becoming a guardian of peace on Cybertron. They trained together, discussed strategies, and explored combat techniques. Xiang Tian consistently imparted his knowledge and experience to D16, who gradually began to hold respect and trust for this mentor. As time unfolded, D16's combat prowess flourished, and his strength grew formidable. Yet within him, a seed of peace was sown, nurtured by Xiang Tian's diligent care, gradually taking root and blossoming. Xiang Tian observed D16's growth with a heart full of satisfaction. He understood that while he might not fully alter D16's fate, he could at least endeavor to influence him, guiding him to become a better robot. In a secluded corner of Cybertron, a conspiracy was brewing. Certain factions were clandestinely monitoring Xiang Tian and D16, their curiosity piqued by the arrival of this new mentor. They were oblivious to Xiang Tian's true identity and intentions, yet they sensed that this robot's emergence might reshape the future of Cybertron. Unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, these undercurrents were in motion. He remained focused on instructing D16, hoping to usher in peace for Cybertron. He was unaware that his presence had already attracted the attention of some individuals, whose actions would present new challenges for both him and D16. Chapter 3. The secret conversations of the Parliament. Upon the conclusion of his training, Xiang Tian returned to his abode, a modest dwelling located on the outskirts of Cybertron. Though compact, the residence was imbued with traditional Cybertronian elements. Ancient symbols adorned the walls, and precious historical manuscripts alongside intricate mechanical blueprints graced the shelves. Seated at his desk, Xiang Tian's fingers glided gently over its surface, when suddenly his gaze fell upon a metallic card emanating a soft azure glow, emblazoned with the insignia of the High Council. He picked up the card, a stirring of recognition coursing through him. This was his membership card to the High Council, bestowed upon him through his connection as Orion Pax's cousin. He recalled that in the narrative, the High Council represented the apex of authority on Cybertron, with Megatron being a pivotal member within this governing body. Xiang Tian resolved to seek an audience with Megatron, believing that their amicable rapport might yield valuable insights, aiding him in comprehending the current state of Cybertron and his role within this new realm. Inserting the membership card into a slot on his chest, the card's luminescence flickered, revealing a navigational map to the High Council within his vision. Rising from his seat, he adjusted his gear and exited his domicile, setting forth toward the Parliament. Situated in the heart of Cybertron, the High Council was a colossal metallic edifice, its structure resembling an immense pyramid, its apex piercing the heavens. The facade was adorned with intricate circuitry and symbols, a testament to the advanced technology of Cybertronian civilization. Navigating through layers of sentinels, Xiang Tian arrived at the Grand Hall of the Parliament. The interior was lavishly decorated, dominated by a vast circular platform at its center. Encircled by tiered seating where council members convened, engaged in fervent discussions regarding the future of Cybertron and pressing matters of significance. Spotting Megatron in a prominent position, vigorously debating with fellow legislators, Xiang Tian approached. Megatron, a towering figure exuding authority, with eyes that sparkled with intelligence, acknowledged Xiang Tian with a gesture to wait a moment. After a brief interlude, he concluded his discourse and approached Xiang Tian, greeting him in a gentle tone. "Cousin of Orion, it is rare for you to grace the Parliament with your presence. What brings you here today?" Xiang Tian offered a slight smile in response. "Megatron, I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Megatron nodded, leading Xiang Tian to a secluded conference room. Closing the door behind them, he gestured for Xiang Tian to take a seat. "Speak freely. What troubles you?" Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian began to recount his journey to Cybertron, elucidating his current identity and the uncertainties that plagued him. He spoke candidly, knowing that Megatron was a being worthy of trust. After absorbing Xiang Tian's narrative, Megatron fell into contemplative silence for a moment before replying. "Your emergence is indeed extraordinary, yet I sense your arrival is not merely coincidental. The fate of Cybertron is fraught with uncertainty. Perhaps you are the pivotal force capable of shaping its future." Xiang Tian nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "Yu-Tian-Di, what is your perspective on the current state of Cybertron? How might we circumvent the impending wars?" Yu-Tian-Di sighed and replied, "The resources of Cybertron are rapidly depleting, and internal discord is intensifying. Although the High Council is striving to find solutions, progress is painfully slow. The specter of war looms ominously above us, and I am uncertain whether we can avert it." Xiang Tian furrowed his brow, fully aware of the veracity of Yu-Tian-Di's words. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Yu-Tian-Di, I believe we must discover a new direction, one that can guide Cybertron towards peace. We cannot afford to remain passive. Action is imperative." Yu-Tian-Di regarded Xiang Tian with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Your ideas are commendable, yet we require a concrete plan. Do you have any suggestions?" Rising from his seat, Xiang Tian approached the window, gazing out at the sprawling cities of Cybertron. After a period of reflection, he articulated, I propose that we fortify internal unity within Cybertron while simultaneously seeking new resources and energy sources. We could explore outer space in search of new planets or develop innovative energy technologies. Xiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiang Tian's perspective. This is a feasible direction, yet we will need additional support and resources. Some members of the High Council are rather conservative, fearing change. Turning resolutely, Xiang Tian declared, Xiang, we must persuade them. We could establish a special task force dedicated to the exploration and development of new resources. Concurrently, we should enhance education and cultural exchange within Cybertron to foster understanding among the various factions. Xiang stood, his eyes brimming with determination. Very well, I shall support your plan. Together, we shall strive for the future of Cybertron. The two deliberated extensively in the conference room, devising a detailed strategy. They resolved to begin within the council, garnering more supporters, and subsequently organizing a special task force to implement their plan. As Xiang Tian departed from the council, his heart swelled with hope. He understood that altering Cybertron's fate was a formidable endeavor, yet he was convinced that united, they could achieve the seemingly impossible. Xiang observed Xiang Tian's retreating figure, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He recognized that Xiang Tian's emergence might herald a new turning point for Cybertron. Yet he also harbored concerns that this newcomer could instigate unforeseen variables. In a shadowy corner of Cybertron, certain factions were closely monitoring Xiang Tian's movements. They were intrigued by the meeting between Xiang Tian and Xiang, unaware of Xiang Tian's true identity and intentions. However, they sensed that this robot's arrival could disrupt their meticulously laid plans. Oblivious to these clandestine observers, Xiang Tian remained focused on his mission, aspiring to usher in peace for Cybertron. Little did he know that his actions had already attracted the attention of some, whose forthcoming endeavors would pose new challenges for him. Chapter 4. The Secret Dialogue of the Iron Fortress Archive. The Iron Fortress Archive stands as one of the most venerable repositories of knowledge on the planet Cybertron. Nestled in the heart of the city, an immense edifice constructed from resilient metal. Its exterior is adorned with ancient Cybertronian runes, which chronicle the rich tapestry of Cybertron's history, culture, and technology. As Xiang Tian traversed the bustling streets, he arrived at the entrance of the archive, aware that his cousin, Orion Pax, was employed there, and his purpose was to seek out the illustrious Master Titan, a sage of significant import within Cybertronian lore. Upon entering the archive, the colossal metal door closed behind him with a resonant thud, enveloping the interior in a solemn tranquility. Towering bookshelves brimmed with an array of ancient tomes and data crystals, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of aged parchment and electronic components. He navigated through the elongated corridor, finally arriving at Orion's office. Orion was meticulously organizing a collection of ancient scrolls when he noticed Xiang Tian. He paused his task, a look of surprise illuminating his features. "Cousin, what brings you here?" he inquired. Xiang Tian smiled in return. "I came to visit you and, coincidentally, to speak with Master Titan." Orion nodded knowingly. He was well aware that Master Titan was one of the wisest elders of Cybertron, unmatched in his knowledge and insight. "Master Titan resides in the innermost archive. Allow me to escort you there," he offered, guiding Xiang Tian through a labyrinth of shelves until they reached a concealed door. The door creaked open, revealing a chamber suffused with an ethereal blue glow. At the center stood a vast holographic projection platform, displaying a three-dimensional model of the Cybertronian star system. Master Titan loomed within, his figure imposing against the backdrop of cerulean light. "Master Titan," Xiang Tian softly called. Turning around, Titan's gaze was deep and serene. "Cousin of Orion, what brings you to this sanctum?" His voice resonated with gravitas. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian prepared to unveil what he feared might astonish Master Titan. "I have matters of significance to discuss with you, pertaining to the future." Master Titan listened intently as Xiang Tian recounted his journey to Cybertron and the knowledge he possessed regarding the impending war. Once Xiang Tian concluded, a moment of silence enveloped them before Titan spoke with measured gravity. "I am aware of the future you describe," he said, his tone tinged with weight. "The river of fate is formidable, flowing along its destined course, impervious to our attempts to alter its trajectory." A flicker of disappointment surged within Xiang Tian. Yet he remained resolute. What do we do then? Are we to stand idly by as tragedy unfolds? Stepping closer, Master Titan's eyes sparkled with sagacity. While we cannot redirect the flow of the river, we can place stones upon its bed, altering the velocity and course of the water, thereby averting the direst outcomes. Xiang Tian grasped the essence of Titan's wisdom. They could not rewrite the grand narrative of history, but they could strive to alleviate the devastation and suffering wrought by war. What must we do? He inquired earnestly. Master Titanium gestured toward the holographic projection of the Cybertron star system. First and foremost, we must deepen our understanding of the cosmos, seeking new allies and resources. Secondly, we need to fortify our internal unity and diminish unnecessary conflicts. Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Master Titanium's words. I shall strive with all my might to achieve these objectives, he declared resolutely. Master Titanium regarded Xiang Tian, a flicker of admiration glimmering in his eyes. I am aware you will, dear cousin of Orion. Your arrival may well be a pebble in the river of destiny, seemingly insignificant, yet capable of stirring ripples. As Xiang Tian departed from the archives, determination surged within him. He understood the necessity of formulating a comprehensive plan and sought to enlist additional allies. He resolved to commence with education and cultural exchange, fostering a sense of unity among the denizens of Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian orchestrated a series of lectures and seminars, inviting Cybertronian scholars and leaders to share their wisdom. He also scoured the archives for information regarding extraterrestrial exploration, hoping to uncover new resources and allies. Meanwhile, Orion lent his assistance to Xiang Tian, utilizing his access to the archives to provide a wealth of information and materials. Together, they delved into Cybertron's history, seeking lessons from the past. As time progressed, the fruits of Xiang Tian's labor began to manifest. The people of Cybertron grew increasingly attuned to the importance of unity and peace, awakening to the suffering and devastation wrought by war. The endeavors of Xiang Tian and Orion ignited a glimmer of hope for Cybertron's future. However, unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, his actions had attracted the attention of certain factions lurking in the shadows of Cybertron. They watched his every move with unease, fearing that his initiatives might disrupt their own schemes. One fateful night, as Xiang Tian was making his way home, he was suddenly surrounded by a cadre of enigmatic robots. What were their intentions? How were they connected to Xiang Tian's plans? The answers to these pressing questions would unfold in the chapters to come. Chapter 5. Reflections of Soundwave. After concluding his conversation with the adversary, Xiang Tian found himself wandering alone through the corridors of the council, mulling over their dialogue. The adversary's conservative stance on reform left him somewhat disheartened, yet he remained undeterred. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure, Soundwave. Soundwave, a member of the council renowned for his calm demeanor and rationality, although he later exited the narrative, was still an integral part of the council at this juncture. Xiang Tian resolved to engage Soundwave in conversation, eager to discern his perspective on the council and his stance regarding the discontent among the lower echelons. Approaching with courtesy, he greeted Soundwave. Counselor Soundwave, might you have a moment to chat? Soundwave turned, his optical sensors scanning Xiang Tian before he nodded. Of course, cousin of Orion. What is on your mind? His voice was tranquil and rhythmic. In a tranquil corner, Xiang Tian, accompanied by Soundwave, spoke candidly. I have recently been observing the living conditions of the lower strata of Cybertron. Their discontent with the Parliament is intensifying. Soundwave remained silent for a moment before responding. This is inevitable. The decisions made by the Parliament must account for the interests of the entire planet, which sometimes necessitates sacrificing the needs of certain individuals. Xiang Tian shook his head, his gaze resolute and sincere. Such sacrifices should not become the norm. We require reform. The Parliament must become more attuned to the populace, more transparent and just. Soundwave regarded Xiang Tian, a complex glimmer crossing his eyes. Reform? This is no simple endeavor. The power structure of the Parliament is deeply entrenched, and any alteration would provoke significant upheaval. Unfazed by Soundwave's words, Xiang Tian continued, I understand the challenge. Yet we must make an attempt. If we refrain from instigating change, Cybertron's future will be fraught with greater suffering and conflict. Soundwave listened quietly, a contemplative expression flickering in his gaze. He recognized the merit in Xiang Tian's words, He was also acutely aware of the difficulties and risks associated with reform. After a brief silence, he inquired, "Do you possess a specific plan?" Xiang Tian nodded, retrieving a document from his pocket and presenting it to Soundwave. "Here are my preliminary thoughts, which include enhancing the Parliament's transparency, broadening public participation, and establishing an independent oversight body." Soundwave received the document, perusing it with care. Xiang Tian's plan was detailed and comprehensive, proposing a series of concrete measures aimed at refining the decision-making process of the Parliament, increasing public involvement, and elevating transparency. Upon finishing the document, a flicker of surprise danced in Soundwave's eyes. These ideas are quite innovative, yet implementing them will encounter considerable resistance. Xiang Tian asserted firmly, "I am aware. However, I am willing to confront this resistance. I believe that if we persevere, we can indeed realize reform." Soundwave regarded Xiang Tian with a newfound respect. He recognized Xiang Tian as a determined Cybertronian, and his resolve and courage elicited admiration. After a moment of reflection, he replied, "I will consider your suggestions. While I cannot guarantee the outcome, I can at least promise that I will advocate for you within the Parliament." Xiang Tian expressed his gratitude with a nod. "Thank you, Soundwave. Your support is immensely significant to me." Following their conversation, Xiang Tian departed from the Parliament, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that the path to reform would not be smooth, yet he was confident that persistence would lead to progress. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian actively championed his reform agenda. He engaged in discussions with more parliamentarians, seeking their endorsement. Concurrently, he delivered speeches throughout the various corners of Cybertron, promoting his reform ideals to the populace. Xiang Tian's efforts began to yield results. Some parliamentarians started expressing interest in his plan, seriously contemplating his proposals. Simultaneously, the inhabitants of Cybertron began to pay heed to Xiang Tian's reform agenda, their anticipation for change growing ever higher. However, unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, his actions had aroused the vigilance of certain individuals. In the shadows of Cybertron, various factions were closely monitoring his every move, unsettled by his reform plans, apprehensive that his endeavors could jeopardize their power and interests. Chapter 6. Megatron's resolution. As Xiang Tian's reforms began to ripple through Cybertonian society, D16's attitude underwent a subtle transformation. He began to observe Xiang Tian's actions with earnestness, admiring the resolve and courage of his mentor. D16 recognized the effort Xiang Tian was making for the future of Cybertron, igniting something deep within him. He resolved to join the ranks of reformers, eager to contribute to the transformation of Cybertron. During a gathering in the Colosseum, D16 stepped before the assembly. His formidable stature and commanding presence resonated throughout the arena as his voice echoed, "Fellow compatriots, I was once known as D16, but now I choose to be called Megatron. I shall no longer be a mere machine focused solely on combat. I will become the vanguard of change." His words captured the attention of the assembled robots, their gazes fixated upon Megatron, intrigued by the profound shift in this former warrior. Megatron continued, "The people of Cybertron must no longer endure injustice and oppression. We demand reform, a more just and transparent parliament." His rhetoric struck a chord, and some robots began to applaud, astonished by Megatron's transformation, yet more so filled with hope for reform. Megatron's address in the arena garnered him a handful of followers, who believed he could lead them toward a brighter future. Xiang Tian stood in a corner of the Colosseum, silently observing the scene unfold. His heart was a tumult of emotions. He witnessed Megatron's metamorphosis and the efforts he was investing in reform. Yet it also reminded him of the narrative wherein Megatron ultimately became the leader of the Decepticons. Opposing the Autobots, Xiang Tian sighed, pondering, has the fate of Megatron truly remained unchanged? Xiang Tian resolved to converse with Megatron, seeking to comprehend his innermost thoughts. The two retreated to a quiet corner, where Xiang Tian gazed intently into Megatron's eyes and inquired, "What prompted your decision to join the reform? Do you genuinely believe we can transform Cybertron?" After a moment of silence, Megatron replied with unwavering conviction, "I once believed solely in strength, yet now I perceive something different. I trust you, Xiang Tian. I believe your reforms can elevate Cybertron to greater heights. I am willing to contribute my strength to this cause." Xiang Tian regarded Megatron, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Megatron, your transformation fills me with pride. Yet, the path of reform will not be devoid of obstacles. Are you prepared to confront the challenges that lie ahead?" Megatron nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. I am ready, regardless of how arduous the journey may be. I shall forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Xiang Tian gently patted Megatron on the shoulder, fully aware that Megatron had made a pivotal decision. He would support Megatron unwaveringly. Then, let us strive together for the future of Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Megatron actively engaged in reform activities. Leveraging his influence from the arena, he rallied more robots to join the cause of reform. His actions were swift and decisive, rapidly garnering widespread attention within Cybertronian society. Xiang Tian and Megatron organized numerous rallies and speeches, their voices resonating throughout every corner of Cybertron. They urged the Council to enact reforms and called upon the citizens of Cybertron to unite in their pursuit of a more just and peaceful future. As the reform movement gained momentum, the societal atmosphere on Cybertron began to transform. An increasing number of robots rallied behind the cause, weary of prolonged injustice and oppression, yearning for change. The tide of reform swiftly spread across Cybertron, emerging as an undeniable force. However, the advancement of reform also incited panic among certain factions. Fearing their power and interests would be undermined, they began to clandestinely plot against the reforms. One fateful night, as Xiang Tian and Megatron were returning home, they were suddenly ambushed by a group of enigmatic robots. These assailants were evidently well prepared, launching a ferocious and rapid attack. Xiang Tian and Megatron quickly countered, their combat skills fully on display in this moment of urgency. After a fierce battle, they successfully repelled their attackers. Yet this incident illuminated the reality that the path of reform would be fraught with peril and challenges. Xiang Tian gazed at Megatron, understanding that this assault was merely the beginning. They must exercise greater caution and prepare for the potential storms that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Megatron and declared, "We cannot allow this attack to impede our progress. We must forge ahead." Megatron nodded, a resolute gleam shining in his eyes. "You are right, Xiang Tian. Regardless of the hardships we may encounter, we shall not relent. For the future of Cybertron, we will fight to the end." The two figures gradually faded into the night, fully aware that the road to reform would not be smooth. Yet, they believed that as long as they persevered, change was within their grasp. The future of Cybertron lay firmly in their hands. Chapter 7. A confession of the heart during the days spent working alongside Xiang Tian. Megatron gradually felt an unprecedented warmth. This warmth stemmed from their shared ambitions, fortified by trust and collaboration. Megatron found himself harboring feelings for his mentor that transcended mere respect and reliance. He began to recognize a profound emotional connection to Xiang Tian. This burgeoning sentiment left Megatron in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to navigate this transformation. At that moment, his friend Orion approached him, and they sat atop a high vantage point on Cybertron, overlooking the vibrant city below. "Megatron, what troubles you of late? You appear somewhat distracted," Orion inquired with genuine concern. Megatron hesitated for a moment before deciding to confess his feelings to Orion. "Orion, I find myself a loss for words, but I have developed an unusual affection for Skyfire." After a brief silence, Orion replied slowly, "I have noticed, Megatron. Skyfire is my cousin, and he has always been quite lonely. He needs more than just a comrade. He requires a friend who can understand and accompany him." Upon hearing this, a surge of emotion welled up within Megatron. He realized that his feelings for Skyfire transcended mere admiration. They were rooted in profound care and longing. He yearned to be Skyfire's support and to face the challenges of the future together. Orion regarded Megatron with a gaze that conveyed a kind of familial love. "Megatron, if you truly care for Skyfire, do not hesitate. If you fail to act, my cousin may be swept away." Moved by Orion's words, Megatron resolved to seek out Skyfire and declare his feelings. He stood up, nodded to Orion, and swiftly departed from the high ground, making his way towards Skyfire's abode. At that moment, Skyfire was in his room, organizing materials for reform. Hearing footsteps outside, he opened the door to find Megatron standing there, his eyes reflecting a blend of determination and anxiety. "Skyfire, I must speak with you." Megatron's voice trembled slightly, yet his tone remained resolute. Taken aback, Skyfire invited Megatron inside to sit. "What is it, Megatron? You seem a bit tense." Taking a deep breath, Megatron locked eyes with Skyfire. "Skyfire, I struggle to articulate this, but I want you to know that my feelings for you have surpassed the bounds of ordinary friendship." Skyfire was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a confession. As he gazed at Megatron, a whirlwind of emotions stirred within him. He had always regarded Megatron as both a student and a friend. Yet he recognized that their relationship had indeed evolved. Megatron, I wish to express something, Skyfire began, only to be interrupted by Megatron. Skyfire, I understand this may come as a surprise, but I want you to know that I am willing to stand by your side, no matter what the future holds. There was an unprecedented gentleness in Megatron's voice. After a moment of silence, Skyfire responded slowly, Megatron, I have always been grateful for your support and companionship. I admit, our feelings have transcended mere friendship. I am willing to face whatever lies ahead with you. Upon hearing Skyfire's reply, warmth surged within Megatron. He understood that their relationship would encounter numerous challenges, yet he believed that as long as they were together, nothing would be insurmountable. They exchanged smiles, their souls intertwining in that moment. They recognized that their bond had transformed, yet they were confident that this change would lead to a brighter future. In the days that followed, the relationship between Megatron and Skyfire grew ever closer. They worked together, engaged in discussions about reform plans, and faced challenges side by side. Their bond became the wellspring of their strength, fortifying their resolve on the path of transformation. However, the journey of reform would not be rendered smooth by their emotional connection. As the reforms deepened, they encountered increased resistance and challenges. Certain factions began to covertly obstruct their actions, resorting even to violence and threats. During a gathering, Megatron and Skyfire were ambushed by a group of enigmatic robots. These machines were evidently organized, their assault swift and methodical. Megatron and Skyfire fought shoulder to shoulder. Through their synergy and bravery, they successfully repelled the attackers. This incident illuminated for them the realization that their reform efforts had roused the interests of certain factions, compelling them to exercise greater caution and prepare for the looming storm. Megatron grasped Skyfire's hand tightly, determination gleaming in his gaze. Skyfire, regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, I shall stand by your side. We shall confront and battle together. Skyfire reciprocated the grip, his eyes also brimming with resolve. Megatron, we shall walk this path together until the very end. Their figures gradually faded into the night, aware that the road to reform would be fraught with peril and trials. Yet they believed that as long as they remained united, nothing would be insurmountable. The future of Cybertron rested firmly in their hands. Chapter 8. Echoes of the Colosseum of Xiang stood as one of the oldest arenas on Cybertron, its storied past bearing witness to countless gladiators' glory and aspirations. Today, the atmosphere within the arena was exceptionally vibrant, for it marked the return of a legendary champion, Skyfire. His name resonated widely among the inhabitants of Xiang, his past triumphs revered as a form of faith. However, Orion and Megatron remained oblivious to this legacy. They merely recognized Skyfire as a council member, their mentor and cousin, having never heard of his legendary status within the Colosseum. Upon learning that Skyfire would participate in the day's combat, both fell into a contemplative silence. They exchanged glances, reading astonishment and confusion in each other's eyes. Orion could not restrain his curiosity. Cousin Skyfire, were you truly once the king of the Colosseum? Skyfire appeared bewildered, uncertain of his past actions prior to leaving Cybertron. The history eluded him, leaving him in a state of perplexity. I do not know. I cannot recall ever participating in the Colosseum's contests, he replied, a hint of confusion lacing his voice. Megatron furrowed his brow, aware that Skyfire never spoke untruths, yet this revelation was utterly unexpected. Then why were you invited to compete? There must be a reason behind it. Skyfire shook his head, choosing to set aside the question and concentrate on the impending match. Regardless of the past, the most crucial matter now was the contest about to unfold. I will give my all for the honor of Xiang. Orion and Megatron nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Skyfire's words. Regardless of the past, the present imperative is to support Xiang Tian and aid him in securing victory. Within the arena, the audience's cheers rose and fell like the tides, fervently calling out Xiang Tian's name, eagerly anticipating his performance. Standing at the entrance of the arena, Xiang Tian took a deep breath and stepped forth into the fray. In the center of the arena, his opponent awaited, a towering gladiator clad in formidable armor, his eyes gleaming with the fervor of battle. Xiang Tian approached, their gazes locked in a fiery exchange, igniting the spark of combat between them. The referee's voice resonated throughout the arena. The match begins. With the announcement, the gladiator charged at Xiang Tian with swift and powerful movements. In response, Xiang Tian deftly evaded the onslaught, his body agile as he sought opportunities for counterattack. Orion and Xiang Tian stood in stands, their eyes glued to the unfolding contest, a swell of admiration bubbling within them as they witnessed Xiang Tian's prowess. His movements were fluid and precise. Each dodge and counterstrike was executed with impeccable timing, showcasing his exceptional combat skills. As the battle progressed, Xiang Tian gradually gained the upper hand. Though his opponent was formidable, he appeared somewhat beleaguered in the face of Xiang Tian's relentless spirit. The audience's roars grew increasingly thunderous, celebrating Xiang Tian's remarkable display. Ultimately, in a moment of breathtaking counterattack, Xiang Tian triumphed over his opponent, clinching victory. The crowd erupted in euphoric applause, heralding Xiang Tian's success and the return of the king of the arena. Standing in the center of the arena, Xiang Tian was enveloped in a whirlwind of complex emotions. He could not fathom the source of his abilities, yet he understood that this victory was not solely for himself, but also for the honor of Carlin City. Orion and Xiang Tian rushed into the arena, embracing Xiang Tian tightly, exulting in their shared triumph. "Cousin Xiang Tian, you were magnificent," Orion exclaimed with fervor. Xiang Tian nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with respect. "Master, your strength exceeds my expectations. Truly, you're the former king of the arena." Xiang Tian gazed at them with a warm smile, his heart swelling with gratitude. He realized that, regardless of the past, he now had family and allies like Orion and Xiang Tian with whom to face future challenges. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian's victory in the arena became the talk of Carlin City, his renown once again spreading, his image becoming a beacon of hope for its residents. Yet, he remained humble, understanding the weight of his responsibilities. He continued to champion reform and strive for the future of Cybertron, aware that his triumph in the arena was merely a small step along his life's journey, with the ultimate goal of making Cybertron a better place. Orion and Xiang Tian held Xiang Tian in even greater esteem, recognizing that he was not merely a king of the arena, but a leader with grand aspirations. They resolved to support him with renewed vigor, assisting him in realizing his vision for reform. As the reforms deepened, Xiang Tian, Orion, and Megatron faced an increasing array of challenges and difficulties. Yet, they grew more resolute, for they understood that as long as they united, nothing was insurmountable. Standing atop the highest point of Carlin City, Xiang Tian gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with determination and hope. He knew that the future of Cybertron rested firmly in his grasp. Chapter 9. The first member of Orion. As night fell, the streets of Cybertron shimmered with lights, and the mechanical beings busied themselves with their affairs. On his way home, Xiang Tian pondered how to further propel the reforms and balance Megatron's ever-growing influence. He recognized that with the expansion of Megatron's power, there must be someone to counterbalance it in order to maintain peace and stability in Cybertron. At that moment, he heard a commotion ahead. Quickening his pace, he turned the corner to witness a small mechanical being encircled by a group of thugs. They jeered and shoved the mechanical life form, clearly tormenting him. A flicker of displeasure crossed Xiang Tian's eyes. He could not tolerate such bullying of the weak. Striding forward with undeniable authority, he called out, "Cease this. What are you doing?" The thugs turned to see Xiang Tian's towering figure, a glimmer of fear evident in their eyes. But soon, they regained their arrogance. "This is none of your business. Stay out of it," they retorted. Xiang Tian regarded them coolly, emanating a powerful aura that compelled the thugs to instinctively take a step back. "I will say this once more. Stop. Otherwise, you will regret it." Feeling the weight of Xiang Tian's intimidation, the thugs exchanged glances and ultimately decided to retreat. They exchanged a few parting threats before hastily departing the scene. Turning to the bullied mechanical being, Xiang Tian noticed that although small in stature, he had smooth lines and a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Gently, Xiang Tian inquired, "Are you all right?" The mechanical being lifted his head, gratitude shining in his gaze. "I am fine, thank you." Nodding, Xiang Tian scrutinized the mechanical life form and suddenly recognized his identity, Bumblebee. In the narrative, Bumblebee was a pivotal member of the Autobots and a faithful companion of Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian resolved to protect Bumblebee and make him an ally of Orion. Bumblebee, Would you care to come home with me? I am concerned that Megatron's influence will continue to grow. Ally, it needs its own strength. A balance must be maintained. Xiang Tian earnestly proposed. Bumblebee gazed at Xiang Tian, sensing his sincerity and determination. He nodded. I am willing. I wish to become an ally of you, an ally in, to help safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Xiang Tian escorted Bumblebee back to his residence. Ally in and Megatron were taken aback upon seeing Bumblebee. Xiang Tian explained the circumstances and his intentions. Ally in nodded, regarding Bumblebee with a hint of admiration. Bumblebee, welcome. We are delighted to have you join us. Megatron extended his hand, his gaze imbued with a hint of complexity. Bumblebee, I have heard of you. You are a valiant warrior. I am willing to fight alongside you. Bumblebee looked at them, his heart swelling with warmth. He realized he had found a new family, a new sense of belonging. In the days that followed, Bumblebee swiftly integrated into the team of Starscream, Orion, and Megatron. They trained together, deliberated strategies, and labored for the future of Cybertron. Bumblebee's inclusion bolstered the team's strength and instilled greater confidence in Orion. Starscream observed the expansion of the team with a sense of satisfaction. He understood that only by maintaining a balance of power could Cybertron avert future conflicts. He resolved to continue seeking more allies and to amplify the team's influence. However, as the team grew, they began to attract the attention of certain factions. Some entities unwilling to see reform began to conspire in the shadows, attempting to undermine Starscream's plans. One fateful night, Starscream and his team were beset by a contingent of mysterious robots. These automatons were evidently well prepared, launching a swift and organized assault. Starscream and his team responded promptly, employing their synergy and bravery to successfully repel the attackers. This incident made Starscream acutely aware that their actions had stirred the interests of various factions. They must tread more cautiously and prepare for the looming tempest. Standing before his team, Starscream's eyes radiated determination. Friends, we understand that the path of reform will not be smooth, but we cannot falter. We must unite to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Orion, Megatron, and Bumblebee nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with resolve. They recognized the weight of their responsibility. Yet they also believed that as long as they stood together, nothing would be insurmountable. Starscream, Orion, Megatron, and Bumblebee stood shoulder to shoulder, their silhouettes resolute against the night. They understood that the future of Cybertron lay within their grasp, and they would fight tirelessly for peace and justice. Chapter 10. The departure of Megatron guided by the enigmatic Unicron, Starscream arrived at Cybertron's recruitment center. He had heard tales of two brothers, Thunderclash and Skyfall, renowned for their valor and loyalty. Starscream hoped to invite them to join his team, enhancing Orion's strength and preserving the equilibrium with Megatron's faction. At the recruitment center, Starscream found Thunderclash and Skyfall, engaged in synchronized training, their movements fluid and harmonious. Approaching them earnestly, Starscream extended an invitation. I am Starscream, representing Orion Pax, and I invite you to join us as our comrades. Thunderclash and Skyfall paused in their training, exchanging glances before turning to Starscream. Why should we join you? Thunderclash inquired, his tone laced with challenge. Starscream met their gaze with sincerity. Because we need your strength. Cybertron requires your prowess. Our objective is to safeguard the peace of Cybertron and avert future conflicts. Skywing gazed at Skyfall, sensing the sincerity and determination in his words. We are willing to join you, he declared, and Thunderquake nodded in agreement. Skyfall led Thunderquake and Skywing back to the base, introducing them to Orion and Megatron. Megatron scrutinized the two newcomers with a piercing gaze, though was soon replaced by a welcoming smile. Welcome, Thunderquake and Skywing. Together, we shall fight for the future of Cybertron. Thunderquake and Skywing nodded, feeling Megatron's enthusiasm as well as the unity and strength of the team. They began to integrate into the group, training and discussing tactics alongside Megatron. The three seemed to bond effortlessly, their camaraderie and friendship blossoming rapidly. Yet, Skyfall could not shake a sense of unease. He observed that Megatron was becoming increasingly enigmatic, his eyes frequently glimmering with a yearning for power and dominance. Skyfall questioned whether he was overthinking the situation. One night, as Skyfall and the others rested, Megatron stealthily departed the base. He approached a warship he had secretly prepared, aware that Skyfall would attempt to thwart him, yet unable to relinquish his thirst for power. Standing at the helm of the warship, Megatron's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. He knew he must act, must seize greater power to fulfill his ambitions. Skyfall awoke from a restless dream, feeling an unsettling premonition, and quickly realized Megatron was missing. He dashed out of the base, racing toward the warship. Upon arrival, he beheld Megatron poised to initiate the ship's launch. "Megatron, what are you doing? You know this is wrong," Skyfall shouted. Megatron turned, pain flickering in his eyes. "Skyfall, I knew you would try to stop me, but I cannot abandon this path. I must acquire more power to protect Cybertron." Skyfall approached Megatron, disappointment etched across his face. "Megatron, power is not everything. What we need is not war, but peace. You are heading toward destruction." After a moment of silence, Megatron replied, "Skyfall, I understand your perspective. However, I have my own convictions. I must forge my own path." Skyfall gazed at Megatron, recognizing that a decision had been made. He inhaled deeply and declared, "Megatron, if you insist on pursuing this course, I can no longer fight alongside you." Sadness flickered in Megatron's eyes, yet he swiftly concealed it. "Skyfall, thank you for your guidance and companionship. I will cherish the days we fought together." Their gazes met in the stillness of the night, and then Megatron turned, activating the warship and vanishing into the dark sky. Skyfall remained rooted in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that the bond between him and Megatron had reached its conclusion. Yet he also believed he must continue onward, for the sake of peace in Cybertron. Xiang Tian returned to the base, where he recounted the recent events to Orion, Tianjun, and Hai Yi. They were all taken aback and filled with sorrow, yet they comprehended Xiang Tian's resolution. They vowed that regardless of what the future held, they would stand united in their quest for peace on Cybertron. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and his team persevered in their reformative endeavors, tirelessly seeking more allies. They recognized that Megatron's departure constituted a profound loss, but they held steadfast in their belief that as long as they remained united, no challenge was insurmountable. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Xiang Tian gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with determination and hope. He understood that the future of Cybertron lay within his grasp, and he was resolute in his commitment to fight for peace and justice until the end. Chapter 11. Confusion and resolve. The departure of Megatron had a profound impact on Xiang Tian, igniting doubts within him about his capacity to truly alter the future of Cybertron. The shadow of war seemed to perpetually loom over this land, rendering his efforts seemingly trivial. Driven by these tumultuous emotions, Xiang Tian ventured into a bar, a place he seldom frequented. The dimly lit interior was suffused with the sense of various mechanical life forms and concentrated energon. He settled into a corner and ordered a glass of concentrated energon, yearning to numb his mind with alcohol and temporarily escape the turmoil and confusion that plagued him. The bartender, a seasoned mechanical being, glanced at Xiang Tian, as if discerning his inner turmoil. "First time here? You appear quite different." Xiang Tian offered no reply, silently accepting the glass and downing the azure liquid in one gulp. The alcohol ignited a warmth within him, yet it only served to further unravel his thoughts. "Can I truly change the future?" Xiang Tian murmured to himself, his voice tinged with despair. Unbeknownst to him, Megatron lingered in the shadows behind him. After his departure, Megatron had not strayed far. His heart was rife with conflict and struggle. He overheard Xiang Tian's soliloquy, witnessing his confusion and helplessness. A complex array of emotions surged within Megatron as he realized that Xiang Tian's ideals might be overly optimistic, while his own plans were excessively ruthless. Megatron resolved that he could not disclose his intentions to Xiang Tian, at least not for the moment. He sought to keep Xiang Tian close, until he could exert complete control over the situation. Thus, as Xiang Tian's consciousness blurred under the influence of alcohol, Megatron stealthily approached him. "Xiang Tian, you are intoxicated." Megatron's voice resonated in Xiang Tian's ear. Xiang Tian turned his head, his vision hazy, vaguely perceiving Megatron's silhouette. "Megatron, you've returned?" His voice held a note of surprise. Megatron nodded, assisting Xiang Tian to his feet. "Indeed, I have returned. Allow me to escort you home." Xiang Tian offered no resistance, permitting Megatron to lead him out of the bar. His awareness continued to fade, ultimately succumbing to slumber. When Xiang Tian awoke once more, he found himself not in the familiar confines of his base, but aboard a colossal warship. His memories gradually returned, recalling the events of the previous night and the appearance of Megatron. Megatron, Xiang Tian shouted, his voice resonating within the ship's interior. Emerging from the shadows, Megatron's gaze bore a hint of complexity. Xiang Tian, you are awake, he stated. Rising to his feet, Xiang Tian's eyes brimmed with anger and bewilderment. What do you mean, Megatron? Why have you brought me here? Taking a deep breath, Megatron replied slowly, I understand your thoughts, Xiang Tian, but I have my own plans. I cannot disclose my intentions to you, at least not yet. A wave of helplessness surged through Xiang Tian as he realized the chasm between them had widened irreparably. Do you truly believe that strength and power can resolve everything? He inquired, a note of sorrow lacing his voice. After a moment of silence, Megatron responded, I do not know, Xiang Tian, but I know I must try. I cannot stand idly by and watch Cybertron march towards its own destruction. Gazing at Megatron, Xiang Tian understood that a decision had been made. He inhaled deeply and declared, if you are determined to tread this path, then I can no longer fight alongside you. A flicker of sadness crossed Megatron's eyes, yet he swiftly concealed it. Xiang Tian, thank you for your guidance and companionship throughout our journey. I will cherish the days we fought together. Their gazes met in the air, and then Megatron turned away, leaving Xiang Tian's sight. Standing there, Xiang Tian was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. He recognized that their friendship had reached its conclusion, yet he also believed he must forge ahead, for the sake of Cybertron's peace. Commencing his search for an escape route within the warship, he knew that Megatron would not permit his departure easily. He navigated the corridors, seeking a possible means of escape. Ultimately, he discovered a small escape pod and successfully activated it. The pod ejected from the warship, and Xiang Tian drifted through the starlit sky. Observing Cybertron in the distance, his heart swelled with resolve. He understood that he must return to Cybertron, continue his reformative efforts, and seek out more allies. He could not relent. He must fight for the peace of Cybertron. Eventually, Xiang Tian was discovered and rescued by a Cybertronian search vessel. Upon returning to the base, he recounted the events to Orion, Thundercracker, and Skywarp. They listened in shock and sorrow, yet they comprehended Xiang Tian's decision. They resolved that, regardless of what the future held, they would stand united in the pursuit of peace for Cybertron. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Xiang Tian gazed into the distance. His heart brimmed with determination and hope, for he knew that the future of Cybertron rested in his hands, and he would fight to the end for peace and justice. Chapter 12. The reconciliation of mentor and disciple Megatron stood within the command chamber of the Nemesis, tightly clasping an exquisite gift box. This was a gift he had meticulously prepared for Xiang Tian, a token symbolizing their profound teacher-student bond. However, upon returning to the Apollyon, he discovered that Xiang Tian had already departed. Megatron's heart was weighed down by a heavy burden. He experienced an unprecedented sense of loss and anguish. All he desired was to be alongside his mentor, working together for the future of Cybertron. Yet, how did circumstances escalate to such a dire point? Megatron struggled to comprehend. He yearned for power, for the ability to shape his own destiny, and to protect Cybertron from the ravages of a stubborn faction. He sat in the command chair, his gaze vacant as it fixated on the gift box in his hands. How could it have come to this? He murmured, a hint of despair lacing his voice. Megatron began to reminisce about the days they had shared, those moments of training, discussion, and battle. He remembered how steadfast Xiang Tian had always been, so idealistic, firmly believing that reform could be achieved through peaceful means. Yet, Megatron understood that the world was far more intricate and ruthless than Xiang Tian could fathom. Those obstinate individuals, unwilling to relinquish their power, would undoubtedly turn against Xiang Tian. As this thought crossed his mind, a vivid image suddenly flashed in Megatron's mind. A previous encounter where a certain legislator had sought out Orion. Their conversation seemed brief, yet Orion appeared to exhibit signs of distress afterwards. Megatron recalled the fleeting uncertainty in Orion's eyes. A foreboding premonition surged within him. He resolved to uncover the truth. He needed to know precisely what the legislator had conveyed to Orion. Rising from his seat, Megatron placed the gift box on the command console and strode purposefully away from the Apollyon. He was determined to return to Cybertron and confront Orion for clarity. He sought the truth, intent on thwarting any conspiracies that might threaten Xiang Tian and the reform movement. Upon arriving back on Cybertron, he found Orion. Upon seeing Megatron, Orion's eyes widened in surprise. Megatron, what brings you back? Megatron fixed his gaze upon Orion, his tone imbued with gravity. Orion, we need to talk. A legislator visited you. What did you discuss? Orion hesitated briefly before responding. The legislator revealed some matters regarding Xiang Tian, things I had never heard before. A tightening sensation gripped Megatron's heart as he pressed further. What matters? Orion inhaled deeply before continuing. He claimed that Xiang Tian is not the individual we believe him to be. He harbors a hidden past and could potentially be our enemy. A flicker of rage ignited in Megatron's eyes. He recognized these words as part of the stubborn faction's insidious scheme, aimed at tarnishing Xiang Tian's reputation and undermining the reform movement. Orion, you must not believe such claims. Xiang Tian has been our mentor, tirelessly striving for the peace of Cybertron. Orion gazed at Megatron, confusion etched in his features. Megatron, I'm uncertain about what to do. I do not know whom to trust. Megatron grasped Orion's shoulder, his voice imbued with a hint of resolve. Orion, you must place your trust in Skyfire, and in our shared vision. We cannot allow the machinations of those obstinate factions to prevail. Orion remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. You are correct, Megatron. We must unite and fight for the future of Cybertron. Together, Megatron and Orion returned to the base, where they relayed this news to Thundercracker and Skywarp. They resolved to bolster the protection of Skyfire, thwarting the conspiracies of the obstinate factions. In the ensuing days, Megatron and Orion embarked on a clandestine investigation into the background of the Senator, seeking to uncover his true intentions. They discovered that the Senator had close ties with certain hardliners who were orchestrating a large-scale assault against the reform movement. Acting swiftly, Megatron and Orion informed Skyfire and other reformist members, who began to prepare defensive measures. They were acutely aware that a storm was brewing, yet they were resolute in their readiness to confront the impending challenge. Upon receiving this news, Skyfire felt a mixture of astonishment and gratitude. He recognized that although his ideals differed from Megatron's, their ultimate goal was the same, the peace of Cybertron. He resolved to reconcile with Megatron, understanding that unity was essential in their fight against the hardliners. In a late-night meeting, Skyfire and Megatron found themselves face to face once more. Skyfire looked intently at Megatron, his gaze tinged with remorse. Megatron, I was mistaken. We should unite and collectively oppose those hardliners. Megatron nodded, his eyes reflecting a semblance of regret. Skyfire, I too erred. I should have placed my faith in you and our shared vision. Their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them, and they clasped each other's hands tightly. They knew that despite their differing philosophies, their objectives were aligned. They would fight side by side for the peace of Cybertron. Skyfire, Megatron, Orion, Thundercracker, and Skywarp stood united, their silhouettes appearing resolute against the night. They understood that the future of Cybertron rested in their hands, and they would battle relentlessly for peace and justice. Chapter 13. The disappearance of Shockwave. Skyfire was engaged in discussions with his team regarding the next steps for reform when an alarming piece of news interrupted their deliberations. Shockwave, a staunch supporter of the reform movement and a close friend of Skyfire, had suddenly vanished. His disappearance was undoubtedly a severe blow to the reform initiative. Anxiety and concern swelled within Skyfire. He resolved to personally seek out clues and uncover the truth behind Shockwave's disappearance. He was acutely aware that Shockwave's vanishing might be linked to the obstinate factions, who would stop at nothing to impede the reform movement. Skyfire commenced his investigation at the last known location of Shockwave, inquiring among mechanical life forms who might have seen him. Following Shockwave's final steps, he delved deeper into the investigation. Yet the clues became increasingly elusive. A sense of unease rose within Skyfire, for he sensed that the situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. Yet, unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, the machinations behind all these events were orchestrated by his other friend, Tian. Why would Tian act in such a manner? This question weighed heavily upon Xiang Tian's heart like a burdensome stone. He was reluctant to believe that Tian would betray the reform movement and their shared ideals. The reform movement began to waver due to the mysterious disappearance of Zhendong Bo. Some legislators who had initially supported the reforms began to hesitate, fearing for their safety and the potential calamity that the movement might bring upon them. Xiang Tian and his team needed to locate Zhendong Bo swiftly to stabilize the morale of the reform movement. Xiang Tian arrived at Zhendong Bo's office. hoping to uncover some clues. He meticulously examined Zhendong Bo's personal terminal and discovered a plethora of encrypted messages. Utilizing his technical expertise, Xiang Tian decrypted the information and uncovered a series of clandestine meeting records. These records indicated that Zhendong Bo had engaged in multiple secret meetings with Yu Tiandi prior to his disappearance. A wave of confusion washed over Xiang Tian. He could not comprehend why Yu Tiandi would meet with Zhendong Bo in secrecy or conceal such information. Determined to confront Yu Tiandi, Xiang Tian sought him out to unearth the truth. He directly questioned him regarding Zhendong Bo's vanishing. Yu Tiandi gazetted Xiang Tian, a flicker of pain evident in his eyes. Xiang Tian, I am aware that you harbor many questions, but there are some matters that you are not yet suited to comprehend. Enraged, Xiang Tian retorted, Yu Tiandi, Zhendong Bo is our friend and a pivotal supporter of the reform movement. How could you do this? How could you betray us? Taking a deep breath, Yu Tiandi replied slowly, Xiang Tian, I have not betrayed the reform movement, nor our ideals. Everything I have done is to protect the reform movement and safeguard the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian looked at Yu Tiandi, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Then why this secrecy? Why conceal the truth? After a moment of silence, Yu Tiandi responded, Xiang Tian, some matters are far more complex than we can fathom. Zhendong Bo's disappearance serves as a warning from the hardliners against us. We must exercise greater caution and vigilance. A tumult of conflicting emotions surged within Xiang Tian. He was uncertain whether to trust Yu Tiandi's words. Yet, he understood that he must find Zhendong Bo and uncover the truth lurking behind these events. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and his team intensified their search for Zhendong Bo. They scoured every corner of Cybertron, interrogating every potential witness. Ultimately, they discovered Zhendong Bo in an abandoned factory. Though he appeared somewhat weakened, a flicker of surprise lit up his eyes upon seeing Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, you have come. Xiang Tian rushed forward to support Zhendong Bo. Zhendong Bo, are you all right? What exactly transpired? Sighing, Zhendong Bo replied slowly. It was Yu Tiandi who saved me. The hardliners sought to harm me, and it was Yu Tiandi who arrived just in time to rescue me. A complex surge of emotions welled up within Xiang Tian as he gazed at Shockwave. Shockwave, he began, we must uncover the true intentions of those obstinate factions. We must thwart their plans. Shockwave nodded, his eyes brimming with resolve. You are right, Xiang Tian. We must unite and fight for the future of Cybertron. Together, Xiang Tian, Shockwave, and their team returned to the base, sharing this pivotal news with other reformist members. They determined to fortify the protection of the reform movement, preventing any further sabotage by the hardliners. In the ensuing days, the reform movement regained stability due to Shockwave's return. Xiang Tian and his team continued their efforts, seeking out more allies. They understood that although the path ahead was fraught with challenges and peril, they must persevere for the sake of peace and the future of Cybertron. Standing upon the land of Cybertron, Xiang Tian gazed into the distance, his heart filled with determination and hope. He knew that the future of Cybertron rested in their hands, and he would fight to the end for peace and justice. Chapter 14. The Shattered Spark. As the reform movement deepened, dissenting voices within the High Council grew louder. Many legislators feared that reform would undermine their power, and they began to secretly conspire to impede its progress. Tension and unease permeated the air of Cybertron, as the specter of war loomed once more over the land. In a confrontation with the hardliners, Xiang Tian, in a selfless act to protect Megatron, shielded him from a lethal missile with his own body. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies, propelling Xiang Tian's form far away, ultimately collapsing amidst the ruins. Megatron rushed to Xiang Tian's side, his voice tinged with unprecedented fear. Xiang Tian, gently. He cradled Xiang Tian's body and hurried to the infirmary. The Medic-S ambulance awaited there, the expression of its driver grave. As Megatron laid Xiang Tian upon the treatment table, the medic commenced his examination. However, the results plunged Megatron into despair. Xiang Tian's spark was shattered, rendering even the medic powerless. No! Megatron's voice resonated with fury and sorrow. You must have a way, medic. You must save him. The medic shook his head, regret evident in his eyes. Megatron, I have done all I can. Xiang Tian's spark is irreparably broken. News of Xiang Tian's injuries swiftly reached Orion, who immediately rushed to the infirmary. Upon witnessing Xiang Tian's lifeless form, a tempest of rage and grief swelled within him. A fierce argument erupted between him and Megatron, with Orion accusing Megatron of failing to protect Xiang Tian. "This is all your fault," Orion shouted in anger. "If you hadn't initiated this battle, Xiang Tian would not be injured." Megatron fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. "Orion, I understand your anguish, but I too bear responsibility. Xiang Tian was injured in his efforts to protect me." A glimmer of anguish flickered in Orion's eyes. He understood that Megatron spoke the truth. Yet he could not accept that Starscream had departed from them so abruptly. "We could have averted all of this, Megatron. We could have discovered a peaceful resolution to our predicament." Megatron offered no reply, silently cradling Starscream's lifeless form before turning away from the infirmary. His heart brimmed with sorrow and rage, and he resolved to wage war and vengeance for Starscream. Upon learning of Starscream's demise, Thundercracker and Skywarp decided to ally themselves with Megatron. They believed that only through warfare could they avenge Starscream and hold the obstinate factions accountable. Orion attempted to dissuade them. He was averse to their descent into the realm of conflict. "Megatron, Thundercracker, Skywarp, we cannot allow Starscream's sacrifice to be rendered meaningless. We must seek a peaceful resolution." Megatron pivoted, his gaze resolute. "Orion, Starscream is no more. I refuse to inhabit a world devoid of him." He struck a fist toward Orion, then embraced Starscream's body tightly, striding away from the base. Orion collapsed to the ground, enveloped by pain and confusion. He beheld the retreating figures of Megatron, Thundercracker, and Skywarp, overcome by an unprecedented sense of solitude and helplessness. In the ensuing days, Megatron began to amass strength, preparing to ignite war. His target was the obstinate factions, whom he held culpable for Starscream's death. Thundercracker and Skywarp became his trusted lieutenants, collaboratively devising plans for their assault. Meanwhile, Orion sought to uncover a peaceful resolution, striving to avert the outbreak of war. Alongside other reformists, he endeavored to engage in dialogue with the obstinate factions, hoping to forge a path to peace. However, as time elapsed, the rift between the factions only deepened. The flames of war spread across the land of Cybertron, countless mechanical lives extinguished amid the conflict. Orion stood at the battlefield's edge, his heart heavy with anguish and despair. He recognized that there was no turning back. The wheels of war had irrevocably set in motion. Amidst the smoke of battle, Starscream's body lay quietly hidden, his spark shattered, yet his spirit and ideals continued to inspire those mechanical beings who pursued peace and justice. Chapter 15. The choice of allegiance. Upon receiving the grievous news of Starscream's fate, Soundwave experienced tumultuous inner turmoil. Once a member of the Council, he had endeavored to strike a balance between reform and conservatism. However, Starscream's sacrifice and Megatron's disillusionment with the Council compelled him to re-evaluate his stance. After profound contemplation, Soundwave made a momentous decision to withdraw from the Council and align himself with Megatron. "Megatron, I stand with you," Soundwave proclaimed before Megatron, his voice resolute and powerful. "Starscream's ideals must not be extinguished. I am willing to join you in the fight for Cybertron's future." Megatron regarded Soundwave with a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by gratitude. "Soundwave, your presence holds profound significance for me. Together, we seek vengeance for Skyfire and strive for reform." Meanwhile, Unicron's influence within the Parliament escalates, as he gradually assumes the role of the leader opposing the reforms. He wields his power to rally a considerable faction of anti-reform legislators and mechanical beings, united in their quest to thwart the reform movement and preserve the antiquated power structure. Upon learning of Unicron's machinations, Megatron's fury knows no bounds. He recalls the missile that was aimed at him during the fateful battle where Skyfire fell, a treachery orchestrated by Unicron himself. Unable to forgive such betrayal, Megatron resolves to confront Unicron directly, seeking retribution for Skyfire. In a fierce standoff, Megatron faces Unicron, his voice brimming with rage. "Unicron, you have betrayed us. You have betrayed Skyfire." Unicron regards Megatron coldly, devoid of any remorse. "Megatron, all my actions are for the sake of Cybertron. The chaos and war brought by reform are not the future we desire." Megatron roars back. "Chaos and war? These are the consequences of your obstinacy. You fear losing power, fear change, and thus you sacrifice innocent lives. Unicron offers no response, turning away from the confrontation, his silhouette growing increasingly indistinct in Megatron's vision. Megatron understands that the battle between him and Unicron has only just commenced. Soundwave stands resolutely by Megatron's side, his tone imbued with a hint of calm. Megatron, we must not let anger cloud our judgment. We must devise a strategy and discover a means to vanquish Unicron. Megatron nods, recognizing the wisdom in Soundwave's counsel. They embark on planning their actions, determined to expose Unicron's conspiracies and unveil his true nature to all mechanical beings of Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Megatron and Soundwave lead their faction in a series of operations. They disrupt Unicron's supply lines, unveil his clandestine schemes, and weaken his grip on power. Feeling the mounting pressure, Unicron resorts to more extreme measures to counter Megatron. Leveraging his influence in the Parliament, he declares Megatron an enemy of Cybertron, mobilizing more mechanical beings against him. The situation on Cybertron grows increasingly dire as the flames of war spread across the land. Numerous innocent mechanical lives are ensnared in this conflict, their sparks extinguished amidst the chaos. Orion witnesses these events unfold, his heart burdened with anguish and helplessness. He seeks a peaceful resolution, yet his voice is but a whisper amid the clamor of war. He realizes that there is no turning back. The wheels of war are irrevocably set in motion. Amidst the smoke of battle, Skyfire's body lies quietly in a concealed location. Though his spark is shattered, his spirit and ideals continue to inspire those who pursue peace and justice. Megatron stands at the edge of the battlefield, his gaze resolute and distant. He understands that he must continue to fight for Skyfire, for the future of Cybertron. He took a deep breath and strode purposefully toward the battlefield, accompanied by the Soundwaves and other loyal warriors. Chapter 16. The endless war. The flames of war blazed fiercely in the sky above Cybertron. The cries of mechanical life and the thunderous roar of artillery intertwining to create a symphony of destruction. Megatron led his troops with unparalleled ferocity, ultimately vanquishing the Last Prime in a fierce confrontation. The downfall of the Last Prime signified the collapse of the Hardline faction, yet the shadows of war lingered on. Standing before the remnants of the Last Prime, Megatron's gaze bore no trace of victorious elation, only profound fatigue and a heavy sense of responsibility. He understood that Cybertron yearned for a new order, a new leader. In that moment, he resolved to overthrow the Council and declare himself the leader. Cybertron shall usher in a new epoch under my command. Megatron's voice resonated above the ruins, his silhouette appearing particularly solitary amidst the flames. Meanwhile, Orion sat alone in a quiet corner, clutching a photograph that captured a moment with both Megatron and the Last Prime. The three figures in the image beamed with radiant smiles, their eyes filled with hope for the future. Yet now, the Last Prime had departed, and Megatron had embarked on a path that Orion could not endorse. Orion's heart was heavy with guilt and confusion. He felt utterly powerless, unable to protect his friends or halt the war. He was at a loss for what to do next, plagued by anguish and inner turmoil. Just then, Master Alpha found Orion. His demeanor bore an air of solemnity. Orion, you cannot succumb here. The Last Prime's expectations for you extend far beyond this. Orion lifted his head, despair lacing his voice. Master Alpha, what more can I do? I have lost the Last Prime, and Megatron has distanced himself from me. Master Alpha grasped Orion's shoulders, his voice imbued with resolve. Orion, you must stop Megatron. The future of Cybertron cannot rest in the hands of Tyrant. A flicker of determination ignited in Orion's eyes as he inquired, what must I do? Master Alpha led Orion to a hidden location, where the most potent source of energy on Cybertron was safeguarded. This is the key to your ascendance as a leader, Master Alpha declared. With Master Alpha's guidance, Orion activated the energy source, enveloped by a surge of formidable power. As the energy dissipated, Orion transformed into Optimus Prime, the new leader of Cybertron. You must now thwart Megatron. Master Alpha's voice echoed in Optimus Prime's ears. Optimus nodded, acutely aware of the gravity of his responsibility. Rising to his feet, he strode resolutely towards the battlefield, his figure exuding unwavering determination amidst the chaos of war. Upon learning of Optimus Prime's emergence, Megatron's eyes widened in surprise, quickly overshadowed by a surge of rage. Orion, how dare you challenge me? His voice reverberated across the battlefield. Optimus Prime met Megatron's gaze with unwavering resolve. Megatron, I must put an end to your reign. The future of Cybertron cannot be built upon violence and tyranny. The gazes of the two met in the air, and thus began an intense battle. Their conflict swept across the entirety of Cybertron, leaving traces of their struggle from the ruins of cities to the depths of the wilderness. The war grew increasingly fierce, with the forces of Optimus Prime and Megatron clashing in every corner of Cybertron. This war bore no end and no victors. Only endless destruction and sacrifice. Amidst the smoke of battle, Skyfire's form lay quietly in a concealed location. Though his spark was shattered, his spirit and ideals continued to inspire those who sought peace and justice among the mechanical beings. The war between Optimus Prime and Megatron became the darkest chapter in the annals of Cybertron's history. Their combat seemed interminable, their animosity and conflict leaving wounds upon Cybertron that could never heal. Chapter 17. Rebirth and Resolution in a Realm of Chaos. Skyfire's consciousness drifted, as if traversing through time and space, arriving in an ancient and mysterious domain. This was the realm of the Primus, the creator and guardian of Cybertron. Skyfire beheld visions of all that transpired after his departure from Cybertron. He witnessed the complete rift between Optimus Prime and Megatron, the brutality and mercilessness of war. His heart swelled with anguish and guilt as he realized the profound impact his absence had wrought upon this world. The voice of Primus resonated within Skyfire's consciousness. Ancient and filled with wisdom. Skyfire, do you see? Your departure has plunged this world into chaos. With a tinge of despair, Skyfire responded, "What must I do? How can I make amends for all of this?" Primus revealed to Skyfire that a path to his resurrection existed, but it required utmost caution. You must first join Megatron and endeavor to alter their relationship. This is your only opportunity, as well as Cybertron's last chance. After a moment of contemplation, Skyfire resolutely replied, "I am willing to try. I will do anything to halt this war." Empowered by Primus, Skyfire's spark was reignited, and his body was reborn in a radiant light. Rising to his feet, he felt new strength coursing through him. He understood that immediate action was imperative. He must seek out Megatron. Skyfire directly approached the Nemesis, the flagship of Megatron. His arrival astonished the guards aboard, who swiftly alerted Megatron. Upon hearing the news of Skyfire's resurrection, Megatron was engulfed in a tumult of complex emotions. He hurried to the docking bay of the Nemesis, eager to witness Skyfire with his own eyes. When Megatron laid eyes upon Skyfire, he could scarcely believe his vision. There stood Skyfire, a flicker of confusion mingled with determination in his gaze. At the sight of Megatron, Skyfire inexplicably softened, collapsing into Megatron's embrace. Megatron caught Skyfire, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, soon replaced by profound joy. A long-lost smile graced his face, his voice trembling with emotion. "Skyfire, you have returned." Xiang Tian gazed at Megatron, his heart awash with complex emotions. He understood the necessity of adhering to the plan laid out by the primordial celestial master. Yet he could not ignore the sincerity and joy reflected in Megatron's eyes. "Megatron, I have returned. I do not wish to lose you as a friend again." Megatron embraced Xiang Tian tightly, his voice imbued with a hint of resolve. "Xiang Tian, you shall not depart from my side again. I shall ensure that you remain with me forever in my own way." A sense of trepidation gripped Xiang Tian's heart. He understood the weight of Megatron's words. He needed to tread carefully, to seek an opportunity to transform Megatron and alter the course of this conflict. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian remained aboard the Nemesis, striving to comprehend Megatron's thoughts and seeking ways to influence him. He discerned that, despite Megatron's cold and unyielding demeanor, a deep-seated respect and reliance on Xiang Tian lingered within him. Xiang Tian began to subtly sway Megatron's decisions, endeavoring to reveal the brutal realities of war and the potential for peace. His efforts bore fruit as Megatron began to waver, reconsidering his actions. However, Optimus Prime did not relent in his opposition to Megatron. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's resurrection and allegiance to Megatron, a tumult of anger and disappointment surged within him. He could not fathom why Xiang Tian would choose to stand with Megatron, and thus resolved to confront him personally, determined to bring him back to his side. After a fierce battle, Optimus Prime and Megatron faced each other once more. Optimus locked eyes with Megatron, his voice tinged with anguish. Xiang Tian, why have you chosen this path? Why align yourself with Megatron? Standing beside Megatron, Xiang Tian's gaze was resolute. Optimus, I do this to bring an end to the war. For the future of Cybertron. A flicker of pain crossed Optimus's eyes. He recognized the validity in Xiang Tian's words, yet could not accept his stance alongside Megatron. Xiang Tian, you are mistaken. Your actions will only serve to intensify the brutality of this conflict. Xiang Tian remained silent, aware that Optimus's sentiments held merit. He knew he must swiftly discover a means to conclude the war, to facilitate reconciliation between Optimus and Megatron. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian continued to mediate between Megatron and Optimus, striving to devise a solution acceptable to both sides, seeking to quell the flames of war. Though his endeavors were fraught with difficulty, Xiang Tian persevered. He was acutely aware that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly embrace a future of tranquility and prosperity. Chapter 18. Tender Bond. Xiang Tian's return ushered in a new chapter aboard the Nemesis. Soundwave, as Megatron's trusted confidant, took charge of overseeing Xiang Tian's daily needs. With his characteristic meticulousness and efficiency, he ensured that Xiang Tian's meals and rest were well attended to. Soundwave treated Xiang Tian with a blend of respect and distance, cognizant of Xiang Tian's unique significance to Megatron. In contrast, Megatron's care for Xiang Tian was more direct and personal. Whenever Xiang Tian completed his tasks, Megatron would personally serve him a cup of warm tea or prepare a late-night snack for him. These actions starkly contrast with his ruthless demeanor on the battlefield. Xiang Tian understood that this tenderness was reserved solely for him by Megatron, yet he refrained from voicing this realization, aware of his own mission and responsibilities. His days aboard the Nemesis were tranquil and orderly, yet an undercurrent of unease lingered within him. He recognized that his presence might further entrench Megatron's stubbornness, but he also hoped to seize this opportunity to influence him, encouraging a re-evaluation of his actions. One evening, while lost in contemplation on the deck, Megatron approached, cradling a cup of steaming tea. Xiang Tian, you appear weary. Have some tea. Megatron's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to his commands on the battlefield. Xiang Tian accepted the cup, feeling the warmth radiating from it. Thank you, Megatron, he murmured. Megatron settled beside him, his gaze drifting towards the distant stars. Do you remember our first encounter? He inquired. Xiang Tian nodded. He certainly recalled. At that time, Megatron was still D-16, a young warrior brimming with ambition and vigor. I remember. You were full of fight and energy, Xiang Tian replied. Megatron sighed, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Indeed, back then, I was free of such burdens and responsibilities. But now, I must fight for the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian regarded Megatron, a note of determination in his voice. Megatron, I believe there are better ways to achieve our goals without resorting to war. Megatron fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Xiang Tian, I understand your perspective. Yet, sometimes, war is unavoidable. We must fight to protect what we hold dear. Xiang Tian did not counter, recognizing the validity in Megatron's words. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that peaceful solutions always existed, provided both parties were willing to seek them. In the following days, Xiang Tian increasingly engaged in Megatron's strategic discussions, endeavoring to propose peaceful resolutions and to reveal the possibilities beyond war. His efforts bore some fruit, as Megatron began to show interest in Xiang Tian's ideas. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime did not relent in opposing Megatron. Upon learning about Xiang Tian's situation aboard the Nemesis, worry filled his heart. He feared that Xiang Tian might be swayed by Megatron, abandoning his ideals of peace entirely. Resolute, Optimus decided to take action. He would rescue Xiang Tian and bring him back to his side. Leading the Autobots, he launched a surprise assault on the Nemesis. A fierce battle erupted aboard the ship, the clash of metal resonating throughout the vessel. Amidst the chaos, Xiang Tian located Megatron, witnessing a fierce struggle between him and Optimus. Megatron, cease this at once. Xiang Tian shouted. Both Megatron and Optimus halted their actions, turning their attention to him. Standing between them, Xiang Tian spoke with conviction. We must put an end to this senseless conflict. We must discover a peaceful resolution to our issues. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged no words, their gazes meeting in the air before they slowly lowered their weapons. They recognized the truth in Skyfire's assertion. This war must come to an end. Through Skyfire's relentless efforts, Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on a challenging dialogue, striving to discover a mutually acceptable resolution and to forge a peaceful path for the future of Cybertron. Though fraught with trials and tribulations, Skyfire remained undeterred, understanding that only through peaceful means could Cybertron genuinely embrace a future of tranquility and prosperity. Chapter 19, The Dilemma. Bumblebee, a member of the Autobots, was renowned for his exceptional reconnaissance skills. During a patrol, he inadvertently fell into the clutches of Soundwave and was brought before Megatron. Expecting to endure brutal interrogations or even face annihilation, Bumblebee was taken aback when Megatron did not imprison him, but instead escorted him to a lounge reserved for dignitaries. Standing before Bumblebee, Megatron exhibited no hostility. Rather, there was a glimmer of appreciation in his gaze. "Bumblebee, I am aware of your capabilities. You are an outstanding scout." Megatron's voice resonated, deep and commanding. Bumblebee remained vigilant, uncertain of Megatron's true intentions. "What do you want?" he inquired. Megatron gestured for Bumblebee to sit and spoke slowly. "I do not seek enemies. I need allies. I believe you can assist me in realizing a more peaceful and liberated Cybertron." A flicker of astonishment crossed Bumblebee's eyes. He had not anticipated such words from Megatron. "Do you truly believe such a world is attainable?" he asked. Nodding, Megatron revealed a blueprint of a Cybertron under his leadership. In that vision, there existed no war, no oppression, and all mechanical life could thrive freely. Bumblebee felt himself captivated by Megatron's vision, conceding that the Decepticon leader possessed the capability to bring it to fruition. Yet, he was acutely aware of his allegiance. He was an Autobot and a loyal companion to Optimus Prime. "I cannot betray Optimus Prime," he stated resolutely. Megatron comprehended Bumblebee's stance, refraining from pressuring him for an immediate decision. "Take your time to contemplate, Bumblebee. I trust you will arrive at the right choice." Left in the lounge, Bumblebee wrestled with his thoughts. On one hand, he was drawn to Megatron's vision. On the other, he was reluctant to forsake Optimus Prime and the Autobots. He understood that his choice would significantly impact Cybertron's future. In the ensuing days, Bumblebee observed the activities aboard the Nemesis, striving to discern Megatron's true intentions. He discovered that while Megatron was merciless on the battlefield, he exhibited great concern and respect for his subordinates in private, leading Bumblebee to reassess his perception of the Decepticon leader. Concurrently, he noted Skyfire's presence, witnessing the efforts of Skyfire to sway Megatron's decisions. Bumblebee resolved to have a conversation with Xiang Tian, hoping to glean some answers from him. One fateful night, he sought out Xiang Tian. "Do you genuinely believe that Megatron can bring about the peaceful world he envisions?" Bumblebee inquired. Xiang Tian regarded Bumblebee with a gaze imbued with complexity. "Bumblebee, I hold faith in Megatron's capability, yet I am acutely aware that achieving such a vision demands both time and effort. We must discover a means to terminate this war." Bumblebee fell into silence for a moment, then replied, "Xiang Tian, I do not wish to betray Optimus Prime, yet I cannot bear to witness the continuation of this conflict. I am at a loss as to how to proceed." Xiang Tian clasped Bumblebee's shoulder, his tone resolute. "Bumblebee, you must heed your heart. I trust you will make the right decision." Bumblebee nodded, recognizing the truth in Xiang Tian's words. He resolved to grant himself some time to contemplate his choices carefully. In the days that followed, Bumblebee began to clandestinely communicate with Optimus Prime, relaying intelligence from the Nemesis. Meanwhile, he observed Megatron's actions, endeavoring to uncover a path to a peaceful resolution. Bumblebee exercised utmost caution in his actions. He did not wish to be discovered by Megatron, nor did he want to place Xiang Tian in jeopardy. He understood that his choices would significantly impact Cybertron's future, necessitating a prudent approach. Within Bumblebee's heart, the seeds of peace had begun to take root. He started to believe that through dialogue and collaboration, the war on Cybertron could find resolution. He resolved that, regardless of the path he chose, he would fight for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 20. The Fracture of Trust. After considerable reflection, Bumblebee decided to return to the Autobot base to report to Optimus Prime about his experiences aboard the Nemesis. He hoped to help Optimus comprehend Megatron's vision for peace and explore the potential for ending the war. However, upon his return to the base, he was met with a scrutinizing gaze from Optimus Prime. Optimus stood before Bumblebee, his eyes filled with skepticism. "Bumblebee, how did you manage to escape from Megatron?" Bumblebee was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to articulate his experiences. He realized that revealing the truth of Megatron's release could incite further doubt in Optimus. Optimus, I found an opportunity to flee, Bumblebee replied hesitantly. Beside Optimus, his second-in-command, Ratchet, bore an unmistakable expression of distrust. Optimus, I fear Bumblebee may have defected. How could he possibly escape so easily from Megatron? Ratchet's tone was unwavering. Bumblebee hastily defended himself. No, I have not defected. I remain loyal to the Autobots. Loyal to you, Optimus. After a moment of silence, Optimus grappled with his own internal conflict. He knew Bumblebee had always been one of his most steadfast warriors, yet he could not entirely dismiss Ratchet's concerns. Ultimately, Optimus reached a decision. Bumblebee, we must ensure the safety of the base. Until we clarify the situation, you will be confined in the brig. The heart of Bumblebee was filled with shock and disappointment. He never anticipated that Optimus Prime would make such a decision. He longed to defend himself once more, but ultimately, he bowed his head in silence, accepting Optimus's choice. Sentinel brought Bumblebee to the prison and confined him within its walls. Seated in the cold, metallic cell, Bumblebee was engulfed by a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness. He pondered how he could demonstrate his loyalty and convince Optimus of his sincerity. After making his decision, Optimus returned alone to the workshop, burdened by pain and confusion. He understood that his choice might have hurt Bumblebee, yet he had to prioritize the safety of the Autobots as a whole. Sitting in the workshop, his gaze was vacant as he stared into the distance, weighed down by guilt. In the days that followed, Optimus began to investigate Bumblebee's whereabouts, seeking the truth behind his escape. He hoped to uncover evidence that would affirm Bumblebee's loyalty, yearning to secure his release. Meanwhile, Bumblebee endured arduous days in prison. Reflecting upon his actions, he realized he should have exercised greater caution and communicated with Optimus before returning to the base. He resolved that, when the opportunity arose, he would confess everything to Optimus, hoping to rebuild the trust that had been shattered. In prison, Bumblebee also had the chance to converse with other imprisoned Autobots. He discovered that many harbored doubts about Optimus's leadership, weary and disillusioned by the protracted conflict. Bumblebee began to encourage them, urging them to maintain their faith and trust in Optimus. One fateful night, Bumblebee found an opportunity for escape. Utilizing his reconnaissance skills, he stealthily slipped out of prison and made his way to Optimus's workshop. He knocked on the door, and when Optimus opened it, surprise flickered in his eyes upon seeing Bumblebee. "Bumblebee, what brings you here?" Optimus inquired. Taking a deep breath, Bumblebee slowly replied, "Optimus, I must confess everything to you. I hope you can forgive me and trust me once more." As Bumblebee recounted his tale, a complex array of emotions crossed Optimus's face. He recognized that Bumblebee's loyalty was beyond question and felt remorse for his earlier decision. "Bumblebee, I was wrong. I should have believed in you." Optimus spoke with a tinge of regret. Bumblebee shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Optimus, I bear you no ill will. I understand your decision was for the safety of the Autobots. I merely hope we can work together to find a way to end this war." Optimus nodded, firmly grasping Bumblebee's hand. Their eyes met in a shared understanding, and they embraced tightly. They recognized that despite the rift that had formed between them, their trust and friendship remained unbreakable. In the subsequent days, Optimus and Bumblebee collaborated, seeking peaceful resolutions to their challenges. They understood that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly embrace a future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 21. Misunderstanding between brothers during his time aboard the Reprisal. Xiang Tian gained a profound understanding of the brutal nature of war, his heart perpetually weighed down by concern for Optimus Prime and the Autobots. He observed with growing unease that Optimus seemed increasingly reliant on the counsel of others rather than devising plans independently. This development troubled Xiang Tian, prompting him to seek an opportunity for a heartfelt conversation with Optimus, hoping to rekindle his confidence and decisiveness. However, upon secretly returning to the Autobot base, he found himself ensnared by Soundwave. Soundwave had long harbored suspicions about Xiang Tian, and upon noticing the Decepticon insignia on his arm, a mark that was an inevitable consequence of his time aboard the Reprisal, he perceived it as a symbol of enmity. "Xiang Tian, what is the meaning of the Decepticon emblem on your arm? Have you pledged allegiance to Megatron?" The tone of Soundwave's voice was laced with anger and distrust. Xiang Tian attempted to clarify, but he knew that any explanation would seem feeble in such a tense moment. "Soundwave, it is not as you imagine," he was abruptly interrupted. I do not wish to hear your excuses. You have betrayed the Autobots, betrayed Optimus Prime. Soundwave's voice was resolute. At that moment, Optimus Prime appeared. Witnessing the confrontation between Xiang Tian and Soundwave, he was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Xiang Tian, why have you returned? Why do you not seek me out first? There was a hint of reproach in Optimus's voice. Xiang Tian met Optimus's gaze, a wave of guilt washing over him. He could not allow Optimus to discover his intentions, nor could he permit him to become embroiled in this perilous game. Optimus, I merely came to see you. To check on the Autobots, Xiang Tian's voice carried a note of hesitation. A flicker of disappointment crossed Optimus's eyes as he sensed Xiang Tian's reluctance and concealment. Xiang Tian, we were once brothers. I believe there were no secrets between us. Xiang Tian was tormented by the truth of Optimus's words, fully aware of the weight of the responsibility he bore. Optimus, there are matters I cannot disclose, but please trust that all I do is for Cybertron. Optimus remained silent for a moment before slowly responding. Xiang Tian, I do not know if I can still trust you. Your actions leave me bewildered. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian understood that he had to make a choice. He resolved to depart temporarily, needing time to contemplate how to restore Optimus's trust and how to bring an end to this conflict. After Xiang Tian's departure, Optimus returned to the workshop, his heart heavy with confusion and sorrow. He was uncertain of Xiang Tian's true intentions and whether he could still place his faith in him. He sensed his strength waning, and his leadership was increasingly questioned. Soundwave stood beside Optimus, his voice firm. Optimus, we must remain vigilant. Xiang Tian's actions are too suspicious. We cannot afford to take risks. Optimus nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Soundwave's words. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within him. He yearned for Xiang Tian's return and hoped they could together discover a peaceful resolution to their troubles. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime became increasingly proactive in the realm of strategic planning, endeavoring to reclaim his decisiveness and leadership. He convened discussions with the Autobots to deliberate on tactics and formulate plans, seeking methods to counter Megatron's might. Simultaneously, Starscream exerted efforts aboard the Nemesis to sway Megatron's decisions, attempting to illuminate the possibilities of peace in hopes of persuading him to abandon war. Starscream understood that he must navigate a delicate balance between Optimus Prime and Megatron, striving to discover a resolution to end the conflict. His actions were fraught with peril and challenges, yet he remained undeterred, cognizant that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly embrace a future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 22. Arrival on Earth during a space bridge test on Cybertron. Starscream was unexpectedly transported to the distant realm of Earth. His abrupt disappearance stripped the final buffer from the conflict between Optimus Prime and Megatron. In the absence of Starscream's mediation, hostilities escalated, and Cybertron's resources and environment rapidly deteriorated, ultimately rendering it a dying planet. The flames of war subsequently spread to Earth, shifting the battlefield to this blue planet. Upon awakening on Earth, Starscream was astonished to find himself transformed into a human. After a period of adjustment, he gradually acclimatized to human ways of life, yet he never forgot his mission and identity. He understood that regardless of where he was, he had to strive for the peace of Cybertron. One afternoon, while meandering through the streets, Starscream witnessed two Decepticon drones pursuing an unmanned blue motorcycle. This scene stirred something within him, for he realized that the plot had begun to unfold. He resolved to align himself with Megatron's faction, all the while secretly planning to aid Optimus Prime. Starscream approached Megatron with a proposal. Megatron, we can harness Earth's resources to amplify our strength. However, I suggest we also extend some resources to my cousin, Optimus Prime. Megatron furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the term extend. Starscream, I did not consent to this, he replied, his voice laced with a hint of menace. Starscream met Megatron's gaze with unwavering resolve. Megatron, this is for the greater plan. We must maintain a balance of power to better control the situation. After a moment of silence, Megatron slowly acquiesced. Very well, Starscream. I trust your judgment. However, you had best ensure this does not lead us into trouble. Starscream nodded, aware that despite Megatron's outwardly stern demeanor, he harbored profound trust in him. He resolved to leverage this trust to discreetly assist Optimus Prime. In the ensuing days, Starscream clandestinely transported substantial quantities of energon to Optimus Prime, These invaluable resources were undoubtedly a lifeline for Optimus and the Autobots, significantly bolstering their strength. Although Optimus was perplexed by the origins of these resources, he recognized that this was not the time for inquiries. He resolved to harness these resources to fortify the defenses and offensive capabilities of the Autobots, preparing for the impending battle. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's actions, Megatron feigned discontent, yet did not intervene. He understood that Xiang Tian's plan bore profound significance and chose to trust his judgment. Xiang Tian, you had better know what you're doing. Megatron's voice resonated with a note of caution. Xiang Tian nodded, acutely aware that his actions were fraught with peril. Yet he believed this was the sole path to end the war. He needed to strike a balance between Megatron and Optimus Prime, seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflict. As the battles on Earth intensified, the armies of Optimus Prime and Megatron clashed in every corner. Xiang Tian, shrouded in secrecy, observed the unfolding chaos, striving to uncover the key to ending the war. Ultimately, during a decisive confrontation, Xiang Tian seized an opportunity. With his wit and courage, he successfully orchestrated a face-to-face meeting between Optimus Prime and Megatron. Optimus Prime, Megatron, we must cease this senseless conflict, Xiang Tian's voice echoed across the battlefield. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron halted their actions, turning their gazes toward Xiang Tian. Standing between them, Xiang Tian's figure appeared resolutely steadfast amidst the flames of war. Xiang Tian, do you genuinely believe we can coexist peacefully? Megatron inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Xiang Tian nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. Megatron, Optimus Prime, I believe we can forge a common path. I am confident that together we can create a peaceful Cybertron. After a moment of silence, Optimus Prime and Megatron slowly lowered their weapons, acknowledging the truth in Xiang Tian's words. This war must come to an end. Through Xiang Tian's unwavering efforts, a difficult dialogue commenced between Optimus Prime and Megatron. They endeavored to discover a mutually acceptable solution, striving to chart a peaceful course for the future of Cybertron. Although the journey was rife with challenges and obstacles, Xiang Tian persevered, understanding that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly achieve a future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 23. Acceptance and misunderstanding. Upon Xiang Tian's return to the Nemesis, Megatron was engulfed by a tumult of complex emotions. He realized that his feelings for Xiang Tian had transcended mere friendship and respect. He yearned to possess Xiang Tian's heart entirely. In a private meeting, Megatron confessed his feelings to Xiang Tian. Faced with Megatron's declaration, Xiang Tian felt both astonished and conflicted. He was acutely aware that their emotional entanglement could introduce further uncertainty into the quest for Cybertron's peace. Yet he could not deny the special feelings he harbored for Megatron. After careful contemplation, Xiang Tian resolved to accept Megatron's confession, hoping that in doing so, he could better influence Megatron and guide him toward peace. However, this revelation swiftly reached Optimus Prime's ears. Overwhelmed by despair and betrayal, he struggled to comprehend why his kin would choose to ally with his adversary. His heart was consumed by anguish and jealousy, leading him to question whether he had betrayed Xiang Tian's expectations. One fateful night, Optimus Prime found himself alone in the studio, his mind engulfed in chaos and guilt. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations surged through him, overwhelming him with intense emotions, ultimately causing him to lose consciousness. In his dreams, he beheld the scene of Xiang Tian and Megatron fighting side by side, which deepened his torment. He realized that he could no longer endure this state. Action was imperative. Within his heart, Optimus Prime silently vowed that the next time he encountered Megatron, he would personally bring an end to Megatron's life. During Optimus Prime's unconsciousness, the Autobots fell into disarray. They were bewildered by the sudden loss of their leader and uncertain of how to proceed. Prowl and other Autobot members began to diligently seek methods of treatment, hoping to awaken Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, the bond between Megatron and Xiang Tian grew increasingly intimate. Megatron's protection and concern for Xiang Tian reached unprecedented heights, even leading him to contemplate abandoning some of his own plans solely for Xiang Tian's safety and happiness. Though Xiang Tian accepted Megatron's confession of love, a persistent voice within him reminded him not to forget his mission and responsibilities. He began to communicate secretly with Optimus Prime and other Autobots, searching for a peaceful resolution to the unfolding conflict. In a clandestine meeting with Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian confided his decision. Optimus, I know you may hate me for this, but I must do it. I hope to influence Megatron to bring an end to this war. Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Tian, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. Xiang Tian, do you truly believe this will be effective? Do you genuinely think Megatron will change because of you? Xiang Tian took a deep breath and replied slowly, Optimus, I do not know, but I'm willing to try. I am prepared to sacrifice everything for the peace of Cybertron. Optimus remained silent for a moment before responding. Xiang Tian, I understand your decision. However, I must also protect the Autobots and safeguard Cybertron. If Megatron does not abandon his pursuit of war, I will be compelled to take action. Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the seriousness in Optimus's words. He resolved to seek a balance between Megatron and Optimus Prime, hoping to avert a final confrontation. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian continued to work alongside Megatron, attempting to sway his decisions and reveal the possibility of peace. Simultaneously, he discreetly aided Optimus Prime and the Autobots, aspiring to discover a peaceful resolution to their dilemma. Xiang Tian's endeavors were fraught with peril and challenges, yet he persevered. He understood that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly embrace a future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 24. Sacrifice and Choice. Megatron stood upon the command deck of the Nemesis, gripping a dark energy core, his gaze resolute and merciless. He prepared to traverse the space bridge, intending to utilize the dark energy entity in his possession to resurrect the fallen soldiers of Cybertron, thereby augmenting his army and further expanding his dominion on Earth. Upon learning of Megatron's nefarious scheme, Optimus Prime recognized the immense threat it posed to both Cybertron and Earth. He resolved to lead the Autobots through the land bridge to the cosmos, aiming to thwart Megatron's reckless endeavor. In a tense confrontation, Megatron successfully hurled the dark energy entity into the space bridge. The Autobots understood that immediate action was imperative, lest the space bridge transform into an uncontrollable source of energy, wreaking havoc on everything in its vicinity. RC and the other Autobots swiftly maneuvered within the confines of the space bridge, successfully redirecting the valves to avert a catastrophic energy release. Under Optimus Prime's command, the Autobots managed to escape the space bridge. However, just before their departure, Optimus witnessed a heart-wrenching scene. Jetfire propelled Megatron from the impending explosion of the space bridge, sacrificing himself to absorb the blast. Megatron was thrust away by the shockwave of the explosion, and amidst the chaos, he glimpsed Jetfire's silhouette. He beheld Jetfire's selfless act in the final moments, choosing to sacrifice himself for his sake. A torrent of shock and grief surged within Megatron. He could not fathom why Jetfire repeatedly saved him. In the fiery aftermath of the explosion, Megatron saw Jetfire's unconscious form. An unprecedented emotion welled up within him, and he wept, bewildered by Jetfire's actions and the reasons behind such a sacrifice. With little time for contemplation, he rushed into the explosion's epicenter, cradling Jetfire's body and bringing him back to the Nemesis. He laid Jetfire upon the medical bay's treatment table, commanding Soundwave to do everything possible to save him. Jetfire, you cannot die. Megatron's voice trembled. You cannot leave me like this. Upon returning to the base, Optimus was engulfed by sorrow and guilt. He reflected on Jetfire's choice and struggled to comprehend why Jetfire had saved Megatron. A wave of jealousy and fury surged within him, prompting a vow to personally terminate Megatron upon their next encounter. On board the Nemesis, Megatron remained vigilantly by Jetfire's side, his gaze unwavering. He reminisced about the moments shared with Jetfire, recalling his laughter and warmth. A complex array of emotions flooded his heart, leading him to question his choices and beliefs. Jetfire, why did you do this? Megatron whispered, fully aware that Jetfire could not respond. In the days that followed, Megatron began to reevaluate his actions and convictions. He gradually recognized that Jetfire's sacrifice was not merely to save him, but also for the sake of peace on Cybertron and Earth. He contemplated whether there were alternative means to achieve his objectives without sacrificing innocent lives. Optimus Prime, too, engaged in self-reflection. He came to understand that his anger and jealousy had clouded his judgment. He began to ponder whether there were other ways to conclude the conflict, rather than resorting to violence and vengeance. In the hearts of the two leaders, the seeds of peace began to take root and flourish. They embarked on a quest for innovative methods, hoping to bring an end to the war and achieve harmony between Cybertron and Earth. The sacrifice of Skyfire became a pivotal moment, his actions resonating deeply with both Optimus Prime and Megatron, prompting them to re-evaluate their choices. Although Skyfire lay in a coma, his spirit and selflessness inspired everyone to strive for peace. Chapter 25. Old Acquaintances and New Allies. During Skyfire's unconscious state, the Autobot base welcomed a new member, Jolt, an old acquaintance of Ironhide and a member of the Thunder Rescue team, renowned for his exceptional technical skills and intellect. Jolt's presence infused the Autobots with renewed hope and strength. Simultaneously, on the Decepticon side, Shockwave and Starscream returned to the Nemesis, accompanied by two medical officers, Knockout and Breakdown. These two medics, celebrated for their advanced healing techniques on Cybertron, brought a glimmer of hope for Skyfire's recovery. Upon learning of Shockwave and Starscream's return, Optimus Prime inquired about Skyfire's condition. However, the duo's demeanor towards him was frosty. They deemed Optimus unworthy of being considered family to Skyfire and unfit to inquire about his well-being. In their eyes, Optimus's hesitation and indecision had led to Skyfire's plight, filling them with anger and disappointment. Confronted with their disdain, Optimus refrained from retorting, instead calmly imploring, "Please take me to see Cousin Skyfire. He is my only family. I simply wish to know his condition. I beg of you." A hint of desperation tinged his voice. Shockwave and Starscream exchanged glances, and after receiving Megatron's orders, they escorted Optimus to the emergency room aboard the Nemesis. There, Optimus beheld the unconscious Skyfire, his heart heavy with anguish and guilt. Standing by Skyfire's bedside, Optimus remained silent. Megatron observed the taciturn Optimus, unsure how to counsel him. Their relationship, momentarily softened by Skyfire's condition, was fraught with tension. Yet they both recognized that Skyfire's allegiance was crucial for the victory that would secure peace for Cybertron. In the days that followed, both Optimus and Megatron dedicated themselves to Skyfire's recovery. They began to set aside their animosities, jointly seeking peaceful resolutions to their conflicts. They understood that unity was essential to end the war and to ensure that Skyfire would awaken to a tranquil Cybertron. Meanwhile, Jolt at the Autobot base utilized his technical expertise to explore how Earth's resources could aid Cybertron. His innovations and wisdom provided the Autobots with new tactics and strategies, instilling in Optimus a sense of renewed hope. On the Nemesis, Knockout and Breakdown devoted themselves to Skyfire's treatment. Their medical prowess was unparalleled on Cybertron, and they endeavored through various methods, hoping to rouse Skyfire from his slumber. Each day, Megatron remained by Skyfire's side, his heart a tumult of emotions as he began to reflect on his actions and choices. The unconsciousness of Xiang Tian made him acutely aware that war brings only destruction and suffering. Optimus Prime, too, was reflecting upon his actions. He recognized that his hesitation and indecision had placed Xiang Tian in peril. He resolved that for Xiang Tian, for Cybertron, he must become more resolute and decisive. Within the hearts of both leaders, the seeds of peace began to take root and blossom. They embarked on a quest for new methods, hoping to end the conflict and realize harmony between Cybertron and Earth. Xiang Tian's coma became a pivotal moment. His actions profoundly touched the souls of Optimus Prime and Megatron, prompting them to reconsider their choices. Although Xiang Tian lay in a deep slumber, his spirit and sacrifice inspired all to strive for peace. Chapter 26. Fractures of Memory. Miraculously, Xiang Tian's injuries began to heal. Just as all mechanical beings believed he would never awaken, his eyes gradually opened, and light flickered anew within his optical sensors. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's awakening, Megatron was the first to rush to his bedside, his heart brimming with complex emotions. Standing beside Xiang Tian's bed, just as he was about to inquire about his condition, he heard Xiang Tian call him D16 in a bewildered tone. Megatron paused momentarily. Then a sly smile spread across his face. He realized that Xiang Tian had lost his memory, presenting him with an opportunity for Xiang Tian to completely forget Optimus Prime and remain solely loyal to him. D16? Xiang Tian's voice carried a hint of uncertainty as he gazed at Megatron, attempting to find familiarity in his gaze. Megatron nodded, his tone softened with warmth. "Yes, Xiang Tian. I am D16. Do you remember me?" Xiang Tian furrowed his brow. The name D16 resonated in his memory, yet the details remained shrouded in obscurity. I don't quite remember," he replied, his voice tinged with confusion. Megatron seated himself beside Xiang Tian's bed and began recounting their shared history, painting a picture of a world where only the two of them existed, a tale of their struggle for the future of Cybertron. He skillfully sidestepped any mention of Optimus Prime and the Autobots, ensuring that Xiang Tian remembered only the profound friendship between them. As Xiang Tian listened to Megatron's words, doubt filled his heart. Yet with each description, vague memories began to surface in his mind. He started to believe Megatron's narrative, convinced that he and D-16, the present Megatron, shared an inseparable bond. In the days that followed, Megatron remained constantly by Xiang Tian's side, guiding him through the Nemesis, showcasing his army and plans. He involved Xiang Tian in his operations, allowing him to feel his significance and worth. Under Megatron's guidance, Xiang Tian gradually adapted to this new life, beginning to forget the memories of the past, of Optimus Prime and the Autobots. His heart was now solely occupied by Megatron and their shared ambitions. Upon hearing the news of Xiang Tian's awakening, Optimus Prime was filled with both joy and apprehension. He yearned to visit Xiang Tian, yet was obstructed by Megatron's forces. Optimus Prime realized that Xiang Tian's memories might be compromised, and he needed to devise a way to help Xiang Tian regain his recollections of their kinship and camaraderie. Optimus and the Autobots began to strategize in secret, hoping to infiltrate the Nemesis and bring Xiang Tian back to the Autobots' base. They understood that this would be a formidable undertaking, yet they felt compelled to attempt it. One fateful night, Optimus led Jolt and several other Autobots, stealthily approaching the Nemesis. Utilizing Jolt's technical expertise, they successfully navigated past the Decepticons' defensive systems and infiltrated the ship. Upon finding Xiang Tian, Optimus was pained to see the absence of the familiar warmth and affection in his eyes, replaced instead by a sense of alienation and confusion. Xiang Tian, it is I, Optimus Prime. Do you remember me? Optimus's voice trembled with emotion. Xiang Tian gazed at Optimus, a fleeting, indistinct memory flickering in his mind, but he quickly shook his head. No, I do not remember you. I am a disciple of Megatron, and my loyalty lies solely with him, he declared resolutely. The anguish within Optimus surged. He could not accept Xiang Tian's transformation. He resolved that, come what may, he would restore Xiang Tian's memories and remind him of all they had shared. In the days that followed, Optimus and the Autobots relentlessly sought to connect with Xiang Tian, hoping to awaken his dormant memories. Meanwhile, Megatron fortified his protection of Xiang Tian, forbidding anyone from approaching him, determined to ensure that Xiang Tian would remain solely his. Though Xiang Tian's memories were fragmented, a flicker of concern for Optimus lingered deep within him. He began to feel lost and conflicted, uncertain of where his allegiances should lie or whom he ought to serve. Within Xiang Tian's heart, the seeds of peace still resided. He started to question his stance and sought his true memories. Cognizant that only by reclaiming his past could he discover his authentic self and make the right choices for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 27. Manipulation of memory in the intricately woven narrative spun by Megatron, Xiang Tian began to believe that his cousin, Orion, had been ensnared by Optimus Prime, transformed into a cold and ruthless ruler. His heart brimmed with anger and a sense of betrayal, vowing to make Optimus pay for his perceived transgressions. I cannot believe Orion has become this way. Xiang Tian's voice resonated with fury and anguish. Standing beside Xiang Tian, Megatron spoke with a tone of solace. Do not let your anger consume you, Xiang Tian. I will bring back the Orion we once knew. You do not have to bear this burden alone. As Xiang Tian looked at Megatron, a warmth blossomed within him, knowing that Megatron would support and assist him. Under Megatron's comforting presence, Xiang Tian's tumultuous emotions gradually subsided. Yet, once he succumbed to slumber, Megatron revealed an unusual smile. He comprehended that Xiang Tian had now developed animosity towards Optimus. As long as he could substantiate Optimus's crimes, Xiang Tian would undoubtedly remain forever loyal to him. Cradling the sleeping Xiang Tian, Megatron's gaze was soft yet complex. He understood that he must take action, that he must secure Xiang Tian's unwavering allegiance. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime once again arrived at the punishment, hoping to converse with Xiang Tian and awaken his dormant memories. Upon seeing the restored Xiang Tian, his heart swelled with joy. However, just as he was about to speak, Xiang Tian drew his sword and pointed it at him. Xiang Tian, it is I, Optimus Prime, came the trembling voice of Optimus. Yet in Xiang Tian's gaze, there was no hint of recognition, only coldness and hostility. I know you. You're the Optimus Prime who controls Orion. I will not allow you to succeed. Pain flooded Optimus's heart as he struggled to comprehend how Xiang Tian could have transformed into this. He sought to explain, to remind Xiang Tian of all they had shared. Xiang Tian, do you not remember us? We are family. We are comrades. Xiang Tian shook his head, his eyes resolute. No, you cannot deceive me. I know your true nature. Gazing at Xiang Tian, Optimus felt a profound sense of helplessness. He knew he must find a way to restore Xiang Tian's memories. He resolved, come what may, he would not abandon Xiang Tian. In the days that followed, Optimus and the Autobots began to secretly gather evidence, hoping to expose Megatron's lies and reveal the truth to Xiang Tian. They understood that this would be a daunting battle, yet they felt compelled to try. Megatron, too, was actively preparing. Aware that Optimus would not relent, he began to fortify his defenses and devise new offensive strategies. He was determined to ensure that Xiang Tian would remain forever by his side, to prevent Optimus from reaching him. In the hearts of both leaders, the flames of war reignited. They readied themselves for a new confrontation, fighting for Xiang Tian and the future of Cybertron. Under Megatron's control, Xiang Tian gradually lost both memory and judgment. His heart was filled solely with animosity towards Optimus and blind trust in Megatron. He became embroiled in Megatron's schemes, fighting for the Decepticons' goals. Yet, deep within Xiang Tian's soul, the seed of peace persisted. He began to feel lost and confused, uncertain of where his true allegiance lay or whom he ought to serve. In Xiang Tian's heart, the seed of peace remained. He began to question his stance, searching for his authentic memories. He realized that only by reclaiming his memories could he discover his true self and make the right choice for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 28. Choices and Betrayal. Optimus Prime and his Autobot team encountered Xiang Tian once more, this time armed with a meticulous plan, hoping to persuade him to return to the Autobot base. However, in the face of Optimus's entreaties, Xiang Tian's eyes were filled solely with profound hostility. His memories were saturated with the narratives instilled by Megatron, filled only with hatred for Optimus. Xiang Tian, you must come back with us. You have been deceived by Megatron. He has manipulated your memories. Optimus's voice bore an urgency. Xiang Tian gazed coldly at Optimus Prime, his voice unwavering. No, you are the deceiver. I am Megatron's mentor, and I shall always stand by his side. At that moment, Megatron appeared, standing beside Xiang Tian, locking eyes with Optimus Prime. Optimus, you have already lost. Xiang Tian will never betray me. Optimus looked at Megatron, his eyes brimming with anger and disappointment. What have you done, Megatron? How can you manipulate Xiang Tian's memories? Megatron revealed a sly smile. Optimus, you are far too naive. In this war, only the strong can survive. Why not join us? We were once a family. Optimus wished to reject Megatron's provocation. Yet when he turned to Xiang Tian, anguish filled his heart. He realized that without intervention, Xiang Tian would forever lose his identity. Ultimately, he relented, deciding to follow Megatron aboard the Nemesis, hoping to find an opportunity to restore Xiang Tian's memories. Megatron was aware of Optimus's intentions, but felt no concern. He was confident in his control over the situation, ensuring that no evidence would be left for Optimus to discover. As Optimus entered the Nemesis, Megatron abruptly launched an attack, rendering Optimus unconscious. Optimus, you underestimate me. When you awaken, you will merely be a warrior in my service. Megatron's voice dripped with disdain. Subsequently, Megatron employed his abilities to temporarily seal away the power of the Allspark within Optimus, reverting him back to Orion. Megatron gazed at the unconscious Orion, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He knew that by controlling Orion, he could dominate Optimus and, in turn, the entire Autobot faction. Upon the news of Optimus's imprisonment reaching the Autobot base, chaos ensued. The Autobots were at a loss, having lost their leader and direction. Joel and other Autobots began secretly devising a rescue mission, understanding that only by freeing Optimus could they reclaim hope. Under Megatron's manipulation, Xiang Tian continued to engage in Decepticon operations, his heart consumed by loyalty to Megatron and hatred for Optimus. However, on a fateful night, solitude prompted a sudden wave of doubt within him. He began to question his memories and the choices he had made. Deep within Xiang Tian's heart, the seed of peace remained. He felt lost and confused, uncertain of where his allegiance truly lay. He resolved to uncover the truth and reclaim his memories. Within the depths of Xiang Tian's being, he commenced a search for clues, seeking the truth hidden by Megatron. He understood that only by recovering his memories could he discover his true self and make the correct choices for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 29. The extraction of the Allspark. Upon awakening, Optimus discovered that he had lost the memories of his leadership, reverting once more to Orion. He felt disoriented and perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. At that moment, Xiang Tian and Megatron stood before him. Xiang Tian gazed at his familiar cousin, a deepening trust in Megatron swelling within him. Under Megatron's deception, Orion began to believe he truly was the enemy of the Autobots. The scales of victory seemed to tip ever more towards Megatron's grasp. He understood the magnitude of Optimus Prime's power and influence, fearing that the seal would not endure for long. In a bid to gain complete control over the situation, Megatron resolved to have Soundwave perform a perilous operation to extract the Energon from Orion's body. Soundwave, the technological expert among the Decepticons, felt the weight of the risk looming over this task, but complied with Megatron's orders nonetheless. The surgery took place in the clandestine laboratory aboard the Nemesis, with Megatron overseeing the entire procedure. After a tense operation, the Energon was successfully removed. Once the surgery concluded, Megatron surveyed the Energon in his hands, a cunning glimmer dancing in his eyes. A scheme to entice Bumblebee into willingly joining him began to form in his mind. Aware of Bumblebee's loyalty to Optimus Prime, he considered that if Bumblebee could witness Prime's fall from grace, it might sway his allegiance. Megatron approached Bumblebee, revealing the Energon and proclaiming that Optimus Prime had betrayed the Autobots, now aligning himself with the Decepticons. Bumblebee stared at the Energon, his heart flooded with shock and disbelief. This cannot be true. Optimus would never betray us. He trembled, his voice quaking with uncertainty. Megatron coldly retorted, "The evidence is before you, Bumblebee. Optimus Prime is no longer the leader you once knew. He is now our ally." A tempest of conflict and struggle surged within Bumblebee. He found himself at a loss. Resolute, he decided to confront Orion directly, in hopes of uncovering the truth. In the confines of the Nemesis's holding cell, Bumblebee encountered Orion. The spark of determination and wisdom that once shone in Orion's eyes had dimmed, replaced by confusion and uncertainty. "Orion, have you truly betrayed us?" Bumblebee's voice quivered with despair. Orion met Bumblebee's gaze, a hint of bewilderment lingering in his eyes. "I do not know. I cannot remember anything." A wave of profound emotion surged within Bumblebee. He vowed that, regardless of how Orion had changed, he would protect him and assist him in reclaiming his identity. In the days that followed, Bumblebee began to clandestinely aid Orion in restoring his memories. He leveraged his resources and connections to seek a means of breaking Megatron's seal. Concurrently, he maintained secret communications with the Autobots, hoping to rally reinforcements. After extracting the Energon, Megatron commenced plotting how to wield its formidable power. He recognized that the Energon's might could alter the tide of battle. Yet, he was acutely aware that should the Autobots discover the Energon was in his possession, they would stop at nothing to reclaim it. In his grand design, Megatron intended to utilize the Energon's potency to obliterate the Autobots' resistance entirely. He began deploying his forces across Cybertron and Earth, poised to launch the final assault. However, Megatron remained oblivious to the fact that after enduring so much, Orion began to question his own memories and judgments. He discreetly embarked on a quest for the truth, yearning to uncover the reality of his past. Deep within Orion's heart, the seed of peace still flourished. Yet, he found himself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, unsure of where his loyalties truly lay or to whom he should pledge his fidelity. He resolved to seek the truth and reclaim his memories. In the depths of his soul, Orion commenced his search for clues, pursuing the truths concealed by Megatron. He understood that only by rediscovering his memories could he unveil his true self and make the right choices for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 30. The Amnesiac Leader Aboard the Nemesis. Megatron stumbled upon coordinates documenting several relics of the Iron Fortress, artifacts of immense significance to the history and future of Cybertron. However, the decryption of these coordinates could only be accomplished by the Autobots, presenting Megatron with a unique opportunity. He resolved to enlist Orion for the decryption task. choosing to remain by his side daily to deepen Orion's dependency and trust in him. Under Megatron's meticulous care, Orion gradually became enamored with this nurturing work environment. He began to relish Megatron's company, savoring the feeling of being valued and cared for. Observing Orion's transformation, Megatron felt an immense joy. He believed they had finally rekindled their familial bond, and the warmth of this newfound family brought him satisfaction. "Orion, you're doing exceptionally well." Megatron's voice carried a touch of tenderness. "At last, we are together again. This time, I shall not allow you to stray from my side." Orion gazed at Megatron, his heart brimming with intricate emotions. He felt needed, cherished. Doubts about his past and memories began to surface, leading him to trust Megatron's words, convincing himself that he truly was an enemy of the Autobots. To prevent Bumblebee and others from awakening Orion's memories, Megatron decided to entrust the Allspark to Soundwave for safekeeping. Soundwave, the most cunning and valiant warrior among the Decepticons, commanded Megatron's utmost trust due to his intelligence and loyalty. Megatron recognized that only Soundwave could ensure the Allspark's safety and thwart any Autobot schemes. Soundwave accepted the Allspark, his gaze imbued with resolve. "Megatron, I will safeguard the Allspark, ensuring it does not fall into Autobot hands, nor will I permit them to approach Orion." Megatron nodded, filled with confidence in Soundwave's capabilities. "Then I leave it in your hands. I'm certain you will not let me down." In the days that followed, under Megatron's guidance, Orion commenced the decryption of the Iron Fortress relic coordinates. His technical knowledge and intellect enabled him to make swift progress. Megatron observed Orion's accomplishments with pride, considering him his most treasured asset. However, during the decryption process, Orion began to encounter information related to the Autobots. These revelations stirred a flicker of doubt within him. He began to question his own stance and sought to unearth his true memories. Could it be that Megatron had deceived him? How could that possibly be? Who am I, truly? One fateful night, Orion found himself alone in the laboratory, immersed in his work. Suddenly, fragmented and nebulous memories surged through his mind, leaving him in a state of perplexity. He began to scrutinize his past and the choices he had made. Orion resolved that he must uncover the truth. He must reclaim his memories. Thus, he embarked on a clandestine quest for clues, seeking the truth that Megatron had concealed. He understood that only by retrieving his memories could he find his authentic self and make the right decisions for the peace of Cybertron. Deep within Orion's heart, the seed of peace still lingered. He felt lost and bewildered, uncertain of which side he belonged to and whom he should remain loyal to. He resolved that he must discover the truth and reclaim his memories. Chapter 31. Bumblebee's loyalty. Upon receiving Megatron's invitation, Bumblebee was enveloped in a shroud of doubt and unease. He was unaware of the reasons behind Megatron's summons or the motives concealed within. Yet, driven by his quest for truth and concern for Orion, he resolved to confront Megatron alone aboard the Nemesis. When they met, the anticipated battle did not ensue. Megatron regarded Bumblebee with a calm demeanor, his voice tinged with a sense of nostalgia. "Bumblebee, we were never meant to be adversaries." Bumblebee fell into contemplation. He reflected upon the history he shared with Megatron, recalling their conflicts and battles. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles. He was uncertain of the trustworthiness of Megatron's words, and whether they could truly coexist in harmony. Observing Bumblebee's indecision, Megatron extended his hand. "Bumblebee, join us. Together, we shall forge a new Cybertron." After wrestling with his inner turmoil, Bumblebee clasped Megatron's hand. He resolved to grant himself a chance, to offer Megatron an opportunity. He sought to discover whether Megatron could genuinely usher in peace and enact change. Megatron was pleased with Bumblebee's decision. He realized that he had now fully seized the lifeblood of the Autobots. Bumblebee's allegiance signified a further expansion of his influence. To cultivate Bumblebee's trust, Megatron arranged for Orion to live alongside him during his working hours. In their shared moments, Bumblebee experienced the warmth of home. They engaged in discussions about technology, reminisced about the past, and envisioned the future together. In this nurturing environment, Bumblebee seemed to find what he truly desired. Gradually, Bumblebee's heart softened. He began to believe in Megatron's words, convinced that they could collaboratively create a new Cybertron. Ultimately, he resolved to pledge his loyalty to Megatron. "Megatron, I am willing to follow you in the pursuit of a new Cybertron, Bumblebee declared with unwavering conviction. Megatron nodded, his gaze reflecting satisfaction. Bumblebee, your choice is indeed commendable. Together, we shall stride towards glory. Yet, unbeknownst to Bumblebee, this decision would yield unforeseen repercussions for both him and the Autobots. Though his heart yearns for peace, it is equally laden with doubts regarding Megatron. He remains uncertain if his choice is truly the right one. As Bumblebee pledges his allegiance, chaos engulfs the Autobot base. They have lost Bumblebee, a pivotal ally. The disappearance of Optimus Prime, Orion, and Bumblebee's betrayal have significantly weakened the Autobot strength. Jolt and other Autobot members begin to clandestinely devise a rescue mission, hoping to locate Orion and awaken Bumblebee's memories. They are acutely aware that this will be a formidable battle, yet they must make the attempt. On the Nemesis, Megatron begins to exploit the powers of Bumblebee and Orion to further expand his dominion. He commences plotting new assault strategies, preparing to obliterate the Autobots' resistance completely. However, amidst all this, Starscream is plagued by uncertainty. He starts to question his memories and seeks to uncover his true past. He resolves to discover the truth and reclaim his memories. Within Starscream, the seed of peace persists. He finds himself engulfed in confusion and doubt. Uncertain of his allegiance and whom he should truly serve, he resolves to uncover the truth and restore his memories. Chapter 32, Revelations and Dreams and the Awakening of Memories. One night, Starscream once again encounters the legendary creator of Cybertron, Primus, in a dream. Confronting Primus, he poses a question. Why have you sought me? The figure of Primus appears shrouded in light, enigmatic and profound. He does not directly answer Starscream's inquiry, but instead imparts in a deep, resonant voice, "Stay true to your heart, and you shall find your path." Awakening from the dream, Starscream is filled with Primus's words. He shares this vision with Megatron, seeking clarity. Upon hearing this, Megatron seizes the opportunity to ensure that Starscream's heart wholly belongs to him. He weaves a deceit, convincing Starscream that following him is, in fact, his truest desire. Starscream, Primus's message is clear. Your heart has already chosen me, aligned with our shared ambitions. Megatron's voice carries a hint of seduction. Listening to Megatron's words, Starscream begins to waver, swayed into believing that his allegiance to Megatron is indeed his genuine choice. Meanwhile, Orion dreams of his mentor, Master Ironhide. In the dream, Ironhide appears kind and compassionate, gazing at his innocent pupil with a heart full of sorrow. He is reluctant to see Orion ensnared in the maelstrom of war once more. Yet he knows it is inevitable. Orion, your fate is already sealed. You must rise as a leader, guiding the Autobots towards peace. Ironhide's voice resonates with unwavering resolve. In a moment of uncertainty, Orion found himself enveloped in a dream, questioning his capacity to bear such monumental responsibilities. Observing Orion, Master Titanium resolved to restore the memories of leadership that Orion had lost. He could not permit Orion to dwell in regret and sorrow. Under Master Titanium's influence, Orion's memories began to resurface gradually. He recalled his duties as Optimus Prime and the vow he had made for the peace of Cybertron. His spirit swelled with determination and courage. Upon awakening, Orion's gaze radiated unwavering resolve. He understood the necessity of action, the imperative of reclaiming his true identity, and the obligation to guide the Autobots toward harmony. In the days that followed, Orion clandestinely re-established contact with the Autobots, devising an escape plan from the Nemesis. Aware of the arduous battle that lay ahead, he felt compelled to make the attempt. In response to Orion's transformation, Megatron's heart brimmed with vigilance. He resolved to intensify surveillance to thwart Orion's potential flight, unwilling to allow Orion to disrupt his schemes. Within the minds of these two leaders, the flames of war reignited as they prepared for a new conflict, determined to fight for the future of Cybertron. Under Megatron's influence, Starscream gradually lost his discernment. Consumed solely by loyalty to Megatron and animosity toward Optimus Prime. However, during a solitary night, a flicker of doubt surged within him. He began to question his memories and the choices he had made. Deep within Starscream's heart, the seeds of peace remained. He felt adrift and perplexed, uncertain of his allegiance and whom he should truly serve. He resolved to uncover the truth and reclaim his memories. In the depths of his being, Starscream embarked on a quest for clues, seeking the truths obscured by Megatron. He understood that only by recovering his memories could he discover his genuine self and make the right choices for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 33. The Return of Optimus Prime, standing before Megatron. Orion's eyes were filled with both determination and a plea. Megatron, I implore you to return the matrix of leadership to me. His voice carried a rare tremor of emotion. Gazing upon the despondent Orion, Megatron was inundated by a complex array of feelings. He recognized the significance of the matrix to Orion. It symbolized his power and responsibilities as Optimus Prime. With a heavy sigh, Megatron ultimately resolved to return the matrix to him. Take it, Orion, he said, a note of resignation in his tone. Orion accepted the matrix, his heart swelling with gratitude. Thank you, Megatron. As he turned to depart, Megatron called out to him just as he was about to exit the room. Stay safe, he said, laced with a hint of concern. Orion paused, not turning back, but merely nodding gently. In his heart, he understood that Megatron still hesitated to act against him. Yet if he were to reclaim his identity as Optimus Prime, Megatron would harbor no such reservations. As Orion was preparing to depart from the Nemesis, Xiang Tian found him. Xiang Tian gazed at Orion, his eyes brimming with confusion and concern. What has transpired, Orion? Why do you wish to leave? Orion remained silent for a moment, contemplating Xiang Tian's earnest expression before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. To Xiang Tian's astonishment, Orion's form began to transform, reverting to Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian, I have always been Optimus Prime. I can no longer deceive you, nor can I deceive myself. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Xiang Tian stared at Optimus Prime, his heart engulfed in shock and bewilderment. Why? Why would you do this? Optimus Prime sighed deeply, elucidating everything to Xiang Tian, including Megatron's deceit and the truth behind his memory loss. Xiang Tian, I must return to the Autobots. I must continue my mission. As Xiang Tian listened to Optimus Prime's words, a tumult of conflict and struggle surged within him. He began to question his memories, to doubt his choices, uncertain whether he should still follow Megatron. Under Optimus Prime's persuasion, Xiang Tian started to re-evaluate his stance. He resolved that he must seek the truth and reclaim his memories. With Optimus Prime leading the way, they began to depart from the Nemesis in secrecy, aware that the journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet feeling compelled to try. Upon learning of Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian's departure, Megatron was consumed by fury and disappointment. He realized he had been betrayed and knew he must take decisive action. Optimus, Xiang Tian, you cannot escape. Megatron's voice dripped with coldness. In the days that followed, Megatron intensified his forces, orchestrating new attack strategies. He aimed to obliterate the Autobots' resistance entirely, determined to make Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian pay dearly. However, behind the scenes, Bumblebee and other Autobot members began to clandestinely devise a rescue mission. They hoped to locate Optimus Prime and awaken Xiang Tian's memories. Aware that this would be a formidable battle, they felt it imperative to make the attempt. Within the hearts of both leaders, the flames of war ignited anew, as they prepared for the upcoming conflict to safeguard the future of Cybertron. Influenced by Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian gradually began to regain his memories, his heart swelling with determination and courage. He recognized that he must take action, reclaim his true identity, and lead the Autobots toward peace. Chapter 34. The restoration of memories upon Xiang Tian's return to the Autobots. Optimus Prime and Bumblebee prepared a collection of photographs to assist him in recovering his memories, each image capturing moments shared together. As Xiang Tian perused the nostalgic photographs, his memories began to crystallize. The laughter, the battles, the days spent together gradually resurfaced in his mind. Xiang Tian, these are our memories. Do you truly not remember any of this? Optimus Prime's voice trembled slightly. A flicker of anguish crossed Xiang Tian's eyes. His memories had returned. Yet his heart was ensnared in turmoil. He cherished the camaraderie shared with Optimus Prime and Bumblebee, but he could not relinquish his bond with Megatron. He understood that Megatron's current state was profoundly linked to his own abrupt departure. Optimus, Bumblebee, my memories have resurfaced. Yet, I cannot forsake Megatron. I bear the weight of responsibility for his transformation, Xiang Tian declared with unwavering resolve. Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Tian, his heart brimming with jealousy and confusion. Xiang Tian, we are family. Why does Megatron merit your protection time, and again, while I can only stand by and watch? Silence enveloped Xiang Tian. He found himself unable to respond to Optimus's poignant inquiry. Guilt consumed him, for he recognized that his actions had inflicted pain upon Optimus. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that he must return, confront Megatron, and seek a resolution to end the conflict. Despite the objections of Optimus and others, Xiang Tian resolved to return to Megatron's side. He understood the arduous path that lay ahead, but felt compelled to try. He reassured Optimus and Bumblebee that he would seek a peaceful resolution and bring an end to the war. As Optimus watched Xiang Tian's departing silhouette, his heart ached with sorrow and envy. He could not fathom why Xiang Tian consistently chose Megatron, nor why he could never seem to hold on to him. His heart was a battleground of struggle and contradiction, leaving him at a loss. Bumblebee stood beside Optimus, his gaze imbued with determination. Optimus, we must have faith in Xiang Tian. He has his choices, his own path. Optimus nodded, acknowledging that, despite his inner turmoil, Bumblebee's words rang true. They had to trust Xiang Tian and support his decision. Upon returning to Megatron's side, Xiang Tian was met with a glimmer of surprise in Megatron's eyes. Xiang Tian, you have returned? Your memories are restored? Xiang Tian nodded, meeting Megatron's gaze. Megatron, I have come back. However, I implore you to cease this war. I hope we can discover a peaceful resolution. After a moment of silence, Megatron responded slowly. Xiang Tian, you know this is impossible. The war has begun. There is no turning back. Heartache surged within Xiang Tian, acknowledging the truth in Megatron's words. Yet, he also recognized that he must exert every effort to halt the impending conflict. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian endeavored to mediate between Megatron and Optimus. He sought a solution acceptable to both parties, striving to carve a peaceful path for the future of Cybertron. Though the journey was fraught with challenges and hardships, Xiang Tian remained undeterred. He knew that only through peaceful means could Cybertron achieve a true future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 35. The birth of Dark Skyfall. After Xiang Tian's departure, Optimus Prime's inner world became increasingly tumultuous. Each night, he found sleep elusive, his heart ablaze with jealousy and murderous intent towards Megatron, a relentless fire that refused to be quelled. His heart brimmed with an insatiable desire for power, yearning to vanquish Megatron once and for all, and to bring Skyfire back to his side. At that moment, the Cosmic Emperor, the arch-nemesis of the primordial Celestial, approached Optimus Prime. This legendary malevolent entity, with his formidable strength and wicked will, sowed chaos and destruction throughout the cosmos. He perceived the anguish and turmoil within Optimus, recognizing his fervent thirst for power. Optimus Prime, your heart is rife with pain and fury. I can bestow upon you strength, the power to control all, echoed the voice of the Cosmic Emperor within Optimus's mind. Under the Emperor's seductive influence, Optimus gradually succumbed to the loss of his true self, driven by an insatiable craving for dominion. Ultimately, under the sway of the Cosmic Emperor, he transformed into Darkfall, an entity imbued with sinister power. Darkfall possessed a unique ability that compelled others to obey his commands unconditionally. His eyes gleamed with malevolent light, and his voice was laced with irresistible authority. Bumblebee and the other Autobots, under the thrall of Darkfall's might, gradually lost their identities, morphing into his instruments and becoming loyal followers of the Cosmic Emperor. You shall all submit to me, to the Cosmic Emperor, Darkfall proclaimed coldly. Yes, Lord Darkfall, we shall forever follow you and serve the Cosmic Emperor, declared Skyfire, with others quickly echoing his sentiments. Under Darkfall's command, Bumblebee and the other Autobots initiated relentless warfare, their eyes devoid of the former light of justice, replaced solely by absolute submission to Darkfall. Upon learning of Optimus's transformation into Darkfall, Skyfire was engulfed by shock and despair. He could hardly believe that his cousin, his friend, had devolved into such a being. Optimus, how could you have changed so? Skyfire's voice trembled with emotion. Darkfall regarded Skyfire with no trace of recognition, only cold indifference and command. Skyfire, you too shall submit to me, to the Cosmic Emperor. A fierce resolve surged within Skyfire. He could not allow Optimus to continue down this dark path, nor could he permit Cybertron to descend into further calamity. No, I will not submit to you, nor to the Cosmic Emperor, Skyfire declared with unwavering conviction. In the days that followed, Skyfire secretly sought ways to awaken Optimus as consciousness, hoping to liberate him from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp. He understood this would be a formidable battle, yet he felt compelled to try. Meanwhile, Upon learning of Darkfall's emergence, Megatron was also filled with trepidation. He recognized that Darkfall's powers posed a significant threat to Cybertron. He began to gather his forces, preparing to confront Darkfall's invasion. The flames of war reignited in the hearts of both leaders as they readied themselves for a new conflict, determined to fight for the future of Cybertron. With Megatron's assistance, Skyfire commenced his quest to unearth methods to combat Darkfall. They knew that only through unwavering unity could they stand against the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious forces. Chapter 36. The inner struggle and surrender. Optimus Prime's consciousness was imprisoned within the depths of his own mind. Confined in a cage where he could perceive all that transpired in the outside world, yet could neither influence nor alter it. He watched as his body fell under the control of Unicron, witnessing his former friends and companions being engulfed by the maelstrom of war. His heart laden with anguish and turmoil. In that solitary space, Optimus incessantly sought to break free from his bindings, yearning to reclaim his body and bring an end to the catastrophe he had inadvertently unleashed. His will was akin to a sharpened blade, relentlessly striking against the bars of his confinement. At that moment, Unicron manifested deep within his psyche. Before him stood a figure identical to himself, the shadow of his former self, lost in contemplation. The voice of Unicron echoed within Optimus's consciousness. Optimus Prime, why do you continue to resist? The power of the Cosmic Emperor is boundless. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance, all that you desire shall be yours. A surge of yearning for power and glory welled up within Optimus, amplified by Unicron's seductive words. Doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his choices and beliefs. The conflict within him intensified as he grappled with his steadfast commitment to peace and justice, juxtaposed against his yearning for power and dominion. Unicron continued, "Behold, the power you currently possess can easily conquer all. Why cling to those futile ideals? Join us, and together we shall rule this universe." Under the allure of Unicron's temptation, Optimus's resolve began to waver. He recalled his responsibilities as a leader and the promises he made to Cybertron. Yet, with each of Unicron's insidious whispers, his inner fortitude gradually crumbled. Ultimately, ensnared by his craving for power and pursuit of glory, Optimus bowed to the Cosmic Emperor. "I am willing to pledge my allegiance." His voice resonated deep within, marking a pivotal moment as his consciousness succumbed entirely to Unicron's will. From that point forth, Optimus was irrevocably transformed into Unicron, his essence consumed by darkness, and his form became the unwavering executor of the Cosmic Emperor's commands. Unicron's power grew ever more formidable, his decrees beyond resistance. Upon learning of Optimus's complete metamorphosis into Unicron, Skyfire was overwhelmed by despair. He found it unbearable to accept that his friend had become his adversary. Yet, he recognized the imperative to act, to discover a means to terminate this calamity. "Optimus, you cannot continue down this path," Skyfire asserted with a hint of determination. Unicron regarded Skyfire with cold indifference, devoid of any emotion. "Skyfire, you're too late. Optimus no longer exists. Only Unicron remains." A fierce resolve surged within Skyfire. He could not permit Optimus to vanish thus, nor could he allow Cybertron to descend into further devastation. He embarked on a clandestine quest, seeking ways to awaken Optimus's consciousness and liberate him from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp. In the days that followed, Skyfire and Megatron began to collaborate in secret, recognizing that only through unity could they hope to confront the malevolent forces of the Cosmic Emperor. They commenced their quest to uncover the vulnerabilities of the Cosmic Emperor, formulating a plan aimed at liberating the consciousness of Optimus Prime. Despite the myriad challenges and adversities they faced, Skywing and Megatron remained resolute. They understood that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly usher in an era of tranquility and prosperity. Chapter 37. Infiltrating enemy lines. In the midst of his confrontation with Darkstar, Skywing made an unexpected request. He wished to meet the Cosmic Emperor in person. Although taken aback, Darkstar, upon receiving the Cosmic Emperor's directive, escorted Skywing to an expansive plane, a domain steeped in dark energy. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Skywing's presence with keen interest, aware that Skywing was the last disciple of the primordial celestial master, a being imbued with immense potential. He sensed that Skywing's memories were not yet fully restored, presenting him with an opportunity to exploit Skywing for the expansion of his own dominion. "Skywing, Why do you seek an audience with me? The voice of the Cosmic Emperor thundered across the plain. Skywing met his gaze unwaveringly, his voice firm yet composed. Cosmic Emperor, I am cognizant of your power and your ambitions. Yet, I implore you to grant me an opportunity, a chance for collaboration. A flicker of surprise crossed the Cosmic Emperor's eyes. He had not anticipated such a proposition. Seizing the moment, he sought to forge an agreement with Skywing. Skywing, I can bestow upon you power, grant you all that you desire. In return, you must pledge your loyalty to me, to the Cosmic Emperor. His tone was laced with temptation. Skywing fell into contemplation for a moment before responding. I accept your proposition, but I have my own stipulations. I shall not harm innocent civilians. They pose no threat in this conflict. The Cosmic Emperor scoffed, indifferent to the fate of the innocents. Those civilians are of no consequence to me. I can acquiesce to your terms. Skywing nodded, acutely aware of the perilous nature of this game, yet he felt compelled to act. He required the Cosmic Emperor's power to discover a means to awaken Optimus Prime's consciousness. The Cosmic Emperor extended his hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy. Skywing, embrace my power and become my loyal servant. Drawing a deep breath, Skywing accepted the dark energy and absorbed it fully. His form began to transform. Taking on a deep crimson hue, his strength amplified beyond measure. I, Skywing, pledge my allegiance to the Cosmic Emperor. His voice resonated across the plain. Was Skywing truly ensnared in control, or had he chosen to ally with the Cosmic Emperor for the sake of awakening Optimus Prime? Only Skywing held the answer to this conundrum. His heart was a tempest of conflict and struggle. Yet he recognized the necessity of action. He must seek a resolution to the war. Standing aside, Darkstar observed with a gaze imbued with complexity. He could sense the transformation within Skywing, the surge of power emanating from him. He was unaware of Xiang Tian's true intentions. Yet he comprehended that Xiang Tian's involvement would significantly alter the course of the war. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian began to follow the commands of the Cosmic Emperor, participating in his schemes, all the while harboring a singular ambition: to awaken Optimus Prime's consciousness and bring this conflict to a close. Within the realm of the Cosmic Emperor's influence, Xiang Tian secretly sought opportunities, devising a plan aimed at liberating Optimus Prime's awareness. He recognized that this would be a formidable struggle, but he felt compelled to make the attempt. The seed of peace still resided in Xiang Tian's heart. He found himself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty, unsure of his true allegiance and whom he should remain loyal to. He resolved to uncover the truth and reclaim the memories of his former self. Chapter 38. Jealousy and awakening. While collaborating with the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian did not sever ties with Megatron and others. He communicated with them covertly, hoping to discover a means to awaken Optimus Prime's consciousness. However, this was soon discovered by Dark Celestial. Dark Celestial, an entity transformed from Optimus Prime, experienced an unprecedented emotion: jealousy. Observing Xiang Tian, a complex light flickered in his eyes. He sensed Xiang Tian's yearning for family and his concern for Optimus Prime. This sentiment stirred something deep within Dark Celestial, an echo of Optimus Prime's own consciousness, the suppressed and forgotten self. Xiang Tian noticed the anomaly in Dark Celestial. He recognized the flicker of longing in his eyes, a desire for family and memories of the past. Xiang Tian resolved to take action, offering meticulous care to Dark Celestial in both work and life, striving to provide warmth and compassion. Dark Celestial, you do not have to bear this burden alone. Xiang Tian's voice carried a gentle tone. Dark Celestial gazed at Xiang Tian, a tumult of emotions surging within him. He could feel Xiang Tian's sincerity and concern, which began to sway his heart, prompting him to question his choices and contemplate the significance of his existence. Under Xiang Tian's nurturing, the consciousness of Optimus Prime within Dark Celestial gradually began to awaken. Memories of past days flooded back to him, recollections of battles fought alongside Xiang Tian, Bumblebee, and the Autobots. His heart was filled with anguish and turmoil as he grappled with his dual identity. Xiang Tian, Dark Celestial's voice trembled. Xiang Tian grasped Dark Celestial's hand firmly, his eyes brimming with resolve. Dark Celestial, I understand the struggle within you, but I believe that Optimus Prime's consciousness still lingers, waiting for its moment to awaken. A surge of intense emotion welled up in Dark Celestial, compelling him to resist the Cosmic Emperor's control and seek his true self. His spark glimmered with light. Embodying Optimus Prime's will, and the yearning for peace and justice. In the days to come, Dark Celestial began to work clandestinely with Xiang Tian, together pursuing a method to awaken Optimus Prime's consciousness. They understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet they felt compelled to make an attempt. The actions of Xiang Tian and Tianyun captured the attention of the Cosmic Emperor. Sensing the transformation within Tianyun, the Cosmic Emperor resolved to intervene and thwart the awakening of Optimus Prime's consciousness. Tianyun, you are my servant, betrayal is not an option, echoed the Cosmic Emperor's voice within Tianyun's heart. Confronted with the Cosmic Emperor's command, Tianyun was engulfed in turmoil. He recognized the necessity of making a choice, a decision that would shape his destiny. After a fierce internal struggle, Tianyun ultimately resolved to align himself with Optimus Prime, embracing peace and justice. His form began to metamorphose, the dark crimson gradually fading, replaced by the familiar hues of blue and red. Cosmic Emperor, I am no longer your servant. I am Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots. Resonated Optimus Prime's voice across the battlefield. His awakening brought forth a renewed hope for Cybertron. He commenced leading the Autobots in their valiant stand against the malevolent forces of the Cosmic Emperor. Aware of the arduous journey ahead, he understood that they had to try. Xiang Tian stood alongside Optimus Prime, his heart brimming with solace. He recognized that the awakening of Optimus Prime signified a shift in the tides of war. They must unite and fight for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 39. The Birth of the Fallen. After the Cosmic Emperor's plans crumbled, he did not relinquish his grip on Cybertron. Disguised as an alluring sage, he stealthily approached Optimus Prime's aide, Tian Xiao. The Cosmic Emperor was privy to Tian Xiao's deepest desires for power and glory. Capitalizing on this knowledge, he began to tempt Tian Xiao. Each day, the Cosmic Emperor engaged Tian Xiao in conversation filled with seductive rhetoric, extolling the virtues of power and the allure of glory. Gradually, Tian Xiao's trust in this sage deepened, and they forged a bond akin to brotherhood, with Tian Xiao increasingly reliant on the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor's influence over Tian Xiao grew stronger, as he incessantly sowed seeds of desire for power and aspirations for control within Tian Xiao's heart. Ultimately, Tian Xiao succumbed entirely to the Cosmic Emperor's manipulation, renaming himself the Fallen and having completely forsaken the Autobots' ideals. Standing beside the Cosmic Emperor, the light of righteousness and justice had vanished from his gaze, replaced solely by unwavering obedience. His form transformed into something dark and formidable, his power now under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor. Upon learning of Tian Xiao's transformation, Optimus Prime was overcome with anguish and confusion. He could scarcely believe that his aide, his friend, had metamorphosed into this. Tian Xiao, how could you become a Fallen? Optimus Prime's voice trembled with emotion. The Fallen coldly regarded Optimus Prime, devoid of any sentiment in his eyes. Optimus Prime, you are too naive. Power and glory are the true truths of this world. The Cosmic Emperor has granted me everything I ever desired. Optimus Prime was engulfed in turmoil, uncertain of how to confront the Fallen One, and how to rekindle the justice that resided within his heart. Yet, he understood that action was imperative. He must devise a means to terminate this calamity. Beside him stood Skyfire, whose eyes glimmered with resolve. Optimus, he declared, we cannot forsake the hope of awakening him. We must discover a way to rouse his consciousness. Optimus nodded, acknowledging the veracity of Skyfire's words. Thus, they commenced a clandestine search for a method to awaken the Fallen One's awareness, aspiring to liberate him from the grasp of the Cosmic Emperor. In the ensuing days, Optimus and Skyfire orchestrated a plan aimed at liberating the consciousness of the Fallen One. They were acutely aware that this endeavor would be fraught with challenges, yet they felt compelled to make the attempt. Following the Cosmic Emperor's successful subjugation of the Fallen One, his power surged. He began to wield the Fallen One against Optimus and the Autobots, intent on utterly annihilating their resistance. However, unbeknownst to all, the Fallen One harbored a flicker of doubt within. Despite his hardened exterior, deep within him lingered a yearning for the past and a desire for justice. He began to question his choices and ponder his purpose. After a fierce internal struggle, a gradual awakening stirred within the Fallen One. He initiated a rebellion against the Cosmic Emperor's control, seeking to rediscover his true self. A spark of light flickered within him, embodying the will of hope. a fervent aspiration for peace and justice. Upon learning of the Fallen One's transformation, Optimus and Skyfire resolved to act. They began to engage with the Fallen One in secret, hoping to awaken the sense of justice within him and to reintegrate him into the ranks of the Autobots. Despite the myriad of challenges and obstacles they faced, Optimus and Skyfire remained undeterred. They understood that only through peaceful means could Cybertron truly embrace a future of harmony and prosperity. Chapter 40. The conflict within the palace. After aligning himself with the Cosmic Emperor, the Fallen One utilized his technological prowess to construct a magnificent palace for the Emperor. This palace served not only as the Emperor's residence, but also as a sanctuary for his followers. The Fallen One's influence rapidly expanded, as throngs of devotees were drawn to his charisma and might, believing that allegiance to him would bestow upon them strength and glory. Upon learning of the Fallen One's actions, Optimus decided to personally visit the palace, hoping to awaken the spirit of hope within him. Aware of the perilous nature of this mission, he could not remain passive. Though he recognized that even he was not entirely immune to the Cosmic Emperor's allure, he resolved to make the attempt. As Optimus arrived at the palace, he was taken aback to witness Megatron engaged in an intense battle with the Fallen One. Without hesitation, he interposed himself to thwart Megatron's assault. "Megatron, cease your attack." Optimus's voice resonated with unwavering determination. Megatron glared at Optimus, his eyes ablaze with fury and disappointment. "Optimus, you dare to obstruct me? You have betrayed our shared faith." Optimus Prime sought to elucidate his true intentions to Megatron, hoping to persuade him to cease hostilities. Yet at that very moment, his body inexplicably fell under a malevolent control, launching an attack against Megatron. "No, Megatron, I did not intend for this." Optimus's voice betrayed a hint of panic. Nearby, the dark entity observed the scene with a flicker of satisfaction. "Optimus, you have performed admirably. The Cosmic Emperor shall fulfill your desires, granting you dominion over Cybertron." Confusion engulfed Optimus. He could not fathom why his body had betrayed him. He yearned to explain, yet Megatron, enraged, departed the palace. "Megatron, wait. Hear me out." Optimus attempted to pursue, but once again, his movements were thwarted by the Cosmic Emperor's overwhelming power. The dark entity approached Optimus, his voice laced with temptation. "Optimus, relinquish your defiance. The Cosmic Emperor's power is boundless. Escape is futile." Struggling within, Optimus understood he must devise a means to break free from the Cosmic Emperor's grasp. To awaken the consciousness of the Allspark, he clandestinely began his quest for clues, seeking the truth obscured by the Cosmic Emperor. In the days that followed, Optimus and Jetfire covertly collaborated, aspiring to discover a method to revive the Allspark's essence. They recognized the arduous challenge ahead, yet felt compelled to attempt it. Upon learning of Optimus's plight, Jetfire's heart swelled with concern. He acknowledged Optimus's unwavering spirit, yet the Cosmic Emperor's might loomed too formidable. Determined to act, he resolved to aid Optimus in reclaiming his freedom. "Optimus, we must uncover a way to awaken the Allspark's consciousness." Jetfire's voice resonated with resolve. Optimus nodded, recognizing the truth in Jetfire's words. They commenced devising a plan to liberate the Allspark's essence, fully aware of the formidable battle that lay ahead, yet resolved to persevere. Within the hearts of the two leaders, the flames of war ignited anew. They prepared for a fresh confrontation, committed to fighting for the future of Cybertron. As Jetfire and Optimus navigated the shadows of the Cosmic Emperor's influence, they sought opportunities to orchestrate a campaign aimed at liberating the Allspark's consciousness. They understood the challenges that awaited them, yet their resolve remained steadfast. Chapter 41. The fallen leader Optimus Prime found himself confined under the soft imprisonment of the dark entity in a cozy chamber meticulously arranged for comfort. His daily existence carefully orchestrated. Several female Cybertronians tended to his needs, sharing his bed and enveloping him with tender care. At first glance, this existence appeared to be a luxury, yet it was in truth a mental ensnarement designed to coax Optimus into relinquishing his resistance. Lured into a life of adulation and affection. As time wore on, the gravitas within Optimus gradually softened. He began to relish this new reality. Basking in the warmth of attention and affection, his spirit slowly succumbed, leading him to believe that this existence was indeed what he had always desired. Under the insidious influence of the fallen, Optimus Prime ultimately relinquished the energon within him to the Fallen. He reassured himself that he had resisted for far too long and that it was time to ease his troubled mind. His heart had been corroded by the Fallen's sweet words, leading him to question his beliefs and his mission. When Skyfire discovered Optimus, he beheld a completely transformed figure. The steadfastness and righteousness that once shone in Optimus' eyes had been replaced by confusion and despair. The Fallen commanded Optimus to expel Skyfire, to which Optimus acquiesced with a nod. He now perceived Skyfire as a disruptor of his newfound life, and each of his attacks was fueled by fury. Skyfire, leave this place. You do not belong here. Optimus' voice bore a tinge of indifference. Skyfire gazed at Optimus, his heart heavy with anguish and bewilderment. He could scarcely believe that Optimus had succumbed to such a fate. He endeavored to persuade Optimus, hoping to rekindle his awareness. Optimus, you cannot continue like this. You must return to us. We must end this war. Skyfire's voice trembled with urgency. Yet Optimus disregarded his words. His body, under the Fallen's control, launched an assault against Skyfire. Recognizing that he stood no chance against Optimus alone, Skyfire resolved to withdraw temporarily, seeking alternative means to awaken Optimus. In the days that followed, Skyfire began to covertly search for clues, seeking the truth hidden by the Fallen. He understood that only by uncovering the truth could he hope to revive Optimus' consciousness and bring an end to the conflict. Skyfire and Megatron commenced a clandestine alliance, aspiring to discover a method to awaken Optimus' awareness. They acknowledged the arduous battle that lay ahead, yet felt compelled to act. Upon learning of Optimus' plight, Megatron was consumed by wrath. He could not accept that Optimus had fallen under the Fallen's dominion. He resolved to take action to free Optimus from his chains. Skyfire, we must find a way to awaken Optimus' consciousness. Megatron's voice resonated with determination. Skyfire nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Megatron's words. They began to strategize an operation aimed at liberating Optimus' mind. They were acutely aware of the formidable challenges to come, yet they felt an unwavering resolve to try. In the hearts of these two leaders, the flames of war ignited anew. They prepared for a fresh confrontation, ready to fight for the future of Cybertron. Skyfire and Megatron, amidst the Fallen's forces, clandestinely sought opportunities, plotting an initiative to liberate Optimus' consciousness. They understood that this endeavor would be fraught with hardship, yet they remained resolute in their pursuit. Chapter 42. Awakening and Control. The Cosmic Emperor surveyed his palace, his gaze eventually settling upon Optimus Prime, who was preparing to rest. Optimus sensed the weight of the Cosmic Emperor's scrutiny, instantly dropping to his knees, filled with dread at the thought of incurring the Emperor's displeasure and losing his current existence. Cosmic Emperor, Optimus' voice quivered with trepidation. The Cosmic Emperor approached Optimus Prime, satisfaction lacing his voice. Optimus Prime, you have performed admirably. You have completely surrendered to me, and this is the reward you deserve. A tumult of complex emotions surged within Optimus Prime. He recognized that he had become a mere puppet of the Cosmic Emperor. Yet he could not resist the allure of this controlled existence. His heart still harbored an attachment to Starsky, but he feared losing everything he currently possessed. The Cosmic Emperor was aware of the inner turmoil plaguing Optimus Prime, and he resolved to exploit this vulnerability. One fateful night, he extended an invitation to Starsky for a meeting. Upon receiving the invitation, Starsky decided to attend alone, unwilling to embroil Megatron in this perilous encounter. Starsky, I shall accompany you, Megatron declared with unwavering determination. Starsky turned, his gaze cold and detached. Megatron, you are but a frail being in need of my protection. Your presence is unnecessary. A wave of guilt and anguish washed over Megatron as he recognized his insignificance before Starsky. Yet, how could he allow his mentor to face this battle alone? Thus, he resolved to follow Starsky regardless. As they journeyed toward the Cosmic Emperor's palace, the dark energy within Megatron suddenly sensed the call of the Cosmic Emperor. His form began to transform, as the Emperor's essence seized control of his being. Megatron, you have finally arrived. The Cosmic Emperor's voice emanated from Megatron's lips, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Starsky gazed at the Megatron, now under the Emperor's dominion. Filled with shock and fury, he understood that this confrontation would prove more arduous than any prior encounter. Cosmic Emperor, release Megatron. Starsky's voice resonated with determination. The Cosmic Emperor scoffed, unleashing a torrent of formidable energy. Star Sky, you are woefully naive. This world belongs to the strong. The weak are destined to be subjugated. A flicker of resolve ignited in Star Sky's eyes. He knew he must act and find a means to awaken the consciousness of both Optimus Prime and Megatron. He commenced a fierce battle against the Cosmic Emperor's manifestation, his body emanating potent energy amid the conflict. At the opposite end of the palace, Optimus Prime felt the tremors of battle, a surge of powerful emotions rising within him. He began to question his choices, contemplating the significance of his existence. I cannot continue this way. I must reclaim my true self, Optimus Prime declared with resolve. He commenced resisting the Cosmic Emperor's control, his body radiating formidable energy. His attachment to Star Sky became the very force that fueled his defiance against the Cosmic Emperor. In the midst of the palace battle, Star Sky and the Cosmic Emperor's manifestation engaged in a fierce duel. Star Sky sustained grave injuries during the clash, yet his spirit remained unyielding. He understood that surrender was not an option. Star Sky, you cannot withstand the power of the Cosmic Emperor. The Emperor's voice dripped with disdain. Star Sky retorted coolly, Cosmic Emperor, though your strength is formidable, your heart is hollow. You shall never comprehend the essence of true power. A flicker of anger coursed through the Cosmic Emperor's gaze as he exuded a more formidable energy. Yet at that moment, Optimus Prime emerged, radiating immense strength and successfully repelling the Cosmic Emperor's avatar. Optimus Prime, exclaimed Xiang Tian, his voice laced with surprise. Optimus Prime turned to Xiang Tian, his eyes brimming with resolve. Xiang Tian, I have returned. Together, we shall bring an end to this war. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that Optimus Prime's awakening signified a pivotal shift in the tides of battle. They must unite to fight for the future of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian commenced strategizing an operation aimed at liberating Megatron's consciousness. They understood the arduous nature of this endeavor, yet they deemed it essential to attempt. Within the grasp of the Cosmic Emperor's forces, Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian discreetly sought opportunities, plotting their course toward freeing Megatron's essence. They recognized the formidable challenges ahead, yet felt compelled to persevere. Chapter 43. Megatron's rebellion. In his confrontation with Megatron, the Cosmic Emperor detected an extraordinary force that astonished him. Upon further investigation, he uncovered the presence of the primordial celestial's power within Megatron. This energy was both pure and potent, safeguarding Megatron from the Cosmic Emperor's total control. The Cosmic Emperor realized that Xiang Tian was undoubtedly behind this. While he could not directly dominate Megatron, he resolved to employ an alternative strategy. He decided to exploit Megatron's profound feelings for Xiang Tian, conjuring an illusion designed to ensnare Megatron deeper and deeper until he ultimately renounced any hope for Xiang Tian. Within the illusion, Megatron endured a series of meticulously orchestrated events that led him to believe Xiang Tian had betrayed and abandoned him. Each iteration of the illusion inflicted profound anguish and disappointment upon Megatron, sowing seeds of doubt regarding Xiang Tian's loyalty and friendship. Xiang Tian, do you truly deserve my trust? Megatron murmured within the illusion, his eyes reflecting confusion and torment. The Cosmic Emperor observed Megatron's reactions from the shadows, satisfied by the emotional turmoil he witnessed. He understood that as long as he continued to amplify the illusion's effects, Megatron would ultimately relinquish his trust and dependence on Xiang Tian. However, the strength within Megatron's heart surpassed the Cosmic Emperor's expectations. Despite the anguish wrought by the illusion, a lingering trust in Xiang Tian and a steadfast commitment to justice resided deep within him. He began to question the authenticity of the illusion and sought a means of escape. This cannot be real. Xiang Tian would not betray me, Megatron affirmed with conviction. Amidst the torment of the illusion, Megatron's will grew increasingly resolute. He began to resist the Cosmic Emperor's control, searching for a path back to reality. His heart swelled with longing for Xiang Tian and a fervent desire for freedom. Simultaneously, Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime were diligently seeking a way to rescue Megatron. Aware of the Cosmic Emperor's hold over him, they knew swift action was imperative. We must locate Megatron and awaken his consciousness, exclaimed Starscream, his voice tinged with urgency. Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in Starscream's words. They commenced planning a mission aimed at rescuing Megatron, fully aware that it would be an arduous battle. Yet they felt compelled to attempt it. Within the palace of the Emperor of the Universe, Optimus Prime and Starscream engaged in a fierce confrontation. They faced the Emperor's avatars and countless followers, yet their resolve remained unyielding. They understood the necessity of liberating Megatron. As the battle raged on, Optimus Prime and Starscream gradually approached the location where Megatron was imprisoned. They beheld him ensnared in a phantasmagoria, unable to escape. "Hang in there, Megatron. We are here to rescue you." Starscream's voice resonated with determination. Upon hearing Starscream's call, a surge of profound emotion welled up within Megatron. He began to resist the illusions more vigorously, seeking a path back to reality. With the assistance of Optimus Prime and Starscream, Megatron ultimately shattered the bonds of the illusion and returned to the tangible world, his gaze brimming with resolve and determination. "Starscream, Optimus Prime, I will not falter. Together, we shall bring this war to an end," Megatron declared with unwavering conviction. Starscream and Optimus Prime nodded in agreement, recognizing that Megatron's awakening signified a pivotal shift in the tides of war. They understood the necessity of united action to fight for the future of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime, Starscream, and Megatron began strategizing a campaign aimed at vanquishing the Emperor of the Universe once and for all. They were acutely aware of the challenges that lay ahead, yet they felt compelled to proceed. Chapter 44. The Awakening of the Guardian. During the fierce battle against the Emperor of the Universe, Starscream suddenly erupted with formidable power. His form was enveloped in a radiant light, and his memories and strength surged back like a tidal wave. He reclaimed the essence of his identity as the last guardian of Cybertron, his eyes glimmering with determination and resolve. "Emperor of the Universe, your reign ends here." Starscream's voice reverberated across the battlefield, his power astonishing the mechanical beings surrounding him. Megatron sensed Starscream's newfound strength, and his own form transformed, granting him immense power. A newfound determination sparkled in his eyes as he resolved to fight alongside Starscream against the Emperor. "Starscream, let us together bring this war to its conclusion," Megatron declared resolutely. Yet, amidst the chaos, Optimus Prime felt no surge of power. He remained unchanged. Understanding that his strength stemmed from the Energon Matrix, he resolved to confront the dark adversary, seeking to reclaim the Energon Matrix and awaken the Allspark. "Darkness, your game is over." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. The dark adversary regarded Optimus Prime with a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He never anticipated that Optimus Prime could withstand the power of the Cosmic Emperor and dare to challenge him. "Optimus Prime, you are woefully underestimating yourself," sneered the voice of the fallen. Optimus Prime remained silent, his body radiating immense energy as he engaged the fallen in a fierce battle. Each of his strikes was imbued with strength and determination. He understood that he must reclaim the Allspark and awaken the Matrix of leadership. In the heat of the clash, Optimus Prime successfully struck the fallen, reclaiming the Allspark. His form began to transform, the essence of the Allspark empowering him further. Matrix of leadership awakened. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with conviction. At his call, the Matrix began to stir, gradually regaining consciousness. Its form shifted, the image of the fallen fading away, replaced by the familiar silhouette of the Matrix. "Optimus Prime, I have returned." The voice of the Matrix conveyed a hint of confusion. Optimus Prime grasped the Matrix's hand tightly, his gaze filled with relief. "Welcome back, Matrix of leadership. Together, we shall bring this war to an end." Starfire and Megatron engaged in a fierce confrontation against the forces of the Cosmic Emperor. Their might astonished the Emperor, who never expected Starfire and Megatron to withstand his power. "You cannot defeat me." The Cosmic Emperor's voice thundered with rage. Starfire and Megatron offered no reply. Instead, they unleashed an even greater surge of energy, preparing for their final showdown. Each of their blows was filled with resolve, as they understood the necessity of concluding this war to protect Cybertron. In this climactic battle, Starfire and Megatron triumphed over the Cosmic Emperor, bringing his reign to an end. Though battered from the conflict, their spirits remained unyielding, aware that they had fulfilled their mission. Optimus Prime, Starfire, and Megatron stood upon the battlefield, their eyes shimmering with determination and hope. They recognized that the war was not yet over, but they had taken a significant step forward. "The future of Cybertron lies in our hands," We must press on, Optimus Prime declared resolutely. Starfire and Megatron nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in Optimus Prime's words. They understood the necessity of unity to fight for the future of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime, Starfire, and Megatron began to strategize an initiative aimed at achieving lasting peace for Cybertron. They were aware that this endeavor would be fraught with challenges, yet they were determined to attempt it. Within the ranks of Cybertron, Optimus Prime, Starfire, and Megatron secretly sought opportunities to orchestrate their quest for enduring peace. They understood that the path would be arduous, but they were resolute in their commitment. Chapter 45. Truth and Promise with the Cosmic Emperor Vanquished. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated. Starfire stood before Optimus Prime and Megatron, his heart awash with complex emotions. He realized it was time to unveil the truth of his past. Taking a deep breath, he began to recount his former experiences. I was once a friend of the primordial celestial master and the cosmic emperor. The voice of Xiang Tian reverberated between the two, yet as their philosophies diverged, a great battle ensued. To protect the primordial celestial master, I sustained grievous injuries, and in a bid to save me, he sacrificed a portion of his own power, granting me a new body, the corporeal form of a cousin who had been missing for a decade. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He finally comprehended why he had been unable to locate his cousin's body. In that moment, his heart brimmed with sentiment and relief. So, you have always been by our side to protect us? His voice carried a hint of emotion. Megatron, too, was swept by tumultuous thoughts. Recalling the cherished moments shared with Xiang Tian, the bond of mentor and student that had flourished between them. The revelation that Xiang Tian was a friend of the Creator God, the primordial celestial master, left him utterly astonished. My mentor is indeed a companion of the Creator God. Have I truly earned the right to share the company of such an illustrious figure? Self-doubt flooded Megatron's mind. Xiang Tian perceived the confusion in their eyes and smiled gently, declaring, regardless of my identity, I shall forever be your family. The emotions and trust we share are of utmost importance. Encouraged by Xiang Tian's words, Optimus Prime and Megatron gradually regained their confidence. They understood that Xiang Tian's presence had fortified their bond and clarified their shared goals. Thank you, Xiang Tian. Optimus Prime expressed with heartfelt gratitude. We will strive together to safeguard the future of Cybertron. Megatron nodded, determination gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Xiang Tian, we shall confront the challenges of the future together. Xiang Tian smiled, warmth suffusing his heart. He recognized that the connection between him, Optimus Prime, and Megatron had deepened, and they would face the forthcoming trials united. However, Soundwave remained silent, observing the scene with a heart full of discontent and disappointment. Despite his considerable assistance, he received no acknowledgement. He resolved to seek relief in the arena that day. I need to go to the arena, Soundwave suddenly stated, his tone laced with indifference. Soundwave, what do you intend to do? Xiang Tian inquired with concern. Nothing much. I merely wish to seek some amusement. A flicker of stubbornness crossed Soundwave's eyes. Xiang Tian aimed to dissuade him, yet he understood Soundwave's nature. Persuasion might be futile. Very well, but please exercise caution. Soundwave nodded and turned to leave the base, his heart heavy with dissatisfaction, yearning to unleash his emotions through combat and affirm his worth. In the arena, Soundwave engaged in fierce battles with other warriors. Each of his strikes resonated with power and resolve, as he sought to reclaim his sense of existence through the throes of conflict. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron began devising a new plan, aspiring to discover a means to end the war and protect the future of Cybertron. They understood that only through unity could they confront the challenges of the future. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian's relationship with Optimus Prime and Megatron deepened. They began to collaborate in search of peaceful resolutions. Their objective remained unwavering, to fight for the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with hope. He recognized that it was only through solidarity and trust that Cybertron could truly embrace peace and prosperity. Chapter 46. Reconciliation and Misunderstanding in the Arena. After concluding matters with Optimus Prime and Megatron, Xiang Tian suddenly recalled Soundwave. He realized that he might have overlooked Soundwave's feelings, especially after all they had endured. Determined to address his grievances, Xiang Tian decided to seek out Soundwave in the arena for a conversation. Upon arriving at the arena, Xiang Tian spotted a sulking Soundwave. He immediately recognized his oversight. He had forgotten to present Soundwave with a gift. Swiftly, he conjured a box containing a gemstone, something he knew Soundwave would appreciate. Upon seeing Xiang Tian, Soundwave stubbornly turned his head away, exhibiting signs of displeasure. Xiang Tian smiled as he approached Soundwave, extending the gift towards him. Soundwave, this is a present I prepared for you. I hope you will like it. I should not have overlooked your support for us. As Soundwave gazed at the gift in his hands, a satisfied smile emerged on his face. He had not anticipated that Xiang Tian would so swiftly acknowledge his dissatisfaction and bring such a thoughtful offering. Soundwave embraced Xiang Tian, drawing closer to express his gratitude and affection. At that moment, Optimus Prime and Megatron arrived at the arena. They were taken aback by the scene before them. Was Soundwave making the first move? They exchanged glances, a sense of discomfort settling in their hearts. They understood Soundwave's directness and decisiveness and knew that they could not compete with him in this instance. Soundwave was far too forthright. Surely, our cousin Mentor would be swayed. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron thought to themselves. Yet, they dared not confront Soundwave. After all, Soundwave's partner, Shockwave, was a formidable figure. And Xiang Tian would undoubtedly side with Soundwave. In a 3-against-2 scenario, they stood no chance. Noticing the arrival of Optimus Prime and Megatron, Xiang Tian gently pushed Soundwave aside and explained the situation to them. Optimus, Megatron, this is merely a small misunderstanding on Soundwave's part, which I have resolved. Optimus Prime and Megatron nodded. Although jealousy simmered within them, they recognized the depth of the friendship between Xiang Tian and Soundwave. They decided to let the matter rest and chose to trust Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, we believe in you, Optimus Prime stated. Megatron nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiang Tian, we have faith in your judgment. Xiang Tian looked at them with gratitude, fully aware of the significance of Optimus Prime and Megatron's trust. He assured them that regardless of what transpired, they were his family, and he would never forget the bond they shared. Soundwave stood nearby, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. He was aware that his actions might have led to some misunderstandings. Yet he also recognized Xiang Tian's understanding and tolerance towards him. He resolved to be more mindful of his behavior in the future, vowing never to let such incidents occur again. In the days that followed, the bond among Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Soundwave grew ever stronger. They collaborated, fought, and faced the forthcoming challenges together, understanding that only through unity could they safeguard the future of Cybertron. Hope flourished in Xiang Tian's heart, for he knew that despite the potential for minor frictions, their friendship and trust remained unbreakable. Together, they would embrace the challenges ahead and strive to create peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Chapter 47. Guardianship and Sacrifice. Ever since learning of Xiang Tian's true identity, Megatron had become increasingly diligent, embarking on rigorous training in hopes of becoming more formidable. In his heart, Xiang Tian was not merely his mentor. He was also the protector of Cybertron, a figure deserving of respect and allegiance. Megatron yearned to become Xiang Tian's most powerful disciple, fighting alongside him to safeguard Cybertron. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime sought solitude in the library, searching for legends regarding the Guardians. He aspired to uncover more about Xiang Tian's past, as well as the responsibilities and missions of the Guardians. When he stumbled upon a record stating that a Guardian might sacrifice themselves to protect Cybertron, he was taken aback. The book slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a dull thud. A torrent of emotions surged within Optimus Prime. He recalled his own past, the loved ones who had sacrificed themselves for the protection of Cybertron. He could not allow Xiang Tian to tread the same path. He could not bear to lose his only family member again. Xiang Tian, I cannot lose you, he said, his voice trembling. I will do everything in my power to protect you. Optimus Prime resolved to guard Xiang Tian more closely, refusing to allow him to shoulder all the responsibilities alone. He feared that while he was preoccupied with his duties, Xiang Tian might silently bear the burdens, even at the cost of his own life. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime began to pay greater attention to Xiang Tian's actions, attempting to share more responsibilities with him in hopes of alleviating his pressures. He understood that, as a guardian, Xiang Tian bore an inescapable duty, yet he also wished for Xiang Tian to realize that he was not alone. They would stand by his side. Xiang Tian sensed the change in Optimus Prime. He understood his concerns and fears. With a comforting smile, he reassured Optimus Prime, "Optimus, I know your worries, but I also recognize your strength and courage. We will face the challenges ahead together. I hope that you and Megatron can carry on my will and continue to protect Cybertron, our shared home, after I am gone." Optimus Prime nodded, acknowledging the truth in Xiang Tian's words. They must unite to safeguard Cybertron. He resolved to no longer let fear dominate him, but to face everything bravely alongside Xiang Tian. Megatron relentlessly pushed his limits during training, aspiring to make Xiang Tian proud. He understood that only by becoming stronger could he better protect Xiang Tian and safeguard Cybertron. "Master Xiang Tian, I shall grow increasingly powerful and become your most proud disciple. I will never disappoint you," declared Megatron with unwavering resolve. Xiang Tian gazed at Megatron, his eyes brimming with pride. He recognized Megatron's determination and effort, believing wholeheartedly that he could become a steadfast guardian of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron began to devise new strategies, aspiring to discover a means to end the war and secure the future of Cybertron. They understood that only through unity could they confront the challenges that lay ahead. Filled with hope, Xiang Tian was aware that, despite potential minor conflicts, their friendship and trust were unbreakable. Together, they would face the future's trials and forge a path toward peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Chapter 48. The Alliance of Leaders. After careful contemplation, Xiang Tian resolved to venture alone to the lair of Unicron. He refrained from informing anyone, wishing to shield them from Unicron's manipulation once more. Under the cover of night, Xiang Tian piloted his ship away from Cybertron, embarking on an uncertain journey. Unbeknownst to him, Soundwave had discovered his actions. Soundwave promptly contacted Optimus Prime and Megatron to relay Xiang Tian's plan. However, by the time they received the news, Xiang Tian had already departed. Upon hearing this revelation, Optimus Prime's emotions erupted. He began to wreak havoc around him, overwhelmed by anger and frustration. Why would he leave alone? Did we not vow to face everything together? His voice resonated with anguish and confusion. Megatron stood nearby, his gaze reflecting shock and concern. He attempted to console Optimus Prime, yet the latter's emotions spiraled beyond control. After a moment, Optimus Prime collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Filled with worry for Xiang Tian and the dread of losing a loved one. Observing the despondent Optimus Prime, Megatron fell into contemplation. He understood that Xiang Tian's decision was rooted in a desire to protect them, yet he also empathized with Optimus Prime's feelings. They were all family to Xiang Tian, and they should confront everything together. "Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian undertook this for our protection." Megatron's voice carried a weight of solemnity, yet he believed in their unity, trusting they could comprehend his choice. Optimus Prime lifted his head, determination flickering in his eyes. "Megatron, we must find Xiang Tian. We cannot allow him to face Unicron alone." Megatron nodded, recognizing the truth in Optimus Prime's words. They had to take action. They needed to locate Xiang Tian. They commenced planning a rescue mission, hoping to reach Xiang Tian in time. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime and Megatron prepared for the rescue operation. They were acutely aware that this would be a formidable battle, yet they had to make the attempt. They began gathering intelligence and preparing weapons and equipment, striving to locate Xiang Tian in the shortest possible time. Soundwave silently aided them, utilizing his technical prowess to assist Optimus Prime and Megatron in tracking down the ship of Skyfire. He understood that Skyfire's safety was paramount for Cybertron. With Soundwave's assistance, Optimus Prime and Megatron ultimately located Skyfire's vessel. They swiftly boarded the ship, hoping to find Skyfire. When they beheld him standing alone against the vast army of Unicron, their hearts swelled with both fury and concern. "Skyfire, we have arrived." Optimus Prime's voice resonated across the battlefield. Skyfire turned, startled to see Optimus Prime and Megatron. A flicker of surprise crossing his features. "What brings you here?" Optimus Prime approached Skyfire, his gaze resolute. "Skyfire, we are family. We must confront all challenges together." Megatron nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with determination. "Skyfire, we shall fight side by side, safeguarding Cybertron." Skyfire looked at them, his heart brimming with emotion. He recognized that the bond of friendship and trust they shared was unbreakable. Together, they would face Unicron and protect Cybertron. In the ensuing battle, Skyfire, Optimus Prime, and Megatron fought in unison, their combined strength leaving Unicron's forces astounded. They realized that only through unity could they vanquish Unicron and secure a future for Cybertron. Hope surged within Skyfire. He understood that, despite potential minor conflicts, their friendship and trust remained invulnerable. Together, they would embrace future challenges, crafting a legacy of peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Chapter 49. The arrival of Peace. Skyfire, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, after enduring numerous trials, finally stood before Unicron. However, Unicron appeared devoid of any intent to engage in battle, merely standing in silence, awaiting their arrival. Skyfire reverted to his original form and engaged Unicron in a profound conversation. Unicron pondered for a considerable time, seemingly lost in thought. Seizing the moment, Skyfire employed his signature charm. Unicron gazed at Skyfire and couldn't help but chuckle, finding his friend as mischievous as ever. Skyfire, you never cease to surprise me. Unicron's voice carried a hint of fondness. Skyfire smiled in response. Unicron, we were once friends. I do not wish to be your adversary. After a moment of silence, Unicron slowly replied, Skyfire, I too do not wish to see you sacrifice yourself for the sake of Cybertron. I will discuss matters with Primus and seek a resolution through dialogue. You must continue to live. Their confrontation was fierce and spectacular, their powers colliding in the cosmos, creating tremendous waves. Skyfire watched anxiously, aware that the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of Cybertron. During the conflict, Unicron and Primus engaged in a heated dispute, their powers reaching their zenith in the struggle. At that moment, Skyfire made his choice. He understood that everything had begun with him, and it was only fitting that he should bring it to a close. Unicron, Primus, cease this. Skyfire's voice echoed throughout the universe. In a moment of silence, the two were struck by the realization that they had underestimated their friend. Xiang Tian's determination and bravery left them utterly astonished. Under the reluctant gaze of Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian transformed into the matrix of leadership and entered the core of Cybertron. His form radiated a brilliant light before gradually dissipating into the ether. Xiang Tian. Optimus Prime's voice was laden with anguish and sorrow. Megatron, too, fell silent, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. They both understood that Xiang Tian's sacrifice was made for the peace of Cybertron. The Emperor of the Universe and the primordial Celestial Lord ceased their battle, their eyes fixed upon Xiang Tian's sacrifice, filled with profound respect. They recognized that Xiang Tian's choice was for the greater good. Xiang Tian, you are a true hero, spoke the Emperor of the Universe, his voice tinged with sadness. The primordial Celestial Lord nodded in agreement, his eyes reflecting deep sentiment. Xiang Tian, your sacrifice will be eternally remembered. In the wake of Xiang Tian's sacrifice, Cybertron was restored to lasting peace. The embodiment of the Matrix became the heart of Cybertron, providing boundless energy and life to the planet. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood upon the soil of Cybertron, their hearts brimming with remembrance for Xiang Tian. They understood that though he had departed, his spirit and sacrifice would forever inspire them. Xiang Tian, we will always remember you, declared Optimus Prime with unwavering resolve. Megatron nodded, determination etched upon his features. Xiang Tian, your sacrifice shall not be in vain. We will safeguard Cybertron and fulfill your legacy. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Megatron united in their efforts to rebuild Cybertron. They knew that only through solidarity could they preserve the peace of their world. Xiang Tian's sacrifice became a monumental testament in Cybertron's history, his spirit and courage eternally inspiring its mechanical denizens. Chapter 50. Vigilance and companionship. Deep within the core of Cybertron, Xiang Tian existed in the form of the Matrix. He could sense the pulse of the entire planet and observe the actions of Optimus Prime and Megatron on the surface. His heart swelled with pride as he watched them evolve into the guardians of Cybertron, knowing that his sacrifice was indeed worthwhile. On this day, Master Titanium and the primordial Celestial Lord sought out Xiang Tian, engaging in conversation with him amidst the ocean of energy. Xiang Tian, since you miss them so dearly, why not return? The primordial Celestial Lord teased lightly. Master Titanium chuckled as well. Indeed, Xiang Tian, you always fret over those two. Xiang Tian's voice resonated through the core, imbued with a sense of ease and humor. They have grown up. My mission has concluded. Am I not entitled to a moment of rest? In truth, Xiang Tian could have departed long ago for other realms. He chose to remain because Optimus Prime and Megatron constantly surrounded him. Despite his inherent preference for solitude, their enthusiasm, though well-meaning, left him somewhat fatigued. Thus, he opted to quietly watch over them from the sacred place. However, the noise from the two was overwhelming. "So I shall remain here," sighed Xiang Tian, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Yet in truth, Xiang Tian accompanied Optimus Prime to sleep every night. To him, having a lively and adorable younger brother was a source of immense joy. He could sense Optimus Prime's dreams, feel his happiness and sorrow. This was the unique bond they shared. "I will always be by your side, my dear brother." After Optimus Prime fell in a slumber, Xiang Tian's ethereal form gradually faded away. As for Megatron, Xiang Tian believed he required further honing. His apprentice possessed great potential, and Xiang Tian hoped he would continue to grow, becoming a steadfast guardian of Cybertron. "You have always been my proudest disciple. The future of Cybertron rests in your hands." As he observed Megatron's earnest efforts, Xiang Tian's words echoed in his ears. On the surface of Cybertron, Optimus Prime and Megatron were oblivious to Xiang Tian's watchful presence. They knew only that they must forge ahead, continuing to protect Cybertron. Each day, they exerted themselves and grew stronger, aware that this was the best tribute to Xiang Tian. Gazing at the starry sky by night, Optimus Prime felt Xiang Tian's presence, knowing he was always beside them. "Xiang Tian, we shall strive to do better and not let you down." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with determination. Megatron, too, pondered in the quiet of the night, understanding that much lay ahead of him. "Xiang Tian, I will become stronger. Your sacrifice will not be in vain." He spoke with conviction. In the heart of Cybertron, Xiang Tian sensed their resolve and courage, his heart swelling with warmth. He knew they would excel, they would safeguard Cybertron. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Megatron continued to lead Cybertron, striving and evolving each day. They understood this was the finest tribute to Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian quietly watched over them from the core, his heart brimming with love and hope. He recognized that although he could not fight alongside them in person, his spirit and affection would forever be with them. They would always remain a family. Chapter 51. Everyday conversations among friends deep within the core of Cybertron. Xiang Tian existed in the form of the Allspark, his daily existence dedicated to watching over the tranquility of Cybertron while engaging in profound discourse with Primus and Master Titanium. However, this serenity was disrupted by an unexpected guest, Unicron. Ever since Xiang Tian returned to the core of Cybertron, Unicron had begun to visit frequently. Each day, he brazenly sought out Xiang Tian for casual banter, utterly disregarding Primus's furious gaze. Unicron seemed to revel in this provocation, wearing a smug expression, while Primus nearly steamed with anger. "What exactly do you want, Unicron?" Primus's voice was laced with evident dissatisfaction. Unicron casually replied, "Oh, Primus, no need to be so upset. I merely came to see my old friend Xiang Tian. We have so many topics to discuss." Xiang Tian had long grown accustomed to the visits of the Cosmic Emperor. He was well aware of the deep-rooted enmity between the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial Celestial Venerable, yet he understood that their clashes were more akin to a playful rivalry. "You two are like eternal children," he remarked with a hint of amusement in his voice. "It is perfectly normal for friends to have minor disagreements. But let us not forget that our ultimate goal is to safeguard Cybertron." Upon hearing Xiang Tian's words, the Cosmic Emperor could not help but chuckle. "Haha, Xiang Tian, you remain ever so composed. Indeed, our disputes amount to mere trifles. The peace of Cybertron is of paramount importance." Although the primordial, celestial, venerable remained irate, he could not deny the wisdom in Xiang Tian's statement. With a huff, he dismissed the Cosmic Emperor's provocations and redirected his focus to discussing the future of Cybertron with Xiang Tian. In the days that followed, the Cosmic Emperor's visits became a regular occurrence within the core of Cybertron. He would seek out Xiang Tian daily, sometimes to reminisce about amusing tales from the past, other times to delve into profound philosophical inquiries. Despite the primordial celestial venerable's discontent, he had to admit that the Cosmic Emperor's presence enlivened the atmosphere within the core. Xiang Tian relished this routine. He recognized that despite the tensions between the Cosmic Emperor and the primordial celestial venerable, both were integral to the tapestry of Cybertron's history, their existence enriching the world they inhabited. Optimus Prime and Megatron, on the surface, sensed the transformation within the core. They understood that Xiang Tian was not alone in his endeavors. Each day, they toiled diligently, striving to make Xiang Tian proud. Xiang Tian, wherever you are, we shall protect Cybertron, Optimus Prime declared with unwavering resolve. Megatron nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with determination. Xiang Tian, we shall demonstrate that your sacrifices were not in vain. Within the core, Xiang Tian felt their dedication and resolve, and warmth enveloped his heart. He knew that even if he could not fight alongside them, his spirit and love would forever accompany their efforts. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian, the primordial celestial venerable, and the cosmic emperor continued their discussions and exchanges within the core. They recognized that despite their differing opinions and conflicts, their collective aim remained steadfast to preserve the peace of Cybertron. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with hope. He understood that while minor frictions might arise, their friendship and trust were unbreakable. Together, they would face the challenges that lay ahead, forging a path toward peace and prosperity for Cybertron. Chapter 52. A feast of peace. The dawn of peace blossomed in the sunrise over Cybertron. A land once ravaged by the ravages of war now embraced tranquility and harmony. Optimus Prime and Megatron had not only become the guardians of Cybertron, but had also established their own families. Their children thrived joyfully on this land, inheriting their courage and wisdom. Bumblebee, once a reconnaissance soldier, has now blossomed into an exceptional lieutenant. Under his leadership, the new generation of Autobot warriors is thriving. Skyfire and RC, once comrades on the battlefield, have now become partners in life, opening an automotive cafe that serves delectable fare and warm service to the residents of Cybertron. However, the days of Ratchet unfold quite differently. He often finds himself exasperated by the inventions of Jolt. The workshop is perpetually filled with an array of novel creations and experiments, which occasionally bring trouble to Ratchet, yet he understands this is Jolt's way of bonding with him. A unique rapport they share. He is genuinely delighted to coexist with Jolt. As peace descends upon them, the community gathers to celebrate this hard-won tranquility with a grand banquet. At the festivities, Optimus Prime and Megatron stand side by side, their gazes imbued with hope for the future. Today, we not only celebrate the arrival of peace, but also the friendship and unity that binds us. Optimus's voice resonates throughout the gathering. Megatron nods in agreement, his eyes carrying a resolute spirit. Indeed, we were once adversaries, but now we are allies. Together, we shall safeguard the peace of Cybertron. Bumblebee stands beside them, pride illuminating his gaze. Our new generation of Autobots will inherit your resolve to protect Cybertron. Hand in hand, Skyfire and RC provide exquisite cuisine for the banquet from their cafe, their faces radiating happiness. Our cafe will offer warmth and joy to all Cybertronians, Skyfire declares. Ratchet and Jolt also arrive at the celebration. Despite Ratchet's bemusement at Jolt's inventions, his eyes are filled with love and acceptance for him. Jolt's creations are always surprising, bringing joy to our lives. Ratchet remarks with a smile. As the festivities unfold, everyone revels in this peaceful moment, dancing, singing, and sharing their stories and dreams. They understand that this peace is hard-earned and vow to cherish each day, safeguarding this tranquility. Deep within the core of Cybertron, Jetfire senses it all. His heart brims with warmth and joy. He knows that although he cannot partake in the banquet personally, his spirit and love will forever be with them. My friends, you have done well. Jetfire's voice echoes within the core. Though faint, it is filled with strength. Yuan Shi Tianzun and the Cosmic Emperor also feel this joy, recognizing that Jetfire's sacrifice and their efforts have not been in vain. The peace of Cybertron is their shared triumph. The banquet extends into the deep night. As starlight blankets the Cybertronian sky, gratitude and hope fill every heart. They realize that the road ahead is long, yet they shall walk hand in hand, facing challenges together and forging a brighter tomorrow for Cybertron. Chapter 53. Reunion in another world. In the core of Cybertron, Xiang Tian restored his original form, his heart brimming with anticipation and excitement. He was prepared to venture out and reunite with his beloved brother, Optimus Prime. However, just as he was about to leave, a mysterious white light suddenly enveloped him, whisking him away. When Xiang Tian awoke once more, he found himself in a completely new world, Earth. His senses informed him that this realm was teeming with life and vitality, yet it also concealed unknown dangers. More importantly, He could hear the heartbeat of the Cosmic Emperor resonating from the planet's core, making it clear to him that he had traversed dimensions once again, arriving in another world. Xiang Tian realized he had entered the universe of Transformers Prime, where the narrative was just beginning to unfold. He perceived that in this world, few recognized him, leading him into deep contemplation. He resolved to ally himself with the Autobots, having previously joined the Decepticons in his original world. This time, he yearned to explore a different path. The challenge arose. How could he convince Optimus Prime of his intentions? Xiang Tian understood that he must demonstrate both sincerity and strength to earn Optimus's trust. He commenced his search for the Autobots on Earth, utilizing his abilities to silently observe the actions of Optimus and his comrades. He noted that this world's Optimus shared the same admirable qualities as his brother: bravery, integrity, and a profound sense of justice. Yet he sensed an unusual affinity towards Megatron, pondering whether his fondness for the pairing was indeed genuine. During a Decepticon assault, Xiang Tian did not hesitate to join the fray. He utilized his powers to shield innocent humans and assisted Optimus in repelling the foe. Once the battle had concluded, Optimus approached Xiang Tian, his expression filled with curiosity. "Who are you? Why did you come to our aid?" he inquired. Xiang Tian met Optimus's gaze, aware that he must speak the truth. "I am Xiang Tian, from another universe of Cybertron. I understand this may be difficult to believe, but I wish to join you in safeguarding both Earth and Cybertron." After a moment of silence, Optimus replied, "Xiang Tian, your arrival is indeed unexpected, yet your bravery and strength displayed in battle have left a significant impression on me. I am willing to grant you a chance, but you must prove your loyalty." Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing this as a promising beginning. He began to fight alongside the Autobots, demonstrating his loyalty and determination through his actions. Not only did he excel in combat, but he also offered valuable insights in strategic planning and technological innovation. As time passed, Optimus and the Autobots gradually embraced Xiang Tian, fostering a sense of trust and acceptance towards him as one of their own. Xiang Tian, in turn, found himself deeply enamored with the Autobots of this world, understanding that the pursuit of justice and peace is an eternal endeavor, transcending the boundaries of any universe. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime led the Autobots together, facing one challenge after another. However, they remained united, steadfastly protecting the safety of both Earth and Cybertron. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with hope. He understood that although he had no family in this world, he was surrounded by a circle of trustworthy comrades. Together, they would confront future challenges and strive to create a world of peace. Chapter 54. Assistance and Endeavors Upon Joining the Autobots. Xiang Tian immediately set about addressing their energy crisis. He recognized that the Autobots in this realm had a woefully inadequate energy reserve, and he could not allow his brother and comrades to suffer from energy scarcity. Thus, he borrowed an ample supply of super energy from this world's Megatron aboard the Nemesis, ensuring the Autobots would have sufficient energy to face the battles ahead. "Xiang Tian, where did you acquire such a vast amount of super energy?" Optimus Prime inquired, astonished. With a smile, Xiang Tian replied, "Fear not, I borrowed it from Megatron. After all, we cannot allow our own brothers to go hungry." This world's Optimus Prime was not only amiable, but also remarkably serene, and Bumblebee shared a similar charm, leading Xiang Tian to feel increasingly reluctant to return to his original world. He began to relish the company of these new friends and the life he was experiencing in this realm. At that moment, Optimus Prime approached Xiang Tian, a hint of curiosity gleaming in his eyes. "Xiang Tian, could you enlighten me about the relationship between myself and Megatron in your world?" Xiang Tian gazed at Optimus Prime, aware that deep within, Optimus harbored lingering feelings for Megatron. He resolved to reveal the truth. "In my world, the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron is quite amicable, and both have even established their own families." This world's Optimus Prime fell into contemplation, pondering whether he could ultimately reconcile with Megatron. Xiang Tian understood that the current Megatron was unlikely to alter his views. Their paths in this world were destined to remain apart. Yet, Xiang Tian yearned to attempt to transform their relationship, prompting him to seek an audience with Megatron. "Optimus, I wish to converse with Megatron and explore the possibility of changing his perspective," Xiang Tian asserted with determination. Optimus nodded, recognizing Xiang Tian's resolve. He too wished to discover a peaceful resolution to their predicament. Xiang Tian, if you believe this is the right course, I shall support you. Xiang Tian found Megatron, and they engaged in a profound dialogue. Xiang Tian endeavored to illuminate the possibility of peace, striving to help Megatron comprehend Optimus's stance and sentiments. Megatron, I am aware that we have been adversaries, yet I believe we can forge a common path, Xiang Tian expressed earnestly. Megatron remained silent for a moment before responding slowly. Xiang Tian, your proposition is compelling, but I cannot abandon my convictions. I must fight for the future of Cybertron. Undeterred, Xiang Tian continued to persuade Megatron, war is not the sole option. We can discover ways to resolve our issues peacefully. Through Xiang Tian's unwavering efforts, Megatron began to waver. He started to reconsider his actions and ponder the possibility of peace. Although he did not immediately alter his stance, his attitude softened, instilling a sense of hope in Xiang Tian. Optimus Prime, witnessing Xiang Tian's dedication, felt a surge of gratitude. He recognized that Xiang Tian was striving for the peace of Cybertron, and thus resolved to contribute his own efforts. In the days that followed, the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron began to improve, though they had yet to fully trust one another. They embarked on attempts at dialogue and cooperation to confront challenges together. Xiang Tian observed this transformation, his heart brimming with optimism. He understood that, despite the path ahead being fraught with challenges and difficulties, unity would render the impossible achievable. Filled with resolve, Xiang Tian knew that, irrespective of the world he found himself in, he would fight for peace and justice. Alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Autobots, he would strive for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 55. Infiltrating the enemy's camp once again, Xiang Tian found himself aboard the Nemesis. His objective clear, persuade Megatron to cease hostilities. He recognized the formidable nature of this endeavor, yet he was willing to attempt it for the sake of peace on Cybertron and Earth. However, upon stepping onto the deck of the Nemesis, he was met first by Soundwave, the Decepticon intelligence officer. Renowned for his ruthlessness and efficiency, Soundwave was one of Megatron's most trusted lieutenants. For Xiang Tian, swaying Soundwave was undoubtedly an almost insurmountable task. He gazed at Soundwave, silently lamenting his ill fortune. Xiang Tian, what brings you here? Soundwave's voice carried a hint of menace. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian knew he must tread carefully. Soundwave, I have come to see Megatron. I hope he will agree to halt the war. Soundwave scoffed, his gaze unyielding. You believe you can convince Megatron? How naive. Xiang Tian refrained from a direct response, his eyes appraising Soundwave. He found that Soundwave was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed Xiang Tian's mind. What if he surrendered? The notion surprised even him. Yet he recognized it might be an opportunity to approach Megatron. He resolved to adopt an unconventional strategy. Soundwave, if I were to surrender, would you take me to see Megatron? Xiang Tian's voice carried a hint of jest. Soundwave was taken aback, not expecting such a proposition. A flicker of confusion crossed his features, quickly replaced by curiosity. Are you truly willing to surrender? Xiang Tian nodded, aware of the risks he was taking, yet confident that sometimes extraordinary measures were necessary for the sake of peace. Soundwave escorted Xiang Tian to meet Megatron, his expression laced with intrigue. Megatron, Xiang Tian claims he wishes to surrender and seeks an audience with you. Megatron regarded Xiang Tian, surprise evident in his gaze. Xiang Tian, are you genuinely willing to surrender? Xiang Tian gazed intently at Megatron, his voice imbued with resolute determination. Megatron, I am willing to surrender, but I have one condition. You must cease the war. Megatron fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. Xiang Tian, your condition is intriguing. However, you must understand that halting a war is no simple task. Xiang Tian nodded, acknowledging the truth in Megatron's words. Yet, he was acutely aware that he must exert every effort to try. Megatron, I recognize that ending a war is not an easy feat nevertheless. I firmly believe we can discover a peaceful resolution to our issues, Xiang Tian stated earnestly. Megatron regarded Xiang Tian, an intricate mix of emotions swelling within him. He recognized Xiang Tian's sincerity and was aware of his own deep-seated desire for peace. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian began engaging in profound dialogues with Megatron aboard the Nemesis. He endeavored to illuminate the possibility of peace to Megatron, striving to help him comprehend Optimus Prime's perspective and intentions. Though Megatron did not immediately alter his stance, his attitude softened, instilling in Xiang Tian a glimmer of hope. He understood that, despite the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, persistence would ultimately lead to a peaceful resolution. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He knew that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice. Together with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Autobots, he would labor for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 56. An equal standing in this realm, Megatron displayed an unusual sense of satisfaction regarding Xiang Tian's inclusion. He recognized that Xiang Tian's abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary warrior. Incorporating such power into his ranks would undoubtedly bolster the Decepticon as future. Consequently, Megatron made the decision to grant Xiang Tian a status equal to his own, a choice that reverberated throughout the Decepticon ranks. Soundwave found Megatron's decision perplexing. Though he remained loyal to Megatron, he was bewildered by Xiang Tian's rapid ascent. In Soundwave's view, even the mightiest warriors should validate their worth through deeds rather than merely relying on inherent abilities to attain such elevated status. Megatron, why have you accorded Xiang Tian such a lofty rank? Soundwave inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Megatron cast a glance at Soundwave, aware of both his loyalty and his doubts. Soundwave, Xiang Tian's power is not to be underestimated. His presence is a tremendous asset to the Decepticons. I am confident he will lead us to victory. Soundwave fell silent. Though he did not entirely agree, he chose to acquiesce to Megatron's judgment. As an intelligence officer, he understood that his role was to provide information and counsel, with the ultimate decision resting in Megatron's hands. Meanwhile, Starscream seethed with indignation over this decision. He had always considered himself the second-in-command beneath Megatron, and now, Xiang Tian's emergence threatened his position. Starscream's pride had been wounded, prompting him to secretly devise plans to re-establish his status. Megatron, how can you allow him to stand on equal footing with me? The voice of the Red Spider resonated with anger and discontent. Megatron cast a cold glance at the Red Spider, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Red Spider, the inclusion of Skyfire is advantageous for us. It would be prudent for you to remember your place and not disappoint me. Although the Red Spider harbored feelings of dissatisfaction, he dared not openly defy Megatron's command. He resolved to bide his time, awaiting an opportunity to demonstrate his worth. As for Thundercracker, he remained dormant on Earth, yet to partake in this power struggle. His absence rendered the internal dynamics of the Decepticons increasingly intricate, with each member covertly vying for their own status and future. Skyfire sensed the palpable tension within the Decepticon ranks. He understood that his new identity would incite controversy. Nevertheless, he recognized this as an opportunity to draw closer to Megatron and influence his decisions. Skyfire began to actively engage in the Decepticon operations, employing his intellect and strength to earn the respect of several members. In subsequent missions, he showcased his value, playing a pivotal role in key battles that led the Decepticons to victory. This prompted some of the initially skeptical Decepticon members to reassess his worth. Skyfire harbored his own plans. He knew that to effect change in Megatron, he must first gain his trust. He endeavored to sway Megatron's decisions, aspiring to guide him toward a path of peace. In this world, Skyfire's role became increasingly significant. He was not only a member of the Decepticons, but also a bridge connecting the Autobots and the Decepticons. He understood that his actions would invariably influence the futures of both factions. Filled with determination, Skyfire resolved to fight for peace and justice, regardless of the world he inhabited. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 57. Mentor and apprentice Soundwave felt a sense of intrigue regarding Skyfire's inclusion. His keen intuition as an intelligence officer discerned the distinct aura and abilities that set Skyfire apart. Despite his reservations, Soundwave recognized that as a Decepticon, he must navigate his relationship with Skyfire with care. He chose to remain vigilant while closely observing Skyfire's every move. Skyfire continually recounted the relationship between Megatron and Optimus Prime from his world, along with his own experiences, while beside Megatron. His words revealed profound emotions towards both leaders and a yearning for peace. When Skyfire mentioned his friendship with Primus, this world's Megatron was deeply captivated. Primus' friend? Megatron's voice carried a hint of astonishment, implying that such a connection bestowed ancient knowledge and power upon him. Skyfire nodded. aware that his identity and experiences might pique this world's Megatron's interest. Indeed, Megatron, I share a long-standing friendship with Primus, from whom I have learned much. After a moment of silence, Megatron made a decision. Skyfire, I wish for you to educate me. Your knowledge and experience will be an invaluable asset to us Decepticons. Xiang Tian was taken aback by Megatron's request, yet he recognized it as an opportunity to influence him, guiding him toward the path of peace. Megatron, I am willing to share my knowledge, but I implore you to comprehend the significance of harmony. Megatron gazed at Xiang Tian, his expression imbued with complexity. Xiang Tian, I shall ponder your words. Now let us commence. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian began to impart his teachings to Megatron. He not only shared his combat skills and strategic insights, but also recounted the rich history and culture of Cybertron, along with his experiences in diverse realms. Megatron displayed a keen interest in Xiang Tian's instruction, gradually reevaluating his own objectives and beliefs. Soundwave observed this unfolding dynamic, his astonishment at Xiang Tian's abilities and knowledge palpable. Although he harbored reservations regarding Xiang Tian's presence, he could not deny the new possibilities that Xiang Tian brought to the Decepticons. Xiang Tian, your strength and wisdom are indeed impressive, Soundwave acknowledged. Xiang Tian nodded at Soundwave, acutely aware that Soundwave's attitude was pivotal to his standing within the Decepticon ranks. Soundwave, I hope you can grasp that all my endeavors are for the future of Cybertron. Soundwave did not respond immediately. However, a glimmer of contemplation flickered in his gaze as he began to reassess the implications of Xiang Tian's inclusion in the Decepticons. Under Xiang Tian's influence, Megatron's demeanor gradually transformed. He began to place greater value on intellect and strategy rather than mere brute force. He even ventured to engage in dialogue with Optimus Prime, exploring the possibility of peace. Optimus was taken aback by Megatron's shift, but was nonetheless willing to extend an olive branch. Megatron, if you are truly committed to peace, I am prepared to collaborate with you. Xiang Tian watched the exchange between the two leaders, his heart swelling with hope. He understood that although the road ahead was fraught with challenges and adversities, unity could render the impossible achievable. Xiang Tian was resolute. He knew that in any realm, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 58. The Crisis of the Insecticons upon returning to the Autobot base from a nemesis. Xiang Tian found Optimus Prime and the Autobot team just back from a mission in the Arctic, bringing with them an ancient stasis pod. The sight of the pod triggered a sudden recollection of vital information from the narrative. It housed the Insecticons, terrifying creatures capable of devouring metal. Xiang Tian had no time to explain. He swiftly took action, activating the land bridge and hastily sending the stasis pod back to the Arctic. This abrupt maneuver left Optimus and the other Autobots perplexed. Xiang Tian, why are you doing this? Optimus's tone was one of confusion. Xiang Tian found himself momentarily speechless. He couldn't divulge the fact that he was aware of the narrative, as it would reveal his secret of being from another world. He had to devise a plausible explanation. Optimus Prime, my optical lens possesses a unique capability to detect anomalous energy fluctuations within the stasis pod. I suspect there may be peril lurking inside. Optimus gazed at Xiang Tian, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. Xiang Tian, your optical lens has such a function? Why have I never heard you mention it before? Xiang Tian inhaled deeply, aware that his explanation might not suffice. Yet he felt compelled to persist. Optimus, this is a newly discovered feature that I only recently uncovered. After a brief silence, Optimus spoke slowly. Xiang Tian, I understand you may harbor your own secrets. However, I hope you can be more forthright regarding matters that pertain to our safety. Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the validity of Optimus's words. Optimus, I assure you, I will be more candid in the future, but please trust that all my actions are aimed at safeguarding us. Optimus regarded Xiang Tian and ultimately chose to place his faith in him. Xiang Tian, I believe in you. However, in the future, please inform us of your discoveries ahead of time. We can confront dangers together. You are our most vital ally and family. Xiang Tian pledged to Optimus. Understanding that this incident had tested the trust between them, he resolved to exercise greater caution to prevent a recurrence. I will be vigilant, Optimus. You are right. We are friends and family. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian began to engage more actively in the Autobots' endeavors. utilizing his knowledge and experience to assist Optimus in formulating strategies against the Decepticon threat. He recognized that despite his own secrets, he must strive to protect both Cybertron and Earth. The trust between Optimus and the Autobot team in Xiang Tian gradually deepened. They began to rely more on his wisdom and strength. Xiang Tian felt the weight of this trust and understood the gravity of his responsibilities. One late night, Xiang Tian stood alone on the observation deck of the base, his gaze fixed upon the distant starry sky. His heart brimmed with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that his secrets could lead to trouble, yet he knew he could not relent. He must forge ahead for the sake of peace on Cybertron and Earth. Determined, Xiang Tian resolved that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice. Together with Optimus Prime, the Autobots, and all Transformers, he would strive for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 59. An unchangeable fate. Megatron stood before the dark energy entity, feeling its power beckoning and enticing him. He understood Xiang Tian's expectations for him to abandon this perilous force, yet his heart was filled with an insatiable thirst for power. He yearned to prove himself, to demonstrate to Xiang Tian how he could vanquish Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian stood before Megatron, his heart laden with turmoil. He knew he could not alter Megatron's fate, whether in his own world or this one. He could not prevent Megatron from absorbing the dark energy entity. Xiang Tian felt an unprecedented sense of despair, beginning to question whether it was truly inevitable for Megatron to be controlled by the Cosmic Emperor. Observing the dejected Xiang Tian, Megatron sighed, aware that his actions might have caused Xiang Tian sorrow. Yet, to vanquish Optimus Prime, he required even greater strength. Xiang Tian, I comprehend your concerns, but this is a path I must tread, he declared. Xiang Tian gazed at Megatron, his voice trembling slightly. Do you genuinely believe this is the only course of action? Is there truly no alternative? After a moment of silence, Megatron slowly replied, Xiang Tian, I understand your desire for peace, but in this universe, strength is the essence of survival. I must become stronger to safeguard our kind, to protect you. The last words were whispered so softly that only Megatron could hear them. Xiang Tian fell silent, recognizing that Megatron had made his choice. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He could not alter Megatron's fate or prevent him from descending into darkness. Megatron summoned Soundwave to escort Xiang Tian back to his chamber, where he would need time to contemplate and prepare for the absorption of the dark energy entity. He was aware that his decision might bring sorrow to Xiang Tian, yet he knew that to defeat Optimus Prime, this path was necessary. Alone in his room, Xiang Tian pondered deeply. He reflected on his experiences in both worlds and understood that he must accept reality. While he could not change Megatron's destiny, he could strive to mitigate the consequences of Megatron's actions. Xiang Tian resolved to remain by Megatron's side, attempting to influence him as much as possible, hoping he would not be entirely consumed by the forces of darkness. He recognized that this would be a formidable battle, but he felt compelled to try. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian became increasingly involved in the Decepticons' endeavors, utilizing his intellect and strength to assist Megatron while discreetly seeking opportunities to find a way to prevent Megatron from falling under the Cosmic Emperor's control. Optimus Prime and the Autobots also sensed Xiang Tian's transformation. They recognized his efforts and began seeking ways to support him, hoping to discover a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Through the joint endeavors of both factions, a glimmer of hope began to emerge in the circumstances of Cybertron. Despite the path ahead being fraught with challenges and hardships, neither Xiang Tian nor Optimus Prime relinquished hope. They believed that as long as they stood united, nothing would be insurmountable. Filled with resolve, Xiang Tian knew that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would join forces with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers to strive for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 60. The Awakening and Choice of Megatron. Ultimately, Megatron absorbed the dark energy entity, gaining an unprecedented surge of power. He arrived at a plain on Earth, strewn with the corpses of Cybertronian soldiers, and resolved to harness this power to awaken these fallen warriors, transforming them into his own formidable legion. Upon learning of the situation, Optimus Prime and Ratchet immediately rushed to the scene. They understood that if Megatron succeeded, both Cybertron and Earth would face immense peril. Megatron, you cannot proceed with this. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with unwavering resolve. Megatron sneered, his eyes glimmering with darkness. Optimus Prime, you cannot thwart me. These warriors will become my strength, and we shall dominate this world. Ratchet stood nearby, his gaze imbued with concern. He knew they had to act swiftly to thwart Megatron's nefarious plans. Meanwhile, aboard the Nemesis, RC and Bumblebee encountered Soundwave and Starscream, and the four immediately engaged in fierce combat. The battle was exceptionally intense, with both sides exhibiting formidable prowess. Amidst the skirmish, a misfired blast inadvertently damaged the navigation system of the Nemesis, plunging it into chaos. Soundwave and Starscream were compelled to momentarily cease their conflict to address this unforeseen crisis. Elsewhere on the Nemesis, Jetfire stood before a stasis pod, within which lay Thundercracker. Deep in contemplation, Jetfire recognized his capacity to awaken Thundercracker, but hesitated, pondering whether it was the right course of action. Awakening Thundercracker could potentially provide the Autobots with powerful aerial support, he mused. After considerable reflection, Jetfire resolved to utilize his abilities to rouse Thundercracker, hoping to persuade him to join Optimus Prime's cause. Aware of the Autobots' deficiency in aerial strength, he understood that Thundercracker's involvement would significantly bolster their capabilities. Activating the stasis pod, Thundercracker slowly opened his eyes, confusion washing over him as he pondered his whereabouts. Thundercracker, I'm Jetfire. You have been awakened, Jetfire spoke with a note of determination. Thundercracker gazed at Jetfire, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Jetfire? Why am I here? Jetfire elucidated the current circumstances and expressed his desire for Thundercracker to ally with the Autobots. After a moment of silence, Thundercracker replied slowly, Jetfire, I am willing to join Optimus Prime's cause. I am prepared to fight for the peace of Cybertron. Jetfire nodded, aware that Thundercracker's addition would alter the tide of battle. He led Thundercracker away from the Nemesis, toward the battlefield where Optimus Prime and Ratchet awaited. Upon seeing Thundercracker, Optimus Prime's eyes widened in surprise. Thundercracker, how did you come to be here? Thundercracker met Optimus Prime's gaze, his expression resolute. Optimus Prime, I am ready to fight alongside you against Megatron. Optimus Prime nodded, recognizing the significance of Thundercracker's alliance. Welcome, Thundercracker. Together, we shall battle for the peace of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Thundercracker swiftly integrated into the Autobot team. His aerial combat expertise provided the Autobots with a newfound advantage, leading to several victories against Megatron. Observing this transformation, Jetfire felt a surge of hope within him. He understood that although the path ahead was fraught with challenges and adversities, as long as they remained united, nothing would be insurmountable. In Xiang Tian's heart, a resolute determination blossomed. He understood that regardless of the realm, he would fight for peace and justice. Together with Optimus Prime, Thundercracker, and all the Autobots, he would strive for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 61. The slumber of Megatron. Megatron's ambitions loomed large. He prepared to utilize the space bridge to transport the Dark Energon to Cybertron, intending to awaken the planet's fallen warriors. Should this plan succeed, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Cybertron. Upon learning of this plot, Optimus Prime swiftly led the Autobots across the land bridge towards space, hoping to thwart Megatron's machinations. Upon their arrival at the space bridge, they discovered that Megatron had already commenced the transmission sequence. Optimus realized they had to act promptly to sabotage the space bridge and prevent the Dark Energon's transfer. Seeing Optimus approach, Megatron smiled, aware that his nemesis would attempt to thwart him. He brandished his weapon and charged at Optimus, who unsheathed his dual blades. A fierce confrontation erupted between them, their clash reverberating across the expanse of the space bridge. Meanwhile, RC, under the guidance of Ratchet, quickly located the energy valve on the space bridge. This valve was the core of the bridge's operation. Closing it would halt the Dark Energon's transmission. Just as RC prepared to turn the valve, Xiang Tian materialized, swiftly knocking her unconscious and directly severing the valve. This unexpected, yet crucial maneuver shifted the tide. Once Ratchet confirmed that the energy to the space bridge had been cut, he immediately activated the land bridge. Optimus and the other Autobots hastily evacuated the space bridge. The abrupt closure triggered a minor explosion, annihilating all the fallen warriors within its blast. Megatron sustained severe injuries in the explosion, slipping into unconsciousness. Xiang Tian stood before the fallen Megatron, exhaling a sigh. His heart was a maelstrom of complex emotions. He recognized that Megatron's actions stemmed from a yearning for power, yet he felt a tinge of disappointment. "This child is far too worrisome," he murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. Xiang Tian understood that Megatron's actions could herald disaster for Cybertron. But he also comprehended the ambition and resolve that drove him. He resolved to bring Megatron back to the Ark for urgent treatment, hoping to discover a means to awaken him and guide him back onto the righteous path. At the Autobot base, Optimus and the others were perplexed by Xiang Tian's actions. They could not fathom why he had incapacitated RC or severed the energy of the space bridge. Xiang Tian explained his rationale to Optimus, aware that his actions might incite suspicion, but trusting that Optimus would grasp the gravity of his decision. "Optimus, I know my actions may bewilder you, but I had no choice. Megatron's behavior has transcended our control. We must act to safeguard Cybertron." Xiang Tian's voice resonated with unwavering conviction. Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. "Skyfire, I trust your judgment. We shall all strive for the future of Cybertron." In the days that followed, Skyfire began to care for the comatose Megatron aboard the Nemesis, hoping to discover a way to awaken him. He also secretly sought methods to guide Megatron back onto the righteous path. Filled with determination, Skyfire understood that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would join forces with Optimus Prime, the Autobots, and all Transformers in their endeavor for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 62. The emotions of two leaders upon returning to the Autobot base. Optimus Prime was engulfed by a myriad of complex emotions. He recognized that Megatron's actions posed a significant threat to Cybertron, yet he could not ignore the intricate feelings he harbored for his former adversary. After deep contemplation, Optimus decided to contact Skyfire to inquire about Megatron's condition. Upon hearing Optimus's request, Skyfire chuckled lightly, a teasing tone in his voice. "If you are so concerned about him, why not come see for yourself?" Optimus was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a response. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Skyfire, could you assist me in activating the ground bridge?" Skyfire regarded Optimus with a hint of amusement, aware of the complicated relationship between him and Megatron, yet understanding Optimus's apprehension. "Of course, Optimus," he replied. Standing before the ground bridge, Optimus took a deep breath and stepped across, entering the room where Skyfire awaited. Upon seeing the unconscious Megatron, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Skyfire observed the flustered Optimus and realized this was a private moment that should not be interrupted. "Optimus, I will wait outside," he gently said, moving to the door and closing it behind him. As he departed, Skyfire couldn't resist capturing a clandestine photograph of the two embracing. He recognized the potential in this moment, despite the impropriety. In a playful spirit, he sent the photo to Soundwave. Upon receiving the image, Soundwave's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected such an interaction between Optimus and Megatron. After a brief silence, he decided to preserve the photograph, knowing it could prove significant in the future. Inside the room, Optimus quietly gazed at the comatose Megatron, his heart filled with reflection. He reminisced about their struggles and conflicts, as well as their shared goals and ideals. "Megatron, why have you chosen this path?" Optimus whispered, fully aware that Megatron could not respond. Gently, he reached out, caressing Megatron's cheek with tenderness. He yearned for Megatron to awaken, hoping they could discover a peaceful resolution to their dilemmas. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime frequently visited the room of Starscream. Tending to the comatose Megatron, he began to explore various methods to awaken Megatron, hoping to discover a means to restore him. Starscream observed Optimus's actions, his heart brimming with respect. He understood the intricate relationship between Optimus and Megatron, yet he also witnessed Optimus's unwavering determination and resolve. "Optimus, I have faith in your ability to awaken Megatron," Starscream declared with conviction. Optimus nodded, acknowledging the significance of Starscream's support. "Thank you, Starscream. Together, we shall strive for the future of Cybertron." In the ensuing days, Optimus, Starscream, and the Autobot team continued their endeavors, seeking a peaceful resolution to their challenges. They recognized that although the path ahead was fraught with trials and tribulations, unity would render the impossible attainable. Starscream's heart surged with determination. He understood that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 63. The crisis and reflection of Optimus Prime, the medic, detected a faint signal from a spacecraft within the base, immediately capturing Optimus's attention. The two hastened to the site of the ship's crash, preparing for a rescue. However, upon entering the vessel, they were met with a shocking sight. The entire crew had succumbed to an unknown virus, their bodies lifeless. Optimus and the medic swiftly sprang into action, endeavoring to identify the virus's source and prevent its further spread. In the midst of this chaos, the ship suddenly lurched violently, and in the turmoil, a viral substance from a corpse inadvertently infected Optimus's left eye. Upon learning of Optimus's plight, Starscream promptly handed over the antidote he had prepared in advance to the medic. Aware of the virus's peril, he insisted on immediate action. The medic quickly administered the antidote, and after a period of unconsciousness, Optimus finally regained consciousness. Starscream fixed a serious gaze upon Optimus, a hint of reproach in his eyes. Optimus, as a leader, how can you hope to save your planet if you cannot even safeguard yourself? Optimus, confronted by Starscream's anger, remained silent, which only intensified Starscream's frustration. He continued, "Do you truly understand your mission, or do you wish for everyone to suffer because of your actions?" Optimus fell into deep contemplation. Starscream's words illuminated the possibility that he had become too self-focused, neglecting his responsibilities as a leader. He raised his gaze and offered an apology. "Starscream, I'm sorry. I realize I have disappointed you. I should not disregard the feelings of others." As he witnessed Optimus's sincere apology, Starscream's mood lightened considerably. He recognized Optimus as a responsible leader, and this incident was merely an unfortunate mishap. Gently, Starscream placed a reassuring hand on Optimus's shoulder. "Optimus, I understand your intentions. We have all made mistakes. The key is to learn from them and emerge stronger. You are my kin in this world, and I do not wish to lose you." Optimus Prime nodded, a renewed determination gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you, Xiang Tian, for your trust. I shall remember this lesson and exercise greater caution in the future." In the days that followed, Optimus began to reassess his actions and decisions. He recognized that as a leader, he must not only bravely confront challenges, but also safeguard himself and his comrades. He began to place greater emphasis on teamwork and safety, ensuring that each member could contribute maximally in battle. Xiang Tian continued to play a pivotal role among the Autobots. Not only was he a family member to Optimus, but he was also a crucial asset to the team. With his wisdom and experience, he aided Optimus in formulating strategies to jointly combat the threat posed by Megatron. One late night, Xiang Tian stood solitary on the observation deck of the base, gazing into the distant starry sky. His heart was awash with complex emotions, yet he was acutely aware of his responsibilities and mission. He would strive alongside Optimus and the Autobots for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with resolve. He knew that no matter the world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would join forces with Optimus, Megatron, and all the Transformers in pursuit of a brighter future for Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 64. The rebuilding of friendship under Xiang Tian's meticulous care, Megatron finally regained his health. He stood on the deck of the Nemesis, staring into the vastness of the starry sky, filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why Xiang Tian would save him or why Optimus would show concern for him. To him, the restoration of peace on Cybertron seemed achievable only through his own demise. Observing the silent Megatron, Xiang Tian's emotions erupted. "Megatron, do you not understand? Deep within Optimus lies a sense of longing for you. If you perish, he too shall suffer. Therefore, you must live well." Megatron was taken aback by Xiang Tian's words, momentarily stunned. He had never considered that Optimus might feel this way. He had always believed their relationship was solely defined by enmity and conflict. Xiang Tian's words compelled him to reevaluate his actions and beliefs. Xiang Tian continued, "Megatron, you once shared a friendship with Orion, a bond of mutual understanding. Now, you have become adversaries. Is this truly what you desire?" A tumult of emotions surged within Megatron as he reminisced about the days he shared with Orion. Once, they were friends and comrades. Now, they stood on opposing sides. Pain and confusion enveloped his heart. At that moment, Optimus, who had been quietly observing, approached Megatron. "Megatron, we are friends. This is an unalterable truth. Are you willing to be friends once more?" Megatron fell silent for a moment. Then a smile crept across his face. "Indeed, we have always been friends. Whether you are Orion or Optimus, You shall forever remain my friend." There was a note of relief in his voice. Optimus Prime extended his hand, and Megatron mirrored the gesture, their hands clasping tightly together. In that moment, they set aside their past enmity and rekindled their friendship. They exchanged smiles and playfully teased one another. Standing nearby, Xiang Tian observed the two as they unveiled each other's less-than-stellar histories, his astonishment palpable, while Soundwave expressed his accustomed familiarity with such antics. A sense of solace filled Xiang Tian's heart. He understood that this was the beacon of hope for Cybertron's peace. He believed that if Optimus Prime and Megatron could reconcile, a promising future awaited their planet. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Megatron began to collaborate earnestly, seeking peaceful resolutions to their dilemmas. They recognized the arduous journey ahead, yet they felt it imperative to endeavor. Xiang Tian continued to play a pivotal role among the Autobots, not only as Optimus Prime's advisor, but also as a key member of the team. Leveraging his wisdom and experience, he aided Optimus in formulating strategies to confront the looming threat posed by the Decepticons. One fateful night, Xiang Tian stood alone on the observation deck of the base, his gaze cast toward the distant starry expanse. A whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within him, yet he remained steadfast in his sense of duty and mission. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Determination filled Xiang Tian's heart. He understood that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would labor alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers until he could witness a reality where they no longer relied solely on his efforts. Chapter 65. Megatron's Journal aboard the Nemesis. Megatron found himself alone in his chamber, serendipitously uncovering a long-forgotten journal, a record of moments shared with Orion. He gently brushed away the dust that had settled upon it and opened the journal, leafing through its pages filled with their shared experiences and memories. Since their transformation into adversaries, Megatron had entirely forgotten about this chronicle. Now he resolved to add a new chapter, documenting the fact that Orion and Megatron had once again forged their friendship. Grasping a pen, he solemnly inscribed this new entry in the journal. A soft knock interrupted his reverie as Xiang Tian entered Megatron's room, curiosity evident in his voice. "Megatron, what are you writing so mysteriously?" Startled by the sudden inquiry, Megatron's face flushed crimson, and he hastily shut the journal. "It's nothing, merely some old matters," he replied, his tone betraying a hint of unease. At that moment, Optimus Prime happened to pass by, drawn in by the commotion within the room. Upon seeing this, Megatron quickly pulled Optimus away from Xiang Tian's line of sight, leaving Xiang Tian alone with a playful smile on his face. Observing their hurried departure, Xiang Tian murmured to himself, "Ah, when will Optimus Prime ever become the one above?" His words were laced with both teasing and anticipation. In the days that followed, the relationship between Megatron and Optimus Prime gradually warmed. They began to rebuild their trust, engaging in discussions about the future of Cybertron. Megatron's journal became a testament to their friendship, chronicling the moments of their reconciliation. Optimus also came to realize the depth of his feelings for Megatron, prompting him to reevaluate his role and responsibilities. He understood that, as a leader, he not only had to protect Cybertron, but also to care for the sentiments of every Cybertronian, including Megatron. As an observer, Starscream felt a complex array of emotions. On one hand, he was pleased to witness the reconciliation between Optimus and Megatron. On the other, he contemplated his own role within this newfound friendship. He recognized the importance of not overstepping his bounds, yet he aspired to contribute positively to their bond. During a late-night conversation, Starscream engaged in a profound dialogue with Optimus. "Optimus, do you truly believe that you and Megatron can return to the past?" Starscream's voice bore a hint of concern. Optimus remained silent for a moment before responding. "Starscream, I know this is not easy, but we must all make an effort. We were once friends, and I believe we can be friends again." Starscream nodded, understanding Optimus's determination. "Optimus, I will support you. Let us strive together for the future of Cybertron." In the ensuing days, Starscream, Optimus, and Megatron confronted numerous challenges together. They fought side by side, strategized collectively, and endeavored tirelessly for the future of Cybertron. They recognized that despite the road ahead being fraught with obstacles and difficulties, there was nothing insurmountable as long as they stood united. Starscream's heart brimmed with resolve. He knew that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all the Transformers for the futures of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 66. The Tragic Overlord. One fateful night. Megatron awoke from a nightmare, the figure of the Overlord vividly and powerfully etched in his mind. The Overlord's voice echoed within Megatron's heart, instilling a sense of unease. He glanced at the slumbering Optimus beside him, a surge of fear and guilt washing over him. He feared that under the Overlord's influence, he might harm Optimus and jeopardize the fragile friendship they had painstakingly restored. Therefore, he resolved to leave temporarily to prevent any potential harm during his sleepwalking. As the Overlord's appearances in his dreams increased, Megatron ultimately succumbed to the control. His behavior grew erratic, his eyes devoid of rationality, replaced instead with the madness and destructive desire of the Overlord. Yet, a flicker of his own will remain, a vow to never harm Optimus. This fragment of resolve momentarily shielded him from the Overlord's grip. Upon learning of this development, Starscream resolved to take action. He understood that if the Overlord's threat was not swiftly addressed, the friendship between Megatron and Optimus, along with the peace of all of Cybertron, would be imperiled. Starscream decided to unleash the power of the Allspark against the Overlord that plagued their world. In a fierce confrontation, Xiang Tian unleashed his full strength. His strikes were imbued with gentleness, yet remarkably potent, directly striking the core of the Cosmic Emperor. Under Xiang Tian's assault, the Cosmic Emperor was vanquished, leaving only a flicker of fire. With his own power, Xiang Tian sealed this ember within a unique bracelet on his wrist, ensuring it could no longer pose a threat to Cybertron. Gazing at the bracelet, he felt an overwhelming sense of resolve and determination. With Xiang Tian's assistance, Megatron regained his sanity. He looked at Xiang Tian and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiang Tian. Without you, I cannot fathom what I might have done. By the way, I hope I didn't injure Optimus Prime. Is he all right?" Xiang Tian smiled and patted Megatron on the shoulder. "Megatron, Optimus Prime is perfectly fine. But why do you insist on his shouldering all the responsibility alone? Do you believe that leaving Optimus Prime will earn his gratitude?" Megatron fell silent, acknowledging his evasion. "I apologize. I understand now. I shall no longer shy away. It is time for me to return and confess to Optimus Prime." "Thank you, Xiang Tian." With that, Megatron hurried back to prepare for their daily lives alongside Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian watched Megatron depart in haste with a smile, sensing that their lives were on a promising trajectory. In the days that followed, the bond between Megatron and Optimus Prime grew ever stronger. They trained together, strategized in tandem, and labored for the future of Cybertron. They understood that, despite the challenges and adversities that lay ahead, unity would render the impossible achievable. Xiang Tian continued to play a pivotal role among the Autobots. Not only was he an advisor to Optimus Prime, but he was also a key member of the Autobot team. His wisdom and experience aided Optimus Prime in crafting strategies to combat emerging threats. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He knew that, in any realm, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 67. The two leaders become companions aboard the Nemesis. Soundwave stumbled upon several records concerning the Iron Fortress artifacts while organizing data. These artifacts represented a mysterious legacy in Cybertron's history, possessing formidable power. Soundwave promptly reported this discovery to Megatron. Upon hearing the news, a glimmer of light flickered in Megatron's eyes. He recalled that Optimus Prime, in his former incarnation, had been the custodian of the Iron Fortress, possessing profound knowledge of these artifacts. Megatron resolved to enlist Optimus Prime to decipher this information. Recognizing that the artifact's power was crucial for the restoration of Cybertron, Megatron approached Optimus Prime with his request. "Optimus, we require your expertise to decode this information regarding the Iron Fortress artifacts. Their power is vital for the restoration of Cybertron." His tone bore a note of firmness. Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment, then revealed a smile before slowly saying, "Megatron, I am willing to assist you in deciphering this information, but I have one condition." Megatron raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Optimus Prime's proposition. "What condition might that be?" he inquired. Optimus took a deep breath and replied, "Indeed, tonight, I desire to be on top. You cannot oppose me. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." Megatron paused briefly, then chuckled, understanding Optimus's intentions. Very well, I agree. After all, one must cherish their partner. His voice carried a hint of indulgence. How could he refuse such a gentle and endearing Optimus Prime? Under the pressure of Starscream and Soundwave, Megatron and Optimus Prime finally came together. Their relationship transformed from mere adversaries to mutually reliant partners. This evolution strengthened their collaboration and fostered unity in the face of challenges. In the days that followed, Optimus began to unravel the mysteries of the Iron Fortress relics. His knowledge and wisdom propelled the deciphering process forward, while Megatron assisted, providing strength and resources that supported Optimus. Starscream observed their cooperation with satisfaction, knowing that as long as Megatron and Optimus could unite, there was hope for Cybertron's future. Optimus. Megatron, you are performing admirably, Starscream praised. If only the Knights could be a tad quieter. He regretted allowing them to unite so early, and Soundwave nodded in agreement. Having not anticipated the nightly commotion, exchanging smiles, Optimus and Megatron understood that their bond had transcended past enmities. They were now each other's support and reliance. In the ensuing days, they ventured to the Iron Fortress together, in search of the relics. They recognized that the power of these relics would aid them in restoring Cybertron and safeguarding their home. Meanwhile, Starscream and Soundwave remained aboard the Nemesis, continuing to research other materials to support Optimus and Megatron. They were aware that this journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Starscream's heart brimmed with resolve. He recognized that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 68. The call of the Starblade. Through Optimus Prime's relentless efforts, they finally discovered the lost Iron Fortress relics on Earth, along with a legendary weapon, the Starblade, which only Optimus could wield. This sword was said to possess immense power, capable of guiding Cybertron towards revival. Megatron gazed at the relics, pondering in silence. He understood that the power of these relics could not be directly harnessed by him, yet seeing the light in Optimus's eyes stirred his emotions. As long as Optimus was content, what did the outcome matter? He mused quietly to himself. Optimus Prime wielded the Star Sword, feeling the immense power it contained. At the sword's beckoning, he found himself in a mysterious realm, where he encountered Master Titan. The figure of Master Titan appeared hazy yet majestic amidst the radiant light. Optimus Prime, you have discovered the Star Sword. It is the key to restoring Cybertron. His voice resonated throughout the space. Optimus nodded, his gaze resolute. Master Titan, what must I do? Master Titan conveyed to Optimus that to revive Cybertron, he must locate the 4 ultimate God Keys. These 4 keys were hidden in the far corners of the universe, their powers potent enough to reignite the core of Cybertron and rejuvenate the planet's vitality. Just as Master Titan was about to reveal the locations of the keys, his figure suddenly vanished, leaving Optimus alone in the vastness. Standing there, Optimus was engulfed in uncertainty. He pondered the sudden disappearance of Master Titan and whether he had truly gleaned the whereabouts of the keys. Yet, he understood that regardless of the challenges ahead, he must seek out these keys for the future of Cybertron. Returning to the tangible world, he relayed Master Titan's words to Megatron and Starscream. The trio began to devise a plan, deciding to split up the search for the 4 ultimate God Keys. In the ensuing days, Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream led elite teams of Autobots and Decepticons on a quest for the ultimate God Keys. They traversed countless star systems, facing innumerable challenges, with each discovery bringing them closer to their goal. Throughout the search, Starscream continuously utilized his knowledge and intellect to assist the team in overcoming obstacles. He understood that these keys held significance not only for Cybertron's future, but also for the balance of the universe. Megatron showcased his formidable combat prowess and leadership, charging to the forefront in battles, safeguarding the team's safety. Optimus, as the soul of the team, inspired everyone with his steadfast beliefs and determination. He recognized that unity was paramount in finding the ultimate God Keys and restoring Cybertron. After a series of adventures, Optimus finally learned the locations of the 4 ultimate God Keys. His eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve as he realized that their journey was about to enter a crucial phase. We have located the positions of the ultimate God Keys, Optimus exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Megatron and Starscream gazed at him, their hearts brimming with anticipation. They understood that this journey was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they believed that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream led their team toward the locations of the ultimate God Keys, aware that this would be a battle determining the fate of Cybertron, and they were prepared to give their all. Chapter 69. The Bargain with the Two Apostles. Starscream arrived at the location of the first ultimate God Key, a mysterious and ancient ruin guarded by one of the legendary 12 Apostles, the Celestial Voyager. Xiang Tian endeavored to engage in dialogue with Xiang Tian, hoping to peacefully acquire the divine key. However, upon witnessing Xiang Tian grasp a weapon, he realized that an inevitable confrontation loomed. Reluctant to engage directly, Xiang Tian summoned his partner, the Energon Titan, Li Feng. The emergence of Li Feng momentarily stunned Xiang Tian. He had not anticipated Xiang Tian's unconventional response to the challenge. This lad certainly does not adhere to conventional methods, Xiang Tian mused inwardly. At that juncture, another apostle made her entrance, Xiang Tian. Faced with two apostles, Xiang Tian remained undeterred, fully aware of his promise to Optimus Prime and Megatron to retrieve the key. Yet, the formidable power of the two apostles rendered it nearly impossible for Xiang Tian to withstand alone. After a fierce battle, Xiang Tian ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, taken away by Xiang Tian. When Optimus Prime and Megatron arrived, they were met only with the sight of the unconscious Xiang Tian and a message left behind. Family and the key, you may choose but one. Optimus Prime found himself in a dilemma, recalling Xiang Tian's words. Everything should revolve around restoring Cybertron. Do not concern yourself with me. But could Optimus Prime truly heed Xiang Tian's counsel? His heart was laden with turmoil and anguish. Standing beside him, Megatron's gaze was also fraught with complexity. He understood Xiang Tian's significance to Optimus Prime and recognized that the latter's decision would profoundly affect Cybertron's future. Optimus, we must make a choice. Megatron's voice carried a note of resolve. Taking a deep breath, Optimus Prime's eyes gleamed with determination. Megatron, I understand we must choose the key, yet we must also ensure Xiang Tian's safety. Megatron nodded, aware that Optimus Prime's decision was indeed the right one. They commenced formulating a plan, seeking to procure the divine key without endangering Xiang Tian. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime and Megatron led elite teams from both the Autobots and Decepticons to negotiate with Xiang Tian and Xiang Tian. They aspired to discover a peaceful resolution, securing the divine key while safeguarding Xiang Tian. Under Xiang Tian's care, Xiang Tian gradually regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself imprisoned within an ancient temple, where Xiang Tian stood before him, his gaze scrutinizing. Xiang Tian, why would you choose this path? Why risk everything for Optimus Prime and Megatron? Xiang Tian inquired. Xiang Tian met his gaze, his voice resolute. Xiang Tian, I act thus because I believe in Optimus Prime and Megatron. I trust in their ability to restore Cybertron and usher in peace. After a moment of silence, Xiang Tian slowly replied, Xiang Tian, your conviction is admirable. Yet, you must also comprehend that peace often demands a sacrifice. Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Xiang Tian's words. Nevertheless, he understood he must strive with all his might to protect Cybertron and safeguard his friends. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian began to engage in profound discussions with Xiang Tian and Xiang Tian. He aspired to persuade them, yearning to uncover a peaceful resolution to the dilemma. Optimus Prime and Megatron were also striving externally, seeking a means to rescue Xiang Tian and obtain the divine key. Ultimately, through Xiang Tian's efforts, Xiang Tian and Xiang Tian were swayed. They resolved to entrust the divine key to Optimus Prime, contingent upon Xiang Tian's remaining behind. Optimus Prime faced a formidable choice. He recognized Xiang Tian's significance to him, yet he understood that Cybertron's future hinged on this key. Xiang Tian, his voice trembled slightly. Xiang Tian gazed at Optimus Prime with a smile, his eyes brimming with understanding and compassion. Optimus, I comprehend your decision. Go forth, restore Cybertron. I shall await your return. Optimus Prime grasped Xiang Tian's hand tightly, his gaze filled with gratitude and resolve. Xiang Tian, I promise you, I shall return swiftly. Under the leadership of Optimus Prime and Megatron, the Autobots and Decepticons embarked on a new journey, their objective being to locate the remaining 3 divine keys and rejuvenate Cybertron. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian remained under the guardianship of Tian Xing and Tian Jiao, knowing that as long as Optimus Prime and Megatron succeeded, there was hope for Cybertron's future. Chapter 70. Trials and Recognition. After Xiang Tian was taken by Tian Xing and Tian Jiao, Megatron embarked alone on a quest to find the second ultimate divine key. He arrived at the key's location, a mysterious and solemn sanctuary, guarded by one of his most revered apostles, Xiang Tian. The power of Xiang Tian was formidable and enigmatic. With a mere wave of his hand, Megatron found himself irresistibly drawn towards him, forgetting the true purpose of his visit. All that remained in his heart was the praise and acknowledgement from Xiang Tian, something he had long desired. Under the influence of Xiang Tian's power, Megatron succumbed to a dream. Observing Megatron ensnared in an illusion, Xiang Tian decided to transport him to his palace, where the power of the illusion was at its zenith, and Megatron would confront his greatest trial. Within the palace, Megatron beheld a flawless world, a realm he had always yearned for. Here, he was a supreme ruler, revered and adored by all Cybertronians. He reveled in this beautiful dream, nearly forgetting his mission and responsibilities. However, just as Megatron was on the brink of sinking into the enchanting fantasy conjured by Xiang Tian, a voice stirred within him. It was the voice of Optimus Prime, the voice of Xiang Tian, the voices of all those he cherished and trusted. Their voices awakened Megatron's consciousness, prompting him to question all that lay before him. Megatron, you cannot surrender. Your goal is to restore Cybertron, to protect your family and friends. We still have journeys to embark upon in the cosmos. Optimus Prime's voice resonated within Megatron's heart. A glimmer of determination flickered in Megatron's eyes as he began to resist the allure of the illusion. He realized that while this beautiful dream was enticing, it was not reality. He must awaken, must confront the truth. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Megatron finally shattered the shackles of the illusion. He opened his eyes to find Optimus Prime standing before him, a glimmer of surprise in his gaze. Optimus, I appreciate your praise, but I cannot succumb to the illusion. I must fulfill my mission, Megatron declared with unwavering resolve. Optimus regarded Megatron, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. Megatron, you have passed the trial. You have demonstrated your will and determination. Optimus entrusted the second ultimate key to Megatron, imparting the wisdom that true power lies not in domination, but in protection and sacrifice. Grasping the key, Megatron's heart swelled with gratitude and determination. Optimus, I shall use this key to restore Cybertron and safeguard my family and friends, he vowed. In the days that followed, Megatron returned to Optimus and the Autobots, the second key in hand. Together, they continued their quest for the remaining divine keys. Their journey fraught with challenges and hardships, yet their faith and resolve never wavered. Though Starscream had been taken by the Decepticons, his thoughts remained with Optimus and Megatron. He knew that as long as they could uncover all the divine keys, hope for Cybertron would endure. Megatron's heart brimmed with determination. He understood that, in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus, Starscream, and all the Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 71. The Trial of Master Titanium. Once more, Optimus Prime encountered Master Titanium in his dreams, yet this meeting was unlike any before. Master Titanium did not reveal the location of the third key. Instead, he transported Optimus within the dreamscape. Upon awakening, Optimus was astounded to find himself not on the familiar battlefield, but within the Iron Fortress archive, and even more astonishingly, he had reverted to his former self, Orion. As Orion surveyed his surroundings, everything appeared both familiar and alien. He seemed to have truly returned to a time before he became Optimus Prime. At that moment, Master Titanium's figure materialized before him. Master Titanium, what is happening? Orion's voice trembled with confusion. Master Titanium regarded Orion with profound eyes, stating, to obtain the third key, you must accept my trial. Orion, or rather Optimus Prime, faced the daunting reality of his former self, uncertain how to confront Master Titanium's challenge. No longer the formidable leader. He was now an ordinary Cybertronian. What must I do? Orion inquired. Master Titanium did not respond directly, but instead guided him through a series of trials. These challenges tested Orion's wisdom, courage, and resolve. He was compelled to rely solely on his intellect and willpower to overcome obstacles without the strength he once possessed. In the first trial, Orion was tasked with unraveling an ancient riddle, one that held the secrets of the Iron Fortress archive. He had to depend on his knowledge and logic to decipher the enigma, a process that evoked memories of his decision-making and contemplation as Optimus Prime. The second trial was a test of courage. Orion faced a formidable adversary, and he had to discover a way to conquer his foe without the aid of weapons or strength. This trial illuminated for him the profound truth that true power emanates not solely from the physical realm, but rather from the depths of inner courage and perseverance. The final trial revolved around sacrifice and love. Orion was called upon to relinquish his most cherished possession in order to save others. This ordeal imparted to him a profound understanding of the responsibilities of leadership and the essence of sacrifice. After a series of trials, Orion ultimately comprehended the intentions of Master Titanium. These challenges were not merely to acquire the third key, but rather to facilitate his rediscovery of himself and to redefine the true meaning of strength. Master Titanium gazed at Orion, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. You have passed the trials. Are you now prepared to accept the third key? Orion nodded, his gaze resolute. Master Titanium, I am ready. Master Titanium bestowed upon Orion the third key and conveyed that its power lies not merely in its physical form, but in the heart of its wielder. Only those who truly grasp the essence of strength can unlock its fullest potential. As Orion accepted the key, he felt a new power awakening within him. This experience endowed him with a transformative strength, one that transcended the physical and delved into the spiritual. He understood that this newfound power would aid him in fulfilling his remaining mission to restore peace to Cybertron. In the days that followed, Orion, or Optimus Prime, embarked on his journey with renewed vigor and determination. He recognized that, despite the path ahead being fraught with challenges and adversities, as long as he upheld his convictions, nothing would be insurmountable. Chapter 72. The final trial. Optimus Prime and Megatron, having endured numerous hardships, finally arrived at the location of the last key. Here, the 12 apostles gathered, but their adversary was not these powerful beings. Rather, it was an unexpected figure, Skyfire. Faced with such a predicament, Optimus Prime and Megatron fell into a contemplative silence. They understood that Skyfire was not merely a friend, but also the key to Cybertron's peace. How should they choose? This was a harrowing decision, one that weighed heavily on the themes of friendship and duty. Ultimately, Optimus Prime made his choice. He relinquished the key in his possession, for he could not forsake his friend. Skyfire, you are more important to us than any key, he declared with unwavering conviction. However, Megatron struggled to comprehend this. He looked at Optimus Prime, his heart brimming with confusion and anger. Optimus, are we to render our efforts futile? We have sacrificed so much for the future of Cybertron, and now you wish to abandon it? Optimus Prime met Megatron's gaze, a hint of sorrow reflected in his eyes. Megatron, I know this is difficult to accept, but I cannot forsake Skyfire. He is not only our friend, but also the hope of Cybertron. At that moment, Galvatron stepped forward before Megatron and presented him with a proposition. If you kill Skyfire, I can assist you in obtaining the key. What will you do? Megatron fell into deep contemplation, his heart burdened with inner turmoil. He understood that this was a pivotal choice between power and responsibility. If he acquiesced to the terms set forth by Unicron, he would gain the key and realize his ambitions. Yet, he also recognized that this would signify a betrayal of his friends and a violation of his own conscience. After considerable reflection, Megatron arrived at a resolution. He struck at Starscream, but his assault was not lethal. With all his might, he felled Starscream, but refrained from delivering a fatal blow. He knew he could not betray Optimus Prime, nor could he forsake the bond they shared. Starscream, I am sorry, Megatron's voice quivered, but I must do this. Starscream lay on the ground, gazing at Megatron, his eyes devoid of resentment, filled only with understanding. Megatron, I comprehend your choice. We all fight for the future of Cybertron. Optimus Prime observed this scene, his heart heavy with anguish. He recognized that their friendship had been tested, yet he also understood that sacrifices were essential for the future of Cybertron. Unicron regarded Megatron's decision with a measure of admiration. Megatron, you have made the right choice. The key is now yours. Megatron accepted the key, but a sense of triumph eluded him. He was acutely aware of the immense cost of this decision. He looked at Optimus Prime, his eyes awash with complex emotions. Optimus, can we truly restore Cybertron? The uncertainty in Megatron's voice was palpable. Optimus Prime grasped Megatron's hand firmly, his gaze resolute. Megatron, I believe we can. As long as we stand united, nothing is insurmountable. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Starscream confronted numerous challenges together. They understood that despite the trials their friendship had endured, they must fight for the future of Cybertron. Starscream's heart brimmed with determination. He knew that in any world, he would battle for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 73. Starscream's departure. After enduring great hardships, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Starscream finally acquired the 4 ultimate God Keys. Armed with these keys, they embarked on a journey to the Rust Sea of Cybertron, for it was there that the ultimate God Lock lay hidden, awaiting restoration. On their way to the Rust Sea, Optimus Prime and Megatron began to discuss their dreams for the future. They envisioned the restoration of Cybertron. Speaking of a life imbued with peace, their eyes alight with hope and joy. Starscream observed the jubilant duo before him, yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. He slowed his pace, silently watching them. As Optimus Prime and Megatron prepared to inquire about Starscream's dreams, he suddenly made a decision. Starscream realized that his mission had reached its conclusion. He could not allow Optimus Prime and Megatron to forfeit their opportunity to restore Cybertron because of him. He resolved to erase the memories of their past concerning himself, allowing them to devote themselves wholeheartedly to the restoration of Cybertron. Just as Optimus Prime and Megatron were about to inquire about Xiang Tian, they suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiang Tian stood before them, a flicker of pain and resolve dancing in his eyes. He extended his hand, gently touching their sparks, commencing the erasure of their memories of him. Optimus, Megatron, I am sorry. You should not forsake the restoration of Cybertron because of me. Yet, I shall always remain by your side, silently guarding you. Xiang Tian's voice trembled with emotion. As the memories faded away, Optimus and Megatron gradually regained consciousness. They gazed at one another, seemingly bereft of recollection of something vital, yet unable to recall what it was. Optimus, let's press on. The ultimate God Lock lies ahead. Megatron's voice resonated with determination. Optimus nodded, though a sense of emptiness lingered within him. He understood they must forge ahead. Indeed, Megatron, we must restore Cybertron. The two continued their journey, while Xiang Tian quietly trailed behind. He recognized he could no longer accompany them. He must remain hidden to ensure Optimus and Megatron could complete their mission successfully. Deep within the Rust Sea, Optimus and Megatron finally discovered the ultimate God Lock. They inserted the 4 ultimate God Keys into the lock, and a surge of potent energy began to surge forth. The core of Cybertron responded, causing the entire planet to tremble. We have succeeded, Optimus. Megatron's voice brimmed with excitement. Optimus clasped Megatron's hand tightly, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. Yes, we have succeeded. Cybertron shall be reborn. Through their relentless efforts, Cybertron began to heal. The scars upon the planet gradually mended, and vitality began to resurge. Optimus and Megatron became heroes of Cybertron, their names forever etched in history. From a distance, Xiang Tian observed quietly, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He understood that his sacrifice was worthwhile. He felt immense pride for Optimus and Megatron. Farewell, Optimus. Farewell, Megatron, he murmured softly as his figure gradually dissolved into the starry expanse of Cybertron. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with resolve. He knew that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 74. The Lost Memories. Xiang Tian stood before the 12 original Transformers of Cybertron, having made a momentous decision to forge a collaborative agreement with them to awaken the Primus. It was a venture fraught with risk. Yet Xiang Tian believed that only the power of Primus could usher in true peace for Cybertron. Master Titanium watched as Xiang Tian approached the form of Primus, his heart heavy with remorse. He understood the implications of Xiang Tian's choice, yet felt powerless to alter the course. After all, Master Titanium himself harbored hopes for Primus's resurrection, yearning for him to guide Cybertron toward prosperity. However, just as Xiang Tian prepared to awaken the primordial celestial venerable. The Cosmic Emperor suddenly appeared and whisked him away. Having recently expended a vast amount of energy, Xiang Tian found himself powerless against the might of the Cosmic Emperor and was ultimately captured. The Cosmic Emperor gazed upon Xiang Tian, his essence transformed into dark energy, rendering Xiang Tian the most devoted subordinate of the Cosmic Emperor. Elated, the Cosmic Emperor reveled in the acquisition of Xiang Tian's formidable powers. In the wake of Xiang Tian's abduction, Master Titanium found himself at odds with the other apostles, consumed by guilt and rage, and ultimately departed from the core of Cybertron. The mighty Xiang Tian observed these events with a smirk before also leaving the core. The two made their way to the residence of Optimus Prime and Megatron, where they relayed the news of Xiang Tian's capture. Yet, Optimus Prime and Megatron appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the identity of Xiang Tian. With a heavy sigh, Master Titanium realized that Xiang Tian had erased their memories of him to protect them. That rascal Xiang Tian had left them with a significant dilemma. Optimus Prime and Megatron regarded Master Titanium, Xiang Tian, their minds shrouded in confusion. While they could not recall Xiang Tian, they sensed the weight of Master Titanium's words. "We must retrieve Xiang Tian," declared Optimus Prime with unwavering resolve. Megatron nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, we must find him." In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on a quest for clues regarding Xiang Tian. Though they were unaware of his identity, they understood his paramount significance to them. They had to find him. They had to rescue him. Master Titanium, Xiang Tian also joined the search for Xiang Tian, aware that his disappearance represented a tremendous loss for Cybertron. They needed to locate Xiang Tian swiftly to thwart the Cosmic Emperor's sinister plot. Under the dominion of the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian's powers were tainted by dark energy. His heart was rife with struggle and anguish, yet he refused to surrender. He understood that he must devise a means to escape the Cosmic Emperor's grasp and return to the side of Optimus Prime and Megatron. During one of the Cosmic Emperor's maneuvers, Xiang Tian seized an opportunity. Harnessing his abilities, he conjured an energy storm and successfully broke free from the Cosmic Emperor's control. Upon returning to Cybertron, he sought out Optimus Prime and Megatron. As he stood before them, his heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. "Optimus, Megatron, I have returned." Optimus Prime and Megatron regarded Xiang Tian with a flicker of astonishment. Though they could not recall him, they felt the gravity of his importance. "Xiang Tian, who are you? Why are you so significant to us?" Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian knew he must reveal the truth. "Optimus, Megatron, I am your friend. I once erased your memories of me to safeguard you." After a moment of silence, Optimus Prime and Megatron slowly replied, "Xiang Tian, we believe you. Together, we shall confront the challenges that lie ahead." In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron confronted numerous challenges together. They understood that although the path ahead was fraught with trials and tribulations, as long as they remained united, nothing was insurmountable. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He recognized that no matter the world, he would fight for peace and justice. Alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers, he would strive for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 75. The power of bonds. Optimus Prime and Megatron had lost their memories of Xiang Tian, yet they found themselves inexplicably drawn to this stranger. This sentiment perplexed them. They were baffled by the emotional turbulence they experienced. Observing the hesitant expressions on Optimus Prime and Megatron's faces, Xiang Tian smiled gently, attempting to ease the tension with a light-hearted tone. "I am merely an ordinary resident. How could I possibly be a hero like you?" Nearby, Master Titanium wished to persuade Xiang Tian, but was stopped by Megatron. Freeing himself from Megatron's grasp, Master Titanium pointed at Xiang Tian and exclaimed, "You are evading everything. Do you think erasing their memories will make them forget you? The bond you share will never fade." Xiang Tian retorted, "This is my own choice. What do you, an old man, understand?" His voice carried a hint of anger and helplessness. Optimus Prime and Megatron, observing the heated exchange, fell into contemplation. They were uncertain whether they should intervene, but an inner voice urged them to remain silent and simply listen. "Have we truly forgotten Xiang Tian?" Optimus Prime quietly inquired of Megatron. After a moment of silence, Megatron slowly replied, "I do not know, but I sense that Xiang Tian holds great significance for us." Although their conversation was whispered, Both Xiang Tian and Master Titanium heard every word. A complex wave of emotions surged within Xiang Tian. He recognized that his actions might hurt Optimus Prime and Megatron, yet he understood the necessity of his choices. Master Titanium gazed at Xiang Tian with a resolute expression. Xiang Tian, you cannot evade this. Optimus Prime and Megatron have the right to know the truth, the right to choose their own path. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian realized that he could no longer run away. He resolved to reveal the truth to Optimus Prime and Megatron, allowing them to decide whether to restore their memories. Optimus Prime, Megatron, I erased your memories because I did not want you to relinquish the chance to restore Cybertron due to me. Xiang Tian's voice trembled slightly, but now, he was determined to share the truth, granting them the freedom to choose. As Optimus Prime and Megatron listened to Xiang Tian's words, their hearts filled with shock. They began to comprehend the weight of Xiang Tian's sacrifice and to reevaluate their own feelings. Xiang Tian, we thank you for your sacrifice, Optimus Prime expressed with gratitude. But we must know the truth. We need to make our own choices. Megatron nodded in agreement, his gaze resolute. Yes, Xiang Tian. We must restore our memories and face the challenges of the future together. Xiang Tian gazed at Optimus Prime and Megatron, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that the bond between them would remain unaltered. He resolved to aid them in regaining their memories, enabling them to become their true selves once more. With the assistance of Master Titanium and Lord Megatron, the memories of Optimus Prime and Megatron gradually returned. They reminisced about the days spent with Xiang Tian, recalling their friendship and trust. Xiang Tian, we have returned. Optimus Prime's voice resonated with determination. Megatron also revealed a long-lost smile. Indeed, Xiang Tian. We will fight alongside you to protect Cybertron. Xiang Tian looked at Optimus Prime and Megatron, his heart swelling with contentment. He realized that the three of them would once again stand together, striving for the future of Cybertron. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron faced numerous challenges together. They recognized that, despite the obstacles ahead, unity would render the impossible achievable. Filled with resolve, Xiang Tian knew that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 76. The Elder's recognition and gift. After the trio rekindled their bond, Master Titanium prepared to depart, but Xiang Tian called out to him. With a hint of jest, he mentioned the cohabitation of Optimus Prime and Megatron, implying that as an elder, Master Titanium should offer some token. Master Titanium was taken aback, seriously scrutinizing Megatron, internally astonished. My dear apprentice has been ensnared by Megatron. A complex emotion flickered across his face, quickly replaced by a sense of elderly responsibility. Standing nearby, Megatron observed the flustered Master Titanium and could not suppress a laugh. He hadn't anticipated that the steadfast Master Titanium would exhibit such vulnerability. So, Master Titanium has his moments too, Megatron teased. From his collection, Megatron retrieved two precious artifacts, presenting them to Optimus Prime and Megatron. These treasures, acquired years prior, included a power-enhancing energy crystal and an ancient scroll that bestowed wisdom and strategy. This is my blessing to you. May they assist you in your endeavors. Megatron's voice carried a note of sincerity. Optimus Prime and Megatron accepted the gifts, satisfaction evident on their faces. They had endured considerable hardship in their quest for the ultimate key, and now they finally received some recompense. Thank you, Megatron. Optimus Prime expressed with gratitude. Megatron nodded, his eyes shimmering with resolve. We shall use these artifacts to protect Cybertron, to safeguard our home. Megatron regarded them, his heart filled with reassurance. He understood that although they had once been adversaries, they had now transformed into allies, becoming the guardians of Cybertron. Xiang Tian stood by, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He understood that the gift from Xiang Tianzun was not merely an acknowledgement of Optimus Prime and Megatron, but also a beacon of hope for their future. All right, you two, do not become overly complacent, Xiang Tian teased. We have much work ahead of us. The future of Cybertron requires our united efforts. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing the truth in Xiang Tian's words. They carefully stored the gift away, preparing to continue their mission. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Xiang Tian journeyed onward, acutely aware that although their relationship had been mended, numerous challenges still lay ahead. They understood the necessity of standing united in the fight for Cybertron's future. Before departing, Master Titanium cast a deep, contemplative glance at Optimus Prime and Megatron, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He recognized that they had matured, now capable of confronting future challenges independently. Silently, he bestowed his blessings upon them, hoping they would realize their dreams. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian observed them from the shadows. Aware that Xiang Tian's gaze held not only concern for Optimus Prime and Megatron, but also aspirations for their future, he resolved to support them from behind the scenes, aiding them in achieving their goals. Together, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron fought side by side, their courage and determination inspiring every inhabitant of Cybertron. They knew that despite the challenges and obstacles that lay ahead, as long as they remained united, nothing was insurmountable. Xiang Tian's heart swelled with resolve. He understood that in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 77. Sacrifice and Return. Xiang Tian stood at the heart of Cybertron's core, his determination unwavering. He resolved to complete the ritual he had previously failed to finish, to awaken the primordial celestial. Xiang and the other apostolic Transformers surrounded him, their expressions laden with complexity. Xiang Tian, the primordial celestial has always been by your side, Xiang spoke with a weighty tone. However, to fully resurrect him, you must relinquish everything, otherwise the ritual will falter. Xiang Tian smiled, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. I understand. Only through self-sacrifice can the primordial celestial be fully revived, he replied, his voice tinged with a sense of relief. Within Optimus Prime's being, the energy core suddenly stirred, unleashing an unprecedented wave of anguish. Tears streamed from his optical sensors as he wept in deep sorrow. Master Titanium, witnessing the despondency of Optimus Prime, embraced him tightly. He realized that Xiang Tian's self-sacrifice had awakened the primordial celestial. Simultaneously, Megatron, in his quarters, gazed mournfully at the amulet Xiang Tian had gifted him, now devoid of its former luster. He comprehended that Xiang Tian had departed forever. His heart was engulfed in pain and loss. Both were consumed by the grief of losing Xiang Tian, yet they understood that his sacrifice was for the future of Cybertron. They were resolute in ensuring that Xiang Tian's sacrifice would not be in vain. Upon the resurrection of the primordial celestial sovereign, Cybertron flourished anew. Optimus Prime returned the energy treasure within him to the sovereign and then departed. Having fulfilled his mission, he now embraced his new identity as Orion, a humble archivist and the companion of Megatron. One fateful morning, Orion received a birthday gift from Master Titanium. As he unwrapped the package, a smile graced his face. At that moment, Megatron emerged from another room, and hand in hand, they made their way to the restaurant where they first encountered Starscream, a place rich with memories of the trio. As they prepared to dine, a young child approached them, proclaiming his aspiration to become a hero like them. Optimus and Megatron exchanged amused glances and inquired about the child's name. After a moment's contemplation, the boy replied, "My name is Skyfire, and I am the brother of Starscream." The revelation left them astounded. Starscream was alive and had returned. Thus, they resolved to return home alongside Skyfire. As familiar friends reunited, how would their story unfold? Upon arriving at Skyfire's home, Orion and Megatron were enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. They rejoiced in Starscream's return, yet mourned his sacrifice. Skyfire gazed at them, determination glimmering in his eyes. "Starscream told me to convey that as long as your children have yet to be born, he will not depart. He is still waiting to partake in the wedding festivities." Orion and Megatron exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the truth in Skyfire's words. Starscream had always delighted in teasing them. In the days that followed, Orion, Megatron, Skyfire, and Starscream coexisted, confronting challenges and safeguarding Cybertron together. They recognized that Starscream's return had undoubtedly exacted a significant toll, and they were resolute in ensuring that he would never again find himself in peril. Starscream was filled with resolve, understanding that in any realm, he would fight for peace and justice. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 78. The interweaving of fate. Starscream stood before the temporal tunnel, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Having only recently returned to his world, he was now poised to venture into another. He understood that if he did not depart immediately, he might never have the chance again. Taking a deep breath, he stepped into the temporal tunnel. Just as the tunnel was on the verge of closing, Optimus Prime from this realm rushed in. Together, they were transported into the world of the Transformers film. Upon awakening, Starscream found himself encircled by Optimus Prime and others from this cinematic universe. Quickly assessing the situation, he proposed a collaboration to this world's Optimus Prime. After careful consideration, Optimus agreed to the partnership, recognizing that only through unity could they confront the looming threats. Meanwhile, the Optimus Prime who had entered the temporal tunnel alongside Starscream arrived at the Decepticon base in this new world. Due to the complications of the space-time continuum, Optimus Prime has lost a portion of his memories, retaining only the knowledge that he is a companion of Megatron. The Megatron of this world gazes at the familiar yet foreign Optimus Prime before him, lost in contemplation. However, he swiftly realizes that this Optimus Prime does not belong to his realm. A scheme begins to form in his mind. Why not seize this opportunity to transform this Optimus Prime into a clandestine weapon against the Autobots? Thus, Megatron approaches the amnesiac Optimus Prime and escorts him back to his quarters. He resolves to engage in dialogue with this version of Optimus and alter his memory module, instilling within him a belief in Megatron's ideology and ensuring his obedience. Yet, when the amnesiac Optimus Prime encounters Starscream once more, their relationship has undergone a profound transformation. They're no longer allies, but adversaries. In the course of collaborating with the cinematic Optimus Prime, Starscream gradually discerns the aberrance in the amnesiac Optimus. He realizes that this iteration of Optimus is no longer the friend he once knew. Determined to uncover the truth and rescue his companion, Starscream resolves to take action. During a confrontation with the Decepticons, Starscream finds himself in direct conflict with the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Their battle is fierce, yet Starscream holds back, striving to awaken Optimus's memories. "Optimus, do you truly not remember me? We are friends, brothers." Starscream's voice trembles with anguish. A flicker of uncertainty crosses the eyes of the amnesiac Optimus at Starscream's words, as something deep within his spark seems to stir. A momentary haze clouds his gaze, yet he swiftly suppresses this sensation and resumes his combat against Starscream. Megatron, hidden in the shadows, observes this exchange, cognizant that Starscream's actions could jeopardize his plans. He resolves to adopt more direct measures to ensure the complete subjugation of the amnesiac Optimus Prime. Under the cover of night, he conducts a memory modification on the amnesiac Optimus, employing advanced technology to reorganize his memory module, instilling an unwavering belief in his identity as Megatron's companion and a member of the Decepticons. Upon learning of this development, Starscream is consumed by rage and concern. He understands that if he does not act swiftly, Optimus may forever lose his sense of self. He decides to collaborate with the cinematic Optimus Prime to devise a plan to rescue the amnesiac Optimus and restore his memories. In the days that follow, Starscream and the cinematic Optimus begin to covertly gather intelligence, seeking opportunities to liberate the amnesiac Optimus. They are aware that this will be a formidable struggle, yet they must endeavor. Starscream's heart brims with resolve. He knows that in any world, he shall fight for peace and justice. He will strive alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 79. Intricate Emotions Within the Decepticon Base. The bond between the amnesiac Optimus Prime and the Megatron of this world grows increasingly intimate. Each day, they work and live together, inseparable. In this world, Megatron began to experience an unprecedented warmth as he gazed upon Optimus Prime, who tended to him with meticulous care. His heart swelled with guilt. He was aware that he had deceived Optimus, altering his memories, yet this existence evoked a sense of jealousy within him. He envied the Megatron of another realm, who had forged a bond with Optimus, while in his own world, he and Optimus were sworn enemies. However, at this moment, the tenderness of Optimus was his alone, and he resolved to protect this newfound life from the disruptions of the Optimus in his own universe. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian recounted to the Optimus of the cinematic world the tale of how his own Optimus and Megatron had become partners. The cinematic Optimus fell into contemplation, pondering the improbability of such a beautiful love between himself and Megatron, as he had long severed ties with him. Xiang Tian, I do not comprehend. In my world, Megatron and I are adversaries. How can we possibly become partners? He inquired. Xiang Tian regarded him, his gaze imbued with complexity. In my world, Optimus and Megatron have traversed many trials together, ultimately discovering each other's worth and love. Yet, every universe follows its own trajectory. The evolution of your relationship hinges upon your choices. The cinematic Optimus fell silent, his heart ensnared in conflict. He recognized the wisdom in Xiang Tian's words. Yet he was acutely aware of the deep rift between himself and Megatron, one that would be arduous to mend. Simultaneously, the relationship between the amnesiac Optimus and the Megatron of this world continued to evolve. Megatron began to relish this life, slowly forgetting the deception he had wrought upon Optimus, and began to genuinely care for and cherish him. Optimus, you are mine. Promise me you won't leave, will you? Megatron whispered in Optimus's ear, his tone laced with a hint of possessiveness. The amnesiac Optimus gazed at Megatron, his eyes brimming with trust and reliance. Yes, Megatron, I am yours. We shall never part. Xiang Tian and the cinematic Optimus devised a plan, aiming to discover a means to restore the amnesiac Optimus's memories and return him to his rightful world. They understood that this would be a formidable struggle, yet they felt compelled to endeavor. One fateful night, Xiang Tian and the cinematic Optimus infiltrated the Decepticon base, hoping to locate the amnesiac Optimus and assist him in reclaiming his memories. Optimus, we must tread carefully. Megatron will not relinquish him easily, Xiang Tian cautioned. The cinematic Optimus nodded, his gaze resolute. Xiang Tian, I am aware. But we must proceed. We must return Optimus to his world. As they searched the base for the amnesiac Optimus, they ultimately discovered him in a concealed chamber. Upon seeing Xiang Tian and the cinematic Optimus, a flicker of confusion and fear crossed the amnesiac Optimus's eyes. Who are you? I do not recognize you, he uttered, his voice tinged with trepidation. Xiang Tian gazed at him, his heart heavy with anguish. Optimus Prime, you are our friend, our family. We must bring you home. The Optimus Prime from the cinematic realm echoed. You must trust us, Optimus. You need to return to your own world. The amnesiac Optimus looked upon them, his resolve beginning to waver. An overwhelming emotion surged within him, a profound yearning for home. He began to question his memories, to doubt his very existence. With the aid of Xiang Tian and the cinematic Optimus, the memories of the amnesiac Optimus commenced their gradual restoration. I must go back, declared the amnesiac Optimus, his voice imbued with determination. Xiang Tian and the cinematic Optimus nodded, aware that immediate action was imperative, lest time slip away. After a fierce battle, Xiang Tian, the cinematic Optimus, and the amnesiac Optimus successfully escaped the clutches of the Decepticon stronghold. They returned to the Autobots' ranks, embarking on the restoration of Optimus' memory module. Upon learning that Optimus had been rescued by Xiang Tian and his counterpart, the Megatron of this world fell into a state of unconsciousness. After recuperation, the depths of his fury reached an apex, compelling him to reclaim Optimus at any cost. Chapter 80. A handshake across time and space upon discovering that the amnesiac Optimus had been taken by his own world's Optimus. Megatron was engulfed by a tempest of rage and murderous intent. He could not comprehend why Optimus would disrupt his life. Could he truly not possess a life filled with love? Retreating to his chamber, he sank into profound contemplation. Meanwhile, the recovering Optimus, under the cover of night, quietly departed the Autobots base in this world. He understood that the Megatron of this realm sought his companionship. Though they hailed from different worlds, he yearned to convey, before his departure, that what Megatron truly needed was not sheer power, but guardianship. Just as he was about to leave, Xiang Tian appeared before him. Optimus, be cautious. Xiang Tian's voice carried a note of concern. Optimus nodded, his gaze resolute. Thank you, Xiang Tian. I will. Subsequently, he arrived at the abode of this world's Megatron. The latter regarded the approaching Optimus in silence. Yet Optimus spoke, though we do not belong to the same world. I wish to impart this before I depart. What you require is not formidable power, but the safeguarding of our friendship, the protection of Cybertron. Megatron remained silent, contemplating the outstretched hand of Optimus before him. His heart brimmed with conflicting emotions. He recognized the truth in Optimus's words. What he needed was not strength, but protection. Ultimately, Megatron clasped Optimus's hand, and they exchanged a knowing smile, returning together to Megatron's residence. That night, they engaged in profound dialogue, sharing their stories and emotions. Optimus Prime revealed to Megatron a world unlike any other, a realm where peace and friendship coexisted harmoniously. In the days that followed, Optimus and Megatron joined forces, embarking on a quest to transform the tumultuous relationship between the Decepticons and Autobots. Aware of the formidable challenges ahead, they resolved to strive for the future of Cybertron. Skyfire and the cinematic version of Optimus Prime also united with them in their noble endeavor, collaboratively devising plans for peace, aspiring to put an end to the ongoing conflict between their factions. They understood that only through peaceful means could Cybertron genuinely embrace a future of tranquility and prosperity. Skyfire's heart brimmed with determination. He recognized that, irrespective of the world he inhabited, he would fight for peace and justice. He would stand alongside Optimus, Megatron, and all Transformers, diligently working for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Within the Autobots' base in this world, the relationship between Optimus and Megatron became a closely guarded secret, yet their collaboration inspired a palpable shift in sentiment among their peers. They began to exhibit greater respect for one another, actively seeking peaceful resolutions to their conflicts. Ultimately, through the steadfast efforts of Optimus and Megatron, an agreement was forged between the Decepticons and Autobots of this world, leading them to declare a temporary ceasefire and jointly pursue a path to restore Cybertron. This marked a historic moment, with the friendship between Optimus and Megatron serving as the cornerstone of this peace accord. Following the fulfillment of his mission, Optimus prepared to depart this world and return to his own. On the day of his departure, Megatron approached him, and they clasped each other's hands firmly. "Optimus, thank you. You have shown me a different world," Megatron expressed, his voice tinged with gratitude. Optimus smiled in response. "Megatron, you too have revealed to me an alternate reality. Though we hail from different worlds, our objective remains the same, the peace of Cybertron." They exchanged knowing smiles before Optimus embarked on his journey back to his realm. He understood that, despite their separation, their friendship and collaboration would forever be etched in the annals of Cybertron as history. Chapter 81. The oppression from Master Titanium Skyfire traversed a temporal tunnel, unexpectedly arriving in a mirrored world. In this realm, roles and identities were entirely inverted. Megatron had ascended as the leader of the Autobots, while Optimus had become the Destroyer Emperor. The fierce clash of these two formidable beings reverberated across the planet, shaking its very foundations. Skyfire discerned that if this battle were not swiftly curtailed, the entire mirrored world could face annihilation. He rapidly devised a strategy, opting to reach out to Master Titanium from his own universe. Skyfire knew that, in any world, Optimus would heed Master Titanium's guidance. Utilizing a specialized communication device, Skyfire successfully established contact with Master Titanium, detailing the dire circumstances. Without hesitation, Master Titanium acquiesced to Skyfire's plea, his presence manifesting upon the battlefield of the mirrored world. "Optimus, cease your assault at once." Master Titanium's voice echoed with undeniable authority. The Destroyer Emperor Optimus Prime halted his assault upon hearing Master Titanium's voice, a flicker of astonishment and reverence crossing his gaze. Immediately, he submitted to Master Titanium's admonition. Despite his status as the Destroyer Emperor of this realm, he remained, in the presence of Master Titanium, a respectful figure towards his elder. In the mirrored world, Megatron observed in silence, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. He was acutely aware that his own world's Master Titanium had long since passed, and this incarnation must surely hail from an alternate universe. Nonetheless, witnessing Optimus Prime being chastised lifted his spirits considerably, for the Optimus Prime of his world was a cold-hearted Destroyer Emperor, having dispatched countless foes without a second thought. "Optimus, your actions have strayed from the righteous path." Master Titanium's voice resonated with a tinge of disappointment. "Have you forgotten your mission? Have you forgotten your responsibilities?" The Destroyer Emperor Optimus Prime bowed his head, a note of remorse lacing his voice. "Master Titanium, I was wrong. I have forgotten my mission. I have forgotten my responsibilities." Master Titanium then turned his discerning gaze towards the Megatron of the mirrored world. "Megatron, as the leader of the Autobots, you should prioritize peace and justice, rather than engage in senseless conflict. After a moment of contemplation, the Megatron of the mirrored world responded slowly. Master Titanium, I understand. I shall reevaluate my actions and strive to become a better leader. Master Titanium nodded, satisfied with their responses. He recognized that despite the inversion of their roles and identities in this world, their hearts still harbored a quest for justice and peace. Standing by, Xiang Tian felt a swell of gratification. He realized that Master Titanium's intervention had successfully averted the impending battle, ushering in the possibility of peace for the mirrored world. Under Master Titanium's mediation, the destroyer Emperor Optimus Prime and the Megatron of the mirrored world commenced a dialogue. They endeavored to comprehend each other as positions, seeking methods to resolve their conflicts peacefully. Xiang Tian joined their discourse, sharing insights from his own world, hoping to impart some enlightenment to this mirrored realm. In the days that followed, the Optimus Prime and Megatron of the mirrored world began to collaborate, striving to alter the chaotic state of their existence. They understood the magnitude of the task ahead, yet they were resolute in their commitment to pursue peace. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He knew that regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice. He would join forces with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers, laboring for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 82. The obedient Purple Emperor Optimus Prime under the vigilant supervision of Master Titanium. The Optimus Prime of the mirrored world became remarkably docile. He remained at Master Titanium's side each day, diligently completing every task like a well-behaved child. Master Titanium's kindness overwhelmed him, yet simultaneously, he experienced an unprecedented warmth. The meticulous care bestowed by Master Titanium gradually alleviated his yearning for world domination, prompting him to reevaluate his actions and aspirations. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian shared the complexities of his relationship with Optimus Prime and Megatron from his world with the Megatron of the Mirror Realm. He proposed the possibility of forging a new partnership between the two. The Mirror Realm's Megatron fell in a silence, contemplating the daunting challenge of becoming allies with Optimus Prime. Yet, he mused, if successful, it would indeed be worth the endeavor. Perhaps we could give it a try, he uttered, his voice laced with hesitation. Xiang Tian encouraged him, saying, Megatron, sometimes we must bravely take the first step. An idea began to form in Megatron's mind, a scheme to ensure Optimus Prime's compliance. He doubted that Optimus would dare to act against him with Master Titanium present. Thus, he ventured alone to Optimus Prime's palace to present his proposal. Optimus Prime, I wish to speak with you. Megatron's voice resonated with determination. Optimus regarded Megatron with a hint of skepticism. About what? What will we possibly discuss? Taking a deep breath, Megatron replied, I wish to establish a new partnership with you, as Xiang Tian suggested. Will you consider my request? Taken aback, Optimus had not anticipated such a proposal. After a moment of silence, he responded, Megatron, this represents a significant change for me. I need time to contemplate. Megatron nodded, understanding the necessity of time for Optimus to accept this notion. I will grant you that time, Optimus. However, I hope we may endeavor to try. In the days that followed, Megatron took steps to approach Optimus, seeking to understand his inner world and discover common ground. He realized that despite their origins in different realms, both shared a profound love for Cybertron. Optimus, in turn, began to comprehend Megatron's perspective, gradually recognizing that Megatron was not the heartless entity he had envisioned. Their conversations flourished as they exchanged stories and dreams. Master Titanium observed this evolution with a heart full of contentment, knowing that the relationship between Optimus and Megatron was slowly transforming, potentially leading them toward a new camaraderie. Xiang Tian, too, noticed a shift between Optimus and Megatron, understanding it to be a beacon of hope for peace in the Mirror Realm. He resolved to continue supporting them in their quest to build a new bond. As days unfolded, Optimus and Megatron united their efforts to rectify the chaos of the Mirror World. Aware of the formidable challenge ahead, they were nonetheless committed to striving for peace. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination, for he recognized that, in any world, he would fight for peace and justice. Together with Optimus, Megatron, and all the Transformers, he would labor for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 83. The Mirror Wedding and a New Journey in the Mirrored Realm. The relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron underwent a profound transformation. Amidst the jubilant cheers of all Autobots and Decepticons, They ventured into the sanctum of matrimony. The esteemed Ratchet, serving as a witness, bestowed upon the couple heartfelt blessings and gifts. Optimus nodded in gratitude, and soon thereafter, a grand banquet commenced, enveloping everyone in a joyous celebration of peace. During the festivities, an inebriated Optimus returned home with Megatron. As Optimus found himself atop Megatron, the latter expressed his delight, though internally he mused that he ought to be the one in the dominant position. He silently resolved to ensure that next time he would indeed be on top. As Skyfall observed the interaction between Optimus and Megatron, he chuckled softly. Upon hearing Skyfall's voice, the two immediately ceased their banter, expressing their profound gratitude, for without Skyfall's intervention, they might have remained locked in conflict indefinitely. Skyfall nodded, indicating his intention to depart. He then activated the temporal tunnel, preparing to embark on his next adventure. Filled with anticipation, he wondered what the next world would hold, assuring himself that as long as it wasn't too outrageous, he would certainly embrace it. However, upon arriving in this new world, he was taken aback. In this realm, Optimus had transformed into a female, and Megatron, notorious for his brutality, appeared remarkably handsome. Even more astonishing was the revelation that they had been partners from the very beginning. Skyfall found himself deep in contemplation. This world was exceedingly peculiar. He pondered whether it was still possible for him to leave. As it turned out, it was not. The temporal tunnel had already sealed shut. Thus, he was compelled to remain for the time being. Nevertheless, the peaceful world was indeed a welcome change, freeing him from the burdens of combat. Unbeknownst to him, the world he had entered was that of a comic he had once penned, titled The Love Story of Megatron and Optimus Prime. In this universe, their romance was a well-known narrative, emblematic of peace on Cybertron. Skyfall began to explore this world, discovering a Cybertron filled with harmony and affection. Here, Optimus and Megatron were revered leaders, jointly guiding Cybertron toward prosperity and tranquility. He settled into a serene existence, liberated from the specter of war, and began to relish this tranquil life, forging friendships with the inhabitants of this realm. In the days that followed, Skyfall delved deeper into this world, uncovering numerous intriguing phenomena and characters. He also engaged in conversations with the Optimus and Megatron of this universe, learning about their tales and experiences. Throughout his journey, Skyfall encountered familiar faces, characters he had once created in his comic. They were astonished by his arrival, yet warmly welcomed him into their world. In this world, Xiang Tian discovered his own value, beginning to utilize his knowledge and experience to assist the inhabitants of Cybertron, contributing his strength towards the peace of this realm. His heart brimmed with satisfaction and joy, for he understood that regardless of the world, he would always fight for peace and justice. Together with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers, he endeavored for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 84. The creator, God Xiang Tian within this world, which he had once crafted in his narratives, he was revered by Megatron and others as the creator god. He was escorted to a magnificent castle prepared for him by Optimus Prime and Megatron. The interior of the castle was lavishly adorned, showcasing a profound respect and admiration for him. As he gazed upon a statue of himself, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering whether his old friends would be displeased that he had ascended to a status surpassing even the primordial celestial. Unbeknownst to him, every scene from his travels was visible to all in the primary world. The Cosmic Emperor, observing the irate primordial celestial, could not help but chuckle at the sight of the once mighty being outshone by a younger generation. The primordial celestial shot him a glare, silencing him momentarily, though the Cosmic Emperor continued to stifle laughter. Infuriated, the primordial celestial resolved to deliver a thorough reprimand to the Cosmic Emperor to vent his frustration. At that moment, Optimus Prime and Megatron arrived to deliver lunch, only to find the Cosmic Emperor seated atop the primordial celestial. They promptly dropped their lunchboxes and fled the scene in haste. The primordial celestial recognized that Optimus Prime and Megatron had misconstrued the situation, yet addressing the Cosmic Emperor was of utmost importance. Thus, the two resumed their battle. In the narrative world, Xiang Tian was invited by Optimus Prime and Megatron to partake in various activities, as they introduced him to the culture and customs of this realm, showcasing its technology and traditions. Filled with curiosity, Xiang Tian began to relish life in this world, forging friendships with its inhabitants. He found his purpose here, dedicating his knowledge and experience to aid the residents, striving for the tranquility of this domain. His heart overflowed with fulfillment and bliss, for he was resolute that in any world he would champion peace and justice alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. In the primary world, after fleeing the scene, Optimus Prime and Megatron realized they might have misjudged the primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor. They decided to return, only to find the two had ceased their conflict and were seated together, enjoying the lunch they had brought. "It seems we have misunderstood," Optimus Prime remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Megatron nodded in agreement, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. "Indeed, it appears that the relationship between the primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor is far better than we had anticipated." The primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor regarded the two with a hint of amusement. "What exactly have you two misunderstood?" inquired the primordial Celestial. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the intricate yet unwavering bond between the primordial Celestial and the Cosmic Emperor. They resolved to refrain from further inquiry, choosing instead to concentrate on their mission of safeguarding the tranquility of Cybertron and Earth. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Megatron diligently pursued their duties, cognizant that in any realm they bore the responsibility of preserving peace. Alongside Skyfire, they endeavored tirelessly for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Skyfire brimmed with resolve, understanding that in any universe, he would fight for peace and justice. He would join forces with Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers, striving for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 85. The Trial of the Divine Pen. In this narrative realm, Skyfire found joy in each passing day, experiencing an unprecedented sense of serenity and fulfillment. He reminisced about his initial journey through dimensions, a time when he relentlessly worked to mediate the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron, striving to restore peace to Cybertron. He felt he had sacrificed immensely. Within this harmonious world, Skyfire began to ponder deeper questions. At that moment, a wild notion flickered through his mind. What if he could control the timelines of all worlds, allowing Optimus Prime and Megatron in each universe to become partners? The thought was fleeting, and he shook his head. Such actions would surely jeopardize the multiverse. Yet, he could not deny that this idea began to infiltrate his thoughts. Skyfire recognized the peril of such a notion, aware that it might lead him down an irreversible path. He needed to discover a way to quell these thoughts. He delved into contemplation, seeking a resolution. Just then, a divine pen materialized before him. It radiated an enigmatic glow, seemingly imbued with a unique power. Skyfire felt a compelling attraction and reached out to gently touch the pen. Suddenly, he found his consciousness drawn into a strange space. Within this realm, he beheld countless timelines, each representing a different world, with its own distinct Optimus Prime and Megatron. The voice of the divine pen resonated within his heart. "Skyfire, you possess the power to alter the timelines. You can unite the Optimus Prime and Megatron of every world as companions, but such actions will yield unpredictable consequences. Tell me, what is your true desire? To let the timelines unfold as destined, or to reshape them according to your wishes?" Skyfire's heart was a battleground of conflict and turmoil. He understood that wielding such power was intoxicating, yet he also recognized its inherent dangers. A choice loomed before him. Taking a deep breath, determination filled his gaze. "No, I cannot do this. Each world has its own trajectory, and I must not alter them at will. If I manipulate the timelines, destruction will ensue, and that is not the outcome I seek. The conclusion of each story should be determined by the inhabitants of each world, not by me alone." The divine brush seemed to sense Xiang Tian's determination, its radiance gradually dimming. "You have made the right choice, Xiang Tian. Power is not meant for control, but for protection. I hope you can forever maintain your sincerity. Farewell." With that, the divine brush vanished before Xiang Tian. He returned from the peculiar realm to the reality, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and liberation. He knew he had made the correct decision. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian continued to dwell in this world of fiction, savoring the tranquility and forging friendships with the inhabitants. He understood that, regardless of the world, he would fight for peace and justice alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers, striving for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with resolve. He was determined to champion peace and justice in any realm. Chapter 86. Reunion and warmth. Xiang Tian traversed the time-space tunnel, returning to his own world. As he stepped out, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The planet Cybertron had transformed from its former Steel City visage into a vibrant ecological sphere. He couldn't help but marvel at how much time had elapsed. Filled with excitement and curiosity, Xiang Tian hurried to the residence of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Upon opening the door, he encountered a young mechanical life, form strikingly similar to Optimus Prime. It dawned on him that both Optimus and Megatron were no longer present. The young being before him must be their offspring. Orion emerged upon hearing the door open, recognizing the name Xiang Tian that his parents had mentioned. "Uncle Xiang Tian, is that you?" Orion's voice carried a hint of exhilaration. Xiang Tian nodded, warmth flooding his heart as he gazed at Orion. "Indeed, Orion, I am Xiang Tian. Where are your parents?" Orion informed Xiang Tian that his parents awaited his return at the core. Xiang Tian acknowledged this with a nod, bestowing upon Orion numerous gifts, precious items he had collected during his travels across various worlds. "Thank you, Uncle Xiang Tian." Orion's eyes sparkled with delight. Xiang Tian affectionately ruffled Orion's head before solemnly making his way toward the core, resolving in his heart that it was utterly reprehensible for those two to leave such a delightful Orion to guard the home alone. He vowed to impart some lessons to them. At the core, Optimus Prime and Megatron awaited Xiang Tian's return, knowing he would come back. They had prepared a surprise for him. "Optimus, Megatron, you too." Xiang Tian's voice carried a note of reproach. Optimus and Megatron turned, their faces breaking into smiles upon seeing him. "Xiang Tian, you have returned." As Xiang Tian looked at them, a whirlwind of complex emotions swirled within his heart. He recognized that it was unjust to blame them for leaving Orion alone to guard the home, for they had already crafted a nurturing and loving environment for him. "Xiang Tian, we understand your concerns for Orion, yet we firmly believe he is capable of taking care of himself," Optimus Prime asserted with a hint of determination. Megatron nodded in agreement, his gaze reflecting a sense of pride. "Indeed, Xiang Tian, Orion is our pride." As Xiang Tian observed them, his heart swelled with emotion. He understood that Optimus Prime and Megatron had evolved into exemplary parents, and their child, Orion, was a testament to their legacy. "Well, I comprehend now," Xiang Tian sighed. "But next time, you should at least inform me." Exchanging knowing smiles, Optimus Prime and Megatron acknowledged that Xiang Tian's concerns stemmed from his care for them. They resolved to be more mindful in the future, ensuring that Xiang Tian would not worry. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron collaborated closely in the construction and development of Cybertron. Together, they endeavored to enhance their world. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with resolve. He was determined to fight for peace and justice, no matter the realm. He would strive alongside Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all the Transformers for the future of both Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 87. A new identity in the origin world. Xiang Tian traversed the temporal tunnel, arriving in the world of Transformers, Origins. In this realm, he served as a confidant to Unicron, overseeing the entire mining sector. He understood that his primary task was to establish a rapport with Orion Pax, who was still a minor, and D-16, who would eventually become Megatron. Standing in the command center of the mining area, Xiang Tian gazed through the transparent observation window, watching the diligent miners below. He knew he had to proceed with caution, ensuring that Unicron remained unaware of his true intentions. In the midst of his contemplation, a command from Unicron reached him. He recalled that the plot was just beginning to unfold. Thus, he resolved to leverage his position to promote Orion and D-16, fostering their trust through prolonged interaction. Xiang Tian approached Orion and D-16, announcing that due to their exemplary performance, they would be elevated to the role of supervisors within the mining sector. Orion and D-16 were taken aback by the news. "Xiang Tian, can we truly become supervisors?" Orion's voice conveyed disbelief. D-16 regarded Xiang Tian with a hint of skepticism, asking, "Why have you chosen us?" With a smile, Xiang Tian replied, "Because I believe in your capabilities, and I am confident that you can excel." With Xiang Tian's guidance, Orion and D-16 embarked on their new roles, effectively overseeing the operations of the mining area. Their skills were fully realized, and Xiang Tian seized this opportunity to forge a strong bond with them. Although Orion and D-16 had lost their transformation gears, Xiang Tian knew he could create new ones for them. He utilized his expertise and knowledge to clandestinely craft new transformation gears for them. Finally, one fateful night, Xiang Tian presented two brand new transformation gears before Orion and D16. In the astonished gaze of the two, the gears, meticulously handcrafted by Xiang Tian, were unveiled. "Is this for us?" Orion exclaimed in disbelief. D16 gazed at the transformation gears with an unusual glimmer in his eyes, feeling an extraordinary connection to them. Once they donned the equipment, their physiques underwent a remarkable transformation. Their strength was amplified, and their forms became more formidable. "Xiang Tian, we are at a loss for words." Orion's voice quivered with excitement. D16 also turned to Xiang Tian, his eyes reflecting a resolute sentiment. "Xiang Tian, thank you. We pledge our loyalty to you." Xiang Tian nodded, aware that his plan had succeeded. He had successfully earned the trust of Orion and D16, altering their destinies. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian continued to collaborate with Orion and D16, managing the mine and confronting challenges together. He understood that he must tread carefully, ensuring that the Lord of the Skies remained oblivious to his true intentions. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He was resolute in his quest for peace and justice, vowing to fight alongside Orion, D16, and all Transformers for the future of Cybertron and Earth. Chapter 88. Undercurrents. Since Xiang Tian became a member of the Lord of the Skies Elite Guard, his life had grown increasingly hectic. Each day, he was required to not only fulfill the training obligations of the Guard, but also return to the mine to manage daily affairs. Despite this, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the well-being of Orion and D16 to ensure their safety. One day, the Lord of the Skies summoned Xiang Tian to an opulently adorned conference room. Seated upon a lofty throne, the Lord of the Skies fixed a piercing gaze upon him. "Xiang Tian, your recent performance has been commendable. I appreciate your loyalty and capabilities." The Lord of the Skies intoned, his voice deep and resonant. "Thank you for your praise, my lord. I shall spare no effort in my allegiance to you." Xiang Tian replied respectfully, his gaze unwavering, though his heart was tumultuous with conflicting emotions. "I have heard that you mentioned the five-faced monster at the mine. Is that correct?" The Lord of the Skies inquired suddenly, his tone laced with a subtle threat. Xiang Tian's heart raced. He recognized the need for caution. "I merely brought it up in casual conversation with the miners, my lord," he responded. The Lord of the Skies' eyes sharpened further, and after a moment of silence, he slowly articulated, "The five-faced monster embodies the past, present, and future of Cybertron, and it belongs solely to us. It will be prudent for you not to dwell on it or inquire further." Instantly, Xiang Tian knelt on one knee in submission. "I understand, my lord. I shall refrain from mentioning it again." The Lord of the Skies rose from his throne and approached Xiang Tian, assisting him to his feet. "Xiang Tian, bear in mind that as long as you heed my words, those two miners will remain unharmed. Their fates now rest in your hands." Xiang Tian nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. "I understand, Lord Yuqiandi." Yuqiandi patted Yin Tian's shoulder before turning to depart. Xiang Tian stood rooted in place, his heart tumultuous. He harbored a lingering suspicion that the sacrifice of the 13 original Titans was somehow linked to Yuqiandi, yet he possessed no tangible evidence. After much contemplation, he resolved to let events unfold naturally. After all, survival in this world rife with uncertainties was paramount. Meanwhile, Yuqiandi returned to his private office and activated a concealed communication device. A beam of light flickered, revealing the image of the five-faced monster before him. "Yuqiandi, what do you seek?" inquired the five-faced monster, its voice sharp and grating. "I have a proposition for you, five-faced monster," Yuqiandi replied, a cunning tone lacing his words. "I am willing to supply you with energy ores indefinitely, provided you allow me to maintain my dominion over Cybertron." The image of the five-faced monster flickered momentarily, as if contemplating the proposal. "You should know our interest in Cybertron extends beyond mere energy ores." "Certainly, but I can assure you that as long as I remain in power, Cybertron will eternally belong to you." Yuqiandi's voice resonated with conviction. The five-faced monster fell silent for a moment, then responded, "Very well, Yuqiandi. We shall observe your actions. I hope you will not disappoint us." As the communication ended, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Yuqiandi's eyes. He understood that as long as he could exert control over the five-faced monster, he would continue to dictate the fate of Cybertron. Xiang Tian returned to the mining site, his emotions a tangled web. He sensed that a transaction existed between UTND and the five-faced monster. Yet he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient to confront UTND. He resolved to remain vigilant, while also fortifying his connections with Orion and D16, preparing for any potential upheavals in the future. A few days later, while patrolling the mining site, Xiang Tian stumbled upon an unusual energy fluctuation. His curiosity piqued. He approached and discovered a concealed mine. Cautiously, he entered and was astonished to find an ancient device within, inscribed with symbols of the original Titans. A powerful intuition surged within him. This device might be connected to the sacrifices of the Titans. He decided to keep this discovery confidential for the time being and to secretly investigate the device's purpose. Simultaneously, UTND intensified his surveillance of the mining site, suspecting that Xiang Tian may have uncovered something significant. He resolved to dispatch his trusted confidants to discreetly monitor Xiang Tian's every move. Realizing he might be under scrutiny, Xiang Tian became increasingly cautious. He began to cultivate his own influence among the miners while secretly strategizing with Orion and D16. As time progressed, Xiang Tian gradually unraveled the secrets of the device, discovering that it was an energy converter capable of transforming ordinary energy ores into pure energy. This revelation led him to the realization that UTND might be utilizing this device to supply energy to the five-faced monster. Xiang Tian understood that he must take action to thwart the plans of the enemy of the heavens. He began to clandestinely gather evidence while seeking opportunities to expose the true nature of the adversary. However, just as Xiang Tian was preparing to act, the enemy of the heavens preemptively discovered his intentions. Determined to eliminate this potential threat, the enemy resolved to take decisive measures. A struggle for the fate of Cybertron was about to unfold between Xiang Tian and the enemy of the heavens. Chapter 89. The suspicion surrounding Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian's mood mirrored the ever-changing skies of Cybertron, oscillating between light and shadow. He had just exited the palace of the enemy of the heavens, his heart burdened with anxiety. The adversary's words struck him like a hammer, resonating deep within. There is a competition approaching, and I do not wish for any extraordinary individuals to appear. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? The unmistakable authority in the enemy's voice left no room for doubt. Xiang Tian understood all too well that the so-called extraordinary individuals referred to potential threats like Olain and D16. A tightening sensation gripped his heart. He recognized that should Olain and the others participate in the competition, their unique identities would likely be exposed, placing them in grave danger. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. I will ensure the competition concludes safely, my lord, he declared with conviction, though his mind raced with strategies. The enemy of the heavens nodded, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction crossing his gaze. You would do well not to betray me. Otherwise, your two minor friends shall face my wrath. The threat in his words was palpable. Xiang Tian felt his heart plummet, acutely aware that the enemy's words were not mere bluster. He must tread carefully, ensuring that Olain and D16 remain out of harm's way. He bowed respectfully before exiting the palace. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiang Tian recognized the urgency of devising a plan, one that would safeguard Olain and D16 while preserving his own anonymity. He was acutely aware that the competition was a trap. The enemy of the heavens aimed to test his loyalty while simultaneously creating an opportunity to eliminate dissenters. He resolved to seek out Olain and D16, to inform them of the competition and caution them against participating. He knew this might raise their suspicions, but he had to take that risk. Xiang Tian found Olain and D16 conversing in a secluded corner of the mine. He swiftly conveyed the details of the competition, emphasizing the dire warning from the enemy. This competition is a trap. You must not participate, he urged, his voice low and filled with concern. Olain and D16 exchanged glances, sensing the sincerity in Xiang Tian's demeanor. We understand, Xiang Tian. We will be cautious, Olain replied with unwavering resolve, his eyes reflecting trust in Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian nodded, reassured that they grasped the gravity of the situation. I will find a way to protect you, but you must also remain vigilant, he asserted, his tone imbued with determination. Olain and D16 nodded in agreement, fully aware of Xiang Tian's commitment to their safety. They resolved to conceal their capabilities for the time being. biding their time for the right moment to act. Meanwhile, the formidable adversary was covertly observing every move made by Xiang Tian. His warning to Xiang Tian was not without foundation. He was indeed scheming something, aware that ally N and D16 posed potential threats. He resolved to eliminate them before they could rise. As the day of the competition drew near, Xiang Tian's anxiety intensified. He recognized that this contest would serve as a trial, not only for ally N and D16, but for himself as well. On the day of the competition, the entire Cybertron was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. The venue was adorned in opulence, equipped with an array of cutting-edge technology. The participants were the elite of Cybertron, each a paragon in their respective fields. Standing in a corner of the arena, Xiang Tian scanned the crowd, acutely aware that this event would devolve into chaos, with unexpected occurrences lurking around every corner. He remained vigilant, ever ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. As the competition commenced, the contenders engaged in fierce rivalry. Xiang Tian's gaze remained fixed on the unfolding events, his tension mounting to an extreme. He understood that even the slightest misstep could result in catastrophic consequences. Midway through the contest, an unforeseen incident transpired. A participant suddenly lost control, launching a frenzied assault on those nearby. The situation spiraled out of hand, plunging the audience into panic. Without hesitation, Xiang Tian dashed forward, determined to regain control over the rampaging participant. Utilizing his combat skills, he successfully subdued the out-of-control contender. His actions garnered applause from the audience, but drew the attention of the formidable adversary. Perched on a high platform, the adversary scrutinized Xiang Tian's performance, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. He recognized that Xiang Tian was a valuable pawn, yet he needed to exercise caution to prevent Xiang Tian from slipping beyond his grasp. Following the conclusion of the competition, Xiang Tian returned to his quarters. He was acutely aware that his performance today might raise suspicions in the minds of the adversary. Yet he also needed to demonstrate his worth to safeguard himself and ally N. He resolved to strengthen his ties with ally N and D16 while seeking opportunities to expose the true nature of the adversary. He understood that this would be a protracted struggle, but he was prepared. As night descended, Xiang Tian stood by the window, gazing at the starry expanse of Cybertron. He recognized that this battle was merely the beginning, and he must remain vigilant, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 90. The secret of the leadership module. The interior of the adversary's palace was lavishly decorated, replete with symbols of power. Xiang Tian had been assigned the honor of being a personal guard, an accolade that also bore immense risk. He understood that every action and utterance of his could ignite the adversary's suspicions. He had to conduct himself impeccably while seeking opportunities to dispel any doubts the adversary might harbor. Positioned in a corner of the palace, Xiang Tian surveyed his surroundings with a watchful eye. Though his body was present, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. He recognized that the leadership module within him was both a trump card and a significant peril. He must exercise caution, otherwise, the consequences of being discovered would be unimaginable. At a private banquet hosted by the Overlord, Xiang Tian was positioned beside him. This presented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, yet it also posed a formidable challenge. He needed to remain vigilant while seeking a moment to converse with the Overlord privately. As the festivities progressed, the Overlord appeared to be pleased with Xiang Tian's performance and gestured for him to follow into a secluded chamber. A sense of urgency gripped Xiang Tian. He understood this was his moment. Xiang Tian, your recent conduct has impressed me, the Overlord remarked, a hint of admiration lacing his tone. Thank you, Master Overlord, for your recognition. I shall remain eternally loyal to you, Xiang Tian replied respectfully, his gaze resolute. The Overlord nodded, scrutinizing Xiang Tian closely. I have heard whispers of a secret you harbor within. Is that true? His voice suddenly sharpened. Xiang Tian's heart raced, yet he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, Master Overlord, I possess a secret, the leadership module. I am willing to relinquish it to you as a testament to my loyalty. His tone was unwavering, devoid of hesitation. A flicker of surprise crossed the Overlord's eyes. He had not anticipated such forthrightness from Xiang Tian. You truly wish to surrender the leadership module? Yes, Master Overlord. I am prepared to offer it in exchange for your trust, Xiang Tian declared with determination. The Overlord fell silent for a moment before nodding. Very well, Xiang Tian. Your actions demonstrate your fidelity. I will accept your leadership module, but I expect you to divulge more about it. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that this was his opportunity. Master Overlord, I am willing to share everything. However, I also hope you can enlighten me about the battle between the 13 primal titans and the five-faced monster. I yearn to know the location of that conflict. A complex glimmer flickered in the Overlord's eyes as he contemplated Xiang Tian's request. I can reveal the battle's location, but you must first surrender the leadership module. Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the nature of this exchange. He extracted the leadership module from within and handed it to the Overlord. The Overlord accepted it, a glint of greed flashing in his gaze. The battle transpired in the central region of Cybertron. At an ancient site known as the Tomb of the Primal Ancestors, he spoke, shrouded in mystery. Xiang Tian's heart stirred. He understood this was a significant clue. Thank you, Master Overlord. I shall remember this information. The Overlord nodded, satisfaction evident in his expression. Xiang Tian, your actions have garnered my respect. You shall continue as my personal guardian, and I trust you will excel further. Xiang Tian bowed respectfully, recognizing this as a sign of the Overlord's trust. Yet, a tempest of thoughts raced within him. He must seize the opportunity to journey to the tomb of the primal ancestors and unveil the secrets of that monumental battle. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian exhibited unwavering loyalty, ever at the side of Tian, safeguarding his safety. Yet, within his heart resided a clandestine plan, to seize the opportunity to venture to the tomb of the ancestors. Aware that this journey would be fraught with peril, he recognized its necessity. He sought to uncover the truth behind the great battle, which might hold the key to protecting Olayan and D16. Xiang Tian began to prepare in secret, gathering every piece of information regarding the tomb of the ancestors and formulating a meticulous strategy. He understood the importance of discretion, ensuring that Tian remained oblivious to his actions. On a serene and sunny morning, Xiang Tian discovered his chance. He stealthily departed from the palace, embarking on the journey to the tomb of the ancestors. He knew this could be the most significant adventure of his life, and success was imperative. Chapter 91. Conversations within the tomb of the ancestors. Xiang Tian's journey was laden with challenges, yet his resolve remained steadfast, each step taken with utmost caution. He traversed the desolate lands of Cybertron, eluding the watchful gaze of Tian, ultimately arriving at the fabled tomb of the ancestors. This was a realm forgotten by time, imbued with an aura of ancient mystery. The tomb lay concealed amidst ruins, its grand stone door engraved with the runes of the ancestor transformers, still discernible despite the ravages of time. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian understood that this place might hold the key to unraveling all secrets. He pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped into the crypt. The interior was dim and chill, the air thick with the essence of antiquity. As Xiang Tian's gaze swept across the tomb, he beheld the remains of 13 ancestor transformers, lying in serene repose, as if recounting tales of past glories. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. He had not anticipated encountering these legendary heroes here. Time was of the essence, and he hastened towards the barely breathing Master Titan. Severely damaged, Master Titan's form was battered, yet his consciousness remained intact. Xiang Tian quickly attended to Master Titan's wounds, employing all the medical knowledge at his disposal. Master Titan gazed at the unfamiliar mechanical life before him, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features. "Who are you?" His voice, though weak, retained an undeniable authority. Xiang Tian smiled, recognizing the significance of this moment. "I hail from another world. I am Xiang Tian, the recognizer of the leadership module." A glint of surprise flickered in Master Titan's eyes, and his demeanor softened considerably. The recognizer of the leadership module? What an unexpected delight. Nodding, Xiang Tian seized the opportunity to inquire about the battle against the five-faced monster. "Master Titan, I wish to understand the circumstances of that time, as well as the betrayal of Tian." Master Titan snorted coldly, a flash of anger illuminating his gaze. Tian betrayed us. He conspired with the five-faced monster and sold out Cybertron. He exploited our trust and led us into a trap. A weight settled heavily upon Xiang Tian's heart, for he recognized the truth in Master Titan's words. "I understand, Master Titan. In my possession lies the leadership module, and I require your assistance to unveil the true nature of the Overlord." Master Titanium nodded, a glint of determination illuminating his gaze. You have performed admirably, Xiang Tian. However, we must exercise caution. Once I have regained my strength, we shall devise our strategy. Xiang Tian nodded, understanding the necessity of patience. I comprehend, Master Titanium. I shall safeguard you until your full recovery. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian diligently attended to Master Titanium within the Tomb of Ancestors, while simultaneously searching for potential clues. He uncovered numerous ancient manuscripts and records, which provided him with a wealth of information. As time passed, Master Titanium's condition gradually improved, and his strength slowly returned. He began to confer with Xiang Tian regarding their forthcoming plans, emphasizing the need for discretion to prevent the Overlord from discovering their movements. Xiang Tian, you must return to the Overlord's palace and continue to play your role. I will remain here to recuperate while seeking further evidence. Master Titanium's voice was resolute. Xiang Tian nodded, acutely aware of his obligation to return to the Overlord's domain and continue his mission. I shall proceed with caution, Master Titanium. I will await your signal. After bidding farewell to Master Titanium, Xiang Tian carefully departed from the Tomb of Ancestors, ensuring that no trace was left behind. He returned to the Overlord's palace, resuming his duties as a personal guard. The Overlord expressed satisfaction at Xiang Tian's return, harboring no suspicions regarding his loyalty. Although Xiang Tian continued to serve by the Overlord's side, a singular plan resided in his heart: to expose the Overlord's true nature, safeguard Orion and D-16, and secure the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian understood that this would be a protracted struggle, yet he was prepared. Together with Master Titanium, he would unveil the Overlord's schemes and bring forth a new hope for Cybertron. Chapter 92. The acknowledgement of the leadership module deep within the recesses of the Overlord's palace. He sat alone upon his throne, toying with the leadership module acquired from Xiang Tian. Its surface emitted a faint glow, as if it contained boundless power. A flicker of greed crossed the Overlord's eyes. He recognized that with the module's endorsement, he could ascend as the true supreme leader of Cybertron, invincible against all. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed a concealed button. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Tian was summoned before the Overlord. Xiang Tian, I require your assistance. The Overlord's voice carried an unusual softness. Xiang Tian felt a stirring within. He recognized this as both an opportunity and a trap. My Lord Overlord, I shall do my utmost to serve you. The Overlord nodded, his gaze fixated intently on Xiang Tian. I seek the acknowledgement of the leadership module to become the supreme leader of Cybertron. If you can assist me in fulfilling this desire, I shall elevate you to the position of the second leader of Cybertron. A sardonic smile flickered across Xiang Tian's heart, though his countenance displayed unwavering loyalty and excitement. It would be my honor, my Lord Overlord. I shall exert every effort to assist you. The formidable Lord UTND nodded in satisfaction as he handed the leadership module to Xiang Tian. This module could only be wielded by a true leader, and I require your guidance on how to earn its endorsement. Xiang Tian accepted the leadership module, his mind already concocting a plan. He understood that only he could command the module, and he resolved to turn the tables, compelling Lord UTND to confess his past transgressions. To gain the leadership module's approval, you must exhibit authentic leadership qualities. Xiang Tian's voice was laced with a hint of temptation. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Lord UTND's eyes. Yet his yearning led him to trust Xiang Tian. Authentic leadership qualities? What might those entail? Xiang Tian inhaled deeply, recognizing the gravity of the moment. True leadership encompasses courage, wisdom, justice, and self-sacrifice. You must demonstrate these attributes for the module to acknowledge you. Lord UTND fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Courage, wisdom, justice, and self-sacrifice? Indeed, I possess these qualities. I shall recount my tale, allowing the leadership module to witness my virtues. Xiang Tian's heart soared. He knew Lord UTND had taken the bait. Excellent. My lord, please proceed. Lord UTND began to narrate his story, recounting how he ascended to the throne of Cybertron and his collusion with the Quintessence, betraying the Primal Convoy. There was a hint of pride in his words, as if these acts were monumental achievements. However, as the narrative unfolded, his tone wavered, and a shadow of regret flickered in his eyes. Xiang Tian recognized the influence of the leadership module at play, drawing forth the truth from Lord UTND's soul. I have erred. I betrayed my kin for power, Lord Tian's voice grew softer, laden with anguish. Xiang Tian felt a tightening in his chest. He knew this was a pivotal moment. My lord, you must acknowledge your mistake for the module to recognize you. Lord Tian fell silent, a struggle apparent on his face. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze, meeting Xiang Tian's eyes. Yes, I have made mistakes. I betrayed Cybertron. I seek forgiveness. Joy surged within Xiang Tian. He recognized the sincerity in Lord Tian's words. He swiftly documented the Lord's confession, a crucial piece of evidence to expose his misdeeds. My lord, your honesty has touched the leadership module. Xiang Tian's voice bore a note of solace. A glimmer of hope appeared in Lord Tian's eyes as he gripped the leadership module tightly. Is it true? Can I truly earn its endorsement? Xiang Tian nodded, aware that this was his moment. Indeed, my lord. However, you must first publicly acknowledge your errors and vow to lead Cybertron on a path of righteousness. Lord Tian remained silent, his heart weighed down by conflict. At last, he nodded. I understand, Xiang Tian. I shall disclose my past and strive to amend my wrongs. Xiang Tian's heart leapt with elation. He recognized this as a turning point for Cybertron. He meticulously documented the confessions and promises of the fallen, intending to disseminate this information so that all Cybertronians would be aware of the fallen's true nature. In the days that followed, Skyhawk carefully shared the fallen's confessions with the people of Cybertron. The news spread swiftly, causing a tremendous upheaval. People began to question the fallen's rule, demanding his resignation. The fallen found himself under unprecedented pressure, aware that he must take action. He resolved to publicly acknowledge his errors and vowed to lead Cybertron down the path of justice. At a grand assembly, the fallen stood upon a platform, addressing all Cybertronians. He took a deep breath and slowly recounted his transgressions, pledging to guide Cybertron toward righteousness. The sincerity of the fallen moved the people, prompting them to reevaluate their former ruler. A turning point in the fallen's reign emerged, and the future of Cybertron began to brighten. Skyhawk stood among the crowd, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He recognized that this was the fruit of his labor and a triumph for the people of Cybertron. He would continue to safeguard Cybertron, ensuring its journey toward justice and peace. Chapter 93. The Transformation of the Fallen. The Fallen stood on the balcony of the palace, gazing into the horizon of Cybertron. Since gaining the endorsement of the leadership module, he seemed to genuinely begin providing a better living environment for the people of Cybertron. Construction projects flourished, and the standard of living steadily improved. Skyhawk observed this transformation, gradually lowering his guard and remaining loyally protective of the fallen. However, beneath this facade lay a deeper conspiracy. The fallen secretly reveled in his cunning. He had long anticipated that Skyhawk would leverage the power of the leadership module to influence him. He skillfully feigned being controlled, successfully obtaining the module's endorsement while winning the people's loyalty. Now he was the true supreme leader of Cybertron, with Skyhawk merely a pawn in his scheme. The Fallen cooperated fully with Skyhawk's suggestions, knowing that only by doing so could he ensure Skyhawk would lower his defenses completely. He needed Skyhawk, required his continued service, until he could command Skyhawk's unconditional obedience. Skyhawk's trust in the Fallen deepened, leading him to believe that the Fallen had indeed changed. However, Orion and D16 held a contrasting perspective. They believed the Fallen would not so easily transform and voiced their concerns to Skyhawk. Skyhawk, the Fallen's sudden change is suspicious. We cannot afford to be complacent, Orion warned. Skyhawk furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend Orion and D16's apprehensions. Are you two doubting me? The Fallen has received the endorsement of the leadership module. He is making changes for Cybertron, he retorted. D16 shook his head, resolute determination in his gaze. Skyhawk, we do not doubt you. We are concerned about the Fallen's motives. A surge of anger welled up within Skyhawk, feeling as if his trust had been betrayed. Enough. From this moment onward, you two shall be mere ordinary residents, no longer my assistants. Orion and D16 exchanged glances, aware that Xiang Tian was beyond the reach of any counsel. They silently accepted his decision, yet their hearts brimmed with apprehension. The celestial adversary observed everything from the shadows, deeply satisfied with Xiang Tian's choice. He had completely transformed Xiang Tian into a pawn, one he could manipulate at will. In the days that followed, the celestial adversary continued his charade, incessantly showcasing his supposed reforms to the populace. He proclaimed a series of initiatives, including improved worker compensation, enhanced living conditions, and expanded public facilities. The people's support for him surged, as they began to believe that the celestial adversary had indeed evolved into a leader who cared for their welfare. Standing beside him, Xiang Tian felt a swell of pride, convinced that his decision was prudent and that the celestial adversary would lead Cybertron toward prosperity. However, Orion and D16 did not relent. They commenced a clandestine investigation into the true intentions of the celestial adversary. They uncovered a series of covert projects involving advanced military technology and plans for external expansion. It dawned on them that the celestial adversary's so-called reforms were merely a facade, his genuine aim being to fortify his power and extend Cybertron's influence. Orion and D16 resolved to disclose this information to Xiang Tian, hoping to awaken him from his stupor. Yet, Xiang Tian, thoroughly blinded by the celestial adversary, refused to heed their words. "You too have allowed power to cloud your judgment. I shall no longer listen to you," he declared coldly. Orion and D16's hearts sank with disappointment. They understood they must seek alternative means to unveil the celestial adversary's true nature. Meanwhile, the celestial adversary's schemes advanced steadily. He covertly tightened his grip on Cybertron while secretly reaching out to other planetary factions, preparing for a grand expansion. Xiang Tian remained oblivious, dutifully executing the celestial adversary's orders, unaware that he was unwittingly serving the adversary's ambitions, while Cybertron's future faced formidable peril. Chapter 94. The Return of Master Titanium. Master Titanium lay quietly in the ancestor's tomb, recuperating his strength, yet a persistent unease lingered in his heart. It had been a long time since Xiang Tian had sought him out, and he began to fear that something may have befallen him. After much contemplation, Master Titanium resolved to leave the tomb in search of Xiang Tian. Upon exiting the cavern, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Cybertron appeared more prosperous than ever, with every face radiating joy, engaged in discussions of the celestial adversary's greatness. Confusion enveloped Master Titanium. Could it be that the celestial adversary had truly been swayed by Xiang Tian? At that moment, the celestial adversary, while patrolling, inadvertently caught sight of Master Titanium. Despite Master Titanium's attempts at disguise, the adversary, equipped with his leadership module, immediately discerned his true identity. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in the celestial adversary's eyes as a new plan began to take shape. He sought to harness the wisdom of Master Titan for his own purposes. The adversary, Xiang Tian, approached the disguised Master Titan, his voice imbued with a gentle tone. "Esteemed Master Titan, it has been a long time. I am Xiang Tian, and I wish to invite you to converse in my palace." Master Titan regarded Xiang Tian with a hint of caution, yet the sincerity in Xiang Tian's demeanor ultimately coaxed a nod of agreement. "I am willing to visit your palace." Thus, the two returned to Xiang Tian's grand abode. Xiang Tian provided Master Titan with the finest chambers and the most comfortable services, personally attending to his mechanical maintenance each day. Gradually, Master Titan's wariness began to dissipate, moved by Xiang Tian's genuine concern. "Lord Xiang Tian, I am perplexed as to why you extend such care towards me," Master Titan expressed, his voice laced with curiosity. With a smile, Xiang Tian replied, "Master Titan, you symbolize the wisdom of Cybertron. I aspire to learn from you to better govern Cybertron." Master Titan was touched by Xiang Tian's words, and he commenced imparting his knowledge without reservation. Observing the master who educated him, Xiang Tian felt a surge of pride. Now, equipped with a formidable cloud sky and the sagacious Master Titan, he believed his dominion over Cybertron was secure. In the ensuing days, Master Titan became an advisor to Xiang Tian, his wisdom aiding the latter in resolving numerous challenges. Xiang Tian's reign solidified, and the populace of Cybertron's support for him grew ever more resolute. However, Master Titan retained a measure of vigilance towards Xiang Tian. He began to covertly monitor Xiang Tian's actions, seeking to uncover any concealed machinations. He discovered that while Xiang Tian appeared benevolent toward the people, he was clandestinely orchestrating secretive plans. Master Titan resolved to relay these findings to Xiang Tian, hoping to awaken his awareness. Yet Xiang Tian had been thoroughly blinded by Xiang Tian, rejecting Master Titan's warnings. "Master Titan, I have faith in Lord Xiang Tian. He is enacting change for Cybertron," Xiang Tian asserted with conviction. A sense of dread filled Master Titan. he understood that if Tian's true nature was not swiftly unveiled, Cybertron's future would hang perilously in the balance. Meanwhile, Tian's schemes progressed steadily. He subtly intensified his control over Cybertron while secretly engaging with forces from other planets in preparation for expansive ambitions. Master Titan realized that action was imperative. He began to discreetly connect with the resistance forces of Cybertron, seeking methods to counter Tian's influence. One fateful night, Master Titan stealthily departed Tian's palace, determined to locate Cloud Sky and reveal the truth. He believed that only Xiang Tian could comprehend the gravity of the situation, and only he could thwart Tian's sinister designs. Master Titan moved with utmost caution, acutely aware of Tian's watchful eyes. He knew he must act discreetly, ensuring that his maneuvers remained undetected. After a challenging search, Master Titan finally found Xiang Tian. He revealed the secret plan of the celestial enemy to Xiang Tian, hoping he might awaken to the truth. Xiang Tian was engulfed in shock, unable to fathom the entirety of it. Yet, he understood that Master Tai would not deceive him. He began to reassess the actions of the celestial enemy in search of the truth. Within the palace of the celestial enemy, the latter observed Master Tai's departure, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He was aware that Master Tai had unearthed his secret, yet he remained unperturbed, for he was thoroughly prepared, confident that no one could thwart his plans. Chapter 95. The desperate truth. Xiang Tian stood within the palace of the celestial enemy, his heart a tempest of conflict. He had just gleaned unsettling truths from Master Tai that had shaken his trust in the celestial enemy. Determined, he resolved to confront the celestial enemy directly in search of a definitive answer. My lord celestial enemy, I have some inquiries that I hope you can clarify. Xiang Tian's voice bore a note of resolve. The celestial enemy strode slowly toward Xiang Tian, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tian, do you not trust me? You witnessed firsthand my recognition by the leadership module. Master Tai is merely sowing discord between us. Can you not see that? Xiang Tian fell into contemplation, recalling the moment when the celestial enemy received the endorsement of the leadership module that seemed etched deeply in his memory. Doubts began to cloud his judgment. Perhaps Master Tai truly was instigating discord between them. I apologize, my lord celestial enemy. I should not have doubted you. I shall closely monitor Master Tai's actions henceforth, ensuring he does not bring you harm. Xiang Tian spoke with a hint of contrition. The celestial enemy nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Xiang Tian had become a sharp blade in his grasp. Excellent, Xiang Tian. I trust you will make the right choices. Meanwhile, Master Tai clandestinely neutralized the virus within Orion and D16 at a secret location. Upon regaining consciousness, both expressed their gratitude for Master Tai's assistance. We must take action to unveil the true nature of the celestial enemy. Master Tai's voice resonated with determination. Orion and D16 nodded in agreement, ready to follow Master Tai's plan. At that moment, Xiang Tian arrived with the celestial enemy. Anger surged within him as he perceived Master Tai's manipulation of his friends. Master Tai, how could you treat my friends this way? Xiang Tian's voice was laced with fury. The celestial enemy, stoking the flames of discord, interjected. Xiang Tian, it seems Master Tai truly schemes behind the scenes. We must thwart him. Under the celestial enemy's influence, Xiang Tian turned against Master Tai. Orion and D16 attempted to persuade Xiang Tian, but before they could finish their words, the celestial enemy rendered them unconscious. Xiang Tian, they have been thoroughly brainwashed by Master Tai. We must protect them. The celestial enemy's voice dripped with malice. Xiang Tian gazed at the fallen Orion and D16, his fury intensifying. He resolved to take them back to the palace, ensuring their safety. Master Tai observed this unfolding drama, his heart heavy with helplessness. He recognized that Xiang Tian had been utterly deceived by the enemy of the heavens, and he needed to discover alternative means to unveil the true nature of this adversary. In the ensuing days, Master Titanium began clandestinely contacting the resistance forces of Cybertron, hoping to devise a strategy to combat the enemy of the heavens. He understood that this endeavor would demand immense effort, yet he was resolute in his preparations. After Xiang Tian returned to the palace with Aeolian and D16, they fell once again under the control of the virus, losing their autonomy. Unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, he remained ensnared by the lies of the enemy of the heavens. The adversary's plan was advancing steadily. He secretly fortified his dominion over Cybertron while covertly engaging with factions from other planets, readying for a grand expansion. Master Titanium recognized the urgency of taking action. He commenced drafting a meticulous plan, aspiring to dismantle the enemy's nefarious schemes in one fell swoop. On a balmy and sunlit morning, Master Titanium, accompanied by a cadre of loyal warriors, stealthily approached the palace of the enemy of the heavens. They prepared to launch a surprise assault, aiming to rescue Aeolian and D16 while simultaneously exposing the true visage of their foe. However, the enemy of the heavens had anticipated this move. He had laid a trap, awaiting Master Titanium's arrival. As Master Titanium and his warriors breached the palace, they found themselves encircled by the enemy's forces. Master Titanium, did you truly believe you could triumph over me? The enemy's voice dripped with derision. Gazing at the enemy, Master Titanium's heart brimmed with determination. Your scheme shall ultimately be revealed. The people of Cybertron will not remain in your shadow forever. The enemy scoffed before pressing a button, plunging the entire palace into chaos. Master Titanium and his warriors found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. They had to find an escape route or face total annihilation. Amidst the turmoil, Xiang Tian finally grasped the true nature of the enemy. He beheld Aeolian and D16 sprawled on the ground, a tempest of anger and regret swirling within him. Enemy of the heavens, you have deceived me. Xiang Tian's voice was tinged with despair. The enemy turned, his gaze devoid of remorse. Xiang Tian, you are but a pawn in my game. Your purpose has now been fulfilled. A surge of intense fury welled up within Xiang Tian. He resolved to confront the enemy in a final battle. He needed to seek redemption for Aeolian and D16, for the people of Cybertron, for Master Titanium, and for all that he had done. Chapter 96. Awakening and Redemption. Xiang Tian's heart was heavy with guilt and self-reproach. Standing before the evidence collected by Aeolian and the others, he could scarcely believe he had become a mere instrument of the enemy's dominion over Cybertron. His trust had been exploited, and his actions had wrought untold suffering. The people turned against him with disdain. He longed to explain himself, yet he knew that any justification would only serve as an evasion of his past transgressions. Under the weight of immense psychological pressure, Xiang Tian chose seclusion. He closed off his heart, fearing the confrontation with Aeolian and the others that awaited him upon awakening. His mind was engulfed in terror and anguish, and over time, his body succumbed to illness. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's circumstances, Master Tai journeyed to the secluded refuge of Xiang Tian. Observing the self-reproach etched upon Xiang Tian's face, Master Tai could only offer words of solace. He understood that the profound blow inflicted upon Xiang Tian would not allow for a swift recovery. With Master Tai's companionship, Xiang Tian drifted into slumber, yet the guilt festering within made sleep elusive. In his dreams, he wept bitterly, tormented by despair, even entertaining thoughts of relinquishing his life, convinced he had lost the will to continue. Thus, while Master Tai ventured forth in search of remedies, Xiang Tian contemplated summoning the fire within to end his own existence. At that moment, Orion and D16 abruptly appeared, thwarting his intentions. Xiang Tian, you must not proceed with this. Orion's voice bore a trace of urgency. We do not blame you, Xiang Tian. We understand you are also a victim, D16 asserted with unwavering conviction. Gazing at Orion and D16, the weight of his guilt overwhelmed Xiang Tian. He recognized the pain he had inflicted upon his friends time and again. Yet, it was imperative that he rise anew. He realized that only by vanquishing the heavenly enemy could he earn the forgiveness of all. Orion, D16, thank you. Xiang Tian's voice quivered with emotion. I was wrong, dreadfully wrong, but I shall atone, I vow. Orion and D16 nodded, their faith in Xiang Tian unshakable. They understood that what Xiang Tian required was not condemnation, but rather support and understanding. In the days that followed, with the aid of Orion and D16, Xiang Tian commenced his recovery of both strength and spirit. Together, they trained and devised strategies to confront the heavenly enemy. Determination surged within Xiang Tian. He sought redemption for the people of Cybertron, for Orion and D16, and for himself. Master Tai returned to their side, bringing with him additional allies. They collaboratively crafted a meticulous plan, aiming to dismantle the machinations of the heavenly enemy. On a serene and sunlit morning, Xiang Tian and his companions stealthily approached the palace of the heavenly enemy, poised to launch a surprise assault to liberate the subjugated populace and unveil the true nature of their adversary. However, the heavenly enemy had anticipated their move, laying a trap in wait for Xiang Tian's arrival. As Xiang Tian and his comrades stormed the palace, they found themselves encircled by the forces of the heavenly enemy. Xiang Tian, did you genuinely believe you could triumph over me? The heavenly enemy's voice dripped with derision. Xiang Tian met the gaze of the heavenly enemy, resolve igniting within him. Your schemes will inevitably be unveiled, and the people of Cybertron shall not remain deceived forever. The heavenly enemy scoffed, pressing a button that plunged the palace into chaos. Xiang Tian and his companions found themselves in a fierce struggle, needing to discover a breach, lest they face total annihilation. Amidst the turmoil, Xiang Tian finally confronted the heavenly enemy, and a fierce duel ensued. Anger and determination surged within him. He sought vengeance for all the injustices and suffering endured. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Xiang Tian triumphed over the adversary Tian. Through his actions, he demonstrated his redemption, and with unwavering courage and determination, earned the forgiveness of the people. The inhabitants of Cybertron erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the dawn of freedom. Standing amidst the ruins of the palace, Xiang Tian was enveloped by a myriad of complex emotions. He understood that this was merely a new beginning, with a long journey still ahead. Orion and D16 stood by his side, gazing up at the skies of Cybertron. They recognized that the road ahead was arduous, yet they were prepared to face it together. Chapter 97. The emergence of Lingxin's Cybertron welcomed an entirely new year, with the planet steeped in a festive atmosphere. On the first day of the year, everyone penned their wishes, hoping for the promise of new hopes and transformations. Xiang Tian stood atop a vantage point, overlooking the rejuvenating world below, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. He knew he must safeguard Cybertron diligently, atoning for his past misdeeds. That night, the people hosted a grand banquet in celebration of a new year. During the festivities, Xiang Tian shared his thoughts, vowing to make Cybertron a better place and ensure that all its denizens led joyful lives. His speech garnered fervent applause and support from the crowd. As the revelry drew to a close, Xiang Tian, having indulged in one too many drinks, stumbled slightly on his way home. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally bumped into a young woman. He quickly assisted her to her feet, and upon catching a glimpse of her face, he was captivated. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, and her smile radiated warmth and sincerity. Summoning his courage, Xiang Tian inquired about her name, to which she replied, Lingxin. Upon hearing his name, Lingxin expressed her delight at meeting the esteemed leader. Xiang Tian chuckled awkwardly, unaccustomed to such adulation. He then extended an invitation to her as a gesture of goodwill. They embarked on the journey to Xiang Tian's residence, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of greed in Lingxin's eyes. Xiang Tian's abode, while not opulent, exuded a sense of warmth and comfort. He invited Lingxin to take a seat and poured her a drink. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, as Lingxin's eloquence and profound understanding of Cybertron's history and culture captivated him. Over time, Xiang Tian found himself increasingly drawn to her presence. Lingxin's arrival infused his life with newfound vibrancy. Her empathy and support enveloped him in comfort. He began to open up to her, sharing both joys and sorrows. Lingxin consistently offered the most fitting advice and solace, her presence instilling a sense of security within Xiang Tian. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that her approach was not merely coincidental. Concealed within her gaze lay secrets yet to be unveiled. In the days that followed, Lingxin became an indispensable part of Xiang Tian's life, frequently accompanying him and engaging in various activities and decisions. Xiang Tian's trust in Xiang deepened with each passing day, leading him to assign her some significant responsibilities. However, Xiang's true intention was not to assist Xiang Tian, but to act as a spy dispatched by the five-faced monster. Her mission was to get close to Xiang Tian, discern his vulnerabilities, and seize the opportune moment to manipulate him. A flicker of conflict crossed Xiang's eyes as she realized that she had genuinely begun to care for Xiang Tian. Yet she understood the necessity of not betraying the five-faced monster. One day, Xiang Tian received an urgent message regarding a conflict at the borders of Cybertron. He had to depart immediately to address the situation. Before leaving, he entrusted Ling Xian with several crucial affairs, confident in her abilities to manage everything. As she watched Xiang Tian's retreating figure, her heart swelled with a tumult of emotions. She recognized that this was the long-awaited opportunity for the five-faced monster. She faced a choice: betray Xiang Tian to fulfill her mission or protect him and defy the five-faced monster. After Xiang Tian left, Ling Xian sat alone in his office, her gaze fixated on the communication device. She knew that pressing the button would ensure the success of the five-faced monster's scheme. Her hand trembled, and her heart was engulfed in turmoil. Ultimately, Ling Xian made her decision. She could not betray Xiang Tian. She could not allow the machinations of the five-faced monster to prevail. She destroyed the communication device and resolved to inform Xiang Tian of the impending threat. Upon Xiang Tian's return, Ling Xian divulged everything to him. He was taken aback by her candor, at a loss for words. Gazing at Ling Xian, his heart brimmed with gratitude and remorse. Ling Xian, thank you. Thank you for choosing me, for choosing Cybertron. Xiang Tian's voice quivered with emotion. Ling Xian grasped Xiang Tian's hand, her tone resolute. Xiang Tian, I am willing to stand by your side to protect Cybertron, no matter how arduous the future may be. Xiang Tian's heart was warmed. He realized he was no longer alone. He had Ling Xian and the people of Cybertron, united to face the challenges that lay ahead. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian and Ling Xian collaborated and fought side by side. Their trust and partnership fortified Cybertron, thwarting the five-faced monster's conspiracy and restoring peace to its citizens. Standing upon the land of Cybertron, Xiang Tian was filled with hope. He understood that as long as he and Ling Xian were together, nothing was insurmountable. Their love and conviction would become the mightiest force of Cybertron. Chapter 98. The warmth of family and betrayal. Xiang Tian and Ling Xian returned to Ling Xian's home, where they were warmly welcomed by her parents. Xiang Tian felt somewhat astonished, not expecting such a heartfelt reception. However, shortly after he sat down, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he collapsed to the floor. Ling Xian looked at the fallen Xiang Tian, her eyes filled with confusion. Her parents hurried over, explaining, the leader must be utterly exhausted. You should quickly assist him to a room to rest. Ling Xian nodded, though questions lingered in her mind. She complied with her parents' guidance and helped Xiang Tian to a room. After settling in the home of Ling Xin, her parents would daily prepare an array of peculiar delicacies for Xiang Tian. Though feeling embarrassed to decline their kindness, he remained oblivious to the fact that these foods contained special ingredients capable of gradually influencing his psyche. As time passed, Xiang Tian found himself increasingly submissive to Ling Xin's parents. In a moment of conversation, he even expressed his desire for them to become part of his family. This declaration filled Ling Xin with joy, as she believed it signified that she could finally live with Xiang Tian. Ling Xin's parents also shared in this joy, their eyes momentarily glinting with a hint of greed. Xiang Tian perceived Ling Xin's family as deeply caring towards him, enveloping him in a sense of warmth akin to that of a true home. He granted Ling Xin's parents a status second only to his own, becoming her partner in the process. He was convinced that they would care for him better than he could for himself. Consequently, when Master Tai came to see him, he merely brushed off the encounter, harboring no suspicion that Ling Xin's parents might betray him. Xiang Tian, your recent behavior is somewhat unusual. I fear you may be under some influence, Master Tai spoke, concern lacing his voice. Xiang Tian, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, convinced that his current life was filled with happiness and that Master Tai's worries were entirely unwarranted. Master Tai, I am perfectly fine. There is no need for concern. Master Tai furrowed his brow, realizing that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Xiang Tian, you must exercise caution. I am worried you may come to harm. Xiang Tian cast a cold glance at Master Tai, warning, Master Tai, do not overthink this, or I will not show mercy. As time continued its relentless march, Xiang Tian gradually became a tool wielded by Ling Xin's parents to control Cybertron. He no longer cared for politics or the welfare of the people. All he desired was a blissful existence with Ling Xin. Behind the scenes, Ling Xin's parents manipulated everything to their advantage, exploiting Xiang Tian's identity and power for their own gain. Filled with love for Ling Xin, Xiang Tian believed he had discovered true happiness. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen into a meticulously crafted trap. His life was dictated by Ling Xin's parents, and his decisions swayed by their influence. Under the control of Ling Xin's family, subtle changes began to unfold on Cybertron. Policies detrimental to them were quietly repealed, while initiatives beneficial to their interests were clandestinely advanced. Dissatisfaction among the populace grew quietly, yet Xiang Tian remained completely unaware. Master Tai and a few loyal citizens of Cybertron began to investigate Ling Xin's parents' actions in secret. They uncovered the true intentions of Ling Xin's family and attempted to warn Xiang Tian. However, he was already ensnared, unable to extricate himself. Xiang Tian, you must awaken. Ling Xin's parents are using you to control Cybertron. Master Tai's voice carried an urgent tone. Xiang Tian regarded Master Tai with icy disdain, his heart brimming with anger. Master Tai, you are attempting to sow discord between me and my family. I will no longer place my trust in you. Master Tai looked at Xiang Tian, a sense of helplessness flooding his heart. He understood that Xiang Tian had been thoroughly brainwashed. Incapable of discerning right from wrong, Master Titanium resolved to take action. He could not stand idly by while Cybertron fell into the clutches of Ling Xin's parents. On a tempestuous night, Master Titanium and a band of loyal Cybertronians instigated a coup, aiming to rescue Xiang Tian and unveil the sinister machinations of Ling Xin's parents. However, the latter had anticipated their move, laying traps to ensnare Master Titanium upon his arrival. A fierce battle erupted within Ling Xin's abode, where Xiang Tian was concealed in a secure location, manipulated remotely by Ling Xin's parents. Master Titanium and his companions found themselves embroiled in a bitter struggle, compelled to locate Xiang Tian to thwart the nefarious plans of Ling Xin's parents. In the climactic moments of the battle, Xiang Tian finally discerned the true nature of Ling Xin's parents. He beheld their avaricious gazes and overheard their insidious conversations, a tide of anger and betrayal swelling within him. You have betrayed me. Xiang Tian's voice trembled with despair. Ling Xin's parents sneered, aware that they had ensnared Xiang Tian and thus Cybertron itself. Xiang Tian, your naivety blinds you. Power is paramount. A surge of indignation coursed through Xiang Tian, igniting his resolve to rebel. He broke free from the control of Ling Xin's parents and joined Master Titanium in the fray. After a grueling confrontation, Xiang Tian and Master Titanium triumphed over Ling Xin's parents, exposing their conspiracy. The people of Cybertron erupted in jubilant celebration, rejoicing in their newfound freedom. Standing amidst the remnants of Ling Xin's home, Xiang Tian was beset by a tumult of emotions. He realized this was merely a new beginning, a path fraught with challenges ahead. Facing Ling Xin, both stood with tears glistening in their eyes, acutely aware that their love had reached its denouement. For the sake of Cybertron and his people, Xiang Tian understood he must relinquish his personal affections. Ling Xin, I am sorry. I must do this, he uttered, his voice thick with emotion. Ling Xin wept, conscious of her parents' wrongdoings, yet unable to forgive Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, our relationship ends here. With a heavy heart, Xiang Tian turned away, burdened by sorrow. He recognized the profound loss of Ling Xin, yet he knew he must press onward for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 99. Loss and choice. Ling Xin's departure left an unfillable void in Xiang Tian's heart. He began to reminisce about the moments they had shared, the once beautiful times that now tormented him in sleepless nights. In the stillness of the night, he frequently dreamt of Ling Xin, the name that once stirred his heart, the figure that had once brought him warmth. Awakening from yet another dream, Xiang Tian gazed out at the moonlight, a powerful urge swelling within him to seek out Ling Xin. He longed to express his true feelings and rekindle the love they once shared. Yet he hesitated, acutely aware that any attempt to find her would invite suspicion from Master Titanium and others, who might believe he had fallen once more under the influence of Ling Xin's parents. Xiang Tian's heart was awash with inner turmoil and conflict. He truly could not relinquish his feelings for Ling Xin. In a fleeting moment, he contemplated abandoning his identity and forsaking everything, solely to be with her. Yet, he was acutely aware that such a decision would profoundly affect the future of Cybertron. Shortly thereafter, overwhelmed by exhaustion and psychological strain, Xiang Tian collapsed at the studio. He felt an unbearable ache within, questioning why he had arrived at this juncture. Did he not deserve a beautiful life? His heart was laden with confusion and guilt. During his days of recovery, Master Titanium frequently visited him. Observing the despondent Xiang Tian before him, Master Titanium sighed, uncertain of how to console him. Xiang Tian remained taciturn, a silence that deepened Master Titanium's concern. He understood that Xiang Tian required not only physical recuperation, but, more importantly, solace for his spirit. Xiang Tian, you must regain your strength. Cybertron needs you. Master Titanium's voice resonated with a hint of resolve. Xiang Tian raised his head, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. Master Titanium, I truly do not know what to do. At that moment, Master Titanium received news of the impending attack by the Quintessence on Cybertron. He recognized that this revelation would be a significant blow to Xiang Tian. Nevertheless, he also knew that Xiang Tian needed time to heal. Xiang Tian, you must rest well. We will manage the situation with the Quintessence. Master Titanium's tone carried a measure of reassurance. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that his current state rendered him unfit for battle. As he watched Master Titanium's retreating figure, he was engulfed by guilt and a sense of helplessness. After Master Titanium departed, Xiang Tian gazed at the overhead lights, his thoughts drifting far away. He reminisced about the days spent with Lingxin, those moments of joy and carefree bliss. He recalled his responsibilities as a leader and the expectations of the people of Cybertron upon him. His heart was a battleground of conflicting emotions. He understood that he could not allow his personal feelings to jeopardize the future of Cybertron. Yet, he found himself unable to sever his emotional ties to Lingxin entirely. His soul wrestled between love and duty. As the night deepened, Xiang Tian finally succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he encountered Lingxin once more. Her smile remained as warm as ever, her gaze still brimming with affection. In the dream, Xiang Tian poured out his longing and anguish to her, and Lingxin gently comforted him, urging him to be strong and to fight for Cybertron. Upon awakening, he felt a glimmer of tranquility. He realized that he could no longer remain in this state. He must rise for Cybertron, for himself, and for Lingxin. Xiang Tian actively engaged in his recovery, gradually regaining his health. He also began to partake in the defensive efforts of Cybertron, understanding that it was both his responsibility and his mission. As time passed, Xiang Tian emerged from his despondency. He recognized that he could not allow past emotions to cloud his judgment. He must fight for the future of Cybertron and become a true leader. Standing on the soil of Cybertron, his heart brimmed with determination. He understood that the road ahead was still long, yet he was prepared. He would protect Cybertron through his actions, proving his worth. Chapter 100. A difficult choice. The onslaught of the Quintessence was fiercer than anyone had anticipated, their forces surging like a relentless tide towards Cybertron, inflicting unprecedented devastation. Master Titanium and the other warriors of Cybertron fought valiantly, managing to temporarily repel the Quintessent army. Yet everyone knew this was but a fleeting calm before the inevitable storm of renewed attacks. In the midst of this turmoil, Xiang Tian made a resolute decision. He would venture alone into the Quintessent camp to confront them directly, aware of the peril that lay ahead. He understood that only through direct dialogue could there be a glimmer of hope for a peaceful resolution. As he traversed the war-torn battlefield, he arrived at the Quintessent encampment, where he was unexpectedly reunited with Xiang, the one he had longed for. He stood frozen, his emotions a tumultuous mix of joy and trepidation. The Quintessent approached Xiang Tian, its voice laced with mockery. Friend from another world, our collaboration remains intact. What will you choose? Will you continue the battle, plunging Cybertron into endless warfare, or will you ally with us in ruling the world? You are a wise individual. I anticipate a judicious choice. If you acquiesce, not only will I call for a ceasefire, but Xiang shall also return to your side. Xiang Tian found himself in a quandary, his heart rife with conflict. He recognized that collaborating with the Quintessence would equate to betraying Cybertron and forsaking his responsibilities as a leader. Yet, he also perceived the glimmer of hope in Xiang's eyes, a silent plea for understanding. He knew that refusal would prolong the Quintessence assault, leading to greater calamity for Cybertron. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian's gaze hardened with resolve. I agree to your terms, but you must ensure the safety of Cybertron and cease your attacks. The Quintessence smiled knowingly, aware that Xiang Tian would make such a choice. Of course, Xiang Tian, you are indeed astute. Your decision is the right one. Pain swelled within Xiang Tian as he realized that his choice might be deemed a betrayal by the people of Cybertron. Nonetheless, he recognized this as the sole means to safeguard their future. He looked at Xiang, her eyes glistening with tears. understanding the immense sacrifice he was making for her and for Cybertron. Xiang Tian, thank you. Ling Xian's voice trembled with emotion. Xiang Tian grasped Ling Xian's hand firmly, his voice unwavering. Ling Xian, I promise you that I would protect Cybertron and safeguard you. The quintessent forces began to withdraw, and the citizens of Cybertron erupted in celebration, reveling in the arrival of peace. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that this peace was founded upon Xiang Tian's sacrifice. Master Titanium and the other warriors of Cybertron were perplexed by Xiang Tian's decision, unable to comprehend the sudden ceasefire. Upon learning the truth, their hearts were filled with a tumult of emotions. Xiang Tian, you are betraying Cybertron. Master Titanium's voice resonated with indignation. Xiang Tian gazed at Master Tai, his heart brimming with remorse. Master Tai, I am acutely aware that my decision may disappoint you, yet I find myself powerless. I cannot bear witness to Cybertron's destruction, nor can I allow Ling Xin to come to harm. Master Tai remained silent, understanding that Xiang Tian's choice stemmed from a profound love for Cybertron and Ling Xin. However, he was also cognizant that allying with the five-faced monster would mean that Cybertron's destiny would fall under their dominion. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and Ling Xin returned to Cybertron. Their lives appeared to resume a semblance of tranquility, yet a shadow loomed within Xiang Tian's heart. He realized that his alliance with the five-faced monster was merely a fleeting peace. Their ambitions would not wane. Thus, Xiang Tian began to secretly seek ways to resist the five-faced monster, aspiring to discover a method that would safeguard Cybertron while liberating it from their grip. He understood that this would be a formidable struggle, yet he was resolute in his preparation. Ling Xin stood steadfastly by Xiang Tian's side, fully aware of his sacrifice and anguish. She resolved to fight alongside him, to seek out ways to confront the five-faced monster. Xiang Tian, no matter how arduous the future may be, I shall remain by your side, her voice imbued with determination. Grasping Ling Xin's hand, Xiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He knew he was no longer alone. He had Ling Xin and the people of Cybertron with him, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 101. The future self. Xiang Tian rested in his room, endeavoring to recuperate from recent fatigue. His heart was a tumult of contradictions and unease, the collaboration with the five-faced monster weighing heavily upon him. Suddenly, he received a mysterious summons, seemingly emanating from the depths of Cybertron, a call from an ancient and enigmatic force. He followed this energy, arriving at an ancient ruin, steeped in history, where indecipherable runes adorned the stone walls, and the air was thick with an aura of antiquity. At the center of the ruins, Xiang Tian beheld a startling figure, a mechanical entity almost identical to himself. Who are you? Xiang Tian's voice trembled. The mechanical being regarded him silently, its eyes shimmering with a profound light. I am you, Xiang Tian, or rather, I am your future self. Xiang Tian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the revelation. My future self? How can this be? The future. Xiang Tian sighed, a note of resignation in his tone. Your future is destined to be a solitary journey, and your loved ones will ultimately become your adversaries. A wave of shock and fear surged within Xiang Tian. Why? How could I possibly turn against my friends? The future. Xiang Tian did not respond directly. He merely gazed at Xiang Tian with an expression of profound sorrow. Xiang Tian, you must make a choice, a path that is solitary yet righteous. Your decision will shape the future of Cybertron. As Xiang Tian was about to continue his inquiry into the events of the future version of himself abruptly vanished, as suddenly as he had appeared. Alone in the ruins, Xiang Tian was beset by confusion and unease. He pondered deeply. Could it be that he would truly betray his friends? Memories of his collaboration with the five-faced monster flooded back, along with the disappointment and anger of Master Titanium and the other Cybertronians. He understood that he must find a way to alter this prophecy, to safeguard his friends and protect Cybertron. Leaving the ruins, determination filled his heart. He began a clandestine quest to discover a means to change the future, fully aware that this would be a formidable struggle, yet he was resolute. He sought out Master Titanium and confessed the future he had witnessed. Master Titanium, I must find a way to change all of this. I cannot allow my friends to become my foes. Master Titanium regarded Xiang Tian with a hint of astonishment. Xiang Tian, if you truly have seen the future, then we must strive together to alter it. Nodding, Xiang Tian recognized that Master Titanium was his ally, a friend he could trust. They commenced a thorough examination of ancient texts and ruins, seeking possible clues. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and Master Titanium uncovered hints regarding the ancient powers of Cybertron. These forces might aid them in reshaping the future and safeguarding their world. Meanwhile, the five-faced monster did not relent in their schemes. They continued to manipulate Cybertron from the shadows, attempting to leverage Xiang Tian to achieve their objectives. Xiang Tian realized he must tread carefully, ensuring that the five-faced monster remained oblivious to his plans. One fateful night, Xiang Tian ventured alone to a hidden ruin, where an ancient power lay concealed. He sensed that this power could be the key to changing the future. Upon connecting with that force, he was overwhelmed by a profound tremor. This energy brimmed with ancient wisdom and might, seemingly narrating the past and future of Cybertron to him. Filled with resolve, Xiang Tian understood that he must master this power to protect Cybertron and reshape destiny. He began to learn how to harness this force and wield it against the five-faced monster. As time passed, Xiang Tian gradually gained control over this power. He felt himself grow stronger and more resolute, now armed with the ability to alter the future. He returned to Master Titanium and the other Cybertronians to share his discoveries. Together, they devised a plan, hoping to strike a decisive blow against the five-faced monster and transform the future that Xiang Tian had foreseen. On a pivotal night, Xiang Tian and his companions launched their assault. Utilizing the ancient powers, they successfully defeated the five-faced monster, safeguarding Cybertron. Standing upon the land of Cybertron, Xiang Tian's heart swelled with hope. He knew he had changed the future, protecting his friends and preserving Cybertron. As he gazed at Master Titanium and the other Cybertronians, gratitude filled his heart. He understood that he was no longer alone. He had his friends, the people of Cybertron, and together they would face the challenges of the future. Chapter 102. The Erasure of Memory. Xiang Tian slumbered in the depths of the night, his dreams once again besieged by the specter of his future self. The mechanical entity, resembling him, stood before him and spoke gravely. The curse of the five-faced monster shall not depart from you. There exists but one resolution. Yet it demands the sacrifice of all your memories. What shall you choose? To become a minion of the five-faced monster, or to forget everything? With that, the future Xiang Tian dissipated into the mists of the dreamscape. Awakening with a racing heart and drenched in cold sweat, Xiang Tian was gripped by an unprecedented terror. He examined his body, horrified to find it beginning to transform into that of a warrior of the five-faced monster. In an instant, he summoned the ancient powers he had mastered, temporarily suppressing this transformation. Confusion enveloped Xiang Tian as he grappled with fear and uncertainty about his future. He yearned to shield others from the knowledge of his metamorphosis, terrified of becoming a threat to Cybertron and of inflicting harm upon those he cherished. Thus, he made a harrowing decision to conceal himself and gradually vanish from the sight of the populace. He began to shun public gatherings and avoid his friends, even evading the attention of Xiang and Master Titan. Xiang Tian, what has happened to you lately? You seem to be avoiding us, Xiang remarked, her eyes filled with concern. Xiang Tian forced a smile. He could not reveal his changes to her. It's nothing, I just need some time to think, he replied. Master Titan, too, noticed Xiang Tian's peculiar behavior and sought to engage him in conversation, hoping to glean his thoughts. Xiang Tian, if something is troubling you, you may share it with me. We can resolve it together. Xiang Tian shook his head, unwilling to burden Master Titan with his plight. I am fine, Master Titan. I merely need some time. As time progressed, Xiang Tian's transformations became increasingly difficult to control. He began venturing alone to remote locations in the dead of night, striving to conceal his changes from others. His body wrestled between the power of the five-faced monster and the ancient forces within him, a struggle that inflicted profound anguish. Xiang Tian knew he must hasten to discover a solution. Otherwise, he would completely lose himself, becoming a puppet of the five-faced monster. He delved into ancient texts, seeking a means to lift the curse. By a twist of fate, he stumbled upon an ancient prophecy that spoke of a ritual capable of breaking a formidable curse through the sacrifice of memories. Within him stirred a tumult of conflicting emotions. He was loath to relinquish his memories, yet more so did he dread the loss of his very essence. Xiang Tian, you cannot do this, Xiang implored. tears brimming in her eyes upon learning of his plan. Xiang Tian grasped her hand firmly, his voice imbued with resolve. Xian, I must proceed. I cannot become a weapon of the five-faced monster. I cannot harm you all. On a tempestuous night, with rain lashing against the world, Xiang Tian stood alone at an ancient altar. He commenced the ritual, his body radiating a brilliant light under the influence of ancient powers. As the ritual unfolded, Xiang Tian sensed his memories beginning to fade. His past, his friends, his beloved, everything slipped further away from him. When the ritual culminated, Xiang Tian collapsed upon the altar, his body returning to normal. Yet he found himself bereft of all recollection. He could no longer recall his identity, the planet Cybertron, nor the beings known as Xin and Master Titanium. Rising to his feet, Xiang Tian was engulfed by a profound emptiness. He was oblivious to his origins, as well as his destination. An overwhelming sense of solitude enveloped him, an ineffable loneliness. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian embarked on a new chapter of life. Though stripped of his memories, he retained his innate kindness and sense of justice. He began to assist those in need and sought to rediscover his identity and past. Xin and Master Titanium, upon learning of Xiang Tian's amnesia, were filled with sorrow. They understood that Xiang Tian had made immense sacrifices to protect them and safeguard Cybertron. Xiang Tian, wherever you may be, we shall find you. Xin's voice resonated with determination. Master Titanium stood resolutely by her side, his tone imbued with resolve. Xiang Tian, you are the hero of Cybertron, and we shall never abandon you. In a quiet corner of Cybertron, Xiang Tian stood still, gazing skyward, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Although he had lost his memories, hope remained steadfast within him. He knew that his future was still replete with infinite possibilities. Chapter 103. The transition of leadership in the annals of Cybertron's history. A new chapter was gradually unfolding. With the assistance of Master Titanium, Orion felt the call of the Primus, his being imbued with the power of the leadership module, transforming him into Optimus Prime, the new leader of Cybertron. His mission was to safeguard the peace of Cybertron and uphold justice. Simultaneously, D16 rebranded himself as Megatron, establishing his own faction, the Decepticons. Megatron yearned for power, his ambition being to dominate Cybertron and compel all Cybertronians to submit to his will. His ideology stood in stark contrast to that of Optimus Prime, inevitably leading to conflict between the two. Optimus Prime remembered Xiang Tian, recalling his former leader, and even in Xiang Tian's amnesiac state, he held on a hope that Xiang Tian could aid him. He believed that deep within Xiang Tian's heart, the spark of leadership still flickered. Xiang Tian, we require your strength. I must find you. Optimus Prime's voice was laced with urgency. However, Megatron intervened, derisively stating, your current actions constitute the oppression of an ordinary citizen. Xiang Tian has lost his memories. He is no longer your leader, nor anyone's leader. Optimus Prime fell silent, realizing he may have been too hasty. Megatron's words compelled him to reconsider his actions. He could not coerce Xiang Tian into anything. Xiang Tian deserved the right to make his own choices. Megatron gazed at the hesitant Optimus Prime before him, a flicker of smugness crossing his features. He was acutely aware that Optimus's inherent goodness was his greatest vulnerability, and he sought to exploit this weakness to undermine him. If I were to find Starwing, I would ensure he is well taken care of. After all, I possess a deeper understanding of him than you do. Megatron's voice dripped with sarcasm. Optimus fell into deep contemplation, filled with a profound sense of reluctance, yet powerless to alter the circumstances. His knowledge of Starwing was woefully insufficient. He was uncertain how Starwing would respond after losing his memory, nor did he know if he would be willing to embrace the mantle of leadership once more. In the days that followed, the conflict between Optimus and Megatron intensified. Optimus endeavored to safeguard the peace of Cybertron, while Megatron sought to expand his dominion. Their clash became the focal point of Cybertron's turmoil. Meanwhile, Starwing, having lost his memory, embarked on a new chapter of life. He no longer recalled his past as the leader of Cybertron. Instead, he lived as an ordinary citizen. He extended his hand to those in need, using his strength to perform acts of kindness. One day, while aiding an injured Cybertronian, he was discovered by Optimus. The latter observed Starwing with a heart laden with complex emotions. He yearned to reveal the truth to Starwing, yet feared that such revelations might inflict pain upon him. Starwing, do you truly not remember me? Optimus's voice bore a hint of hope. Starwing looked at him, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Should I remember you? I am but an ordinary resident, devoid of any recollections. Optimus sighed, recognizing the veracity of Starwing's words. He could not compel Starwing to do anything. He had to honor Starwing's choices. Starwing, if you wish, I can protect you. I can aid you in reclaiming your memories. Optimus spoke earnestly. Starwing remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Thank you, but I do not require protection. My current life is satisfactory. I have no desire for change. Optimus nodded, respecting Starwing's decision. He understood that Starwing had the right to choose his own path, even if it meant losing a formidable ally. As the war raged on between Optimus and Megatron, Starwing continued his ordinary existence, deliberately distancing himself from the conflict, choosing his own course. Amidst the ongoing strife, Optimus gradually realized that he could not rely on Starwing. He must depend on his own strength to safeguard Cybertron. He began to fight with renewed vigor and a steadfast commitment to preserving peace. Similarly, Megatron came to the realization that he could not depend on others. He must harness his own power to dominate Cybertron. He commenced a more ruthless approach in battle, expanding his influence with unrelenting ferocity. Starwing, too, recognized that he could not evade his past. He had to confront his memories. He began to seek out his history, embarking on a quest to rediscover himself. In this war, each individual fought fervently for their own ideals, each striving for their own future. In the intertwining fates of Skyfire, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, their choices will ultimately determine the future of Cybertron. Chapter 104. The scheme of Soundwave as Megatron's most trusted lieutenant and the Decepticon's intelligence officer. Soundwave's duty was to gather intelligence and execute Megatron's commands. He had observed Megatron's peculiar protectiveness towards Skyfire, which presented an opportunity. To persuade the amnesiac Skyfire to align with Megatron, Soundwave resolved to take action. He sought out Skyfire's beloved, Alita, 1, and invited her aboard the Nemesis. Soundwave conveyed to Alita, 1, Optimus Prime is currently consumed by power. He intends to use Skyfire to dominate Cybertron. Unaware of the intricate relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron, Alita, 1 believed Soundwave's words. Her heart laden with trepidation for Skyfire and doubt towards Optimus. Determined to find Skyfire and thwart Optimus's plans, Alita, 1 embarked on her quest. Megatron, pleased with Soundwave's machinations, anticipated Optimus's attempt to prevent Alita, 1 from reaching Skyfire, exactly what he desired. He devised an elaborate ruse to reveal Optimus's true nature to Alita, 1, ensuring that both she and Skyfire would place their unwavering trust in him. As Alita, 1 searched for Skyfire, Optimus indeed appeared, attempting to clarify the truth. Yet Alita, 1, influenced by Soundwave's insinuations, regarded Optimus with suspicion. Alita, 1, please listen to me. Megatron's words are deceitful. I would never exploit Skyfire, Optimus urged, urgency lacing his voice. But Alita, 1 shook her head resolutely, her gaze unwavering. Optimus, I am uncertain if I could trust you anymore. I must find Skyfire and safeguard him. At that moment, Megatron made his entrance, feigning a protective stance for Skyfire, leading to an intense confrontation between him and Optimus. This battle was meticulously orchestrated by Megatron, ensuring that he would narrowly emerge victorious, thereby demonstrating his strength and righteousness before Alita, 1. Optimus, your scheme shall not prevail. I will not allow you to manipulate Skyfire, Megatron declared with conviction. Optimus, filled with indignation, recognized Megatron's treachery, yet felt powerless to unveil the truth in Alita, 1's presence. Once the skirmish concluded, Megatron rescued Alita, 1, and Skyfire, feigning injury to evoke their sympathy and trust. Skyfire, Alita, 1, you are safe now. I shall not permit Optimus to harm you. Megatron's voice held a note of vulnerability. Skyfire and Alita, 1 gazed at Megatron, their hearts swelling with gratitude. They began to believe that Megatron was their protector, their ally. In the days that followed, Megatron continued his charade, consistently displaying his benevolence and righteousness to Skyfire and Alita, 1. He instilled in them the belief that he fought for the peace of Cybertron, and to safeguard them. In the wake of Megatron's captivating performance, both Ling Xin and Xiang Tian found themselves swayed, gradually placing their trust in him and his ideals. They aligned themselves with Megatron's faction, becoming integral to his burgeoning power. Megatron's scheme bore fruit. He not only secured Xiang Tian and Ling Xin's allegiance, but also forged a profound trust within them, aware that their support would fortify his influence. He felt his ambition to dominate Cybertron inch closer to fruition. Yet, unbeknownst to Megatron, a flicker of nostalgia lingered within Xiang Tian's heart. Despite his amnesia, an instinct whispered to him that Megatron was not his true ally. Thus, he embarked on a clandestine quest to rediscover his past and reclaim his lost memories. Chapter 105. The Lost Direction. Upon boarding the Nemesis, Xiang Tian was met with a fervent welcome from the high-ranking Decepticons, many of whom claimed to be his former friends. To prevent any suspicion towards Megatron, they incessantly lauded his greatness while maligning Optimus Prime, portraying him as a tyrant of unparalleled cruelty. Stripped of his memories, Xiang Tian had no reason to doubt these self-proclaimed friends. Their words sowed seeds of uncertainty in his mind, leading him to believe that Megatron was the rightful leader of Cybertron, while Optimus Prime was merely a power-hungry despot. "You have no idea how much Megatron has sacrificed for the peace of Cybertron," remarked one Decepticon member. "Indeed, and Optimus Prime only seeks power, indifferent to the plight of Cybertron's inhabitants," another echoed. As Xiang Tian absorbed these sentiments, his trust in Megatron deepened. He began to offer his thoughts and insights, strategies and plans drawn from his past leadership experience on Cybertron. Unbeknownst to him, these suggestions were weaponized against the Autobots led by Optimus Prime. The Decepticons, wielding Xiang Tian's strategies, launched a series of devastating assaults, severely crippling the Autobots' forces. In the midst of this turmoil, Optimus Prime found himself engulfed in doubt, questioning his worthiness as a leader. Was he truly unfit to be the new generation's champion? His convictions began to waver, overwhelmed by uncertainty and guilt. "Perhaps I am not suited to lead the Autobots," he lamented. Standing resolutely beside him, Ratchet's eyes gleamed with determination. "Optimus, you must not think that way. Xiang Tian's counsel has been misappropriated by Megatron. This is not your fault." Optimus gazed at Ratchet, confusion clouding his eyes. "Yet, had I been a better leader, we might have avoided such losses." Grasping Optimus's hand, Ratchet's voice resonated with encouragement. "Optimus, you are the beacon of hope for Cybertron. You cannot surrender. Cybertron needs you." In the days that followed, Optimus Prime endeavored to regain his composure, reassessing his leadership approach. He sought new methods to combat Megatron and the Decepticons, understanding that he could no longer rely on Xiang Tian. He must harness his own strength to safeguard Cybertron. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian gradually felt a sense of unease aboard the Nemesis. He began to question his choices and the motives of Megatron. Although his memories were lost, his intuition whispered to him that something was amiss. "Megatron, are we truly pursuing the right path?" A hint of hesitation colored Xiang Tian's voice. Megatron gazed at the sky, his eyes glinting with a frigid intensity. "Xiang Tian, do you doubt me? Everything I do is for Cybertron." Xiang Tian fell silent, uncertain of how to respond. He secretly commenced an investigation into Megatron's activities, yearning to uncover the truth. By chance, Xiang Tian stumbled upon Megatron's clandestine plans. He discovered that Megatron's ambitions extended beyond ruling Cybertron. He sought to conquer the entire universe. A wave of shock engulfed Xiang Tian as he realized the necessity of taking action. Determined, he resolved to leave the Nemesis and locate Optimus Prime to reveal the truth. He understood that this was a singular opportunity. He had to thwart Megatron's scheme. During his escape from the Nemesis, Xiang Tian encountered a pursuit by the Decepticons. Employing his wit and courage, he successfully evaded capture. He eventually found Optimus Prime and disclosed Megatron's plans. "Optimus, Megatron's ambitions are far greater than we ever imagined. We must stop him." A note of conviction resonated in Xiang Tian's voice. Optimus Prime regarded Xiang Tian with surprise. "Xiang Tian, have you truly begun to remember?" Xiang Tian shook his head. His memories had not fully returned, yet his instincts urged him to act. "Optimus, I don't recall the past, but I know I cannot allow Megatron's plans to succeed." Optimus nodded, recognizing the truth in Xiang Tian's words. Together, they devised a strategy, hoping to decisively defeat Megatron and safeguard Cybertron. On a fateful night, Optimus and Xiang Tian launched their assault. Utilizing Xiang Tian's strategy and Optimus's strength, they successfully repelled Megatron, protecting the core of the Autobots. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with hope. He knew he had made the right choice. He had defended Cybertron and those he cherished. Optimus stood beside him, gratitude evident in his voice. Xiang Tian, thank you. You are our hero. A smile graced Xiang Tian's face, his heart enveloped in tranquility. Regardless of the restoration of his memories, he was resolute in his commitment to protect Cybertron and those he loved. Chapter 106. Fractures and Betrayal. Skyfall, Optimus Prime's second-in-command, was a staunch adherent to principles, an extreme dogmatist. In his eyes, the memory-impaired Xiang Tian was merely an ordinary individual. Even though Xiang Tian exhibited capabilities to assist Optimus, Skyfall remained unable to accept him. He perceived Xiang Tian's existence as a threat to the purity of the Autobots. Optimus Prime grew discontent with Skyfall's demeanor, believing his vigilance towards Xiang Tian was excessively intense, bordering on paranoia. The debate between the two individuals intensified, with Optimus Prime steadfastly advocating for the value and contributions of Skyfire, while Soundwave upheld his principles, unwilling to permit an amnesiac to partake in the core decisions of the Autobots. Soundwave, Skyfire has already proven his loyalty and capability. Why can't you grant him a chance? Optimus Prime's voice bore a hint of disappointment. Soundwave replied resolutely, Optimus, we cannot allow an individual of unknown origins to partake in our endeavors. Who knows what his true intentions might be? Optimus Prime shook his head, realizing he could not sway Soundwave. This discord created a rift in their relationship, leading Soundwave to depart in anger, his heart brimming with resentment and disappointment. Meanwhile, Soundwave, the intelligence officer of the Decepticons, intercepted the conversation between Optimus Prime and Soundwave. He promptly reported this information to Megatron, who smirked at the prospect of an opportunity to undermine the Autobots. Soundwave, this is our chance. Approach Soundwave and show him our strength. Megatron's voice dripped with cunning. Soundwave nodded and began to secretly engage with Soundwave, revealing the might and resolve of the Decepticons. He conveyed that Megatron was willing to collaborate with him against Optimus Prime. Faced with Megatron's proposition, Soundwave hesitated to respond directly. Deep within, he grappled with his loyalty to the Autobots while struggling to accept Optimus Prime's trust in Skyfire. In a subsequent battle, Soundwave made a decisive choice, aligning himself with Megatron and joining the Decepticons. Together, they wielded formidable power, inflicting severe damage upon Optimus Prime and his Autobot forces, who were left reeling from the betrayal. Soundwave, why? Optimus Prime's voice was laced with anguish. Soundwave coldly regarded Optimus Prime, his tone devoid of emotion. Optimus, you have lost your way. You allow an amnesiac to lead us. You are no longer the leader I once knew. Megatron gazed at Optimus Prime, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Optimus, your era has come to an end. Now, it is the age of the Decepticons. Forced into retreat, Optimus Prime and his Autobots faced an unprecedented defeat. Confusion and guilt swirled within him as he struggled to confront Soundwave's betrayal and sought ways to restore the Autobots' morale. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime began to re-evaluate his decisions, seeking new strategies to combat Megatron and the Decepticons. He recognized the necessity of mending the rift caused by Soundwave's betrayal and the urgency to reunite the Autobots. Skyfire, too, felt the repercussions of Soundwave's treachery, beginning to question his place in the conflict. Though his memories remained elusive, his heart was filled with unwavering loyalty to Optimus Prime. Optimus, I will assist you. Together, we shall find Soundwave and bring him back to our side, Skyfire declared with determination. Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Tian, a glimmer of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Xiang Tian, thank you. Together, we shall endeavor to find Tong Xiangxiu, and we will unveil the truth to him. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian worked diligently, embarking on a quest to locate Tong Xiangxiu, hoping to reinstate him among the Autobots. They were acutely aware of the arduous battle that lay ahead, yet they stood resolute and prepared. Chapter 107. The return of Tong Xiangxiu. Tong Xiangxiu received a warm welcome and generous attention aboard the Nemesis from Megatron. With his unique charisma and persuasive prowess, Megatron instilled in Tong Xiangxiu the belief that true power and order for Cybertron could only be achieved by following him. Under Megatron's beguiling influence, Tong Xiangxiu donned the insignia of the Decepticon leader, becoming one of Megatron's most formidable warriors. Tong Xiangxiu, Your strength will bring glory to the Decepticons. Megatron's voice dripped with temptation. Standing before Megatron, a newfound conviction sparkled in Xiang's gaze. Megatron, I shall follow you for the future of Cybertron. To better align with Megatron's scheme, Xiang resolved to temporarily return to the Autobot base. He understood that only by infiltrating the heart of the enemy could he deliver the most devastating blow to Optimus Prime. Upon witnessing Xiang's return, Optimus Prime's heart swelled with hope. He believed that Xiang must have come to a realization, prompting his return. Little did he know, Xiang had fully embraced the Decepticon cause. Xiang, welcome back. We truly need you, Optimus Prime expressed with a hint of relief. Xiang nodded, concealing his true intentions. Optimus, I have recognized my mistakes. I shall assist you with all my might. To prevent Optimus from uncovering his true allegiance, Xiang diligently alleviated Optimus's burdens during times of fatigue, offering support and assistance. This behavior gradually earned him the trust of Optimus Prime. Over time, Xiang regained his position as the Autobot lieutenant, wielding authority second only to Optimus Prime himself. His influence among the Autobots grew exponentially, with each of his suggestions being earnestly considered and enacted. Optimus Prime felt immense satisfaction with Xiang's return, perceiving it as a symbol of unity and strength for the Autobots. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that every action Xiang took served the interests of the Decepticons. During a significant strategic meeting, Xiang proposed a seemingly flawless plan designed to significantly weaken the Decepticon forces. Both Optimus Prime and the other Autobot members were captivated by this proposal, deciding to put it into action. However, unbeknownst to them, this plan was a trap meticulously crafted by Xiang in collusion with Megatron. As the Autobots executed the plan, they found themselves ensnared in a Decepticon ambush. The Decepticon army launched an overwhelming attack against the Autobots, inflicting severe losses. In the midst of battle, Optimus Prime was engulfed by a profound sense of betrayal and anguish. He could scarcely believe that Xiang would betray him and the Autobots. Xiang, why? How could you do this? The voice of Optimus Prime was tinged with despair. Unicron gazed coldly at him, devoid of any remorse in his eyes. Optimus, you are far too naive. Only Megatron can bring true order. After the battle, Unicron returned to the Nemesis, where he reported the successful execution of the entire plan to Megatron. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Unicron's performance, recognizing him as his most valuable pawn. Unicron, you have done well. The Autobots have suffered significant losses. They no longer pose a threat to us, Megatron declared with a hint of pride in his tone. Standing before Megatron, Unicron was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He understood that his actions might lead to the annihilation of the Autobots, yet he firmly believed that only by following Megatron could Cybertron hope for a future. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and the remaining Autobot members began to reorganize and rebuild. They were acutely aware of the unprecedented challenges that lay ahead. Optimus was tormented by pain and guilt, uncertain of how to confront Unicron's betrayal or how to restore the strength of the Autobots. Nevertheless, Optimus did not surrender. He began to diligently seek out new strategies and allies, resolutely committed to safeguarding Cybertron and its inhabitants. He understood that perseverance was the only path to hope for the Autobots. Chapter 108. The Awakening of the Supreme Leader. Xiang Tian stood beside Optimus Prime, observing the despondent leader before him, his heart heavy with guilt. He recalled that it was after his memory loss that Unicron began to harbor discontent towards Optimus and ultimately aligned himself with Megatron. Xiang Tian resolved to speak with Unicron, hoping to resolve the matter. Unicron, I wish to speak with you, Xiang Tian declared with a note of determination in his voice. Unicron scoffed, regarding Xiang Tian with disdain. You are but an ordinary being now. What right do you have to negotiate with me? Sighing, Xiang Tian recognized that in order to sway Unicron, he must demonstrate his own strength. Suddenly, a powerful force surged within him, and his eyes glimmered with the light of the leadership module. Unicron was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiang Tian had regained his memory and power. He realized that he must agree to cooperate with Xiang Tian, for otherwise, he would be the one in peril. Xiang Tian, have you recovered? Unicron's voice trembled slightly. Xiang Tian nodded, his tone resolute. Unicron, I do not wish to be your enemy. If you are willing to withdraw from Megatron's ranks, I will allow you to leave Optimus Prime. Unicron fell silent, wrestling with his inner turmoil. Once Optimus's second-in-command, he had been loyal to the Autobots. Yet now, he had chosen a different path and was uncertain if he could turn back. Xiang Tian, I need time to consider. Unicron hesitated. Xiang Tian nodded, understanding the gravity of the decision. I will give you that time, Unicron. Yet, it is imperative to understand that should you persist in consorting with Megatron, we can only find ourselves at odds. In the days that followed, Starscream began to reforge his bond with the Autobots. The restoration of his memories and powers reinstated him as a vital ally of Optimus Prime. Optimus was profoundly elated by Starscream's return, recognizing the immense advantage his strength provided to the Autobots. Starscream, your resurgence has granted us renewed hope, Optimus expressed, his voice tinged with gratitude. Nodding in acknowledgement, Starscream understood the weight of his responsibility. Optimus, I shall exert every effort to assist you in safeguarding Cybertron. Meanwhile, Soundwave found himself engulfed in deep contemplation aboard the Nemesis. He was acutely aware that his decisions would shape the future of Cybertron. Doubts began to cloud his judgment as he reminisced about the days spent fighting alongside Optimus. Megatron, Starscream has regained both memory and strength, Soundwave stated, a hint of concern lacing his tone. After a moment of silence, Megatron coldly replied, Soundwave, this signifies that we must act swiftly. Starscream's power poses a formidable threat to us. Soundwave nodded, realizing the truth in Megatron's words. However, his heart remained conflicted, uncertain whether to continue following Megatron. In the stillness of the night, Soundwave reached a resolution. He chose to return to the Autobots, to fight alongside Starscream and Optimus. Quietly, he departed the Nemesis and made his way back to the Autobot base. Optimus, Starscream, I have returned. I am willing to fight alongside you, Soundwave declared, his voice imbued with determination. Optimus and Starscream regarded him with astonishment and joy, aware that Soundwave's return would fortify the Autobot's strength. Welcome back, Soundwave. We truly need you, Optimus exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Starscream stood beside Optimus, his tone one of relief. Soundwave, let us strive together. We shall protect Cybertron. In the ensuing days, the Autobots commenced reorganization and preparation, fully cognizant that the battle against Megatron would be exceedingly arduous. Yet they felt resolute. Starscream, Optimus, and Soundwave stood united, their combined strength ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 109. A hope for ceasefire. The relationship between Optimus and Megatron had plummeted to frigid depths, their conflicts growing increasingly fierce, shattering the tranquility of Cybertron with relentless warfare. Starscream stood at the precipice of this discord, his heart awash with uncertainty. He was unclear about the nature of the rift between Optimus and Megatron, yet he recognized the urgency to intervene and broker peace. Optimus, we must compel Megatron to cease his aggression. His thirst for power has spiraled beyond control, Starscream asserted with resolve. After a moment of silence, Optimus's gaze flickered with a complex array of emotions. Starscream, I will confront Megatron directly. Starscream observed Optimus, noting the evasion in his eyes. A ludicrous thought surged within his heart. Could there still be feelings between the two of them? Surely not. They had merely been ordinary friends in the past. Xiang Tian shook his head, unable to comprehend the situation before him. Optimus Prime, what exactly transpired between you and Megatron? His voice carried a note of inquiry. Optimus Prime sighed, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his gaze. Xiang Tian, there are matters you are unaware of. Megatron and I once shared a common ideal, but as time passed, our paths diverged. Xiang Tian fell silent, recognizing the truth in Optimus Prime's words. He understood that in order to broker peace between the two, he must uncover more of the truth. In the days that followed, he began a clandestine investigation into the past of Optimus Prime and Megatron. He unearthed some forgotten history, records of their shared aspirations. He realized that to bring an end to their conflict, he must rekindle their mutual memories, restoring the friendship they once cherished. Xiang Tian sought out Optimus Prime, sharing his discoveries. Optimus, you and Megatron were once friends. You shared common ideals. We can use this to forge peace. Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Tian, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Do you truly believe this is feasible? Xiang Tian nodded with conviction in his voice. Optimus, we must give a try. If you can rediscover your shared ideals, there is hope for Cybertron. Optimus agreed to Xiang Tian's plan and resolved to engage in direct dialogue with Megatron. He hoped to awaken Megatron's memories and persuade him to cease this senseless war. One fateful night, Optimus Prime ventured alone into Megatron's territory, requesting a meeting to discuss matters with him. Megatron regarded Optimus with a flicker of surprise. "Optimus, what brings you here?" Taking a deep breath, Optimus spoke with sincerity. "Megatron, we were once friends. We shared common ideals. I do not wish to see Cybertron suffer due to our conflict." Megatron remained silent, complex emotions swirling within his gaze. He recognized the truth in Optimus's words, yet his heart was fraught with contradiction. He craved power, yet he did not desire the destruction of Cybertron. "Optimus, do you truly believe we can return to the past?" Megatron's voice was laced with hesitation. Optimus nodded, his tone resolute. "Megatron, we can start anew, and together we can protect Cybertron." As Megatron looked at Optimus, a surge of powerful emotions welled within him. He realized that Optimus might indeed be right. He chose to grant Optimus an opportunity and decided to cease hostilities. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime and Megatron endeavored to reconcile, rediscovering their shared ideals and working collaboratively to safeguard Cybertron. Xiang Tian observed this transformation, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that the war might soon come to an end, heralding the arrival of peace on Cybertron. Chapter 110, The Division Agreement. The directive for a ceasefire for Megatron reached the Nemesis, and the Decepticons fell into silence. No one voiced dissent, for they were weary of the unending conflict. After prolonged hostilities, the Autobots and Decepticons finally extended a hand in reconciliation. However, not all were willing to relinquish past grievances. RC could not forgive Black Widow, for she had slain her former ally. Her heart brimmed with anger and sorrow. She could not accept cohabitation with the enemy who had taken her friend's life. Many Autobots harbored profound disdain for the Decepticons, perceiving them as merciless assassins unworthy of forgiveness. Faced with this predicament, both Optimus Prime and Megatron found themselves in a delicate position. They were uncertain how to advance the ceasefire agreement, and thus resolved to take a step back, seeking a solution acceptable to both parties. "Megatron, we cannot compel everyone to embrace peace," Optimus said, his voice tinged with resignation. Megatron nodded, a weight evident in his gaze. "You are right, Optimus. We cannot disregard the sentiments of our people." After careful deliberation, they decided to partition the governance of Cybertron into two segments. The Autobots and Decepticons would manage their respective territories, with a clear stipulation against conflict. Should either party violate this agreement, the offenders would face execution at the hands of Optimus and Megatron themselves. This decision sparked considerable controversy on Cybertron. Some believed it to be the most prudent resolution, averting further bloodshed and warfare. Others viewed it as a betrayal of the past, a dishonor to those who had perished in the conflict. RC stood resolutely before Optimus, determination in her eyes. "Optimus, I comprehend your decision, yet I cannot accept it." Optimus gazed at RC, guilt flooding his heart. "RC, I understand this is difficult, but we must consider the future of Cybertron." RC remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Optimus's words. Yet her heart was still heavy with pain, unable to forget Black Widow's transgressions. In the ensuing days, the Autobots and Decepticons began to administer Cybertron under the new agreement. Both Optimus and Megatron meticulously oversaw their respective factions, ensuring that no conflict would arise. Starscream also endeavored to assist Optimus, aware that this new accord was exceedingly fragile, with even the slightest spark capable of reigniting the flames of war. He initiated mediation between the Autobots and Decepticons, hoping to alleviate the tension between the two sides. "Starscream, do you truly believe we can coexist peacefully?" an Autobot member inquired. Starscream nodded, his voice resolute. "We must try. Peace is the only future for Cybertron." The Decepticon members were likewise observing this new agreement. Many among them were also weary of war, yearning for a fresh opportunity to start new. In the days that followed, Cybertron began to gradually regain its tranquility. Though the Autobots and Decepticons still maintained their distance, they began to respect each other's territories, avoiding further conflict. Optimus Prime and Megatron convened regularly to discuss matters of governance concerning Cybertron. Both were acutely aware that this agreement was merely a temporary solution. A more enduring path to peace was imperative. "Megatron, we cannot allow this accord to persist indefinitely." Optimus's voice bore a hint of concern. Megatron nodded. his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. Optimus, we must discover a means by which all can genuinely embrace peace. The two commenced their search for new strategies, hopeful of entirely resolving the conflicts plaguing Cybertron. They understood that this endeavor would be arduous, yet they were prepared for the challenge. Starscream stood upon the soil of Cybertron, his heart brimming with hope. He recognized that, despite the current complexities, the potential for peace was gradually increasing. He believed that, with collective effort, Cybertron's future would shine brightly. Chapter 111. The uncertain future. To safeguard the truce established with Megatron, Optimus Prime was willing to pay any price. Each day, he personally reached out to comfort ordinary residents who had lost loved ones due to the war, as well as the soldiers in his ranks. Though the effects were not immediately evident, a glimmer of improvement began to manifest. His presence became a beacon of light on Cybertron, providing hope and solace to the populace. However, the relentless demands of his work began to take a toll on Optimus's physical and mental well-being. Signs of fatigue emerged within his frame, and his spirit grew weary. Even in the face of Starscream's inquiries, Optimus adeptly concealed his condition, refusing to burden others with his worries. Yet, Megatron noticed the change in Optimus. He observed that the spark in Optimus's eyes had dimmed, and his movements had become sluggish. Consequently, he resolved to discreetly follow Optimus in order to uncover the truth. Upon arriving at Optimus's workshop, Optimus collapsed onto the table before Megatron. A silence enveloped Megatron. He was at a loss for words. This was Optimus, ever selfless in pursuit of his goals, neglecting his own needs. A flicker of resignation crossed Megatron's eyes as he sighed, then gently lifted Optimus to his bed. Gazing at Optimus's tranquil face, a surge of complex emotions welled within him. He understood that Optimus bore an insurmountable burden and required assistance. In the days that ensued, Megatron began to work alongside Optimus. No longer merely a distant observer, he actively participated in Optimus's endeavors. Whenever Optimus sought to extend his work hours, Megatron would find subtle ways to persuade him to return home and rest. Optimus, you cannot continue in this manner. You must take a break. Megatron's tone carried an undertone of firmness. Optimus looked at Megatron, surprise flickering in his eyes. He had not anticipated such concern from him. Megatron interjected. No need for words, Optimus. We all yearn for peace on Cybertron, do we not? Optimus Prime nodded, aware that Megatron spoke the truth. He began to accept Megatron's assistance, leading to a profound evolution in their relationship. Together, they commenced discussions about the future of Cybertron, collaboratively tackling various challenges. They discovered that, despite their differing ideologies, they shared a common goal, the protection of Cybertron. Starscream observed the transformation of the bond between Optimus Prime and Megatron, his heart filled with uncertainty. He pondered how long this relationship would endure and whether their divergent principles would once again ignite the flames of war. Optimus, do you truly believe that you and Megatron can coexist peacefully? Starscream's voice bore a hint of trepidation. Optimus sighed, his gaze reflective. Starscream, I cannot say for certain. However, I am aware that we must endeavor to try. Megatron stood resolutely beside Optimus, his voice imbued with determination. Starscream, we all aspire for peace on Cybertron. This is our shared objective. Starscream fell silent, recognizing the sincerity in their words. He resolved to assist them, hoping to devise a means to sustain peace on Cybertron. In the days that followed, Optimus and Megatron labored together, seeking innovative solutions to Cybertron's dilemmas. They understood that it would be a protracted journey, yet they were prepared for the challenge. The evolving relationship between Optimus and Megatron became a conundrum on Cybertron. Once adversaries, they now stood as allies. Their collaboration astonished many and instilled hope in others. But how long would this alliance last? Their conflicting ideologies could inevitably reignite warfare. Who would emerge as the true leader of Cybertron? All remained uncertain. Standing upon Cybertron's soil, Optimus was filled with resolve. He knew he must fight for the future of Cybertron, regardless of the cost. Megatron, too, stood beside Optimus, his gaze steadfast. He understood that he must battle for Cybertron's future, no matter the sacrifice. Their eyes met in the air, both filled with anticipation for the future and a yearning for peace. Chapter 112. Reclaiming old dreams. Megatron sat in the command room of the Nemesis, gazing out at the starlit expanse, reminiscing about the moments shared with Orion, Optimus Prime. In those days, while they would argue, It never escalated to the violent clashes that characterized their current disagreements. Despite the temporary cessation of hostilities, Megatron was acutely aware that he still preferred to see Optimus yield first. Yet, he was reluctant to cause Optimus pain. His heart was a battleground, torn between the desire to restore their past friendship and the ambition to dominate in the game of power. After much contemplation, Megatron resolved to express his thoughts to Optimus. "As long as you are willing to accept me, I will accompany you to the end, striving to restore everlasting peace to Cybertron. Will you agree to this?" Optimus Prime nodded, signaling his understanding. However, he was unaware that he had misconstrued Megatron's intentions. Believing that Megatron sought a collaborative effort to restore peace to Cybertron, he was oblivious to the deeper machinations concealed within Megatron's heart. In the days that followed, Optimus dedicated himself to finding solutions for Cybertron's issues. Yet, whenever he attempted to sneak in extra hours of work, Megatron would invariably summon him back home under various pretexts for rest. "Optimus, you must take a break. Overexertion is detrimental to your well-being." Megatron's voice carried a hint of concern. With a resigned sigh, Optimus acknowledged that Megatron's intentions were well-meaning, yet he felt the weight of unfinished tasks pressing upon him. "Megatron, I still have much to accomplish. Those matters can wait until you are well-rested," Megatron replied with a smile, a glint of cunning flickering in his eyes. Master Ratchet observed this unfolding dynamic, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though his student had been diverted by a formidable adversary, he noted the apparent restoration of their relationship. Inwardly, Master Ratchet felt a sense of relief. Perhaps this was what Cybertron truly needed. "Youthful vigor is indeed preferable," he murmured softly, harboring hopes for the future of Optimus and Megatron. As time passed, Optimus gradually acclimated to Megatron's company. He began to realize that despite their differing ideologies, their ultimate objective aligned: the preservation of Cybertron's future. However, a lingering doubt resided within Optimus. He remained uncertain of Megatron's true motives. He found himself pondering whether he could genuinely trust this former foe. One evening, while burning the midnight oil in his workshop, he was once again interrupted by Megatron's presence. With a smile, Megatron entered and disrupted Optimus's train of thought. "Optimus, do you genuinely intend to work through the night?" His tone carried a note of concern. "I am merely attending to some pressing matters," Optimus replied, fatigue evident in his voice. Megatron approached and gently patted Optimus's shoulder. "You need rest. Tomorrow holds more significant endeavors." Optimus lifted his gaze to meet Megatron's, gratitude flickering in his eyes. "Thank you, Megatron. I shall ensure I rest well." In the days that followed, Optimus gradually set aside his doubts and began to seek collaboration with Megatron in pursuit of solutions for Cybertron's challenges. Although their philosophies remained divergent, they both recognized that unity was essential for safeguarding Cybertron's future. Yet, deep within Megatron's heart, his own plans lay hidden. Aware that Optimus's kindness was his greatest vulnerability, he resolved to exploit this to achieve his aims. During a pivotal meeting, Optimus and Megatron jointly deliberated on Cybertron's future. Their collaboration astonished many. It had also instilled a sense of hope in others. "We must discover a means by which all can embrace our leadership." Optimus Prime's voice resonated with a note of resolve. Megatron nodded, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Optimus, I believe we can achieve this." Throughout this collaboration, the bond between Optimus Prime and Megatron deepened. They began to confront the challenges of Cybertron together, despite the uncertainties that lay ahead. Their efforts instilled hope in the hearts of the Cybertronian populace. However, the shadows within Megatron's heart lingered. He understood that he must act at the appropriate moment to fulfill his own ambitions. In this era of unpredictability, the fates of Optimus Prime and Megatron became entwined, their choices destined to shape the future of Cybertron. Chapter 113. Choices and Reconciliation. Megatron's concern enveloped Optimus Prime like a warm light, illuminating his solitary world. He no longer felt isolated, yet he steadfastly clung to his convictions, shouldering the burdens alone. Megatron endeavored to persuade him, assuring him that he need not bear it all by himself, for his subordinates were eager to assist. "Optimus, you need not shoulder everything alone. Your comrades, such as Bumblebee, are willing to support you," Megatron implored earnestly. Optimus shook his head, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. "They are not mere tools to execute my commands. They are my friends, and indeed my family." Megatron was taken aback. He had never considered that Optimus would regard his subordinates as kin. A tumult of emotions surged within him as he queried, "Then what do I signify in your eyes?" Optimus pondered for a moment before responding solemnly, "You are the one I have longed to be with throughout my existence." Megatron was momentarily speechless, for he had never anticipated such words from Optimus. He had always believed they were destined to be eternal adversaries. Yet now he recognized that he might have overlooked the depth of Optimus's feelings towards him. Silence enveloped Megatron, his heart rife with conflict. Could he truly relinquish his thirst for power? In the delicate balance between friendship and authority, he faced a pivotal choice. After considerable contemplation, Megatron reached a resolution. He chose Optimus. He chose friendship. He realized that a Cybertron devoid of Optimus, no matter the extent of power and authority he possessed, would be incomplete. The two clasped hands once more in a gesture of reconciliation, their eyes sparkling with renewed hope and determination. They resolved to transform the temporary ceasefire into a lasting peace agreement, pledging to labor together for the genuine tranquility of Cybertron. Optimus, let us strive together to restore enduring peace to Cybertron, Megatron declared with conviction. Optimus nodded, his eyes aglow with promise. Megatron, we shall, in the days to come. Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on a collaborative journey, reimagining the future of Cybertron. They understood that it would be a lengthy endeavor, yet they were prepared to face whatever lay ahead. They began to engage with their respective subordinates, elucidating their decisions. Though not everyone may comprehend the situation, the majority are willing to extend their support. They perceive the sincerity of Optimus Prime and Megatron, and they glimpse the possibility of peace. Bumblebee and other members of the Autobot team are taken aback by Optimus's decision, yet they also recognize the transformation occurring between Optimus and Megatron. They begin to believe that perhaps peace can indeed be realized. Optimus, we have faith in you. We shall stand by your decision, Bumblebee asserts with a hint of determination. Megatron's subordinates, including Soundwave and Starscream, share their leader's uncertainty regarding his choice. However, they understand that Megatron is a formidable leader, and his decisions are undoubtedly grounded in reason. Megatron, we shall follow you, regardless of the path you choose, Soundwave declares with a tone of loyalty. In the days that follow, Optimus and Megatron collaborate to address the myriad challenges facing Cybertron. They unite in their efforts to safeguard the citizens of Cybertron and secure a prosperous future. Master Yoda observes this unfolding narrative with a heart full of solace. He realizes that the relationship between Optimus and Megatron is mending, their friendship evolving into a cornerstone for peace on Cybertron. Perhaps I can indeed look forward to receiving celebratory sweets, Master Yoda muses with a smile, his eyes shimmering with hope for the future. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Optimus and Megatron are imbued with a profound sense of resolve. They acknowledge that the road ahead remains long, yet they're prepared to face it together, striving for peace and a brighter future for their world. Chapter 114. Guardians of Peace. Through the joint efforts of Optimus and Megatron, Cybertron is gradually reclaiming its former tranquility. The ruins of cities are being rebuilt. The scars of war are slowly healing, and smiles are returning to the faces of the populace. This hard-won peace is the result of two leaders setting aside their differences to collaborate. Starscream stands quietly to the side, observing this transformation with a heart filled with satisfaction. He knows that as long as Optimus and Megatron continue to work together, war shall not rear its head again. He resolves to silently guard their partnership, ensuring that the cooperative agreement they have forged remains steadfast. Starscream, what occupies your thoughts? Optimus inquires, having noticed Starscream's contemplation. With a smile, Starscream replies, I was merely reflecting on how arduous our journey has been to reach this point. I will do everything within my power to protect this peace. Optimus nods, his gaze imbued with gratitude. Starscream, we are fortunate to have you. Your support is invaluable to us. Megatron approaches Starscream as well, his voice infused with an uncommon gentleness. Starscream, you have always been our steadfast ally. We shall not forget your contributions. Starscream shakes his head, fully aware of his role. I have merely done what was expected of me. You two are the true architects guiding Cybertron towards peace. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian began to operate behind the scenes, overseeing the implementation of the cooperative agreement and ensuring that no party breached its terms. He was acutely aware of the fragility of this peace, Even the slightest discord could potentially reignite the flames of war. Xiang Tian frequently communicated with Optimus Prime and Megatron to grasp their thoughts and plans. He became a bridge between the two, aiding them in resolving their differences and advancing their collaboration. Optimus Prime and Megatron proposed a new plan that Xiang Tian believed warranted serious consideration. During a meeting, he presented his recommendations. Optimus listened attentively to Xiang Tian's analysis, recognizing the reliability of his judgment. Xiang Tian, what suggestions do you have? He inquired. Xiang Tian elaborated on Megatron's plan and shared his insights. Both Optimus and Megatron listened intently, understanding the significance of Xiang Tian's perspective. With Xiang Tian's assistance, Optimus and Megatron successfully implemented the new plan, further solidifying peace on Cybertron. Their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, and their relationship deepened. Master Iron observed this development with a heart brimming with pride. He recognized that Xiang Tian had become an indispensable ally to both Optimus and Megatron. He felt gratified by Xiang Tian's growth and optimistic about the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian, you have matured into a true leader, Master Iron remarked during a private conversation. Xiang Tian humbly smiled in response. Master Iron, I still have much to learn. However, I will do everything in my power to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. As time went on, Xiang Tian continued to quietly protect Optimus and Megatron from behind the scenes, guarding the peace of Cybertron. He understood that this peace required the efforts and guardianship of everyone involved. Optimus and Megatron also began to appreciate Xiang Tian's significance, placing greater value on his opinions and respecting his contributions. They knew that without Xiang Tian, the peace of Cybertron as it stood today would not exist. The people of Cybertron, too, began to recognize the preciousness of peace. They cherished this hard-won tranquility and united in their efforts to preserve it, understanding that only through solidarity could they protect the future of Cybertron. Standing upon the land of Cybertron, Xiang Tian felt a surge of determination. He knew that as long as the three of them worked hand in hand, the peace of Cybertron could endure. He would continue to silently safeguard this peace for eternity. Chapter 115. The fateful battle maintaining peace on Cybertron was no easy task, a fact that Xiang Tian was all too aware of. As he observed the gradually restored tranquility of Cybertron, a lingering concern haunted his heart, the threat posed by the five-faced monster. He hoped to resolve this menace before his departure, for it was only by doing so that true peace could be attained for Cybertron. Before setting out, Xiang Tian made a pivotal decision. He entrusted Xiang to the care of Optimus Prime's girlfriend, Alita. He knew that he was about to face an uncertain battle, and it was imperative that he confront the five-faced monster once and for all. Alita, I hope you can help me care for Xiang. Xiang Tian's voice resonated with a hint of resolve. Alita nodded, her gaze reflecting understanding. Xiang Tian, rest assured, I shall look after Xiang. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's plan, Optimus Prime and others expressed their desire to accompany him. They believed this was a battle that would determine the fate of Cybertron, and they could not allow Xiang Tian to face it alone. Xiang Tian, we are comrades. We should embark on this journey together, Optimus Prime asserted with determination. Megatron also stepped forward, his eyes glinting with resolve. Xiang Tian, you are not fighting alone. However, Master Titanium intervened. He understood that this was Xiang Tian's destiny, one he must confront alone. Optimus, Megatron, this is Xiang Tian's battle. We must honor his choice, Master Titanium stated with gravity. Optimus Prime and Megatron fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Master Titanium's words. They could not interfere with Xiang Tian's fate. They could only support him silently. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Xiang Tian's gaze was steadfast. He knew he was about to embark on a challenging journey, yet he was prepared. Optimus, Megatron, thank you. But this is a battle I must face alone, Xiang Tian declared with unwavering resolve. Exchanging a glance, Optimus and Megatron understood they must respect Xiang Tian's decision. They silently bid him farewell, their hearts brimming with blessings. Xiang Tian set forth on the journey to the domain of the Quintessence. He understood this was a battle for the future of Cybertron, and he must give his all. In the territory of the Quintessence, Xiang Tian faced their formidable army, his eyes devoid of fear. He recognized his mission and embraced his responsibilities. Quintessence, your threat must be eradicated, Xiang Tian proclaimed with conviction. The Quintessence scoffed, dismissing Xiang Tian's ability to thwart them. Xiang Tian, you're naively optimistic. You cannot stop us. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian knew he had to summon all his strength. He engaged in battle with the quintessent army, each strike imbued with power and determination. The confrontation was fierce. Facing formidable foes, Xiang Tian did not waver. He understood that failure was not an option. The future of Cybertron hinged upon his victory. After a grueling battle, Xiang Tian ultimately vanquished the quintessent forces. Standing on a battlefield, though weary in body, his heart swelled with the elation of triumph. Quintessence, your threat has come to an end. Cybertron shall know peace forever, Xiang Tian proclaimed with pride. Upon his return to Cybertron, he was met with a rapturous welcome from Optimus Prime, Megatron, and all of Cybertron's inhabitants. They recognized that Xiang Tian had brought them peace and secured their future. Optimus and Megatron stood beside him, their eyes filled with gratitude. Xiang Tian, you are our hero. Xiang Tian smiled, his heart filled with tranquility. He understood that he had fulfilled his mission, bringing peace to Cybertron. Chapter 116. The conclusion of the origin world journey. The skies of Cybertron had once again become clear, with a gentle sunlight bathing the land that had long endured the ravages of war. Optimus Prime and Megatron, erstwhile adversaries, had now emerged as heroes in the eyes of the Cybertronian populace. The Autobots and Decepticons laid down their weapons and dedicated themselves to the reconstruction of their homeland. Their collaboration hastened the revival of Cybertron. Standing atop a high vantage point, Xiang Tian gazed down upon the land for which he once fought, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He was aware that his journey was nearing its end, and it was time to depart. He resolved to erase all memories of himself from the minds of others, not wishing for Optimus and the others in this world to feel sorrow at his departure. They deserved a brighter future. Prior to making this decision, Xiang Tian sought out Optimus Prime and Megatron for a profound conversation. Optimus, Megatron, I must share something with you. Xiang Tian's voice carried a note of determination. Optimus and Megatron exchanged glances, sensing the weight of Xiang Tian's impending words. I am about to leave Cybertron, to depart from this universe. Before I go, I will erase all memories of me from everyone, Xiang Tian stated slowly. Optimus and Megatron were taken aback, struggling to fathom such a decision from Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, why? You are our hero, our friend. Optimus's tone reflected confusion. Yes, Xiang Tian, why must you do this? Megatron urged, his voice laced with urgency. Xiang Tian smiled, a gentle warmth in his gaze. Because you all deserve a future untainted by my presence. What should endure in your memories is each other, and Cybertron, not me. Silence enveloped them as Optimus and Megatron recognized that Xiang Tian's choice stemmed from love and protection for them. Xiang Tian, we cannot alter your decision, but we will forever remember you, Optimus declared with resolve. Megatron nodded in agreement, gratitude evident in his expression. Xiang Tian, your sacrifice and friendship will remain etched in our hearts. With a smile, Xiang Tian understood that they had come to terms with his choice. He began to harness his powers, delicately touching the memories of each Cybertronian, gradually erasing his existence from their minds. This endeavor was not without its challenges. Xiang Tian felt the emotions of every Cybertronian, their joy, sorrow, anger, and love. He recognized these memories as his most treasured possessions. Yet he also comprehended that for Cybertron to embrace a brighter future, he must proceed with his plan. As the final memory faded, Xiang Tian stood beneath the starry expanse of Cybertron, his form becoming translucent. He knew it was time to leave. Farewell, Cybertron. Farewell, my friends. Xiang Tian's voice echoed in the night sky, and then he vanished. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood in an expansive plaza, enveloped by a sense of emptiness. Though the memory of Starscream had faded from their minds, an ineffable gratitude and nostalgia lingered in their hearts. Optimus, do you feel it? Megatron's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Optimus nodded, his gaze imbued with profound depth. Indeed, I sense it, although we do not recall him. There lies a deep-seated appreciation within us. Megatron sighed, aware that Optimus spoke the truth. Perhaps this was the legacy Starscream had bequeathed to them. Optimus and Megatron resumed their duties, tirelessly rebuilding Cybertron and safeguarding its peace. Their hearts brimmed with hope, and their future shimmered with possibilities. Meanwhile, Starscream, the once hero, had become an indelible legend of Cybertron, his spirit and sacrifice etched into the very fabric of this land, even if his name was forgotten. Chapter 117. Transcending into the cinematic realm of Transformers, as Starscream traversed the temporal tunnel, he found himself in the world of the Transformers cinematic universe, transformed into Unicron. Dormant upon the moon, a bitter smile crept across his face. In the film's narrative, Unicron was Optimus Prime's mentor, a figure of great respect. Yet he now found himself enmeshed in a convoluted predicament. It seems I must not only assist Optimus, but also confront Megatron, Starscream mused, recognizing the complexity of his current identity. As Unicron, he was both mentor and ally to Optimus. Yet if awakened by Megatron, he might become a double agent at Optimus's side. Starscream shook his head, reluctant to embrace the role of a duplicitous spy, yet acutely aware that his actions would sway the fates of both factions. The paramount task is to ensure that Optimus and his allies fully comply with my directives. He silently resolved, understanding the challenge that lay ahead. Starscream began to act in the guise of Unicron, first approaching Optimus to ascertain the current situation. "Optimus, I am Unicron, your mentor," he declared, his voice resonating with authority. Optimus regarded Unicron with a flicker of doubt in his eyes. "Unicron, have you truly returned?" Starscream nodded, knowing he must earn Optimus's trust. "Optimus, we must unite to confront Megatron." After a moment of silence, Optimus slowly responded, "Unicron, I will consider your counsel." Meanwhile, Megatron observed Starscream's actions from the shadows, aware that he had been the one to awaken him, yet uncertain whether Starscream would wholly obey his commands. "Unicron, are you genuinely willing to assist me?" Megatron's tone was laced with skepticism. Starscream nodded, understanding the necessity of portraying loyalty before Megatron. "Megatron, I shall aid you, but I also hope you will respect my strategies." Megatron let out a cold smirk, his gaze harboring a glint of cunning. "The celestial adversary, as long as you can bring victory, I shall respect your plans." Xiang Tian understood that he must find a balance between Optimus Prime and Megatron. He began to devise a strategy that would allow both factions to accept his leadership. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, under the guise of the celestial adversary, commenced guiding Optimus Prime and the other Autobots. He imparted to them combat techniques as well as strategic wisdom. Gradually, Optimus Prime and the other Autobots began to trust Xiang Tian, believing that the celestial adversary had truly returned. "Celestial adversary, we are delighted to have you back," Optimus Prime expressed with a hint of gratitude in his voice. Xiang Tian smiled, aware that his plan was bearing fruit. "Optimus, we must unite for the future of Cybertron." Meanwhile, Xiang Tian also covertly collaborated with Megatron, providing him with strategic advice to confront the Autobots. Megatron was pleased with Xiang Tian's performance, convinced that Xiang Tian was genuinely on his side. "Celestial adversary, you have done well." Megatron's voice carried a note of appreciation. Xiang Tian nodded, understanding that he must maintain this delicate balance. His heart was filled with conflict. He did not wish to be a double agent, yet he recognized that this was the only way to safeguard Cybertron. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian continued to navigate between Optimus Prime and Megatron, striving to find a solution acceptable to both. He understood that this war must end and peace must be restored to Cybertron. Standing on the surface of the moon, he gazed toward Earth, his heart brimming with resolve. He knew that, regardless of how complex his identity was, he must fight for the future of Cybertron. Chapter 118. The fusion of consciousness deep within the consciousness of the celestial adversary. Xiang Tian and the celestial adversary faced each other. The celestial adversary was filled with intense rage at Xiang Tian for commandeering his body. As a leader, his vessel was not to be violated. Fiery anger burned in his eyes as he stared at Xiang Tian. "Who are you? Why have you invaded my body?" The voice of the celestial adversary thundered within Xiang Tian's mind. Faced with the wrath of the celestial adversary, Xiang Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. He knew that the most crucial task was to persuade the celestial adversary to embrace his vision and confront future challenges together. "I am Xiang Tian from another world. I mean no offense, but the situation is urgent, and we must cooperate." Xiang Tian's voice remained calm and resolute. The celestial adversary's fury subsided slightly, yet his eyes still brimmed with skepticism. "Another world? What evidence do you possess?" Xiang Tian took a deep breath, understanding that he needed to convince the celestial adversary of his words. He then recounted to the celestial adversary various aspects of the future, including the war on Cybertron, the conflict between Optimus Prime and Megatron, and the threat posed by Unicron. After listening, the celestial adversary fell silent, a flicker of shock passing through his consciousness. He realized that what Xiang Tian spoke of might indeed come to pass. The future you describe is one I do not wish to witness. The celestial adversary's voice bore a weight of gravity. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that UTOND had begun to embrace his ideas. UTOND, I can assist you in helping Optimus Prime and the others rescue Cybertron. After a moment of contemplation, UTOND ultimately accepted Xiang Tian's proposal. Their consciousness began to merge, intertwining Xiang Tian's knowledge and experience with UTOND's strength and wisdom. From that moment forth, Xiang Tian completely took over UTOND's body. In a bid to protect Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian, as UTOND, resolved to join Megatron's ranks, understanding that only by approaching Megatron could he leverage his influence to persuade him to reconcile with Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian, UTOND, sought out Megatron, determination gleaming in his eyes. Megatron, we need to talk. Megatron regarded Xiang Tian, UTOND, with a flicker of surprise. UTOND, what brings you here? Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian, UTOND, recognized the gravity of the moment. Megatron, we must cease this war. For the future of Cybertron, we must unite. Megatron fell silent, a complex array of emotions flashing across his gaze. He acknowledged the truth in Xiang Tian's, UTOND's, words, yet his heart remained conflicted. Do you truly believe we can reconcile with Optimus Prime? Megatron's voice carried a hint of hesitation. Xiang Tian, UTOND, nodded, his voice resolute. Megatron, we can. We must set aside our past grievances for the sake of Cybertron's future. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, UTOND, diligently endeavored to persuade Megatron while simultaneously communicating with Optimus Prime, aspiring to discover a solution acceptable to both parties. Optimus Prime was taken aback by Xiang Tian's, UTOND's, proposal, yet he too glimpsed the possibility of peace. UTOND, if you can indeed convince Megatron, I am willing to attempt reconciliation. Xiang Tian, UTOND, nodded, hope illuminating his eyes. Optimus Prime, let us strive together for the future of Cybertron. Through Xiang Tian's, UTOND's, efforts, Optimus Prime and Megatron embarked on a challenging dialogue. Although their differences persisted, they began to seek understanding and common ground. As time passed, the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron gradually softened. They commenced collaboration, confronting Cybertron's challenges together. Xiang Tian, UTOND, stood between them, his heart brimming with satisfaction, knowing that all his endeavors were worthwhile. Chapter 119, the final chapter of the cinematic world with Xiang Tian's, UTOND's, assistance. The tension between Optimus Prime and Megatron was alleviated, and the Allspark regained its original purity and strength. This ancient artifact once again exerted its power, enabling Optimus Prime and his companions to return to Cybertron, saving their homeland. UTOND stood before Optimus Prime, gratitude shining in his eyes. Xiang Tian, thank you for your assistance. I shall not forget you, my friend from another world. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that his mission was far from complete. The eternal enemy. Our task remains unfinished. An even greater peril is looming. A flicker of confusion crossed the eternal enemy's gaze. A greater threat? What could that be? Xiang Tian inhaled deeply, aware that this revelation would profoundly impact the eternal enemy. The sworn adversary of the primordial celestial master, the cosmic emperor, is on the verge of resurrection. We must prepare comprehensively to confront the menace posed by the cosmic emperor. A glimmer of shock flashed in the eternal enemy's eyes, for he understood the unparalleled might of the cosmic emperor. The cosmic emperor? How is that possible? Xiang Tian nodded solemnly. It is indeed true. We must unite all our forces in preparation for the impending disaster. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, began to rally all the forces on Cybertron, readying them for the confrontation with the cosmic emperor. He recognized that this would be a grueling battle, yet victory was imperative. Optimus Prime and Megatron also acknowledged the threat posed by the cosmic emperor. They set aside their grievances and began to confront this greater adversary together. Optimus Prime, Megatron, we must unite. The power of the cosmic emperor far exceeds our imagination. Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, spoke with a tone of resolve. Optimus Prime nodded, his eyes brimming with determination. Xiang Tian, we shall follow your lead. Together, we will confront the Cosmic Emperor. Megatron also stepped forward, his gaze resolute. Xiang Tian, we will stand shoulder to shoulder for the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, commenced the formulation of a plan, leveraging his understanding of the Cosmic Emperor and the wisdom of the eternal enemy to devise a comprehensive strategy. He knew they must exploit every conceivable advantage to secure victory in this confrontation. Under Xiang Tian's guidance, the warriors of Cybertron embarked on rigorous training. They understood that the impending battle would be a fight for survival, and they must prepare thoroughly. Meanwhile, the power of the Cosmic Emperor gradually awakened in the depths of the universe. His consciousness began to spread, and his army commenced its assembly. The Cosmic Emperor harbored but a singular objective: to conquer the entire cosmos and annihilate all resistance. Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, stood resolutely in the command center of Cybertron, his gaze unwavering. He recognized the necessity of swift action to thwart the invasion of the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus Prime, Megatron, it is time to depart. The tone of Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, was imbued with determination. Optimus Prime and Megatron positioned themselves beside Xiang Tian, the eternal enemy, their eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Xiang Tian, we are prepared. Under Xiang Tian's leadership, the warriors of Cybertron embarked on their journey into the depths of the universe. Their mission was to prevent the resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor and safeguard the peace of the cosmos. The battle was fierce as the warriors of Cybertron confronted the formidable army of the Cosmic Emperor, yet they did not falter. Under Xiang Tian's command, they unleashed their utmost fighting prowess. In the end, after a grueling battle, the warriors of Cybertron successfully thwarted the resurrection of the Cosmic Emperor. His power was sealed, and peace once again enveloped the universe. Xiang Tian, the adversary of the heavens, stood upon the battlefield, his heart brimming with satisfaction, for he understood that they had triumphed and safeguarded the peace of the cosmos. Optimus Prime and Megatron approached Xiang Tian, their eyes filled with gratitude. Xiang Tian, you are our hero. We shall never forget your sacrifice and courage. Xiang Tian smiled, his heart enveloped in tranquility. He knew he had fulfilled his mission, protecting both Cybertron and the universe. Chapter 120. Farewell. With the threat of the Cosmic Emperor eradicated, Xiang Tian finally departed from the consciousness of the adversary of the heavens. The two met in the corporeal realm, standing face to face. The adversary gazed at Xiang Tian, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Xiang Tian bore a striking resemblance to the legendary inheritor of the primordial celestial sovereign, leading the adversary into deep contemplation. It seemed he began to comprehend why Xiang Tian had arrived in this world and how their fates were entwined. Xiang Tian, you truly resemble the legendary inheritor of the primordial celestial sovereign. The adversary's voice carried a note of reverence. Xiang Tian, observing the pensive expression of the adversary, was somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom the reason behind such a reaction or why he was regarded with such admiration. No, what are you imagining? Shouldn't we be saying our goodbyes properly? What is happening now? Xiang Tian's voice held a hint of exasperation. The adversary snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure. Xiang Tian, I simply did not expect you to be the inheritor of the primordial celestial sovereign. Xiang Tian shook his head, aware that his identity might provoke misunderstandings. Adversary of the heavens, I am not the inheritor of the primordial celestial sovereign. I am merely a traveler from another world, here to assist Cybertron. After a moment of silence, the adversary nodded slowly. Xiang Tian, I understand now. Regardless of your identity, you are our hero. Xiang Tian smiled, knowing the adversary had accepted him. Adversary of the heavens, we are friends. We fought together and protected Cybertron. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and the adversary reminisced about the battles and challenges they had faced together. They discussed the future of Cybertron and deliberated on how to maintain peace in the universe. Xiang Tian, are you truly leaving? The adversary's voice was tinged with reluctance. Xiang Tian nodded, aware that his journey was far from over. Adversary of the heavens, I must continue onward, but I shall forever cherish the moments we shared here. The adversary grasped Xiang Tian's hand, his gaze filled with gratitude. Xiang Tian, no matter where you go, you will always be a friend of Cybertron. Xiang Tian smiled. Knowing his mission in this world had reached its conclusion, he prepared to depart, eager to seek new adventures and challenges. At the moment of farewell, Unicron and the denizens of Cybertron held a grand send-off ceremony for Skyfire. They expressed their utmost respect and gratitude for all that Skyfire had done for Cybertron. Skyfire, you shall forever be our hero, Optimus Prime proclaimed, his voice imbued with a sense of resolve. Megatron also stepped forward, his gaze reflecting a hint of reverence. Skyfire, your bravery and sacrifice will be eternally etched in our memories. Standing upon the soil of Cybertron, Skyfire was overcome with emotion. He understood that he had left a profound mark here, having found friends and allies in this realm. Thank you all. I will always cherish Cybertron and all of you. Skyfire's voice quivered with emotion. As the farewell ceremony concluded, he embarked on a new journey. His figure gradually faded into the starry expanse. Yet his spirit and courage would forever remain within Cybertron. Unicron stood upon the land of Cybertron, his gaze following Skyfire's departure. His heart brimmed with gratitude and respect, knowing that Skyfire would continue his legend in a new world. Skyfire, wherever you may go, you're always our friend. Unicron's voice echoed in the night sky, filled with conviction and blessing. Skyfire found himself within the temporal tunnel, uncertain whether to return to his own world. He felt a pang of reluctance to part from Megatron, but his mission had become paramount. Sighing, he prepared to return, when suddenly, the temporal tunnel began to tremble violently. Chapter 1. Wings of Transcendence in a dimly lit room adorned with posters of Transformers. Leader of the Covenant, a colossal television dominated the center, displaying scenes of an epic battle between Optimus Prime and Megatron. The room's occupant, a young man named Skyfire, was transfixed by the screen, his eyes shimmering with boundless admiration for Optimus Prime. Skyfire was a fervent aficionado of Transformers, harboring profound respect for Optimus Prime's leadership and sense of justice. He often fantasized about traversing into that world of metal and flame, standing shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime to safeguard the peace of the universe. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in his ears. Ding, host's intense desire detected, commencing immediate departure. Before Skyfire could react, a blinding light enveloped him, and he felt his physical form gradually dissipating within the radiance, his consciousness fading as if he were being drawn into an endless vortex. When he finally opened his eyes once more, he found himself lying amidst desolate ruins. Attempting to rise, he discovered his body had become extraordinarily heavy, and he was no longer in a human form, but had transformed into a colossal mechanical being. In a state of panic, he examined his new physique, realizing he had indeed become a Transformer, with his vehicular form resembling an advanced supersonic fighter jet. Surveying his surroundings, he found no distinguishing marks, indicating he belonged neither to the Autobots nor the Decepticons. The prospect of becoming a double agent exhilarated and unnerved him simultaneously. He understood that to survive in this new world, he must make a choice. After careful contemplation, Xiang Tian resolved to temporarily align himself with the Decepticons. He recognized that only there could he acquire sufficient resources and energy. He was also aware that this was a perilous game. Should he be discovered, he would face pursuit from both sides. In order to earn Megatron's trust, Xiang Tian began gathering intelligence on the Autobots. Utilizing his soundwave jet form, he stealthily approached the Autobots' base, meticulously documenting their movements and strategies. Subsequently, he relayed this information to Megatron. Megatron, the ruthless leader of the Decepticons, exhibited a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes at Xiang Tian's performance. He informed Xiang Tian that he would consider how to position him within their ranks. Xiang Tian nodded, indicating his understanding. Within the Decepticon base, Xiang Tian embarked on a double life. By day, he was a loyal subordinate to Megatron, executing various tasks. By night, he transformed into a solitary spy, silently conveying information to the Autobots. He realized that such a life could not endure for long. He must swiftly seek an opportunity to unveil his true identity and join Optimus Prime's cause. One day, Megatron summoned all Decepticon members to announce a significant plan. He intended to launch a large-scale assault to obliterate the Autobots' base. Xiang Tian recognized that this was his chance. He had to relay this news to Optimus Prime. As night fell, Xiang Tian quietly departed the Decepticon base, transforming into a soundwave jet, and flew at top speed towards Autobots' territory. He understood that this mission would determine his fate, and he had to succeed. Upon arriving at the Autobots' base, he reverted to his robot form and hurriedly sought out Optimus Prime. He disclosed Megatron's plan and revealed his true identity. Optimus Prime looked at Xiang Tian, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, quickly replaced by trust. "We believe in you, Xiang Tian," he said. "We will prepare together to face Megatron's challenge." Xiang Tian nodded, knowing his choice was indeed correct. He would stand shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime, fighting for justice and peace. The day of battle finally arrived, the sky resonating with the sounds of metal clashing and the roar of energy weapons. Xiang Tian fought alongside Optimus Prime, their courage and strength thwarting the Decepticon onslaught time and again. Ultimately, in a fierce confrontation, Megatron was defeated and the Decepticon army was compelled to retreat. After the battle, Optimus Prime approached Xiang Tian, extending his hand. "Welcome to our ranks, Xiang Tian. You have proven your worth and bravery," he said. Xiang Tian grasped Optimus Prime's hand, his heart brimming with excitement and pride. He had finally realized his dream of becoming a comrade of Optimus Prime, united in the guardianship of this world he cherished. Yet, Xiang Tian knew that his journey was only just beginning. In this realm filled with the unknown and peril, he would encounter more challenges and adventures ahead. Yet he was prepared, for he understood that as long as he stood alongside Optimus Prime, nothing was insurmountable. Chapter 2. The Dilemma of the Double Agent Xiang Tian, having fought valiantly beside Optimus Prime to vanquish Megatron, was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He was acutely aware that his true identity remained a closely guarded secret, necessitating meticulous vigilance to preserve this facade. After the battle, he stealthily returned to the Decepticon base, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing that his actions might arouse Megatron's suspicions. However, upon his return, Megatron exhibited no signs of doubt. Xiang Tian exhaled in relief, yet he recognized that this tranquility could be fleeting. Megatron informed him that their next mission was to infiltrate the Autobot base and rescue the captured Black Arachnia from the previous skirmish. Xiang Tian accepted the directive, his heart heavy with conflict. He repeated to himself the mantra of remaining undetected by Optimus Prime, yet simultaneously acknowledged that this mission could jeopardize his rapport with the Autobot leader. Transforming into a stealthy jet, he approached the Autobot base, his mind rife with anxiety and uncertainty. After a series of challenges, Xiang Tian successfully liberated Black Arachnia. However, just as they prepared to make their escape, Optimus Prime and Bumblebee appeared. A sinking feeling enveloped Xiang Tian. He knew he was compelled to make a choice. To conceal his identity, he found himself forced to confront Optimus and the others. In an instant, conflict erupted. Xiang Tian capitalized on his speed and agility, engaging in fierce combat with Optimus and his allies. Amidst the chaos, he managed to escape with Black Arachnia and return to Megatron's side. Megatron regarded Xiang Tian with a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. Xiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, yet his heart was laden with confusion and anxiety. He feared that Optimus Prime would come to despise him, but for the sake of survival, he had no choice but to align with Megatron. He hoped that Optimus would remain oblivious to his duplicity, unaware that Bumblebee had already informed the Autobot leader of his actions. Furious, Optimus Prime resolved to sever communications with Xiang Tian. All the while, Soundwave reported these developments to Megatron, who was thoroughly pleased, having suspected Xiang Tian's duplicity from the onset. This mission was merely a whim, a test of Xiang Tian's loyalty. It now appeared that Xiang Tian's combat prowess and intellect were assets Megatron greatly desired. As long as he could instigate a rift between Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian, the latter would be bound to serve him indefinitely. Consequently, Megatron deliberately entrusted Xiang Tian with a crucial operational blueprint, asserting that it was essential for their forthcoming endeavor. Xiang Tian resolved to seize this opportunity to regain Optimus Prime's trust. He arrived at the Autobot base with the plans, only to discover that all of their defensive mechanisms were compromised, plunging him into a quandary. Optimus Prime, incensed, could scarcely fathom that Xiang Tian would betray him, expelling him from his domain. Meanwhile, Megatron, observing from the shadows, reveled in his success. His scheme had come to fruition. Xiang Tian had now irrevocably aligned himself with the Decepticons, while Optimus Prime's trust in him lay shattered. Xiang Tian stood amidst the ruins of the Autobot base, his heart heavy with anguish and confusion. Uncertain of his next steps, he lamented the loss of Optimus Prime's trust, yet still clung to the hope of finding a way to prove his loyalty and return to Optimus's side. Within the Decepticon stronghold, Xiang Tian began to diligently execute his assigned tasks, yearning for Megatron's recognition. He understood that Megatron was his sole ally now, but a persistent voice within urged him to acknowledge his true desire, to fight alongside Optimus Prime. During one mission, Xiang Tian inadvertently uncovered a secret plan devised by Megatron, a scheme that could pose a grave threat to the Autobots. Torn by conflicting emotions, he grappled with the dilemma of whether to disclose this information to Optimus Prime. However, he recognized that if the plan were to succeed, it would usher in an unprecedented crisis for Optimus and the Autobots. After an intense internal struggle, Xiang Tian resolved to take the risk and inform Optimus of the perilous plot. Transforming into a supersonic jet, he stealthily approached the Autobot base, hoping to find an opportunity to communicate with Optimus. Upon arrival, he discovered Optimus engaged in a strategic discussion with Bumblebee and others. Summoning his courage, Xiang Tian reverted to his robotic form and approached Optimus Prime. He disclosed his discovery of Megatron's secret plan and expressed his desire to assist in thwarting it. Optimus regarded Xiang Tian with a complex mix of emotions. He was acutely aware of Xiang Tian's previous betrayal, yet he also perceived the sincerity and determination reflected in Xiang Tian's eyes. Choosing to grant Xiang Tian a chance to redeem himself, Optimus invited him to demonstrate his loyalty. Through their combined efforts, they successfully thwarted Megatron's scheme, safeguarding both the Autobots and the Earth. Optimus expressed his gratitude to Xiang Tian, affirming that he had forgiven him for his earlier treachery. Xiang Tian's heart swelled with gratitude and relief, realizing he now had the opportunity to stand once more at Optimus's side in the fight for justice. He understood that the path ahead would not be devoid of challenges, but he was resolute, prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of righteousness and peace. Chapter 3. Clouds of Doubt. Xiang Tian returned to the Decepticon base, burdened by a tumult of emotions. Having just aided Optimus in thwarting Megatron's plan, he found himself in a precarious and perilous position within the Decepticon ranks. Despite temporarily regaining Optimus's trust, Megatron awaited Xiang Tian's return in the command chamber, his gaze revealing a cunning glint, as if a devious scheme was brewing in his mind. As Xiang Tian entered the chamber, unease coursed through him. He was uncertain whether Megatron had uncovered a secret. "Xiang Tian, it seems a spy has infiltrated my ranks," Megatron announced abruptly, his tone laced with amusement. A chill ran down Xiang Tian's spine, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure, replying, "How can that be? Our base is fortified. How could a spy possibly penetrate our defenses?" Megatron observed the contemplative Skyfire before him, a sly smile creeping across his face. He had long been aware of Skyfire's true identity, yet he chose to refrain from exposing it for the sake of harnessing Skyfire's abilities. If that spy could prove beneficial to my cause, then he might be considered for our ranks. Megatron's words dripped with temptation. Skyfire, engulfed in confusion, struggled to comprehend Megatron's intentions, uncertain if this was a mere trap. "Are you implying that you would accept a spy?" he inquired cautiously. Megatron nodded, his gaze penetrating, as though weighing Skyfire's reaction. "If this spy could yield advantages for us, then his identity becomes inconsequential. What matters is what he can offer us." A jolt of realization coursed through Skyfire. He began to suspect that Megatron might already be aware of his secret. He replied with utmost care, "I understand, leader. Should such a spy exist, I will do my utmost to uncover him and ensure he poses no threat to us." Megatron regarded Skyfire with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "Excellent, Skyfire. I knew you would grasp my meaning. Now, I have a task for you." Skyfire nodded in acceptance, aware that this could either be another test for Megatron or an opportunity to further prove his loyalty. The task entailed journeying to a remote planet to investigate a location rumored to harbor an ancient source of energy. This energy source was said to possess immense power, capable of altering the course of battle. Skyfire recognized the significance of this mission. He had to proceed with caution. As he prepared for departure, Skyfire pondered Megatron's words. He sensed a gradual transformation in Megatron, who was no longer solely the tyrannical Decepticon leader obsessed with power and domination. Instead, he appeared to be contemplating the utilization of his subordinates' abilities, rather than merely commanding them to execute orders. Transforming into a supersonic jet, Skyfire soared towards the distant planet. Upon reaching its surface, he discovered ancient relics that seemed to conceal some form of power. He cautiously explored, seeking clues to the energy source. Just then, his communicator erupted with a call from Optimus Prime. Skyfire, we require your assistance. The Decepticons are devising a new offensive strategy. A conflict brewed within Skyfire. He knew he should aid Optimus, yet he feared that doing so might unveil his true identity. He resolved to complete Megatron's task first, seeking an opportunity to inform Optimus later. Deep within the ruins, Skyfire finally uncovered the ancient energy source, safeguarded by a complex mechanical apparatus, evidently a remnant of a highly advanced civilization. He began to study the device, searching for a means to control the energy source. In that moment, he sensed a powerful surge of energy. Turning around, he was taken aback to find Megatron had approached him unnoticed. "Well done, Skyfire." Megatron's voice carried a note of admiration. Skyfire's heart raced. He was at a loss as to how Megatron had discovered his location. "Leader, this energy source is incredibly potent. We must exercise caution in its handling." Megatron nodded, his gaze fixed upon the source of energy. "I understand, Xiang Tian. That is precisely why I have entrusted you with this task. I possess unwavering faith in your ability to harness this energy." Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with uncertainty. He could not fathom why Megatron placed such immense trust in him. Yet, he recognized this as an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate his worth. He commenced the operation of the intricate mechanical apparatus, endeavoring to gain control over the ancient energy source. After considerable effort, Xiang Tian successfully tamed the energy source and returned it to the Decepticon base, presenting it to Megatron. Megatron was exceedingly pleased, bestowing high praise upon Xiang Tian for his performance. A tumult of emotions swirled within Xiang Tian. He grappled with the correctness of his choices, but understood that he must persevere in this perilous game of survival. He began to harbor doubts about whether Megatron's transformation signified a potential shift in the Decepticons' future. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian continued to execute tasks for Megatron while surreptitiously safeguarding Optimus Prime and the Autobots. He was acutely aware that his true identity could be unveiled at any moment. Yet he stood resolute, prepared to face whatever consequences lay ahead with courage. Chapter 4. The Bridge of Trust as a member of the Decepticons. Xiang Tian's allegiance and identity had long been a matter of scrutiny for Megatron. However, as time unfolded, Xiang Tian's actions gradually earned Megatron's trust, particularly during recent missions where he exhibited extraordinary capabilities and unwavering loyalty to the Decepticons. Soundwave, Megatron's most devoted intelligence officer, had been covertly monitoring Xiang Tian's every move. Soundwave, a composed and meticulously calculating transformer, was tasked with organizing and safeguarding the Decepticons' confidential documents, which contained strategic plans and vital intelligence. Megatron observed the evolving dynamic between Soundwave and Xiang Tian and perceived an opportunity. He instructed Soundwave, "You must ensure that Xiang Tian places his complete trust in you. He could become our most formidable ally." Soundwave nodded in understanding of Megatron's intentions. He recognized that earning Xiang Tian's unreserved trust would necessitate time and patience. Yet he also discerned the loneliness and longing for understanding reflected in Xiang Tian's eyes. Soundwave resolved to invite Xiang Tian to collaborate with him, a bold move, as it entailed exposing the Decepticons' classified documents to him. Xiang Tian was taken aback by Soundwave's invitation. He understood that Soundwave's work involved the core secrets of the Decepticons and could not comprehend why Soundwave would trust him so deeply. Xiang Tian was acutely aware that divulging this intelligence to the Autobots could lead to the exposure of his identity, resulting in grave complications. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiang Tian chose to focus on collaborating with Soundwave, refraining from disclosing any information to Optimus Prime. As time progressed, the synergy between Xiang Tian and Soundwave flourished. They analyzed intelligence together, devised strategies, and even engaged in discussions about Transformer history and culture during their leisure moments. Xiang Tian discovered that Soundwave, despite his seemingly cold exterior, was a deeply contemplative and emotionally rich Transformer. Their relationship gradually evolved from mere colleagues to genuine friends. This progression unfolded precisely as Megatron had anticipated. He was acutely aware of the profound loneliness that dwelled within Xiang Tian, as well as his yearning for companionship. Megatron believed that if Soundwave could earn Xiang Tian's trust, he could exploit this bond to ensure Xiang Tian's complete obedience to his commands. Thus, Xiang Tian would inevitably find himself at odds with Optimus Prime, ultimately aligning himself with the Decepticons. One day, Megatron summoned all Decepticon members to announce a daring scheme. He intended to launch an unprecedented assault on the Autobots, aiming to utterly annihilate their base. This audacious plan required the meticulous collaboration of Xiang Tian and Soundwave, alongside Xiang Tian's unwavering loyalty to the Decepticons. They commenced an intense period of preparation, analyzing the Autobots' defensive weaknesses, charting their attack routes, and even simulating various potential scenarios. Throughout this process, Xiang Tian gradually realized that their collaboration transcended the mere completion of a mission. It was rooted in the burgeoning friendship they shared. On the eve of the operation, Xiang Tian found himself alone in a corner of the base, immersed in contemplation. He reminisced about the days spent fighting alongside Optimus Prime and the deepening bond with Soundwave. His heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, leaving him uncertain about whether he truly wished to stand against Optimus Prime. At that moment, Soundwave approached Xiang Tian. "Xiang Tian, I understand your thoughts." His voice resonated with calm assurance. "Everything we do is for the future of the Decepticons. I have faith in you, and I believe you will make the right choice." Looking at Soundwave, a warm wave of emotion surged within Xiang Tian. He recognized that Soundwave genuinely trusted him, a trust that weighed heavily, yet simultaneously empowered him. "Thank you, Soundwave. I will not let you down." The following day, the assault plan was executed as scheduled. Xiang Tian and Soundwave led the Decepticon forces stealthily toward the Autobots' base. Their movements were swift and decisive, causing the Autobots' defenses to crumble rapidly under their onslaught. Optimus Prime soon recognized the impending danger and rallied the Autobots for a fierce resistance. The battle raged intensely, with the clashing of metal and the thunderous roar of energy weapons echoing through the air. Xiang Tian displayed remarkable courage and strength in the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with Soundwave as they successfully suppressed the Autobots' counterattacks. However, at a pivotal moment during the conflict, he caught sight of Optimus Prime. A complex rush of emotions surged within him, leaving him uncertain if he could truly strike against his former ally. Just then, Soundwave's voice pierced through his thoughts. "Xiang Tian, remember your identity, remember your choice." Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian understood he had no path of retreat. He raised his weapon, aiming it at Optimus Prime. Yet, in the instant before he was about to fire, his body suddenly lost control, and his weapon swung towards the Decepticons beside him. The unforeseen turn of events caught everyone off guard, and Optimus Prime seized the opportunity to lead the Autobots in a counterattack. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, resulting in the Decepticon forces beginning to crumble. In the midst of chaos, Starscream shielded Soundwave, and they retreated together. Upon returning to the Decepticon base, Megatron furiously confronted Starscream, demanding to know what he was doing, accusing him of betrayal. Starscream met Megatron's gaze, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. "I have not betrayed you. I have merely made the choice I believe to be right." Megatron scoffed. "The choice you deem right? You are courting your own destruction." Starscream remained silent, aware that he could never return to the Decepticons. He turned to Soundwave, his voice tinged with regret. "I am sorry, Soundwave. I cannot betray my conscience." Soundwave looked at Starscream, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. He understood that Starscream's choice signified the end of their friendship, yet he empathized with Starscream's decision. For he too had once grappled with the struggle between loyalty and inner conviction. Starscream departed from a Decepticon base, his figure appearing strikingly solitary against the night sky. Uncertain of his next destination, he recognized that returning to Optimus Prime and the Autobots was no longer an option. The Decepticon insignia, etched by Megatron himself, marked him as an indelible brand. As he aimlessly soared through the skies, Starscream fell into a carefully laid trap devised by the Autobots. Bumblebee, leading a squad of Autobot warriors, surrounded him, their gazes rife with vigilance and distrust. Starscream did not resist. He understood his predicament and knew that any defiance would be futile. Brought before Optimus Prime, Starscream remained silent, his gaze cast downward, unable to meet the eyes of the Autobot leader. Optimus regarded Starscream, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes, yet he ultimately chose silence. He merely gestured for Bumblebee to confine Starscream to his cell. The cell's walls were cold and unyielding as Starscream sat within, gazing at the moon outside, his heart heavy with confusion and despair. He was at a loss, having once yearned to fight alongside Optimus Prime, but now finding himself a prisoner of the Autobots. With his dreams and hopes seemingly shattered, each hour spent in the cell felt like an eternity of torment, filled with self-reproach and anguish. He began to doubt his choices and the meaning of his existence. In his despair, he even contemplated ending his own life to escape the pain and struggle. At that moment, the cell door swung open, revealing Soundwave before him. Starscream stared in astonishment, bewildered as to why Soundwave had come here, risking so much to rescue him. Soundwave said little, merely instructing, "Follow me." Without hesitation, Xiang Tian recognized this as a singular opportunity. Together, they stealthily departed from the Autobot base. Returning to the realm of the Decepticons, Megatron awaited Xiang Tian's return in the command room of the base, observing the Transformer who had once betrayed him, a flicker of satisfaction glinting in his eyes. "Xiang Tian, I once again extend an invitation for you to join my ranks." Megatron's voice resonated with an undeniable authority. Xiang Tian gazed at Megatron, his heart devoid of any lingering doubt. Kneeling on one knee, he pledged his allegiance, stating, "I am willing to become your most loyal warrior." Megatron. His voice was resolute and powerful. The last vestiges of his longing for Optimus Prime had dissipated, replaced solely by his loyalty to Megatron. Megatron nodded, appreciating Xiang Tian's fidelity. "Excellent, Xiang Tian. You shall be my most crucial warrior. Your strength will lead us to victory." Standing tall, Xiang Tian exuded determination. He understood that he had made his choice and would fight with unwavering commitment for the Decepticons. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian emerged as one of Megatron's most trusted warriors, participating in every operation and battle. His performance excelled, earning recognition from Megatron for his might and intellect. The bond between Soundwave and Xiang Tian deepened. They were not only comrades in arms, but also friends. Soundwave understood Xiang Tian's past and respected his decision. They strategized together and executed missions, their trust and camaraderie becoming a celebrated tale within the Decepticon ranks. Yet a shadow loomed in Xiang Tian's heart, the betrayal of Optimus Prime. He knew he could never return to Prime's side, and thus buried his guilt deep within, transforming it into unwavering loyalty to the Decepticons and an insatiable desire for battle. During a large-scale assault against the Autobots, Xiang Tian led the Decepticon forces, successfully dismantling a crucial Autobot stronghold. In the chaos of battle, he encountered Optimus Prime. Their eyes met across the battlefield, Prime's gaze filled with disappointment and anger, while Xiang Tian's reflected steadfastness and resolve. When the battle concluded, Xiang Tian stood amidst the ruins, his body marked by the evidence of conflict. He realized he had irrevocably become a Decepticon, with no path of return. He looked skyward, silently apologizing to Optimus Prime. "I'm sorry, Optimus. This is my choice. I must forge ahead." Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Xiang Tian's performance. He recognized him as his most formidable ally. He began to devise grander schemes, confident that with Xiang Tian's assistance, the Decepticons would ultimately triumph. Standing resolutely beside Megatron, Xiang Tian understood his mission. He would fight to the last moment for the Decepticons, and for Megatron, his heart now devoid of doubt, filled only with an ardor for battle and an unwavering pursuit of victory. Chapter 6. Loyalty in the Mist. Megatron stood in the command room of the Decepticon base, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the star map before him. He intended to venture into the depths of the cosmos to seek out additional allies, thereby augmenting his power. Before his departure, he summoned Soundwave and Starscream, entrusting them with a crucial mission. There is a possibility that Optimus Prime may dispatch an undercover agent into our base. Megatron's voice resonated, deep and commanding. "The success of our plan hinges upon your actions." His eyes fixed upon Starscream, seemingly weighing his loyalty. Starscream straightened his posture. He was acutely aware that he now stood in opposition to Optimus Prime. He refrained from divulging Megatron's intentions to Prime, fully cognizant that there was no turning back. "Leader, I shall do everything within my power to ensure the safety of the Decepticons," he assured Megatron. Satisfied with Starscream's response, Megatron nodded. "Excellent, Starscream. Soundwave, you and Starscream shall proceed to Earth. I require you to establish a new base there and monitor the Autobots' movements." Upon receiving their orders, Soundwave and Starscream promptly commenced preparations for their journey to Earth. They understood that the significance of this mission rivaled that of any battle. Caution and meticulousness were imperative to ensure that every step aligned with Megatron's design. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime found himself enveloped in profound confusion. He could not fathom why Starscream had allied with the Decepticons. Were they not friends? Prime had always considered Starscream one of his own, never once doubting his loyalty. Even when Starscream assisted the Autobots, Prime regarded it as a matter of course. Now, an unprecedented turmoil and anguish gripped Prime. He was baffled as to why Starscream would betray him and choose to side with the Decepticons. He reminisced about the days they had fought side by side, united against the Decepticons to safeguard peace on Earth. A torrent of questions flooded Prime's mind. He remained oblivious to Starscream's true identity and the turmoil that resided within him. In Prime's heart, Starscream's betrayal was akin to a dagger, piercing deeply into his soul. He began to question his judgment and his capacity as a leader. Unsure of how to proceed, he felt a compelling need to find Starscream and hear his explanation. On the opposite side of the Earth, Soundwave and Starscream had embarked on their mission. They established a new base in a remote area and commenced surveillance of the Autobots. Starscream, utilizing his abilities, stealthily approached the Autobots' operational zone, gathering vital intelligence. Yet, within Starscream's heart lingered a persistent voice reminding him of his past friendship with Optimus Prime, of the times he had fought alongside the Autobots. He began to question his choices and his loyalty. He was uncertain whether he truly belonged with the Decepticons or if he should indeed stand against Optimus Prime. During a reconnaissance mission, Starscream unexpectedly stumbled upon the whereabouts of Optimus Prime. He beheld Prime standing solitary atop a mountain peak, gazing into the distance. A surge of impulse coursed through Starscream. He yearned to approach Prime, to engage him in conversation. However, he was acutely aware that such a notion was utterly unattainable. His current allegiance lay with the Decepticons, and betraying Megatron's trust was out of the question. He could only observe Optimus Prime from a distance, his heart laden with conflicting emotions. Soundwave, discerning the unusual behavior of Skyfire, approached him and inquired, "Skyfire, what occupies your thoughts?" Skyfire remained silent, gazing into the horizon. Soundwave refrained from pressing further, understanding that Skyfire harbored an indescribable anguish within. The two stood in quiet contemplation until the curtain of night descended upon them. Upon returning to the base, Skyfire found himself alone in his quarters, his gaze falling upon a photograph of himself alongside Optimus Prime. It served as a testament to their shared battles and a symbol of their camaraderie. Skyfire's heart was a tempest of contradictions. He was uncertain whether he should persist in this path. Just then, his communicator buzzed to life. Megatron's voice resonated with an unmistakable command. "Skyfire, I require you to undertake a new mission." Taking a deep breath, Skyfire recognized that he had to set aside his confusion and sorrow. "I understand, leader. I shall fulfill the mission," he replied resolutely. After terminating the communication, Skyfire rose, his resolve unwavering. He knew that despite the turmoil within, he must remain faithful to his decisions and loyal to the Decepticons. He buried his emotions deep within, steeling himself for the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 7. The internal struggle. Skyfire's stature within the Decepticons was steadily ascending, inciting a fierce discontent in Black Arachnia. She had always considered herself the second-in-command beneath Megatron, and her insatiable thirst for power rendered her intolerant of Skyfire's rise. In her eyes, his very existence posed a threat to her position, prompting her to devise a scheme to eliminate him from the Decepticons. In secrecy, Black Arachnia relayed the coordinates of Skyfire and Soundwave's Earth-based stronghold to the Autobots, meticulously orchestrating a trap with the hopes of obliterating Skyfire. She even approached Megatron, falsely claiming that Skyfire had betrayed the Decepticons and conspired with the Autobots. However, Megatron's response was not in alignment with Black Arachnia's expectations. His trust in Skyfire far exceeded her anticipations. With a chilling gaze, Megatron addressed her, his voice laced with menace. "Skyfire would never betray me, but you might. Do not let me uncover any of your covert maneuvers." Black Arachnia was momentarily cowed by Megatron's words, falling silent. She had not anticipated the depth of Megatron's faith in Skyfire, resigning herself to the reality of coexisting with this new colleague, albeit begrudgingly. A sense of bitterness swelled within her, yet she understood that this was not the opportune moment to confront Megatron. Skyfire, too, had noticed the shift in Black Arachnia's demeanor towards him. He was acutely aware of her ambition and jealousy. He approached her candidly, asserting, "We ought not to be at odds with one another. Such discord merely provides the Autobots with an advantage." Black Arachnia was taken aback by Skyfire's forthrightness, never expecting him to engage her so directly. After a moment of silence, she offered an apology, assuring him that she would refrain from such behavior in the future. Xiang Tian gazed at the red spider, a flicker of understanding illuminating his eyes. He recognized the ambitions harbored by the red spider, yet he also perceived the potential within him. Xiang Tian extended his hand, signifying his willingness to collaborate. As time progressed, the relationship between Xiang Tian and the red spider began to ease. They commenced mutual coordination during missions and even engaged in a degree of private communication. The red spider gradually came to realize that Xiang Tian was not his adversary, but rather a trustworthy comrade. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Xiang Tian's actions. He understood that Xiang Tian's presence could foster greater unity within the Decepticon ranks, a considerable advantage in their battle against the Autobots. Consequently, Megatron began to place greater emphasis on Xiang Tian, even contemplating assigning significant missions to him. During a strategic meeting, Megatron unveiled a new plan, a large-scale assault on the Autobots, aimed at utterly dismantling their resistance. This initiative necessitated close collaboration between Xiang Tian and the Red Spider, and Megatron was confident in their ability to accomplish the task. Upon receiving their orders, Xiang Tian and the Red Spider promptly commenced preparations. Together, they analyzed the Autobots' defensive vulnerabilities, devised attack routes, and even simulated various potential scenarios. Throughout this process, their cooperation grew increasingly harmonious, and the trust between them continued to strengthen. On the eve of the offensive, Xiang Tian and the Red Spider meticulously inspected their weapons and equipment. The Red Spider turned to Xiang Tian, suddenly voicing, "Xiang Tian, I acknowledge my previous demeanor towards you as less than favorable, but I genuinely believe you are one of us now." Xiang Tian met the Red Spider's gaze and nodded. "We have both experienced misunderstandings, yet now we are a united team. We fight together, we triumph together." The Red Spider smiled, fully aware that Xiang Tian spoke from the heart. Together, they advanced toward the battlefield, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. As the battle commenced, Xiang Tian and the Red Spider led the Decepticon forces, charging toward the Autobots' defenses like ferocious beasts. Their assault was swift and effective, causing the Autobots' lines to crumble under their onslaught. Optimus Prime quickly recognized the looming peril and rallied the Autobots for a fierce resistance. The combat was extraordinarily intense, with the clashing of metal and the thunderous roar of energy weapons resonating through the air. Xiang Tian exhibited remarkable bravery and strength during the fray, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Red Spider as they successfully subdued the Autobots' counterattacks. Following the conflict, Megatron lauded the performances of both Xiang Tian and the Red Spider. He knew it was Xiang Tian's presence that had fostered unity among the Decepticons and contributed to the success of the operation. Megatron resolved to express his gratitude to Optimus Prime for facilitating Xiang Tian's inclusion in the Decepticons. He felt a swell of pride, determined to surprise Optimus and demonstrate the formidable ally he had unwittingly lost. In the ensuing operations, Megatron would take the reins personally, intending to showcase the true strength of the Decepticons to Optimus Prime. Xiang Tian, in turn, would become his sharpest blade, aimed directly at the heart of Optimus Prime. Chapter 8. The Emotions Among Leaders in the Depths of the Cosmos. Megatron's vessel traversed the stars, its purpose being the pursuit of the legendary Dark Energon, a force that belonged to the Cosmic Emperor, capable of bestowing unparalleled strength upon its wielder. After a harrowing quest filled with challenges and battles, Megatron finally acquired a substantial fragment of Dark Energon and returned to the Nemesis. Upon learning of Megatron's acquisition, Starscream was engulfed by a profound sense of apprehension. He understood the peril that this power represented. It could not only amplify Megatron's might, but also gradually place him under the sway of the Cosmic Emperor. Starscream resolved to counsel Megatron, hoping to dissuade him from embracing such a hazardous power. In the command chamber of the Nemesis, Starscream stood before Megatron, his voice resolute and sincere. "Lord Megatron, your strength has already surpassed Optimus Prime. There is no need to rely on external forces for enhancement." Megatron regarded Starscream, a flicker of admiration glinting in his eyes. He appreciated Starscream's candor and loyalty, as well as his intellect and courage. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron replied slowly, Starscream, your words hold merit. My power is indeed formidable. And he paused, a rare emotion threading through his voice. There remains a certain bond between myself and Optimus Prime. Starscream was taken aback by Megatron's mention of his feelings toward Optimus Prime, realizing that even the cold and ruthless Megatron possessed his own principles and emotions. Nodding in understanding, Starscream acknowledged Megatron's decision. Megatron continued, should Optimus Prime discover my absorption of dark energon, he may become my adversary without hesitation. I do not wish to jeopardize this intricate game for the sake of momentary power. A glint of cunning sparkled in Megatron's eyes. He relished the competition with Optimus Prime, for it was one of the very reasons for his existence. Starscream concurred with Megatron's resolution, aware that his leader's ambitions and schemes extended far beyond the present. He proposed, Lord Megatron, we could reserve Dark Energon as our ultimate trump card. In a critical moment, it may become the key to our victory. Megatron nodded, satisfied with Starscream's suggestion. Very well, Starscream. Let us proceed as you recommend. Safeguard the Dark Energon diligently. It must remain unused unless absolutely necessary. Starscream accepted the directive, fully cognizant of the task's significance. He personally oversaw the safeguarding of the Dark Energon, ensuring it was securely stored in the innermost sanctum of the Nemesis, with any unauthorized access triggering an alarm. In the ensuing days, Megatron began to strategize anew. He recognized that with Dark Energon as his backbone, his confidence surged. He initiated increasingly audacious assaults on the Autobots, each skirmish placing immense pressure on his adversaries. Optimus Prime, too, sensed the shift in the Decepticons' operations, feeling an unprecedented weight of pressure upon him. He was unaware of the new power that Megatron had acquired, yet he understood the urgency of devising a countermeasure. For the Autobots faced an impending crisis. After a battle had concluded, Optimus Prime stood alone amidst the ruins, his gaze fixed upon the distant starlit sky. A tumult of doubts and anxieties filled his heart. He was uncertain of Megatron's schemes, but he recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant in anticipation of greater challenges. Meanwhile, Megatron observed the battlefield reports aboard the Nemesis, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He was acutely aware that his plans were gradually coming to fruition, and the Decepticon influence was steadily expanding. His eyes lingered on the securely stored Dark Energon, contemplating that perhaps one day he would require such power. Though certainly not at this moment. Starscream stood resolutely by Megatron's side, his determination unwavering. He had fully integrated into the Decepticon ranks, his fate now inextricably linked to Megatron's ambitions. He vowed to do all within his power to assist Megatron in realizing the Decepticons' dominion. Chapter 9. An unexpected apology. Megatron stood within the laboratory of the Nemesis, his gaze fixed upon the shard of Dark Energon. He sought to validate whether this legendary power could indeed resurrect the deceased. To achieve this, he required a test subject, a fresh Autobot corpse. At that moment, Starscream entered the laboratory, a note of pride lacing his voice. Before your return, I managed to capture an Autobot named Skyfall. Soldiers, bring the Autobot forth. Starscream recounted the efforts and battles he had endured to secure Skyfall. Megatron offered no commentary on Starscream's self-aggrandizement, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He was well aware of Starscream's ambitions and desires, yet he also understood his capabilities. Within the Decepticon ranks, Starscream was a valuable ally, albeit his actions sometimes veered towards recklessness. Skyfall was brought into the laboratory, bearing the marks of battle, evidently having put up fierce resistance prior to his capture. Megatron regarded Skyfall without an ounce of sympathy, only anticipation for the results of the experiment. Before commencing the experiment, Megatron activated the communication channel to Optimus Prime. His voice traversed the distance. Optimus Prime, I extend my sincerest apologies for the demise of Skyfall. I hope you do not grieve excessively. Optimus, taken aback by Megatron's sudden overture, was enveloped in confusion and unease, unsure of how to articulate his feelings at that moment. He could only respond, I hope such occurrences will not transpire in the future. A hint of mockery laced Megatron's voice as he replied, I shall ensure that Starscream receives his due punishment. With that, he severed the communication and approached Starscream. Starscream felt an ominous premonition surge within him as Megatron advanced. He yearned to speak, yet Megatron's piercing gaze silenced him. Without further ado, Megatron simply commanded Starscream to prepare for the experiment. The experiment commenced with Megatron drawing the dark energy entity closer to the fallen warrior. The laboratory was suffused with a palpable tension as everyone awaited the outcome. The dark energy entity emanated an eerie luminescence, and the body of the fallen warrior began to undergo transformation. However, the experiment did not unfold as Megatron had hoped. The fallen warrior remained unrevived. The power of the dark energy entity appeared insufficient to awaken the deceased. A flicker of disappointment crossed Megatron's eyes, yet he swiftly composed himself. He understood that failure is an inevitable aspect of experimentation, and what mattered most was learning from such setbacks. Watching the experiment's failure, Starscream felt a twinge of relief. He did not desire the fallen warrior's revival, for he recognized that a successful experiment would only serve to amplify Megatron's might, potentially jeopardizing his own position. Megatron turned to Starscream, his voice laced with sternness. Starscream, you have exerted considerable effort to capture the fallen warrior, but the experiment has failed. You must bear the consequences. Starscream's heart sank. He understood the implications of Megatron's words. He yearned to defend himself, but Megatron offered no opportunity for rebuttal. He commanded Starscream to accept punishment as a cautionary measure. That night, the cries of Starscream echoed throughout the Nemesis, a harsh penalty imposed by Megatron, yet a necessary one. He needed everyone to comprehend that failure incurs a cost. Optimus Prime, distant yet attentive, heard Starscream's anguished cries, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He was aware of Megatron's failure, yet he mourned the sacrifice of the fallen warrior. He resolved to redouble his efforts to protect the Autobots, ensuring that such tragedies would not recur. Megatron stood within the command room of the Nemesis, his gaze fixed once more upon the dark energy entity. He recognized that this power remained untapped, and he would not relinquish his pursuit easily. He resolved to continue his research until he discovered the appropriate method to harness this formidable force. Thundercracker entered the command room, observing Megatron with a hint of concern in his voice. Lord Megatron, what are the results of the experiment? Megatron remained silent, standing still as he contemplated his next course of action. Thundercracker refrained from pressing further, understanding that Megatron needed time to process this setback. In the ensuing days, Megatron and Thundercracker delved into the intricacies of the dark energy entity, experimenting with various methods to unleash its power. They recognized the immense potential of this force. If wielded correctly, it could bestow unprecedented advantages upon the Decepticons. Chapter 10. The transformation of Soundwave. The bond between Thundercracker and Soundwave deepened through shared missions and challenges. They were not merely comrades, but trusted allies. Thundercracker admired Soundwave's composure and intellect, while Soundwave acknowledged Thundercracker's courage and strategic insight. Their interactions aboard the Nemesis became a distinctive highlight. Thundercracker was particularly fond of Soundwave's unique voice, believing he should express himself more rather than remain perpetually taciturn. Soundwave, your voice is so magnetic. Wouldn't it be a waste not to share it? Thundercracker jested. Soundwave shook his head, his demeanor remaining composed. My duty is to gather and organize intelligence. I need not interact with too many individuals. Excessive conversation would only cloud my judgment. Xiang Tian paused for a moment in silence, then resolutely replied to Soundwave, I shall surely change your perspective. You ought to relish the joy of communication, rather than merely focusing on tasks and responsibilities. Soundwave, somewhat taken aback by Xiang Tian's persistence, felt a flicker of warmth. If you think you can, then give it a try. I eagerly await your approach, he responded. The playful banter between the two did not escape Megatron's notice. He realized that his intelligence officer possessed a surprisingly light-hearted side. Although Megatron was renowned for his strictness and authority, he also recognized the necessity for a more relaxed and joyous atmosphere aboard the Nemesis. He did not wish for Optimus Prime to view him as a leader solely defined by oppression of his subordinates. Thus, Megatron resolved to ease the constraints on his subordinates to some extent, allowing them greater personal space and leisure time beyond their duties. This decision astonished the other members aboard the Nemesis, yet it also brought them a sense of relief. They began to engage in more relaxed conversations and even organize small-scale recreational activities during their breaks. In such an environment, the relationship between Xiang Tian and Soundwave grew increasingly intimate. Xiang Tian often urged Soundwave to partake in various activities, ranging from simple board games to intricate strategic simulations. Initially resistant, Soundwave gradually began to savor the enjoyment that these activities brought, discovering that his interactions with Xiang Tian not only eased his mind, but also deepened their mutual understanding. On one leisurely day, Xiang Tian proposed a voice contest, inviting Soundwave to showcase his vocal talents. At first, Soundwave declined, but with Xiang Tian's insistence and encouragement from their companions, he ultimately acquiesced. During the competition, Soundwave narrated a tale of adventure from the depths of the cosmos, his voice fluctuating between deep resonance and soaring highs, imbued with captivating emotion. When the story concluded, resounding applause erupted aboard the Nemesis. Xiang Tian gazed at Soundwave, pride illuminating his eyes. He knew he had successfully nudged Soundwave out of his comfort zone, allowing him to experience the joy of communication and expression. Soundwave felt the affirmation and appreciation of his peers surging within him, a profound sense of fulfillment blossoming in his heart. He began to realize that engaging with others did not impede his work. Rather, it offered him new perspectives and ideas. Megatron observed this unfolding scene from a distance, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He understood that his decision was indeed the right one. The joyful atmosphere aboard the Nemesis not only fostered greater unity among his subordinates, but also elevated their morale and efficiency. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian and Soundwave continued their missions, yet their collaboration transcended mere professional boundaries. Their private conversations flourished, extending from work-related topics to discussions of life, interests, and even dreams. Soundwave increasingly participated in social activities aboard the Nemesis, his voice becoming a cherished hallmark among the crew. Under the influence of Soundwave, Skyfire has become increasingly meticulous and patient, his strategies in battle more comprehensive. Megatron observes the transformation of his subordinates, his heart swelling with pride. He understands that the strength of a team derives not solely from individual prowess, but from the harmony and unity among its members. He is confident that under the leadership of Skyfire and Soundwave, the Nemesis will grow even more formidable. Chapter 11. Resolve and confusion. Skyfire's arrival has elevated the morale of the Decepticons to unprecedented heights, and their victories appear imminent. In stark contrast, the Autobots face a dire predicament. The sacrifice of Jetfire has diminished their ranks to merely 5, including Optimus Prime. Confronted with such adversity, Optimus stands before his comrades, his voice resolute and powerful. Even if we are but a few, we shall resist Megatron to the very end. I assure you, we will triumph over the Decepticons and rescue our homeland. Bumblebee, Ironhide, Ratchet, and RC gaze at Optimus, their eyes filled with trust and reliance. His words flow like a warm current, rejuvenating their weary spirits from relentless combat. Inspired by Optimus, they rekindle their fighting spirit, knowing that as long as he remains, hope endures. Yet, within Optimus resides a tumult of confusion and unease. He recognizes that defeating Megatron is no simple feat. They are intimately acquainted with one another, and each confrontation is a battle of wits and strength. He reflects on Skyfire, the warrior who once fought alongside him, the ally he had entrusted to Megatron. He finally comprehends the folly of his decision to cast Skyfire aside. Now, Optimus seeks solace in battle, transforming all his guilt and remorse into a formidable force against the Decepticons. He tells himself that only by vanquishing Megatron could he rectify his misunderstanding of Skyfire and save their homeland. Under Optimus's guidance, the Autobots begin to prepare earnestly, analyzing the Decepticons' tactics and identifying exploitable weaknesses. Optimus knows that they must wield both intellect and courage to achieve victory in this war. Simultaneously, Megatron is orchestrating a new offensive. He recognizes that the Autobots have reached a critical juncture, yet he remains vigilant. He is aware of Optimus's tenacity and resilience. As long as Optimus persists, the Autobots possess the potential for counterattack. One fateful night, Optimus stands alone atop a peak, his gaze traversing the night sky, seemingly in search of something. His heart is heavy with longing for Skyfire, pondering how his former ally fares among the Decepticons, and whether he recalls their days of camaraderie. At that moment, his communicator crackles to life. It is Megatron. Optimus, are you still holding on? The tone is laced with mockery. Optimus takes a deep breath, responding, Megatron, As long as I stand, the Autobots' resistance shall never waver. Megatron chuckled, a hint of madness lacing his voice. Let us see, then, whether your resolve endures longer, or if my power prevails. Following the communication, Optimus Prime felt an unwavering determination swell within him. He understood that the battles to come would be fiercer than ever. Yet he was prepared. Upon returning to the base, he convened with Bumblebee and others to deliberate strategies, acutely aware that each confrontation could potentially be their last. In the ensuing days, the clashes between the Autobots and Decepticons intensified. Leading his comrades, Optimus repeatedly thwarted Megatron's assaults. Although their numbers were few, their spirit soared high. In battle, Optimus exhibited remarkable courage and wisdom, consistently discovering ways to triumph over the Decepticons at critical junctures. His comrades, inspired by his tenacity, bravely followed him into every challenge. Yet, a profound emptiness lingered in Optimus's heart, the void left by the departure of Starscream. He realized that only by vanquishing Megatron could he find inner peace. He vowed to himself that regardless of the cost, he would emerge victorious in this war. Chapter 12. Shattered trust as night deepened. The lights aboard the Nemesis dimmed, and most Decepticon members slipped into sleep mode. Starscream stood alone on the deck, gazing into the vast, starry expanse, his heart swirling with complex emotions. Suddenly, his communicator chimed. Optimus Prime's request for communication. Starscream hesitated, his fingers hovering over the device, but ultimately decided to answer. On the screen, Optimus appeared somewhat weary, his voice tinged with fatigue. Starscream, I acknowledge my mistakes and hope you can forgive me. At the very least, we can remain friends. Will you forgive me? A surge of anger erupted within Starscream, and his emotions exploded at that moment. Did you ever consider the possibility that I would become your enemy when you cast me aside? I doubt it. The current situation is entirely of your own making, Optimus. I once believed you to be a great leader, but it appears you are nothing more than a buffoon. With that, Starscream abruptly severed the connection. After the communication ended, Starscream wept, his tears a mixture of disappointment in Optimus, nostalgia for the past, and uncertainty for the future. Soundwave approached Starscream, concern evident in his voice. Starscream, do not grieve any longer. I shall remain by your side. With Soundwave's comfort, Starscream's mood gradually settled. Soundwave assisted him back to his quarters, and as he watched Starscream drift into sleep, he quietly exited. He understood that this matter needed to be reported to Megatron. Soundwave made his way to Megatron's command room, recounting the conversation between Starscream and Optimus in meticulous detail. Upon hearing the account, Megatron sighed, realizing that Starscream's inner turmoil was more fragile than he had anticipated. He resolved to temporarily halt the assaults on the Autobots to allow Starscream to recover. Soundwave, you have performed admirably. Megatron addressed Soundwave, instructing him to ensure that Starscream gets ample rest, as they would require his strength. Soundwave nodded, aware that Megatron's decision was indeed prudent. He returned to Starscream's chamber, quietly guarding him until he had fully succumbed to slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Starscream discovered a note beside his pillow, left by Soundwave. Starscream, do not torment yourself over past events. You still have us. The Decepticons are your family. A warm surge of emotion enveloped Starscream's heart as he realized he was not alone. In the days that followed, Starscream's spirits gradually stabilized. He began to immerse himself once more in training and missions, demonstrating his exceptional prowess, yet an indelible shadow lingered within him. He understood that the rift between him and Optimus Prime was irreparable. Following the conclusion of their communication, Optimus Prime was consumed by guilt and anguish. He recognized that he had lost a significant ally, perhaps even a friend. Thus, he began to contemplate his decisions, understanding the necessity of finding a way to rectify his error. Under Optimus Prime's leadership, the Autobots commenced their search for new strategies and alliances. Cognizant that they required further assistance to confront the formidable might of the Decepticons, Optimus also endeavored to establish connections with civilizations from other planets, hoping to uncover forces to combat Megatron. However, a persistent question plagued his mind. Why was Starscream so filled with rage? He realized that his earlier decision had wounded Starscream. Yet he could not comprehend why Starscream had so completely allied himself with the Decepticons. He resolved to personally seek out Starscream and engage him face-to-face to address this dilemma. By a stroke of fortune, Optimus Prime learned of Starscream's whereabouts. He ventured alone to that location, hoping for a dialogue with Starscream. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Starscream training vigorously on the practice field. Starscream's movements were swift and precise, his strength and skill leaving Optimus in awe. Optimus approached Starscream, his voice imbued with sincerity. Starscream, I recognize that I cannot amend my past mistakes, but I sincerely wish to reconcile with you. Starscream paused his training, gazing at Optimus, a myriad of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He did not respond immediately, instead standing in contemplation of Optimus's words. Optimus continued, Starscream, I understand you have allied with the Decepticons, yet I still believe you possess the right to choose. You can determine your path, your future. Starscream inhaled deeply, his voice resolute. Optimus Prime, I have made my choice. I have chosen the Decepticons. I have chosen Megatron. This is my path, my future. Disappointment swelled within Optimus, yet he recognized that he could not alter Starscream's decision. He could only respect Starscream's choice, even if it meant they would become adversaries. In the ensuing battles, Optimus Prime and Starscream inevitably found themselves on opposing sides. Their confrontation was a fierce contest of strength and skill, yet it was predominantly a clash of emotions. Optimus Prime maintained a profound respect for Skyfire throughout their battle, while Skyfire exhibited an unwavering resolve against Optimus. As the conflict concluded, Optimus stood upon the battlefield, his gaze fixed upon the retreating silhouette of Skyfire. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him, for he understood that the rift between them had become irreparable. He could only accept this reality and continue to lead the Autobots forward. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Decepticon ranks, Skyfire too was beset by a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. He recognized that the friendship he once shared with Optimus had reached an irrevocable end. All he could do was bury this sentiment deep within his heart as he continued to serve as a Decepticon, opposing Optimus. Chapter 13. Assistance and Schemes. Optimus Prime stood in the Autobot base, his heart heavy with anxiety and unease. He was acutely aware that his relationship with Skyfire could never revert to its former state, and the thought of losing a comrade who had fought alongside him was unbearable. In a bid for Skyfire's forgiveness, Optimus resolved to seek an unconventional form of assistance for Megatron. He understood that Megatron was both a cunning and formidable adversary. Yet he also sensed that Megatron's attitude toward Skyfire was not entirely hostile. Optimus hoped that Megatron might speak favorably of him in Skyfire's presence, aiding in the restoration of their bond. Thus, Optimus contacted Megatron via communicator, his voice imbued with a hint of desperation. Megatron, I require your assistance. I implore you to speak a few kind words on my behalf before Skyfire, to help me earn his forgiveness. On the other end of the communicator, Megatron's lips curled into a subtle smirk, delighting in the unexpected request. He refrained from responding immediately, deliberately prolonging the suspense, awaiting the very words he longed to hear from Optimus. The latter's voice resonated through the device, laced with frustration and apprehension. I beg you, Megatron. At last, Optimus uttered these words, his tone imbued with sincerity and entreaty. A surge of triumph coursed through Megatron. He had not anticipated that one chosen by Primus would seek the aid of a mere warrior. Suppressing his exhilaration, he feigned composure and replied, I can assist you, but whether Skyfire will accept your apology remains uncertain. Optimus expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Megatron. I shall endeavor to convey my intentions to Skyfire. Once the communication ended, Megatron was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. He had finally gained the upper hand over Optimus, relishing the opportunity to assert his dominance. For him, this was not merely an act of assistance, but a means of revenge and derision against Optimus. His heart swelled with pride, for he understood that Optimus's plea for help signified a shift in the balance of their conflict. As for whether Skyfire would forgive Optimus, that was of no concern to him. He simply wished to observe the unfolding events and revel in the ensuing drama. Meanwhile, Skyfire, within the Decepticon base, remained engulfed in complex emotions regarding Optimus. He recognized that Optimus's plea for assistance indicated his continued care for their relationship. Yet he found it exceedingly difficult to forgive the betrayal he had endured. In the ensuing days, Megatron commenced the execution of his scheme. He deliberately mentioned Optimus Prime in front of Skyfire, endeavoring to manipulate Skyfire's emotions. Megatron's strategy was to illuminate for Skyfire that Optimus Prime was not an infallible leader. He too was prone to errors and in need of assistance. Skyfire, Megatron remarked during a meeting, Optimus Prime recently sought my counsel, hoping I could speak favorably of him before you. He has come to acknowledge his missteps and desires to make amends. A jolt of surprise coursed through Skyfire. He had not anticipated Optimus Prime would turn to Megatron for help. His emotions became a tumultuous mix of anger towards Prime and a sense of helplessness regarding his plea for assistance. Coldly, Skyfire replied, "What good is his desire to make amends? I'm no longer one of his warriors." A subtle smile crept across Megatron's face, satisfaction swelling within him. He recognized that Skyfire's reaction was precisely what he had anticipated. He continued, "However, Skyfire, I believe you should contemplate Optimus Prime's request. After all, he is your friend. Perhaps there still lies a chance to mend your relationship." Skyfire fell silent, grappling with inner turmoil. He understood that Optimus Prime indeed was his friend, yet he could not erase the anguish of his expulsion. Megatron's words left him bewildered, unsure of which path to choose. In the days that followed, Skyfire's emotions fluctuated erratically. He exhibited exceptional performance during training, yet privately, he often found himself consumed by thoughts of Optimus Prime. Soundwave, noticing Skyfire's change, attempted to console him. "Skyfire, what is in the past has transpired. You need not continue to suffer from it. We can look forward together." Skyfire gazed at Soundwave, gratitude swelling within him. He recognized that Soundwave had consistently supported and accompanied him. He endeavored to uplift his spirits, resolving not to allow Optimus Prime's matters to affect his emotions. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime at the Autobots base was diligently seeking solutions. He yearned for an opportunity to converse with Skyfire face-to-face, understanding that only through sincere dialogue could they bridge the chasm between them. Optimus Prime began forging connections with fellow Autobots, hoping to rally strength against Megatron. His thoughts remained tethered to Skyfire, and he aspired to find a means to convey his intentions. Throughout this process, Optimus Prime's resolve grew ever more steadfast. He recognized that he must vanquish Megatron to forge a brighter future for Skyfire. His heart brimmed with hope, despite the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Megatron observed these developments from the shadows, his heart swelling with pride. He understood that Optimus Prime's plea had granted him the upper hand in the struggle, and Skyfire's decision would undoubtedly sway the course of the future. Chapter 14. The authentic and the deceptive Jack within the Autobots base. The communicator suddenly blared to life, swiftly connecting the call. The visage of Jack appeared on the screen, a smile gracing his face. "Jack, it has been some time since we last met," he said warmly. Jack, overjoyed, responded, "You finally reached out to us." Optimus Prime approached with resolve, aware that the arrival of Jax was a significant boon for the Autobots. "Jax, we require your wisdom and strength," he declared. Jax nodded, informing Optimus that he would soon reach the designated rendezvous point. Accompanied by Bumblebee and a protective barrier, Optimus awaited Jack's arrival, knowing that his inclusion would greatly bolster their forces. Unbeknownst to them, Soundwave had intercepted the communication between Jax and Optimus. Upon learning this, Starscream swiftly devised a sinister plan. He dispatched the Pretender to masquerade as Optimus, arriving at the meeting point between Optimus and Jax. The Pretender's disguise was impeccable, successfully deceiving Jax, who was subsequently captured and taken aboard the Nemesis. Upon regaining consciousness aboard the Nemesis, Jax found himself confined in an interrogation room, facing Skywarp. The two had once collaborated, and Jax was perplexed by Skywarp's presence among the Decepticons. "Skywarp, how did you end up here?" Jax inquired. Skywarp regarded him coldly, devoid of any sentiment in his voice. "You would do well to remain silent, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you myself." With that, Skywarp exited the interrogation room. Left alone with the key that Skywarp had inadvertently left behind, Jax pondered in silence, recognizing that Skywarp's transformation was intricately linked to Optimus. However, he first needed to address the threat posed by the Pretender, fearing that it might impersonate him and expose the Autobots base. Determined to escape and warn Optimus, Jax utilized the key to unlock his cell, stealthily seeking an opportunity to flee the Nemesis. He understood that this would be a formidable challenge, yet he was resolute in his commitment to safeguard the Autobot base and his comrades. Meanwhile, Optimus and the Autobots anxiously awaited Jack's arrival. Oblivious to the fact that he had been captured by the Decepticons, with the Pretender now impersonating him, ready to execute Starscream's scheme. The Pretender reached the Autobots' meeting point, successfully disguised as Jax, attempting to infiltrate their base. However, Optimus and Bumblebee quickly detected the anomaly. They realized that the figure before them was not the genuine Jax. Acting swiftly, Optimus and Bumblebee joined forces to subdue the Pretender. After a fierce confrontation, the Pretender was forced to reveal its true form. When pressed by Optimus about Jax's whereabouts, the Pretender, with no choice left, divulged that Jax was imprisoned aboard the Nemesis. Without hesitation, Optimus organized a rescue mission, leading the Autobots towards the Nemesis, prepared to liberate Jax. They understood that this undertaking would be fraught with peril, but their determination to bring Jax back safely was unwavering. Meanwhile, Jax finally discovered an opportunity to escape aboard the Nemesis. Utilizing his wits and skills, he evaded the Decepticon patrols and located a small spacecraft. As he piloted the vessel, ready to flee, Optimus and the Autobots arrived at the Nemesis. They engaged in a fierce battle against the Decepticons. Amidst the chaos, Jax successfully reunited with Optimus Prime. Together, they fought valiantly and ultimately escaped from the Nemesis. Upon returning to the Autobot base, Jax recounted his experiences aboard the Nemesis to Optimus, revealing that Starscream had offered him a chance to escape, though he could not comprehend the motivation behind Starscream's actions. Optimus fell silent, his heart heavy with complex emotions. He understood that Starscream must have been tormented and conflicted within. He resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, he would seek a way to bring Starscream back to the Autobot side. Chapter 15. A shift in allegiance. Jax stood within the Autobot base, his gaze fixed upon Optimus, his eyes brimming with questions. "Optimus, can you reveal the truth about Starscream?" he inquired, his voice laced with anticipation. Optimus remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. He instinctively averted his gaze from Jax, which led Jax to comprehend the unspoken truth. Disappointment filled his heart, and he chose not to utter another word, silently departing from the base. As he wandered alone through the desolate wilderness of Earth, Jax's emotions were tumultuous. He could not fathom why Optimus would forsake Starscream, allowing a former comrade to join the Decepticons. He resolved to reach out to Starscream, seeking to uncover the truth behind the situation. Once the communication link was established, Starscream's image materialized on Jax's communicator. "Jax, what do you want?" Starscream's voice carried a hint of wariness. Taking a deep breath, Jax asked directly, "Starscream, I wish to know what transpired between you and Optimus." A flicker of pain crossed Starscream's eyes as he responded coldly. "It was Optimus who abandoned me, forcing my hand to join Megatron. You know I had no other choice." Jax fell silent, sensing the helplessness and anger underlying Starscream's words. He said, "If you are willing to trust me, I can assist you. At the very least, I will not abandon our bond as Optimus did." Surprise flickered in Starscream's eyes. He had not anticipated Jax's response. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "If you truly wish to help me, then join the Decepticons." Jax's heart raced. He recognized the gravity of this decision. "I am willing to join the Decepticons, but with one condition: I will only heed your commands." Starscream, taken aback by Jax's stipulation, pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He relayed Jax's request to Megatron. After a brief silence, Megatron consented to Jax's inclusion, but stipulated that Jax must prove his worth. Thus, Jax became Starscream's subordinate, now a member of the Decepticons. This revelation sent shockwaves through the Autobots, who could scarcely believe that Jax had allied with the Decepticons. Optimus was engulfed in anguish and guilt, fully aware that he might have irrevocably lost Jax as a friend. In the stronghold of the Decepticons, Jax and Skyfire embarked on a new collaboration. Together, they undertook missions and engaged in strategic discussions. The presence of Jax provided a modicum of solace to Skyfire, as he realized that at least one individual was willing to believe in him and stand by his side. However, deep within Jax lay a singular aspiration: to assist Skyfire in finding his way back to the Autobots. He understood that this would be a daunting journey, yet he was resolute in his determination to try. He firmly believed that through their collective efforts, they would surely uncover a solution to their plight. In the days that followed, Jax's performance within the Decepticons flourished, his intellect and skills garnering the recognition of Megatron. Yet, a secret lingered in Jax's heart. His true purpose was to liberate Skyfire from the Decepticons' grasp and restore him to the Autobots. Skyfire began to perceive Jax's transformation, casting doubt upon Jax's genuine intentions. Nevertheless, he also recognized Jax's sincerity and diligence, prompting him to reconsider his choices. He realized that Jax might be his sole opportunity to return to the Autobots. During a mission, Jax and Skyfire fell prey to an ambush by the Autobots. Amidst the fierce conflict, Jax shielded Skyfire, instilling a flicker of warmth within him. He began to recognize that Jax could indeed be his ally rather than his adversary. After the battle subsided, Skyfire approached Jax, his voice laced with sincerity. "Jax, why are you going to such lengths?" Jax gazed at Skyfire, his eyes brimming with resolve. "Skyfire, because we were once friends, and I believe your nature is not malevolent. I am willing to assist you, provided you are open to it." A wave of complex emotions surged within Skyfire as he regarded Jax, eventually nodding in acknowledgement. He understood that he might have discovered a new path, one that could lead him back to the Autobots. Chapter 16. An unexpected encounter. Optimus Prime stood in his command room, his heart heavy with conflict and turmoil. He recognized that in order to seek Skyfire's forgiveness, he had to undertake unprecedented actions. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to meet with Megatron, hoping that this former adversary could aid him in securing Skyfire's pardon. Megatron, upon learning of Optimus Prime's request, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Optimus would lower himself to seek his assistance. A flicker of intrigue danced in Megatron's mind as he decided to personally welcome Optimus Prime, eager to discern the intentions of this leader of the Autobots. When Optimus Prime arrived at the Decepticon base, he was greeted by Megatron himself. This moment astonished Optimus, as he had not expected Megatron to still hold their shared history in regard. "Optimus, welcome to my domain." Megatron's voice carried an unusual warmth. Optimus surveyed Megatron, his heart filled with uncertainty. He did not comprehend why Megatron would extend such a cordial reception. "Megatron, I have come here to—" Optimus's words were abruptly interrupted by Megatron. "I am aware of your purpose, Optimus." Megatron gazed intently into Optimus Prime's eyes, proclaiming, "I can assist you in securing Skyfire's forgiveness, but what recompense shall you offer me in return?" Optimus fell silent, taken aback by the unexpected proposition from Megatron. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Optimus's reaction, Megatron chuckled softly and continued, "Optimus, it has been quite some time since we last engaged in conversation. Should you be willing to indulge me in a discourse, I may be inclined to fulfill your request." Optimus nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to convey his sincerity to Megatron. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Skyfire and other Decepticon members, Megatron lifted Optimus and carried him into his chamber. This spectacle left all in astonishment. They were bewildered by Megatron's actions and perplexed as to why Optimus had acquiesced. Inside the room, Megatron set Optimus down, and they seated themselves face to face. A playful glimmer danced in Megatron's eyes as he remarked, "Optimus, how long has it been since we sat down to converse like this?" Optimus regarded Megatron, his heart awash with a tumult of emotions. "It has been far too long, Megatron. Ever since we chose divergent paths, we have not shared a moment such as this." Megatron nodded, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his gaze. "Indeed, time has flown. We have both undergone significant transformations, yet some things remain unchanged." After a moment of silence, Optimus spoke, "Megatron, I am acutely aware of the vast chasm between us. Yet I earnestly wish to seek Skyfire's forgiveness. I understand that I may require your assistance in this endeavor." Megatron scrutinized Optimus, his expression laden with depth. "Optimus, do you genuinely believe that Skyfire will forgive you? You once abandoned him, leaving him no choice but to align with us." Pain gripped Optimus's heart as he recognized the veracity of Megatron's words. "I acknowledge my grievous error. However, I am willing to do everything within my power to make amends." After a moment of contemplation, Megatron replied, "Very well, Optimus. I shall speak with Skyfire on your behalf. But remember, whether he forgives you ultimately rests in his hands." Optimus nodded in gratitude, aware that this might be his singular chance, and he must seize it. In the ensuing days, Megatron approached Skyfire and relayed Optimus's plea. Skyfire was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to extend forgiveness to Optimus. He informed Megatron that he required time for reflection. Megatron respected Skyfire's decision, assuring him that regardless of his choice, he would offer his unwavering support. Skyfire looked at Megatron, his heart filled with appreciation, realizing that Megatron genuinely cared for him and sincerely desired for him to find his path. During this period, Optimus engaged in introspection regarding his past actions. He recognized the necessity for change in his approach to truly earn Skyfire's forgiveness. He began to foster communication with other Autobots, striving to comprehend their thoughts and feelings. Ultimately, Xiang Tian made a resolution. He consented to meet with Optimus Prime to hear his explanation. Upon receiving this news, Optimus's heart brimmed with hope, as he realized that this could potentially be his solitary opportunity to mend his relationship with Xiang Tian. Under the machinations of Megatron, Optimus and Xiang Tian convened at a neutral location. Standing face to face, both were engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Optimus took a deep breath and began to elucidate his actions to Xiang Tian, endeavoring to convey the depths of his predicament. Xiang Tian listened intently to Optimus's explanation, his heart a battleground of conflicting sentiments. He recognized that Optimus might not be entirely at fault, yet he found it impossible to erase the agony of abandonment. He expressed to Optimus that he required time to process everything. Optimus, attuned to Xiang Tian's feelings, assured him that he would wait, no matter how long it took. He was willing to grant Xiang Tian ample time and space to arrive at his own conclusions. Following their meeting, the bond between Optimus and Xiang Tian began to slowly mend. Although they could not immediately revert to their former state, they at least initiated a dialogue, embarking on a journey of mutual understanding. Megatron, observing from a distance, was filled with a complex array of emotions. He understood that the relationship between Optimus and Xiang Tian might never be entirely restored, yet he also recognized Optimus's efforts and sincerity. He resolved to respect Xiang Tian's choices, regardless of the outcome. Chapter 17. Amnesia and Decision. Xiang Tian was engrossed in solitary research on the dark energy entity within the Decepticon laboratory, captivated by its enigmatic and perilous nature. During one experiment, he inadvertently touched a small fragment of the dark energy entity, instantly feeling a formidable power surging within him. Uncontrollably, he absorbed the dark energy from the laboratory table, the force so potent that it began to alter both his body and consciousness. After absorbing the dark energy entity, a peculiar gleam flickered in Xiang Tian's eyes, and he found himself consumed by an immense hostility towards Optimus, for Optimus was chosen by the Primus, while the dark energy entity hailed from the Cosmic Emperor, the two being archenemies. Under the influence of the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian's thoughts and actions began to morph, rendering him a puppet of this malevolent force. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's predicament, Optimus was deeply troubled. He recognized that if he did not swiftly awaken Xiang Tian, he might pose a grave threat to the Autobots and the universe itself. To dispel the dark energy entity within Xiang Tian, Optimus resolved to harness the power of the Allspark. The Allspark, the source of the Autobots' leader's strength, possessed the capabilities of purification and restoration. Through Optimus's diligent efforts, the power of the Allspark began to manifest, gradually dissipating the dark energy entity within Xiang Tian. Though Xiang Tian regained consciousness, his memories were adversely affected, leaving him temporarily bereft of his past recollections. Witnessing the amnesiac Xiang Tian, Optimus realized this presented a unique opportunity to bring Xiang Tian back to his side. He resolved to take Xiang Tian back to the Autobot base and implant a new set of memories within him. Optimus Prime was acutely aware that this was a perilous endeavor. However, in order to bring Xiang Tian back to his side, he felt compelled to proceed. To prevent Xiang Tian from regaining his memories prematurely, Optimus showered him with meticulous care, fearing that once he recollected his past, he might not forgive him. His heart was a tumultuous sea of conflict and guilt, yet he remained steadfast in his belief that as long as Xiang Tian stayed with the Autobots, he could find a way to help him rediscover his true self. However, during a mission, Xiang Tian unexpectedly encountered Soundwave. Soundwave immediately sensed something amiss and discerned that Xiang Tian's memories had been altered by Optimus. Determined to assist, Soundwave employed his technological prowess and intellect to successfully restore Xiang Tian's lost memories. Upon regaining his recollections, Xiang Tian felt an overwhelming rage towards Optimus. He could not fathom that Optimus would dare to tamper with his memories, an act that shattered the trust between them. Resolute in his decision, Xiang Tian chose to sever ties with Optimus and vowed never to trust him again. Upon learning that Xiang Tian had regained his memories, Optimus was consumed by anguish and remorse. He recognized that his actions had irrevocably damaged their relationship. He endeavored to explain his intentions to Xiang Tian, hoping for forgiveness. But Xiang Tian could no longer place his faith in him. Xiang Tian departed from the Autobot base, adrift and uncertain of his destination, his heart heavy with confusion and sorrow. Once a steadfast believer in Optimus, he now felt the sting of betrayal. Determined to confront the future alone, he resolved to rely on no one. At the Decepticon base, Megatron reveled in the news of Xiang Tian's regained memories and departure from the Autobots. He understood that Optimus's scheme had collapsed, and Xiang Tian had become an unpredictable variable. Seizing this opportunity, Megatron plotted to lure Xiang Tian back into the Decepticon fold, aiming to transform him into an ally. As Xiang Tian wandered, he grappled with his inner turmoil. He recognized the necessity of making a choice, yet he found it impossible to trust Optimus again. He began to reassess his beliefs and principles, seeking a new path forward. By chance, he encountered Jack. Observing Xiang Tian's confusion, Jack resolved to offer his support, assuring Xiang Tian that he would stand by him regardless of the path he chose. Touched by Jack's sincerity, Xiang Tian began to reconsider his options. Ultimately, Xiang Tian decided to join Jack, embarking on a new journey together. He understood that he might never return to his former life, but he was determined to seek a new future, one unshackled from the control of others. From a distance, Optimus watched Xiang Tian's departure, his heart heavy with sorrow and helplessness. He realized he had lost Xiang Tian, yet he still harbored hope that Xiang Tian would discover his own way. Filled with guilt, Optimus understood that some actions, once taken, could never be undone. Chapter 18. Confusion and return in the command chamber of the Decepticon base. Megatron's gaze was sharp as a blade. He resolved to reclaim Xiang Tian into his ranks. In pursuit of this objective, he commanded Red Spider to lead a small team in search of Xiang Tian and Jack's whereabouts. Although Red Spider harbored complex emotions regarding Xiang Tian's return, he still hoped for his comeback, as they had once fought side by side as comrades. Xiang Tian and Jack temporarily settled in a secluded cave. Xiang Tian expressed his gratitude for Jack's companionship, yet he understood that if they continued to be together, Jack's safety would be compromised. One fateful night, as Jack fell into a state of slumber, Xiang Tian quietly departed from the cave, resolving to confront the future alone, unwilling to be a burden to Jack. Wandering aimlessly, Xiang Tian's heart was filled with confusion and turmoil. At that moment, he encountered Red Spider and his team. Upon seeing Xiang Tian, Red Spider's eyes flickered with surprise. Xiang Tian, we finally found you. Megatron wishes for your return. Xiang Tian gazed at Red Spider, his heart a tumult of emotions. At Red Spider's urging, Xiang Tian ultimately consented to accompany him back to the Decepticon base. Upon their return, Megatron personally welcomed Xiang Tian, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. I know you feel lost at the moment, but joining the Decepticons is your sole option. Rest assured, you will not face any restrictions here, for you are my most trusted subordinate. Xiang Tian did not respond immediately. He simply nodded, acknowledging his understanding. He realized he had no other choice. At least within the Decepticons, he still had a place. Subsequently, Soundwave escorted Xiang Tian out of the conference room, his voice laced with reassurance. Xiang Tian, I will always be by your side. There is no need for excessive sorrow. Looking at Soundwave, a warm sensation surged within Xiang Tian. He knew he was not alone. At least here, he had Soundwave's companionship. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian reintegrated into the Decepticon lifestyle. He and Soundwave executed missions together and discussed strategies. Soundwave's presence provided Xiang Tian with a modicum of solace, allowing him to gradually adapt to life as a Decepticon. However, an unfillable void lingered in Xiang Tian's heart, a profound disappointment in Optimus Prime and a longing for the past. He was acutely aware that he might never return to the Autobots. Yet he could not fully immerse himself within the Decepticons. During one mission, Xiang Tian and Soundwave fell victim to an Autobot ambush. In the heat of battle, Xiang Tian glimpsed Optimus Prime. A swirl of complex emotions engulfed him, leaving him uncertain of how to confront Optimus Prime. After the battle concluded, Optimus Prime approached Xiang Tian, his voice imbued with sincerity. Xiang Tian, I know I cannot amend the errors of the past, but I genuinely hope to earn your forgiveness. Xiang Tian looked at Optimus Prime, his heart rife with conflict. He recognized that Optimus Prime may not have been entirely at fault, yet he could not erase the pain of betrayal. He informed Optimus Prime that he required time to reflect. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian began to reevaluate his stance and beliefs. He understood that he must make a choice, yet he found himself unable to trust Optimus Prime once more. He resolved to confront the future alone, no longer relying on anyone. Soundwave noticed the transformation in Skyfire and endeavored to console him. Skyfire, regardless of the path you choose, I shall support you. You are not fighting alone. Skyfire gazed at Soundwave, his heart brimming with gratitude. He understood that, at least in this moment, he had Soundwave's companionship. He decided to remain with the Decepticons, yet a persistent voice within him whispered that he needed to discover a path truly his own. Chapter 19. The control of dark forces. Upon witnessing Skyfire's transformation after absorbing the dark energon, Megatron was filled with an insatiable yearning for such power. He resolved to harness the dark energon to augment his strength, thereby obliterating the Autobots once and for all. This time, Skyfire did not impede Megatron, for he had developed a serum capable of mitigating the side effects of dark energon, allowing the user to maintain clarity and resist the will of the cosmic tyrant. Skyfire presented his research findings to Megatron, who was exceedingly pleased with Skyfire's intellect and achievements. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Megatron's eyes as he remarked, "Skyfire, your invention will significantly enhance our power." "You have accomplished a remarkable feat," Skyfire replied calmly. "I merely fulfill my duty as a subordinate of the Decepticons." His voice held little emotion, yet his eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. He recognized that this invention could alter the tide of battle and potentially shape his own destiny. Megatron, elated, patted Skyfire on the shoulder, conveying his trust and support. "From now on, I shall wholeheartedly back your research. Your scientific advancements will aid us in eradicating the Autobots." His words were infused with anticipation for future triumphs. Skyfire did not respond directly. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. His heart was a maelstrom of complex emotions. He understood that his research could yield monumental consequences, yet he also realized it was the sole course of action available to him at that moment. With Megatron's backing, Skyfire commenced large-scale production of the serum, distributing it among the Decepticon ranks. The utilization of this serum enabled the Decepticon warriors to retain conscious awareness after absorbing dark energon, freeing them from the control of the cosmic tyrant. As the serum became widespread, the combat prowess of the Decepticons surged dramatically. They became increasingly fierce and decisive in their confrontations with the Autobots. Megatron observed this development with great satisfaction, aware that Skyfire's invention would be pivotal in securing their ultimate victory. Yet, a lingering apprehension resided within Skyfire. He understood that the power of dark energon was a double-edged sword. While it could amplify their strength, it also harbored unpredictable dangers. He began to approach his research with heightened caution, striving to uncover safer methods of harnessing this power. During one experiment, Skyfire discovered a new substance that reacted with dark energon, generating a novel form of energy. This newfound energy is devoid of the adverse effects associated with dark super-energy entities, as well as the influence of the Cosmic Emperor's will. Xiang Tian promptly reported this discovery to Megatron, who expressed keen interest in the findings. He immediately commanded Xiang Tian to conduct further research and expedite the utilization of this novel energy. Xiang Tian embarked on an intense research endeavor, hoping to swiftly uncover a means to harness this new energy. Throughout the research process, he continually reflected on his actions, aware that he could not return to the past. He aspired to leverage his scientific prowess to secure victory for the Decepticons while simultaneously forging a new path for himself. As time elapsed, Xiang Tian achieved groundbreaking progress in his studies. He successfully developed a new type of energy weapon capable of inflicting substantial damage on the Autobots. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Xiang Tian's achievements and promptly deployed this new weapon in combat. In the ensuing battles, the Decepticons, armed with the advantages of the new weapon, launched a ferocious assault against the Autobots. Although the Autobots valiantly resisted, their defenses began to crumble under the relentless attacks of the new weapon. Optimus Prime sensed the shift in the Decepticons' capabilities during the conflict and recognized the urgent need to devise a strategy to counter this formidable new weapon. He commenced the search for new allies and strategies, hoping to uncover a means to oppose the Decepticons. In this war, Xiang Tian's role grew increasingly pivotal. His scientific advancements became the core competitive advantage for the Decepticons. Despite the inner turmoil and conflict he experienced, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He could only forge ahead. Chapter 20. The crisis of the space bridge. Megatron's ambitions swelled with each passing day as he planned to utilize the space bridge to transport dark super-energy entities to Cybertron, intending to manipulate the long-deceased Transformers to bolster his power. Should this plan succeed, it would pose a grave threat to the balance of the universe. Upon learning of this scheme, Optimus Prime and the Autobots resolved to take action. They must dismantle the space bridge to thwart Megatron's nefarious plot. However, the intricate technology of the space bridge presented significant challenges for Optimus and his allies. At that critical juncture, Optimus received an anonymously sent design blueprint of the space bridge. Armed with this blueprint, Optimus and the Autobots successfully identified the vulnerabilities of the space bridge and devised a plan for its destruction. As the space bridge neared activation, Optimus led the Autobots in a fierce assault. The battle was intensely fierce, with the Decepticons and Autobots engaged in a desperate struggle. In the climactic moment before the space bridge detonated, Optimus caught sight of a familiar figure, Xiang Tian. In a selfless act, Xiang Tian pushed Megatron away from the epicenter of the explosion, choosing to remain in the perilous zone. The explosion of the space bridge unleashed a tremendous wave of energy, engulfing the entire area in flames and debris. When the tumult subsided, Megatron returned to the Nemesis, bearing the injured Xiang Tian. Confused by the act of self-sacrifice, Megatron questioned Xiang Tian, demanding to know why he had chosen to save him. The voice of Xiang Tian was faint, yet his eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. Megatron cannot lose your leadership, and I am merely an ordinary scientist. His words conveyed a deep admiration and loyalty toward Megatron. The latter fell silent, taken aback by Xiang Tian's profound reverence. A complex emotion surged within him as he promised, "I shall ensure your recovery. I still require your assistance." Xiang Tian offered no reply, gradually closing his eyes. His consciousness began to fade, yet his heart brimmed with tranquility. He understood he had exerted his utmost effort, and regardless of the outcome, he bore no regrets. Megatron gazed at the unconscious Xiang Tian, his heart swelling with fury and resolve. He swore to make Optimus Prime pay a price while also saving Xiang Tian. He commanded Soundwave to immediately activate the medical facilities aboard the Nemesis, dedicating all resources to Xiang Tian's treatment. Within the medical bay, Soundwave and other medical personnel worked diligently, striving to stabilize Xiang Tian's vital signs. Megatron stood by, his eyes reflecting an unusual concern. After considerable effort, Xiang Tian's life was ultimately saved, yet he remained in a comatose state. Megatron visited the medical bay daily to check on him. He recognized that Xiang Tian's actions were not merely an expression of loyalty, but a testament to his faith in the Decepticons. Following the battle at the space bridge, Optimus Prime was beset by a tumult of emotions. He realized that Xiang Tian had saved Megatron, signifying that Xiang Tian still remained loyal to the Decepticons. He began to reflect on his own actions, pondering whether there was still a chance to redeem Xiang Tian. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime sought opportunities to converse with Xiang Tian, hoping to glean his true thoughts. However, Xiang Tian remained in a comatose state, unable to communicate. During this time, Megatron began to reassess his plans. He recognized that while the power of the Dark Energon was formidable, it was fraught with peril. He resolved to temporarily abandon his space bridge strategy and seek alternative means to augment his strength. After several days in a coma, Xiang Tian finally awakened. He opened his eyes to see Megatron standing at his bedside. His voice was still frail, yet his gaze sparkled with determination. "Megatron, may I continue to serve you?" Megatron grasped Xiang Tian's hand tightly, a hint of gratitude in his voice. "Xiang Tian, you are the bravest among us. I will do everything in my power to restore your health. The Decepticons need you." A warmth filled Xiang Tian's heart as he realized he was not alone. He had Megatron's trust and Soundwave's friendship. Though he had once felt lost and tormented, he had now found his rightful place. Chapter 21. Choice and Glory. Jax grew awoke in the cave to find Xiang Tian gone, leaving only a letter behind. In the letter, Xiang Tian expressed his apologies and his decision to return to Megatron's side, continuing as a member of the Decepticons. A mixture of emotions swirled within Jack's crew as he understood that Xiang Tian's choice meant they might never fight side by side again. In deference to Jack's decision, Jolt gathered his emotions and returned to the Autobot base. Optimus Prime, upon witnessing Jolt's return, felt a surge of joy, believing that Jolt would rejoin the ranks of the Autobots. However, Jolt conveyed to him, "I have come to bid farewell. Henceforth, I shall not align with any faction. I hope you can respect my choice." Jolt's words were resolute, his gaze revealing a profound sense of liberation. Optimus wished to persuade Jolt to stay, yet he understood that Jolt's heart was no longer in the battleground. He could only honor Jolt's decision, even though it signified the loss of a formidable ally. Jolt approached the barrier and clasped Optimus's hand, saying, "I hope you find your own value. Farewell, my friend." With that, Jolt turned and exited the base. His silhouette elongated by the setting sun. Optimus stood at the entrance, watching Jolt depart, his heart awash with complex emotions. He recognized that Jolt's choice stemmed from a quest for freedom and independence. He could say nothing more, merely offering silent wishes for Jolt's journey. At the Decepticon base, Megatron, in recognition of Jack's contributions to the Decepticons, personally crafted a Medal of Honor. He adorned Jack's chest with the medal, proclaiming, "You are my greatest friend. I'm immensely grateful for your choice to join the Decepticons." Jack looked at Megatron, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "I merely made the right choice. I will continue to strive." His voice was firm, knowing that his decision would shape the future, yet he believed in its righteousness. Megatron was deeply satisfied with Jack's response, patting him on the shoulder as a gesture of trust and support. He began to envision Optimus kneeling before him, certain that with Jack's assistance, he would emerge victorious in this war. In the days that followed, Jack continued his research, developing numerous new weapons and technologies that significantly bolstered the Decepticons' combat prowess. Megatron was greatly pleased with Jack's achievements, recognizing that Jack's scientific advancements were pivotal to their success. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime at the Autobot base actively sought new allies and comrades. Aware of the Decepticons' overwhelming power, he understood the necessity of augmenting their forces. Thus, Optimus endeavored to establish connections with civilizations from other planets, hoping to discover the strength to counter the Decepticons. By a fortuitous chance, Optimus encountered an ancient civilization endowed with the power to combat dark energy entities. He resolved to collaborate with this civilization to jointly develop technology capable of resisting the dark forces. Simultaneously, after departing from the Autobot base, Jolt embarked on his own journey, exploring many uncharted planets and acquiring a wealth of new knowledge. He resolved to utilize his intellect and strength to assist those in need, free from the constraints of any faction. The conflict between Megatron and Optimus continued unabated, with both sides fiercely battling for their respective goals. Though Xiang Tian and the Jack have chosen divergent paths, each influences the course of this war in their own unique manner. Chapter 22, The Break. While seeking a new source of power, Optimus Prime discovers a substance akin to dark energy, imbued with an essence of light and righteousness, which he dubs the Radiant Energon. After absorbing this newfound strength, Optimus feels an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him. He is convinced that with this energy, he can vanquish Megatron and bring Xiang Tian back into the fold of the Autobots. Confident in his newfound abilities, Optimus resolves to confront Megatron alone, issuing a challenge for a one-on-one duel. Upon receiving the challenge, Megatron is filled with skepticism. Optimus has never been one to declare war lightly, and there must be a hidden agenda behind this provocation. However, Megatron is not one to shy away from a challenge, and he decides to accept Optimus's invitation, making his way to the designated battleground alone. Upon arrival, Megatron finds Optimus already waiting, and without uttering a word, Optimus launches an immediate assault. Megatron swiftly retaliates, and the two are soon engulfed in a fierce battle. Optimus's new power grants him the upper hand, his strikes growing increasingly ferocious as Megatron begins to falter. The immense strength amplifies Optimus's jealousy and anger towards Megatron, gradually rendering him a puppet of this overwhelming force. Just as Optimus prepares to deliver a decisive blow, Xiang Tian suddenly appears, blocking the fatal strike meant for Megatron. Optimus's attack is absorbed by Xiang Tian, jolting him back to clarity. Gazing at the fallen Xiang Tian, a swell of guilt and shock fills Optimus's heart. Upon witnessing Xiang Tian's injury, Megatron rises in fury, unable to fathom that Optimus would so callously disregard their past. Optimus, our bond is severed from this moment forth. Megatron's voice resonates with rage and disappointment. From now on, I shall show no mercy to the Autobots. You have forced my hand. With that, Megatron lifts the wounded Xiang Tian and departs the battleground. Alone on the battlefield, Optimus is consumed by remorse and anguish. He realizes that while his power is formidable, it has come at a tremendous cost. Not only has he harmed Xiang Tian, but he has also irrevocably lost Megatron's trust. In the Decepticon base, Megatron commands Soundwave to exert every effort to save Xiang Tian. Standing at Xiang Tian's bedside, he is enveloped by guilt, knowing that Xiang Tian's injuries stem from the feud between himself and Optimus. Megatron vows that Optimus will pay dearly for this. When Xiang Tian awakens from his coma and sees the worried visage of Megatron, he weakly reassures Megatron, I am fine. In his eyes, there is no blame, only unwavering loyalty and trust towards Megatron. Gripping Xiang Tian's hand firmly, Megatron responds with resolute strength, Xiang Tian, you are my brother, and I shall not allow your sacrifice to be in vain. I will protect you, just as you have protected me. Back at the Autobot base, Optimus confesses to his fellow Autobots the actions he has taken and the consequences that have unfolded. He acknowledged his mistakes and expressed his willingness to bear all responsibilities. Some members of the Autobots felt disheartened by Optimus Prime's decision, yet others understood the anguish behind it. Optimus Prime resolved to retreat for introspection, recognizing the necessity to reassess his power and responsibilities. He came to realize that a true leader must possess not only formidable strength, but also the wisdom and courage to wield that power judiciously. In the ensuing days, Optimus engaged in profound contemplation of his actions, beginning to grasp that the essence of the issue did not lie in the power itself, but rather in its application. He decided to undertake rigorous training anew, striving to master this newfound strength to prevent being dominated by it once more. Meanwhile, Megatron was orchestrating new schemes. Aware that Optimus's newfound power posed a significant threat, he felt compelled to devise a strategy to counteract it. He began seeking new allies and weapons, preparing for an ultimate confrontation with Optimus. Under Megatron's care, Starscream gradually recovered. Although his body was still healing, his heart brimmed with determination. He recognized the urgency of regaining his strength to assist Megatron against Optimus. In this war, each individual fought fervently for their beliefs and aspirations. The fates of Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream were intricately intertwined, their choices destined to determine the outcome of this conflict. Chapter 23. Optimus's Dilemma. Optimus sat alone upon the flat ground outside the base as night descended, the moon hanging high in the sky. His gaze seemed to transcend time and space. Revisiting the day he first encountered Starscream. At that time, Starscream's eyes were filled with trust and admiration for Optimus. However, his own doubts and misunderstandings led to Starscream's departure. A profound sense of guilt and self-reproach filled Optimus as he recognized the extent of the harm his foolishness and impulsiveness had inflicted upon Starscream. Under immense mental strain, Optimus made a difficult decision. He closed off his heart, resolving to temporarily relinquish his leadership of the Autobots. He approached his second-in-command, Ultra Magnus, to convey his resolution. I can no longer lead you. I hope you can do better than I. Ultra Magnus was taken aback by Optimus's choice and was about to refuse when he caught sight of the trust and expectation in Optimus's eyes, leading him to relent. He understood that Optimus needed time to gather his thoughts, while the Autobots required a stable leader to continue resisting the Decepticon threat. Optimus, I accept your delegation, but remember, you shall always be our leader, Ultra Magnus affirmed, his gaze revealing loyalty to Optimus and a commitment to the Autobots' future. Optimus nodded, expressing gratitude for Ultra Magnus' trust and support. He understood that Ultra Magnus would be an exceptional leader, guiding the Autobots toward new victories. At the Decepticon base, Megatron expressed high praise for Starscream's abilities and loyalty. With Megatron's assistance, Starscream gained access to additional experimental materials and resources, working tirelessly to invent numerous powerful devices and weapons. Megatron was exceedingly pleased with Xiang Tian's accomplishments. He understood that with Xiang Tian's assistance, the Decepticons' power would be significantly augmented, and the annihilation of the Autobots was imminent. Xiang Tian, Your inventions will alter the course of this conflict, Megatron remarked, his gaze revealing a profound trust and reliance on Xiang Tian. With your technological prowess, we shall soon eradicate the Autobots. Xiang Tian nodded, acutely aware that his creations would wield substantial influence over the battlefield. Although he felt a deep sense of guilt towards Optimus Prime, he recognized that he must now devote himself wholly to aiding the Decepticons in their quest for victory. In the ensuing days, Optimus Prime engaged in deep introspection regarding his actions and decisions. He came to the realization that as a leader, he required greater wisdom and patience, along with the ability to trust and comprehend his comrades. He began to reassess his leadership style, seeking innovative methods to inspire and unite the Autobots. After assuming command of the Autobots, Ultra Magnus exhibited remarkable leadership and strategic foresight. He not only stabilized the morale of the Autobots, but also actively sought new allies and resources, preparing for the impending battle. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian continued his research at the Decepticon base, having developed a novel defensive system capable of effectively countering the Autobots' assaults. Megatron lauded Xiang Tian's achievements, fully aware that these inventions would provide the Decepticons with a formidable advantage. The shadow of war once again loomed over the planet Cybertron. As the conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons intensified, the fates and choices of Optimus Prime, Ultra Magnus, Megatron, and Xiang Tian would ultimately determine the outcome of this war. Each individual was fighting for their beliefs and aspirations, and this war would emerge as the most significant trial of their lives. Chapter 24. Individual Choices. Optimus Prime stood within the clandestine laboratory of the Autobot base, facing a dark energy entity emanating an eerie glow. He was acutely aware that absorbing this power would strip him of his sanity. Yet in his pursuit to vanquish Megatron and safeguard the peace of the universe, he felt compelled to acquire greater strength. Drawing a deep breath, he extended his hand to touch the dark energy entity. As the dark energy coursed through him, Optimus sensed his consciousness being eroded by a formidable force. He endeavored to resist with his will, only to discover himself powerless. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed in his mind. Optimus Prime, I can grant you everything. Embrace my power. Under the Cosmic Emperor's seductive influence, darkness flickered in Optimus's gaze as his consciousness gradually succumbed to this malevolent force. Thus, the dark Optimus Prime was born, imbued with immense power, yet at the cost of his very essence. At the Decepticon base, Xiang Tian found himself in a dream, encountering the primordial celestial. The figure of the primordial celestial radiated warmth, informing Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime has fallen. Only you can aid him in breaking free from his control. Upon awakening, Xiang Tian's heart was filled with a tumult of emotions. He refrained from confiding his dreams to anyone, fully aware that he had long wished to sever ties with Optimus Prime. However, to safeguard the innocent, he felt compelled to awaken the consciousness of Optimus himself as a final act of assistance. Xiang Tian commenced his research into countering the power of the Cosmic Emperor, recognizing the arduous battle that lay ahead. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge of science and technology, he endeavored to devise a means to resist the influence of the dark super-energy entity. In the laboratory, Xiang Tian toiled tirelessly, ultimately inventing a device capable of withstanding the encroaching darkness. This apparatus could emit a unique energy wave, capable of disrupting the Cosmic Emperor's control over Optimus Prime. With the device in hand, Xiang Tian set forth alone to the location of Optimus. He understood the perilous nature of this undertaking, yet he also grasped that this was his singular opportunity to awaken Optimus' consciousness. Upon his arrival, he beheld Optimus, ensnared by the dark forces. The warmth and righteousness once present in Optimus's eyes had been replaced by indifference and cruelty. An intense wave of sorrow surged within Xiang Tian as he activated the device, unleashing the special energy wave towards Optimus. The wave struck its target, and a flicker of confusion momentarily crossed Optimus's gaze. The power of the Cosmic Emperor began to waver, prompting a struggle within Optimus's consciousness. Xiang Tian persisted in emitting the energy waves, his heart resolute, for he understood that only by awakening Optimus could he thwart the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious plans. Through Xiang Tian's relentless efforts, Optimus's consciousness gradually rekindled. He began to resist the Cosmic Emperor's grip, and the light of justice reignited in his eyes. Breaking free from the shackles of darkness, Optimus regained his freedom. He gazed at Xiang Tian, his eyes brimming with gratitude, recognizing that it was Xiang Tian who had liberated him from the Cosmic Emperor's control. He extended his hand in a gesture of thanks. Xiang Tian met Optimus' gaze, his heart awash with conflicting emotions. He was acutely aware that the rift between them had become irreparable, yet he also recognized the righteousness of his actions. He spoke to Optimus. "This is the last time. Optimus, from this moment onward, we shall part ways." Optimus nodded, expressing his respect. He understood that Xiang Tian had made his choice and would honor his decision. In this conflict, each individual fought for their beliefs and aspirations. Though Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime's destinies diverged, both sought to protect the peace of the universe in their own unique ways. Chapter 25. A temporary alliance with Xiang Tian's assistance. Optimus had escaped the Cosmic Emperor's dominion. Yet each night, he found himself haunted by that shadowy figure. In his dreams, the voice of the Cosmic Emperor echoed like a curse, relentlessly eroding his will. "You cannot escape me, apostle of the primordial celestial being. I shall always be by your side, and you will be powerless against my will." In his dreams, Optimus resolutely replied, "I will not be your puppet. I have the support of my comrades." The Cosmic Emperor merely smiled, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. "One day, you shall be vanquished by those you call your comrades." With that, the Cosmic Emperor's figure dissipated like smoke within Optimus Prime's dream. Awakening from his slumber, Optimus was drenched in cold sweat. He cast a glance at Bumblebee and the others still resting, his heart awash with tumultuous emotions. Silently, he departed from the base, acutely aware that he might one day fall under the Cosmic Emperor's control once more. Yet, in his quest to protect his friends and allies, he recognized the necessity of discovering a means to oppose the Cosmic Emperor. Optimus ventured alone to the Decepticon stronghold, seeking a temporary truce with Megatron. For they now shared a common adversary, the Cosmic Emperor. Upon hearing Optimus's plea, Megatron's eyes flickered with surprise, soon replaced by a contemplative gaze. After weighing his plans, he acquiesced to join forces with Optimus against the Cosmic Emperor, as the latter's presence threatened his ambitions to rule Cybertron. "Optimus, though we are adversaries, the Cosmic Emperor poses a mutual threat," Megatron stated with an unusual seriousness. "We may collaborate temporarily, but remember, this is merely a stopgap measure." Optimus nodded. Understanding this was the best course of action at present. "Megatron, I comprehend. As long as we can thwart the Cosmic Emperor, I am willing to do whatever it takes." Thus, the former foes embarked on an unprecedented alliance. They delved into strategies to counter the Cosmic Emperor's might, exchanging intelligence and resources. Both Optimus and Megatron recognized that only through unity could they hope to conquer this formidable enemy. As their collaboration unfolded, the animosity between Optimus and Megatron gradually diminished. They began to respect each other's strength and intellect, occasionally coming to understand one another's choices and anguish. In the Decepticon base, Starscream, upon learning of their partnership, was beset by conflicting emotions. He understood this was both what he had hoped for and what he feared. He worried that Optimus might once again fall under the Cosmic Emperor's sway, yet he also believed in Optimus's strength and resolve. On a fateful night, Starscream approached Optimus, and they engaged in a profound conversation. Starscream conveyed his faith in Optimus's ability to overcome the Cosmic Emperor's control, for he was the chosen leader of the primordial celestial being. Optimus gazed at Starscream, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Starscream, thank you. I know the rift between us cannot be mended, but your belief empowers me." Starscream nodded, recognizing that his role had transformed. He was no longer Optimus's enemy, nor merely a friend, but a spectator, a hopeful observer wishing for Optimus's triumph over all challenges. In the days that followed, Optimus and Megatron led the Autobots and Decepticons in their battle against the Cosmic Emperor. They faced unprecedented challenges, yet their hearts brimmed with determination. They understood that this conflict was not solely for their own sake, but for the peace of the entire universe. Chapter 26. The Plan of the Cosmic Emperor 1. The plan of the Cosmic Emperor unfurled quietly in the shadows. He dispatched Mirage, a warrior endowed with the extraordinary ability to transform, capable of mimicking the appearance and voice of any transformer. The Cosmic Emperor's objective was clear: to sow discord and dismantle the trust between Optimus Prime and the Autobots, isolating Optimus and ultimately compelling him to submit to his will. Upon receiving his orders, Mirage assumed the guise of Master Titanium and approached Optimus Prime. Upon seeing the familiar figure before him, Optimus was enveloped in astonishment and disbelief. His mentor, Master Titanium, had sacrificed himself during the war to protect him. Now, witnessing Master Titanium standing before him, Optimus's emotions surged tumultuously. Master Titanium spoke to Optimus, saying, "You do not require anyone's assistance. True strength lies within oneself, while others will only become your burden." These words resonated deeply within Optimus, instigating a crisis of judgment as he contemplated the implications of Master Titanium's message. Influenced by Master Titanium, Optimus gradually distanced himself from Bumblebee and the other Autobots. He began to act independently, eschewing discussions of strategy with his comrades and rejecting their aid. The Cosmic Emperor observed these developments with quiet satisfaction, aware that Master Titanium's unparalleled status in Optimus's heart would ensure that, as long as Mirage concealed his identity, Optimus would steadily become a pawn in his game. Bumblebee and the other Autobots noticed the changes in Optimus, feeling confusion and concern. They sought to communicate with him, but Optimus evaded their care, his mind troubled by Master Titanium's words, leading him to question his leadership abilities and the worth of the Autobots. As the Cosmic Emperor witnessed Optimus's isolation, he recognized that his scheme was bearing fruit. He commanded Mirage to deepen his influence, severing all ties between Optimus and the Autobots. Assuming the identity of Master Titanium, Mirage incessantly instilled notions of independence and supremacy of strength in Optimus, filling his heart with conflict and turmoil. However, just as the Cosmic Emperor's plan seemed poised for success, an unforeseen event transpired. Skyfire, by chance, uncovered Mirage's true identity. Realizing the conspiracy at play, he immediately informed Megatron. Despite being adversaries to Optimus, Megatron was unwilling to see the Cosmic Emperor's plot succeed, knowing it would jeopardize his own ambitions to rule Cybertron. Determined to assist Optimus, Megatron and Skyfire devised a plan to expose Mirage's true nature. In a meticulously orchestrated setting, Megatron and Skyfire united to unveil Mirage's transformative abilities, revealing the truth to Optimus and the other Autobots. Upon discovering the reality, Optimus was rendered speechless by shock. He recognized how close he had come to being destroyed by the Cosmic Emperor's machinations. His trust and reliance on Master Titanium had nearly cost him his most treasured companions and beliefs. With Megatron and Skyfire's assistance, Optimus rekindled his unity with the Autobots. Together, they resolved to confront the threat posed by the Cosmic Emperor, determined not to be misled by illusions and deceit any longer. Optimus Prime profoundly understands that true strength emanates from unity and trust, rather than isolation and doubt. The plan devised by the Emperor of the Universe has faltered, and his fury remains unquenched. Yet, he is acutely aware that this conflict is far from over. He will relentlessly seek new methods to exert control over Optimus Prime and fulfill his own ambitions. Following this crisis, the bond between Optimus Prime and the Autobots has only grown stronger. They recognize that only through solidarity can they withstand the dark forces of the Emperor and safeguard the peace of the universe. Chapter 27. The Emperor of the Universe's Plan 2. After the failure of Mirage's mission, the Emperor's wrath blazed in the dark void. He realized a strategic shift was necessary and began to seek new targets. In observing the Autobots, he noted Optimus Prime's particular concern for a scout named Bumblebee. The Emperor resolved to exploit this, intending to make Optimus taste the anguish of losing a loved one. As Bumblebee undertook a solo mission, the Emperor stealthily infused him with his own power. Before Bumblebee could react, he was ensnared by the Emperor's influence. Under the Emperor's command, Bumblebee returned to the Autobot base bearing forged documents that purportedly contained the key to vanquishing the Emperor. Optimus Prime harbored no doubts about Bumblebee. He trusted this young warrior implicitly, believing he would never betray him. However, unbeknownst to him, Bumblebee had already become a puppet of the Emperor. When Optimus uncovered the truth, Bumblebee was beyond awakening. To protect Cybertron, Optimus faced a harrowing decision. He must confront Bumblebee himself. Standing before Bumblebee, Optimus was engulfed by anguish and turmoil. Bumblebee was not merely a soldier. He was a child he had nurtured. The thought of harming such a child was unbearable. At that moment, Skyfire appeared, and Optimus implored him to restore Bumblebee's consciousness. Skyfire remained silent for a moment before drawing his weapon and decisively ending Bumblebee's life. Shock and fury coursed through Optimus as he demanded, "Why would you do this? Bumblebee is still just a child." Skyfire replied calmly, "Bumblebee cannot be restored. Otherwise, I would not have acted. You would not wish for the Emperor's machinations to succeed, would you?" Optimus fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Skyfire's words. He returned to the base with Bumblebee's lifeless body, his heart heavy with sorrow and rage. From that moment on, his hatred for the Emperor deepened. He vowed to personally eradicate the Emperor and avenge Bumblebee. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would make the Emperor pay dearly. At Bumblebee's funeral, Optimus delivered a poignant eulogy, extolling Bumblebee's courage and loyalty while expressing his loathing for the Emperor. Each member of the Autobots felt an overwhelming sorrow. They had lost a brave comrade and a cherished young friend. Meanwhile, Megatron, from the Decepticon base, observed the proceedings through a monitor devoid of sympathy, solely assessing the actions of the Emperor. He perceived this as an opportunity to further undermine Optimus Prime's resolve, making him more susceptible to defeat. However, deep within, Skyfire felt a twinge of guilt. He understood that, although his actions were necessary, they were also cruel. He began to reflect on his behavior, pondering whether alternative choices existed. Resolving to continue his research in secrecy, he sought methods to resist the Cosmic Emperor's control, aiming to prevent further tragedies in the future. Amidst his sorrow, Optimus Prime discovered newfound strength. He commenced rigorous training for the Autobots, preparing for the ultimate confrontation with the Cosmic Emperor. He recognized that only through unity could they triumph over this formidable foe. The Cosmic Emperor, shrouded in darkness, observed everything with satisfaction at Optimus Prime's anger. Believing it would render him more vulnerable and easier to defeat, he began to devise a new scheme, plotting to deliver a fatal blow to Optimus Prime. In this war, each character fought for their own aspirations. Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Skyfire found their fates intertwined, their choices destined to determine the war's ultimate outcome. Bumblebee's sacrifice became a poignant reminder of the cost of war, resonating with all who bore witness. Chapter 28, The Cosmic Emperor's Plan 3, After Bumblebee's Sacrifice. Optimus Prime's heart brimmed with rage and sorrow. His gaze flickered with the flames of vengeance, yet it also revealed profound grief for his fallen comrade. The Cosmic Emperor, this malevolent entity, did not cease his machinations due to Bumblebee's demise. Seated upon his dark throne, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as a new plan took shape in his mind. He commanded one of his subordinates, a transformer skilled in disguise, to transform into a destitute child and linger near the Autobot base. The Cosmic Emperor was aware of Optimus Prime's Achilles heel. He could not harm an innocent child and would not suspect a helpless being. The intent of this scheme was to distract Optimus Prime, impairing his judgment and making him easier to manipulate. One day, while patrolling, Optimus Prime stumbled upon the child outside the base. He observed the boy standing there, all alone, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. A surge of protective instinct welled up within Optimus Prime, compelling him to bring the child back to the base. Gazing at the young Transformer before him, who bore a striking resemblance to Bumblebee, a warmth enveloped his heart. In a rare moment, Optimus Prime smiled gently and reassured the child, "Fear not, dear one. I shall take good care of you." The child introduced himself as Spike, an orphan abandoned by his parents. Optimus Prime felt deep sympathy for Spike's plight and resolved to offer him a home, a warm sanctuary. As time passed, Optimus Prime became increasingly enamored with the days spent alongside Spike, even canceling all his duties to nurture the boy's growth. Upon learning of this situation, Skyfire rushed to the Autobot base, warning Optimus Prime that the child named Spike was an agent of the Cosmic Emperor, urging him not to be deceived by the boy's appearance. However, Optimus Prime perceived Xiang Tian as a threat to his existence, causing his emotions to spiral into turmoil, ultimately leading him to expel Xiang Tian from the Autobot base. Standing outside the base, Xiang Tian gazed at the closed gates, his heart laden with helplessness and anxiety. He understood that Optimus had fallen under the spell of the Decepticon, and if action was not taken swiftly, the future of the Autobots would hang in the balance. Determined, Xiang Tian resolved to uncover the true nature of the Decepticon and rescue Optimus, as well as the fate of the entire Autobot race. He He commenced a clandestine investigation into the Decepticons' origins, simultaneously reaching out to other Autobots in hopes of garnering their support. Xiang Tian recognized that this struggle was not merely against the cosmic overlord, but also a battle against the demons that plagued Optimus's heart. He had to tread carefully, ensuring that Optimus did not feel betrayed. Otherwise, it could lead to Optimus's complete allegiance to the cosmic overlord. Through his diligent efforts, Xiang Tian ultimately discovered irrefutable evidence of the Decepticons' true identity. Armed with this proof, he returned to the Autobot base, seeking to persuade Optimus. Yet, Optimus had been profoundly influenced by the Decepticon and refused to heed any of Xiang Tian's words. Realizing that he must take more decisive action, Xiang Tian, under the cover of a moonless night, infiltrated the base with a small team of Autobots. They stealthily approached the Decepticon, preparing to subdue him. However, the Decepticon appeared to have anticipated their move, swiftly transforming and revealing his true power. A fierce battle erupted, with the Autobots and the Decepticon clashing within the confines of the base. Awakened by the commotion, Optimus burst from his quarters to witness the intense struggle between Xiang Tian and the Decepticon. His heart was torn. On one side stood Xiang Tian, whom he trusted, and on the other, the Decepticon, whom he had come to rely upon. In the midst of this chaos, Optimus was faced with a crucial decision regarding whom he should truly trust. As the conflict intensified, Xiang Tian and his team gradually gained the upper hand. In desperation, the Decepticon unleashed his true power, emanating an ominous glow, his real identity finally laid bare. Shocked and enraged, Optimus realized he had been deceived, his trust exploited by the cosmic overlord. Driven by fury and regret, Optimus joined the fray, his strength surging forth like a tempest. Although the Decepticon was formidable, his power paled in comparison to the wrath of Optimus. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Optimus and the Autobots, the Decepticon was subdued, and his nefarious plot was utterly dismantled. After the battle, Optimus stood amidst the ruins, his heart awash with complex emotions. He expressed gratitude for Xiang Tian's perseverance and courage. While feeling ashamed of his previous blindness and impulsiveness, he recognized that this victory was not merely a triumph over the cosmic overlord, but also the beginning of his personal growth and awakening. Optimus resolved to no longer allow emotions to cloud his judgment. He would lead the Autobots with renewed determination, fighting for justice and peace. Xiang Tian stood by Optimus's side, aware that this victory was merely the beginning. The threat posed by the Cosmic Emperor lingers, necessitating their constant vigilance. However, at least for now, they have reunited, prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead. The fate of the Autobots is once again in their own hands. Chapter 29. The Cosmic Emperor's Scheme. 4. Following yet another failure of his plans. The Cosmic Emperor's fury burned like an unquenchable flame. Seated upon his dark throne, his gaze was fixed ominously upon the distance. He finally recognized the existence of Xiang Tian, the sage who had been silently supporting Optimus Prime from the shadows as his greatest adversary. The Cosmic Emperor resolved that he must devise a means to eliminate Xiang Tian to ensure the smooth execution of his schemes. With an extraordinarily keen sense of observation, the Cosmic Emperor discerned that while Xiang Tian appeared strong outwardly, he was, in fact, profoundly vulnerable within. He decided to exploit this weakness, rendering Xiang Tian utterly isolated and without refuge. The Cosmic Emperor commanded his subordinates to infiltrate the Decepticons and commence a campaign to propagate rumors regarding Xiang Tian's alleged coup. They spread tales that Xiang Tian had been clandestinely plotting to usurp Megatron's position. To convince Megatron of Xiang Tian's treachery, the Cosmic Emperor's minions even administered a hypnotic drug to him. Under the influence of the substance, Megatron's judgment faltered, and he began to harbor doubts about Xiang Tian's loyalty. The atmosphere within the Decepticon ranks grew increasingly tense, and Xiang Tian sensed an unprecedented pressure mounting upon him. He understood that action was imperative, otherwise, both his reputation and status would be irrevocably jeopardized. During a Decepticon assembly, Megatron publicly accused Xiang Tian of betrayal. Xiang Tian stood before the assembly, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He was acutely aware that he had been ensnared in a trap, yet he also recognized that any defense he might offer would be futile. Under the drug's influence, Megatron had already lost his trust in Xiang Tian. Ultimately, By unanimous decree, Xiang Tian was expelled from the Decepticons. Standing outside the Decepticon base, Xiang Tian's emotions were tumultuous. He knew this was the Cosmic Emperor's machination. Yet he also understood that only by proving his innocence could he regain Megatron's trust. Xiang Tian resolved to gather evidence to unveil the true nature of the Cosmic Emperor's minions. He commenced a relentless search for clues, hoping to uncover proof of his integrity. Through Xiang Tian's diligent efforts, he eventually unearthed several crucial leads. He discovered that the Cosmic Emperor's subordinates had left traces while spreading their insidious rumors within the Decepticon ranks. Employing his intellect, Xiang Tian connected these clues, gradually unraveling the Cosmic Emperor's scheme. He located those Decepticon members who had been affected by the hypnotic drug and, through a series of endeavors, successfully lifted the hypnosis from them. As more and more Decepticon members regained their clarity, they began to realize they had been deceived. They started to reevaluate Xiang Tian's loyalty and began to question the true intentions of the Cosmic Emperor's minions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Tian presented the evidence he had gathered to Megatron, thereby proving his innocence. Upon witnessing the evidence, a flicker of guilt passed through Megatron's eyes as he realized he had been manipulated by the Cosmic Emperor's underlings and had misjudged Xiang Tian. Under the guidance of Skyfire, the Decepticons began to unite, resolving to collectively confront the malevolent schemes of the Galactic Emperor. Megatron personally extended an apology to Skyfire and invited him to rejoin the ranks of the Decepticons. Gazing into Megatron's sincere eyes, Skyfire recognized this as a new beginning. He accepted Megatron's invitation and returned to the fold of the Decepticons. Once again, the Galactic Emperor's plans had been thwarted, and his fury was uncontainable. He had not anticipated Skyfire's swift reversal of the situation, which exposed his nefarious plots. The Galactic Emperor realized that Skyfire's wisdom and courage posed the greatest threat to him. Consequently, he resolved to recalibrate his strategies and seek new methods to contend with Skyfire and the Decepticons. Upon his return to the Decepticons, Skyfire remained vigilant. He understood that the Galactic Emperor would not relent, and he must be perpetually prepared to face new challenges. Skyfire began to engage more actively in the decision-making of the Decepticons, his intellect and strategies becoming pivotal weapons in their struggle against the Galactic Emperor. With Skyfire's assistance, the combat prowess of the Decepticons was significantly enhanced, allowing them to more effectively counter the forces of the Galactic Emperor. The trust between Skyfire and Optimus Prime grew stronger, and their collaboration became increasingly harmonious. Although the Galactic Emperor's plots were repeatedly thwarted, his menace still loomed. Skyfire and the Autobots, along with the Decepticons, recognized that this war was far from over. They must stand united to protect their world from the encroachment of the Galactic Emperor. Chapter 30. The ultimate confrontation after yet another of his schemes was dismantled by Skyfire. The malevolent ruler finally resolved to take matters into his own hands and eliminate the persistent obstacle that thwarted him. Seated upon his dark throne, his eyes shimmered with fury and determination. The Galactic Emperor harnessed his power to resurrect all the fallen Transformers, intending to demonstrate his true might to Skyfire and the Autobots, as well as the Decepticons. Skyfire and his allies had anticipated this move from the Galactic Emperor and prepared themselves for a decisive confrontation. They understood that this battle would determine the fate of Cybertron, and they must safeguard their homeland. The Autobots and Decepticons set aside their grievances and united, ready to face the Galactic Emperor's formidable army. The conflict erupted across all corners of Cybertron, with fierce clashes erupting between the two sides. The Galactic Emperor's strength forced Optimus Prime and his allies into a precarious position. His minions were exceptionally powerful, each a meticulously chosen and enhanced warrior. Leading their forces, Optimus Prime and Megatron valiantly resisted the Galactic Emperor's onslaught, yet their might appeared insufficient to contend with him. As time passed, both Optimus Prime and Megatron were captured during the fray by the Galactic Emperor's subordinates. The Galactic Emperor stood before them, his voice resonating like thunder across the battlefield. Skyfire, if you wish to spare them from harm, surrender the Allspark that resides within you. Optimus Prime and Megatron were taken aback, unaware that the Allspark was contained within Skyfire. Their gazes shifted towards Skyfire, seemingly seeking answers. Facing the Galactic Emperor, Skyfire's expression remained resolute and composed. He did not meet the gazes of Optimus Prime and Megatron, but instead fixed his eyes upon the Cosmic Emperor. He proclaimed to the Cosmic Emperor, I shall not allow you to harm Optimus Prime or Megatron, nor will I surrender the Allspark to you. Should it come to pass, I am prepared to perish alongside you. The resoluteness in Xiang Tian's words revealed his willingness to sacrifice himself for the protection of his friends and homeland. Seemingly taken aback by Xiang Tian's declaration, the Cosmic Emperor released both Optimus Prime and Megatron. He warned Xiang Tian, I shall return, and I hope that during our next encounter, you will choose to join my ranks. With that, the Cosmic Emperor departed Cybertron, not out of fear, but rather because he understood the overwhelming power of the Allspark. If Xiang Tian truly chose mutual destruction, then all of Cybertron would face annihilation. The Cosmic Emperor's retreat somewhat alleviated the tension on the battlefield. Yet Xiang Tian recognized this as merely a temporary armistice. The Cosmic Emperor would not concede so easily. He would return, fortified with greater strength. Exhausted, Xiang Tian collapsed to the ground, his body and spirit reaching their limits. Optimus Prime and Megatron approached him, their eyes filled with respect and gratitude. Optimus extended his hand, aiding Xiang Tian to his feet. Xiang Tian, you are our hero. You have safeguarded Cybertron and protected us all. Megatron nodded in agreement. Xiang Tian shook his head, aware that the battle was far from over. They required further preparation and strategy to confront the Cosmic Emperor's next assault. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron began devising new defensive measures. They understood that the Cosmic Emperor's retreat was but a fleeting respite. They must seize this opportunity to bolster Cybertron's defenses while also seeking new strength to counter the Cosmic Emperor. The Allspark within Xiang Tian became the focal point of their discussions. They recognized that the power of the Allspark was the object of the Cosmic Emperor's desire and the key to their resistance against him. They commenced their study of the Allspark's secrets, hoping to discover a means to both safeguard it and harness its power. During this time, Xiang Tian also engaged in self-reflection. He realized that while his strength and intellect were formidable, they also required the support of allies. He began to place greater emphasis on teamwork, leading alongside Optimus Prime and Megatron as they prepared the Autobots and Decepticons for the challenges that lay ahead. The threat of the Cosmic Emperor loomed like a shadow over Cybertron. Yet, Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime, and Megatron understood that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Their resolve and courage would form the strongest bulwark of Cybertron. This war was far from over, but they were ready to protect their homeland at all costs. Chapter 31. The Deal of Light and Darkness in the Tense Atmosphere of Cybertron. The Cosmic Emperor's invitation arrived like a bombshell, shattering the brief tranquility. Xiang Tian stood in his workshop, holding the exquisite invitation in his hand, lost in contemplation. He was aware that the invitation from the Emperor of the Universe could be a trap. Yet in his quest to protect Cybertron, he felt compelled to attempt it. He could not allow Cybertron to descend into the throes of war once more. Even the faintest glimmer of hope warranted his pursuit. With a heart laden with complex emotions, Xiang Tian arrived at the Emperor's stronghold. He was ushered into a grand hall, lavishly adorned and brimming with symbols of power. At the center of the hall sat the Emperor, his throne emanating a dim glow, whispering tales of his ambition and might. Xiang Tian's arrival was met with a warm welcome. The Emperor rose, greeting him with a smile. His voice was gentle yet captivating. Xiang Tian, there is no need for anxiety. I genuinely wish to discuss the matter of a truce. After all, we both understand the merciless nature of war, which brings only destruction and suffering. Xiang Tian regarded the Emperor in silence, his gaze revealing both vigilance and skepticism. Nonetheless, he was intrigued to hear what the Emperor had to convey. The Emperor continued, you now possess the power of the Allspark. Together, we could forge a Cybertron filled with peace. Is this not what you have long sought? Xiang Tian remained contemplative. He recognized the truth in the Emperor's words. Peace had always been his dream, the goal for which he had tirelessly fought. He envisioned a Cybertron devoid of war and devastation, a world where all Transformers could coexist harmoniously. The Emperor's rhetoric resonated deeply within him, prompting contemplation on the possibility of collaborating to realize this dream. Observing Xiang Tian's hesitation, the Emperor pressed on. We could put an end to this ceaseless conflict and restore Cybertron to its former glory. You and I could become the leaders of this new world, together crafting history. Xiang Tian took a deep breath, understanding the gravity of this decision. He needed to weigh the pros and cons, considering all potential ramifications. He posed a question to the emperor. Are you truly willing to relinquish your desire for conquest in order to create peace alongside me? The emperor nodded, his eyes seemingly filled with sincerity. Indeed, Xiang Tian, I have grown weary of war. I yearn for peace. I believe that only through peace can Cybertron flourish. After much contemplation, Xiang Tian's inner turmoil raged. He realized that if the emperor's words held truth, this could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, if it were indeed a ruse, he might lose everything. Ultimately, after carefully weighing the options, Xiang Tian made his choice. He consented to the proposed alliance with the emperor. Very well, I am willing to collaborate with you, Xiang Tian declared, his voice resolute and powerful, but I must ensure that this partnership is founded upon genuine peace, not your ambitions of conquest. The emperor smiled and nodded. Of course, Xiang Tian. Peace is our shared objective. Thus, Xiang Tian and the emperor reached an accord, embarking on a dialogue regarding the specifics of their collaboration. Xiang Tian laid forth a series of conditions, including the cessation of all hostilities, the release of all imprisoned Transformers, and the joint management of the Allspark's power. The Cosmic Emperor assented to these conditions, seemingly willing to make concessions for the sake of peace. Following the agreement, Xiang Tian returned to the bases of the Autobots and Decepticons, where he conveyed the news to Optimus Prime and Megatron. Both leaders were taken aback, struggling to believe that the Cosmic Emperor would genuinely abandon his conquest plans. However, they discerned the determination and hope reflected in Xiang Tian's eyes, leading them to resolve to support his decision. In the ensuing days, the forces of the Cosmic Emperor began their withdrawal, and the tense atmosphere on Cybertron gradually eased. The Autobots and Decepticons commenced the release of imprisoned Transformers, effectively halting their hostilities. The inhabitants of Cybertron began to rebuild their homes, and a sense of hope and optimism enveloped the planet. Xiang Tian and the Cosmic Emperor convened regularly to discuss the progress of their collaboration, jointly envisioning the future of Cybertron and addressing various challenges. Xiang Tian remained vigilant, fully aware that the Cosmic Emperor's ambitions would not easily dissipate. Yet, he also recognized the efforts the Emperor was making towards peace. As time passed, Cybertron genuinely began to move towards tranquility and prosperity. The Transformers started to believe that the Cosmic Emperor had indeed transformed. They began to embrace this new reality, looking forward to a future devoid of war. Xiang Tian stood upon a vantage point on Cybertron, gazing across the land he cherished. His heart brimmed with complex emotions. He understood that this peace might be fragile. Yet for the moment, Cybertron was secure. He hoped that this peace would endure and that his decisions had been prudent. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, then opened them once more, steeling himself to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 32. The Cosmic Emperor's Conspiracy. The Cosmic Emperor stood in his observation chamber, gazing down upon Cybertron through expansive windows. The peaceful scenes on the planet sparked a glimmer of greed in his eyes. He sought not merely dominion, but a vibrant, resource-rich world, one that could satiate his insatiable desires. As for Xiang Tian, the sage who had persistently obstructed his plans, the Cosmic Emperor had devised a strategy to deal with him. Once again, Xiang Tian received an invitation from the Cosmic Emperor. With a mixture of curiosity and caution, he arrived at the appointed location. The Cosmic Emperor stood in the center of an ornate hall, holding an exquisite box, his gaze seemingly filled with sincerity and remorse. Xiang Tian, the Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. I have now turned over a new leaf and hope you can forgive the misdeeds of my past. I am willing to atone. He extended the box towards Xiang Tian, continuing, this is a gift for you, symbolizing my sincerity and transformation. Xiang Tian accepted the box. His heart conflicted. He was acutely aware of the Cosmic Emperor's history, of wars and destruction, of greed and ambition. Yet, gazing into the Emperor's earnest eyes, Xiang Tian chose to grant him an opportunity for redemption. He opened the box to reveal a magnificent energy crystal, radiating a warm glow. This is a peace crystal, representing my commitment to peace, explained the Cosmic Emperor. Xiang Tian gazed at the crystal, sensing the energy it harbored, a force both pure and formidable. He resolved to place his faith in the Cosmic Emperor, granting him an opportunity. If you genuinely wish to change, I am willing to accept your sincerity, Xiang Tian declared. The Cosmic Emperor promptly assured him that he would not let Xiang Tian down. From that moment forth, Xiang Tian witnessed the transformation of the Cosmic Emperor. He observed the Emperor's active involvement in the reconstruction of Cybertron, noting the fairness and wisdom he displayed in resolving disputes. Xiang Tian believed that the Cosmic Emperor had truly recognized his missteps and was making amends, thus beginning to extend his trust further. The Cosmic Emperor reveled in his private satisfaction, finally having earned Xiang Tian's trust. His plans were gradually unfolding, and soon he would rightfully ascend as the ruler of Cybertron. He engaged more fervently in the political and economic affairs of Cybertron, his influence subtly infiltrating every corner of the realm. Unbeknownst to Xiang Tian, this entire scenario was a meticulously orchestrated ruse by the Cosmic Emperor. His minions clandestinely executed his commands, controlling resources and manipulating information, gradually consolidating the power of Cybertron into the hands of the Cosmic Emperor. During this period, Optimus Prime and Megatron also took note of the Cosmic Emperor's transformation. They began to harbor doubts regarding the suddenness and perfection of his change. Attempting to caution Xiang Tian, they found him already swayed by the Cosmic Emperor's apparent sincerity, firmly believing in the Emperor's genuine metamorphosis. Consequently, Optimus Prime and Megatron resolved to take matters into their own hands, initiating a covert investigation into the Cosmic Emperor's actions. They uncovered numerous suspicious signs indicating the clandestine expansion of the Emperor's influence, along with his minions engaging in secret dealings and activities. They relayed these findings to Xiang Tian, who was once again engulfed in internal conflict. Reluctant to believe that the Cosmic Emperor would betray his trust, he could not dismiss the warnings from Optimus Prime and Megatron. He resolved to investigate personally, to unveil the true nature of the Cosmic Emperor. Xiang Tian began to observe the Cosmic Emperor's movements in secret, discovering the clandestine activities of the Emperor's minions and the behind-the-scenes manipulation of Cybertron's politics and economy. Rage and disappointment surged within him as he realized he had been deceived. The Cosmic Emperor had not genuinely changed. Determined to act, Xiang Tian aimed to expose the Cosmic Emperor's conspiracy and safeguard the peace of Cybertron. He summoned Optimus Prime, Megatron, and other trusted Transformers to devise a plan to confront the Cosmic Emperor. Unaware that Xiang Tian had uncovered his scheme, the Cosmic Emperor continued to bask in his perceived success, believing he had completely dominated Xiang Tian and that Cybertron was firmly within his grasp. However, when Xiang Tian, alongside Optimus Prime and Megatron, led their forces before the Cosmic Emperor, a look of surprise and panic crossed his face. He realized that his plans had unraveled and his conspiracy had been laid bare. Xiang Tian stood resolutely before the Cosmic Emperor, his gaze brimming with determination and resolve. Cosmic Emperor, your nefarious schemes have been unveiled. Your reign has come to an end. Cybertron shall not fall into your grasp. We shall not allow your avarice and ambition to prevail. The Cosmic Emperor regarded Xiang Tian, a flicker of anger crossing his features, but it was swiftly replaced by a sense of helplessness and defeat. He knew he had lost Cybertron, and with it everything. Xiang Tian, along with Optimus Prime and Megatron, led the Transformers in successfully thwarting the Cosmic Emperor's machinations, safeguarding the peace of Cybertron. They understood that the battle was far from over. The Cosmic Emperor's forces still lurked in the shadows, poised to strike. Yet, they were steadfast in their belief that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Their resolve and courage would become Cybertron's most formidable bastion. Chapter 33. The choice of power after banishing the Cosmic Emperor from Cybertron. A glimmer of peace seemed to dawn. However, Megatron's ambitions had not been extinguished. He immediately sought to exploit this opportunity to launch an offensive against the Autobots and seize the leadership module from Optimus Prime. His eyes sparkled with cunning and greed as he schemed to vanquish Optimus Prime in one decisive blow, becoming the true ruler of Cybertron. Having expended considerable strength in the previous war against the Cosmic Emperor, Optimus Prime found himself unable to withstand Megatron's onslaught and could only watch helplessly as his comrades were captured. Megatron loomed before Optimus Prime, his silhouette towering under the glow of victory, and he regarded the furious Optimus with a sense of triumph. You always claim that strength is inconsequential, Megatron taunted, but it is precisely your weakness that has led you to defeat. Without formidable power, you are rendered powerless, unable even to protect your friends. You are unworthy of the leadership module, let alone the mantle of a leader. Megatron's words pierced deep into Optimus Prime's heart like daggers. Optimus felt utterly powerless, his beliefs beginning to waver. Had the principles he steadfastly upheld been erroneous all along? He had always emphasized that wisdom and courage outweighed sheer strength. Yet in this moment, it felt as though he had been betrayed by his own convictions. Ignoring Optimus's silence, Megatron raised his weapon, poised to deliver the final blow. At that moment, within his consciousness, Optimus encountered the shadowy figure of Dark Optimus once more. The silhouette flickered in the darkness as it mocked. "You are akin to a coward, possessing immense power, yet lacking the courage to wield it." Optimus remained silent, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. "I require your strength now," he implored Dark Optimus. "Please help me rescue my comrades, and I shall agree to your every condition." Dark Optimus did not grant an immediate affirmation, yet he understood that if Optimus were to fall to Megatron, his own existence would also be jeopardized. Thus, after weighing the consequences, Dark Optimus acquiesced to Optimus's request. Meanwhile, Megatron's assault was upon Optimus. In a sudden surge of resolve, Optimus Prime rose and intercepted Megatron's attack. Megatron was taken aback. He presumed Optimus Prime would be unable to resist. However, as he turned his gaze towards Optimus, he witnessed the latter's form transform into that of Dark Optimus Prime. The power of Dark Optimus awakened within him, and an unprecedented light flickered in his eyes. "Did you believe you had triumphed, Megatron?" Dark Optimus's voice resonated deeply and powerfully. "The game has only just commenced." Megatron, initially stunned by this unforeseen shift, swiftly regained his composure. With a sardonic chuckle, he retorted, "Optimus, do you truly think that harnessing the power of darkness will enable you to vanquish me? You are merely courting your own demise." Dark Optimus offered no reply. He merely regarded Megatron coldly before launching a swift attack. Overwhelmed by this surge of formidable power, Megatron began to realize that Optimus's transformation was beyond his control. The battle unfolded with extraordinary intensity as the two mighty warriors clashed upon the battlefield, each collision reverberating through the earth. Meanwhile, Optimus's allies, imprisoned within the Decepticon base, anxiously observed the turmoil outside. They understood that Optimus was grappling with dark forces, and they feared that should he fail to master this power, he might lose himself and become a mindless destroyer. As the combat raged on, Dark Optimus's strength gradually gained the upper hand, leaving Megatron feeling increasingly powerless. He recognized that without immediate action, he could very well be defeated by Optimus. Thus, he resolved to deploy his ultimate weapon, a replica of the leadership module, a device capable of mimicking the powers of the original module. Megatron activated the apparatus, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged towards Dark Optimus. Struck by this force, Dark Optimus trembled as Optimus's consciousness began to wrestle against the might of Dark Optimus. He could not permit Dark Optimus to fully dominate him. He had to remain vigilant to protect his companions and Cybertron. In the realm of consciousness, Optimus engaged in a fierce struggle with Dark Optimus. He proclaimed, "I concede that power is significant, yet is not everything. Absent justice and wisdom to guide it, power only brings devastation." Dark Optimus scoffed, "You are woefully naive, Optimus. Without power, you can safeguard nothing." Optimus resolutely countered, "I would rather sacrifice myself than plunge Cybertron into darkness." Throughout this struggle, Optimus's will began to gain the advantage. With his faith and determination, he gradually subdued the power of Dark Optimus. "I do not require your strength. I possess my own, rooted in the beliefs and justice that dwell within my heart," he asserted. Ultimately, Optimus succeeded in suppressing Dark Optimus's power, reclaiming control over his own body. He rose to confront Megatron, his gaze imbued with resolve and strength. "Megatron, your era has come to an end," Optimus declared, his voice resonating with authority. "The future of Cybertron will not be dictated by power, but by justice and wisdom." Megatron looked upon Optimus, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. He recognized that Optimus Prime had transcended him, emerging as a true leader. Under Optimus's guidance, the Autobots mounted a counterattack, successfully rescuing their captured comrades and repelling the Decepticon invasion. After the battle, Optimus stood amidst the remnants of conflict, his body marred by scars. Yet his gaze radiated unwavering resolve. He understood that this skirmish was merely a prologue. The future of Cybertron remained fraught with challenges. However, he also believed that as long as they stood united, upholding justice and wisdom, they could surmount any obstacle. In the wake of Megatron's defeat, he began to reflect upon his actions. He realized that power is not the sole attribute of a true leader. Wisdom and courage are equally essential. He embarked on a transformative journey, one that would undoubtedly be long and arduous, yet he was resolute in his desire to become a better leader. The confrontation between Optimus and Megatron prompted the Transformers of Cybertron to re-evaluate the essence of strength. They recognized that true power emanates from an inner conviction and righteousness, rather than mere physical might. This clash was not only a contest of strength, but also a collision of ideologies. In this struggle, Optimus affirmed his beliefs, demonstrating through his actions that justice and wisdom constitute the true essence of power. He not only saved his allies, but also safeguarded the future of Cybertron. His presence became the brightest beacon on Cybertron, illuminating the darkness within the hearts of all Transformers. Chapter 34. Inner Reconciliation. As night descended beneath the starry skies of Cybertron, Optimus lay quietly in his chamber, drifting into slumber. Deep within the realm of dreams, he encountered Master Titanium, a mentor embodying both wisdom and strength. Master Titanium's figure appeared strikingly clear in the light, his eyes reflecting compassion and understanding. "You are feeling quite lost at present, are you not?" Master Titanium's voice was gentle yet resonant with power. Optimus nodded, his eyes betraying profound concern. "I cannot confront the darkness within. I fear I may act against my conscience." "Master Titanium, what must I do?" Master Titanium approached Optimus, his steps steady and resolute. He advised, "You must not choose to evade. Instead, face your inner self. As a leader, you must embrace your shadow, or you will veer towards extremity." Optimus fell silent, grappling with inner turmoil. He had long sought to suppress his darker side, yet he now comprehended that such denial would only deepen his suffering, perhaps even lead to a loss of self. He needed to accept his shadow to genuinely grow and to lead the Autobots toward triumph. Thus, Optimus entered his realm of consciousness, a domain deep within his psyche, where the dark iteration of himself was sealed away. He stood in a desolate expanse, surrounded by boundless darkness, alone with the imprisoned dark Optimus. He released the dark version of himself, locking eyes with the entity that mirrored him, yet was imbued with shadows of power. "I willingly accept your existence." The voice of Optimus Prime is steadfast and powerful. "I shall no longer evade my innermost thoughts. Can you lend me your strength? I require your power." The dark Optimus Prime nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his gaze. "I have been awaiting your choice," his voice resonating with depth and authority. "You have finally grasped the true essence of strength. I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming actions." With that, the figures of the two gradually merged into one, and Optimus Prime felt an unprecedented surge of power. His being was infused with a new energy, a harmonious blend of light and darkness, a balance of reason and passion. He believed that with such power, he could restore peace to Cybertron. Upon awakening from his dream, Optimus Prime's eyes brimmed with renewed resolve and vigor. He realized he was no longer the Optimus Prime who fled from his internal shadows, but rather a transformed, more complete leader. With this newfound strength, he would guide the Autobots toward a brighter future. Optimus Prime conveyed his decision to his companions. Although they harbored some concerns, they understood his choice. They placed their trust in him, believing he would wield this power wisely. The Autobots rallied around Optimus Prime, their strength coalescing, their convictions solidifying. Under Optimus Prime's leadership, the Autobots embarked on a new mission. They not only upheld peace on Cybertron, but also extended aid to those Transformers in need, disseminating messages of justice and tranquility. Optimus Prime's newfound power rendered him even more formidable in battle, enabling him to better protect his comrades and the inhabitants of Cybertron. Megatron also noted the transformation within Optimus Prime, prompting him to reassess his rival's strength. He recognized that Optimus Prime was no longer the easily defeated adversary, but rather a true, powerful leader. Megatron began to reconsider his own stance, contemplating whether he too should seek change and pursue peace. Influenced by Optimus Prime, the Transformers of Cybertron began to re-evaluate the essence of power. They came to understand that true strength transcends mere combat. It lies in the power of the heart, in the capacity for compassion and understanding. Optimus Prime demonstrated this through his actions. As time passed, The peace of Cybertron gradually solidified. The efforts of Optimus Prime and the Autobots bore fruit. Their justice and courage inspired every Transformer. Cybertron transformed from a realm fraught with war and destruction into a land brimming with hope and dreams. Optimus Prime stood atop the heights of Cybertron, gazing upon the land he cherished. His heart swelled with gratitude and hope. He knew that as long as they upheld their convictions and pursued justice, Cybertron's future would undoubtedly be radiant. He believed that with this power, they could restore peace to Cybertron and forge a more magnificent future. Chapter 35. Return and Union. Skyfire stood beside Megatron, his gaze revealing a hint of complexity. Since the conflict with Optimus Prime, he had been contemplating his own position and future. Megatron discerned the hesitation within Skyfire and resolved to grant him an opportunity, a chance to prove his worth. "I expect you to collaborate with Shockwave," Megatron commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. "Both of you are my most formidable assets against Optimus Prime." Skyfire nodded in acknowledgement, his interest piqued by the scientist named Shockwave. He was acutely aware of Shockwave's esteemed position within the Decepticons, as well as his remarkable intellect and technological prowess. Skyfire resolved to accept this task, eager to discover the sparks that might ignite between himself and Shockwave. Shockwave's laboratory was replete with an array of advanced technological apparatuses and instruments, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and a profound love for science. As Skyfire entered the lab, Shockwave merely cast a cursory glance in his direction before resuming his work, unfazed by Shockwave's aloof demeanor. Skyfire understood that Shockwave's value lay not in his social graces, but in his brilliance. "We require your intellect, Shockwave," Skyfire stated directly. "We need to develop weaponry capable of countering Optimus Prime." Shockwave paused his endeavors, turning his gaze toward Skyfire, a flicker of illumination crossing his features. "I have long awaited such a task," he replied, his voice calm, yet resonant with power. "Share your plans with me, Skyfire." Thus commenced a close collaboration between Skyfire and Shockwave. Together they researched and innovated, swiftly crafting an arsenal of formidable weapons and equipment. Megatron was immensely pleased with these achievements, fully aware that the alliance of Skyfire and Shockwave would pose a significant threat to Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, the wandering Hoist had finally returned to the Autobots' ranks. Optimus Prime was overjoyed and personally welcomed Hoist's return. Hoist, the beacon of wisdom among the Autobots, undoubtedly brought renewed hope to their cause. "I recall stating I would not align with any faction, correct?" Hoist's voice carried a note of resolve. Optimus fell silent, recognizing Hoist's character and principles, respecting his decision. Yet, Optimus also perceived the anticipation and concern glimmering in Hoist's eyes. Hoist continued, "While I shall not join either side, I hope you can discover a means to facilitate Skyfire's return. Should you fail, I shall depart from here." Optimus nodded, assuring Hoist that he would indeed endeavor to bring Skyfire back to the Autobots. He understood the significance of Skyfire to their cause. Aware that his heart did not truly desire to stand against them, Optimus began to strategize on how to reclaim Skyfire, cognizant that it would not be a simple endeavor. Nevertheless, he believed that as long as they upheld justice and wisdom, a solution would inevitably arise. Within the Decepticon base, Skyfire and Shockwave's collaboration deepened, yielding an array of powerful weapons that played a crucial role in the battles against the Autobots. Yet, a persistent voice within Skyfire reminded him that he should not side with the Decepticons. He ought to return to the Autobots. As Xiang Tian began to intentionally hold back during battles, he harbored no desire to truly harm the Autobots. This behavior did not escape the keen eyes of Megatron, who felt a flicker of anger. He recognized that Xiang Tian's heart was not aligned with the Decepticons, prompting him to take decisive action to ensure that Xiang Tian would not betray him. In a particular clash, Megatron deliberately pitted Xiang Tian against Optimus Prime, eager to observe the choices that Xiang Tian would make. Standing opposite Optimus Prime, Xiang Tian's gaze was rife with conflict and turmoil. He understood that this moment was pivotal. He was compelled to make a choice. Optimus Prime regarded Xiang Tian with eyes brimming with hope and trust. "Xiang Tian, I know your heart is kind, and I understand that you do not wish to be our enemy. Return to us. The Autobots need you." Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian recognized that evasion was no longer an option. He cast a glance at Megatron, then turned towards Optimus Prime, determination radiating from his eyes. I am willing to return to the Autobot ranks. I am prepared to fight alongside you. Megatron glared at Xiang Tian in fury, acutely aware that he had lost him. Yet, he refused to concede defeat, opting instead to employ weapons crafted by Shockwave against both Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian. The battle reignited, but this time, Xiang Tian stood resolutely with the Autobots, fighting side by side with Optimus Prime against Megatron and the Decepticons. Through their combined efforts, Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime successfully repelled the Decepticon onslaught. Xiang Tian's return infused the Autobots with renewed strength, bolstering their confidence and courage. Optimus Prime gazed at Xiang Tian, gratitude and pride illuminating his eyes. He understood that Xiang Tian's return heralded new hope for the Autobots, paving the way for a brighter future. Jack watched the unfolding events with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, recognizing that Optimus Prime had succeeded in bringing Xiang Tian back to the Autobot fold. He resolved to temporarily remain with the Autobots, determined to assist Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian in safeguarding the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 36. The restoration and reparation of friendship. Xiang Tian's return was not merely an enhancement of combat power for Optimus Prime. It was a profound solace for his spirit. Standing before Xiang Tian, Optimus Prime's eyes shimmered with anticipation. I will find a way to mend our fractured friendship. Will you grant me this opportunity? His voice was resolute and sincere, unwavering in its directness. Xiang Tian fell silent for a moment, his gaze drifting to the Decepticon insignia emblazoned on his arm. That symbol was a mark of his past choices and a painful reminder that lingered in his heart. He unveiled the insignia, as if posing a question to Optimus Prime. Are you willing to accept one who was once a Decepticon? Without a hint of hesitation, Optimus Prime's eyes shone with determination. To me, your identity matters not. I will support your choices. It was my misunderstanding that compelled you to join the Decepticons. If you believe I have wounded your heart, I will acquiesce to your every request, provided you find it in your heart to forgive me. Xiang Tian was taken aback, astonished that Optimus Prime would make such significant concessions in pursuit of his forgiveness. His heart was in turmoil, once filled with anger and disappointment towards Optimus Prime. He found his resolve wavering upon witnessing Optimus's sincere demeanor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiang Tian resolved to forgive Optimus. He wished to observe how Optimus would atone for his past transgressions and mend the rift between them. Very well, Optimus, I am willing to grant you a chance. Xiang Tian's voice carried a hint of relief, but I am curious to know your intentions. Optimus exhaled deeply, aware that this marked the initial step toward the restoration of their friendship. First, I shall work alongside you, fight alongside you, and face all challenges together. I will demonstrate my sincerity through my actions. Xiang Tian nodded in agreement, embracing Optimus's proposal. From that day forth, they began to collaborate more closely. In battle, they supported one another. In strategy, they deliberated together. In adversity, they relied on each other. Optimus proved his sincerity not only through his support on the battlefield, but also by genuinely caring for Xiang Tian's well-being and feelings in private. As time passed, Xiang Tian began to perceive the transformation in Optimus. He witnessed Optimus striving to become a better leader, a more trustworthy friend. The walls around Xiang Tian's heart gradually melted away, softened by Optimus's authenticity, and their friendship began to mend slowly. After a battle concluded, Optimus approached Xiang Tian, presenting him with an exquisite box. This is a gift I have prepared for you. I hope you will accept it. Optimus's voice bore a trace of nervousness. Xiang Tian opened the box to reveal a new Autobot insignia. That emblem symbolized his formal return to the Autobot ranks and signified the restoration of the bond between him and Optimus. A flicker of emotion crossed Xiang Tian's eyes as he accepted the insignia, affixing it to his arm, covering the former Decepticon mark. Thank you, Optimus. Xiang Tian's voice quivered. I never imagined we would witness such a day. Optimus smiled and patted Xiang Tian on the shoulder. We are friends, Xiang Tian. No matter what transpires, our friendship shall remain unchanged. Xiang Tian nodded, knowing that Optimus spoke from the heart. The fissures between them had been healed, and their friendship was stronger than ever. Xiang Tian began to engage more actively in Autobot endeavors, utilizing his intellect and bravery to assist Optimus and the Autobots. The reconciliation between Optimus and Xiang Tian infused new vitality into the Autobots. Their unity and camaraderie became a symbol for the Autobot cause, and their tale inspired every member of their ranks. They understood that as long as they stood together, nothing was insurmountable. Under the leadership of Optimus and Xiang Tian, the Autobots embarked on a series of new initiatives. They not only upheld peace on Cybertron, but also extended aid to those Transformers in need, conveying messages of justice and harmony. The collaboration between Optimus and Xiang Tian was seamless, making them the most formidable duo among the Autobots. As time advanced, the peace on Cybertron gradually solidified. Optimus Prime and Skyfire's relentless efforts bore fruit. Their righteousness and bravery inspired every Transformer. Cybertron was no longer a planet ravaged by war and destruction, but rather a realm brimming with hope and dreams. Standing atop the heights of Cybertron, Optimus Prime gazed fondly upon the land he cherished deeply. His heart swelled with gratitude and optimism, for he understood that as long as they upheld their beliefs and pursued justice, the future of Cybertron would undoubtedly be radiant. He believed that with Skyfire's return, they could restore peace to Cybertron and forge an even brighter future. Chapter 37. In search of origin, Skyfire awakened from his slumber, his heart laden with questions. The words of the Primus echoed in his mind. Now, you have finally found your true home, and I can rest easy. Skyfire was perplexed as to why he dreamt of Primus, and why Primus believed he had found his sanctuary. He was even more bewildered as to what made him so special. With these questions weighing on him, Skyfire inquired of Primus, "Why did I dream of you? What makes me unique?" Primus merely smiled, his voice gentle yet enigmatic. "This question requires you to seek the answer yourself. Perhaps someone knows." With that, Primus's figure gradually faded, leaving Skyfire's dream. Upon awakening, Skyfire resolved to visit the Iron Fortress archive, convinced that it housed the history and secrets of Cybertron, possibly providing him with some clues. The archive was cluttered with ancient scrolls and data crystals, and Skyfire rummaged through them, hoping to find records pertaining to himself. However, to his dismay, no documents bore his name, nor was there any record related to him. Just as Skyfire was about to depart, an ancient photograph caught his eye. The image depicted the familiar figures of Primus and the Emperor of the Universe, but what startled him most was that he himself was in the photograph. A wave of confusion washed over Skyfire. When had he crossed paths with these two formidable beings? Why could he recall none of it? This revelation only intensified Skyfire's resolve to uncover the truth. He decided to seek out the Emperor of the Universe alone, for he must uncover his identity and reclaim the memories he had lost. He understood that this journey would be fraught with peril, yet he also recognized that only by unraveling his past could he truly comprehend his future. Thus, Skyfire embarked on his quest to find the Emperor of the Universe, traversing countless star systems and enduring numerous hardships. Along the way, he encountered a myriad of Transformers, some offering assistance while others sought to thwart his progress. With his intellect and courage, Skyfire overcame each challenge one by one. At last, he arrived at the domain of the Emperor of the Universe. It was a realm steeped in darkness and desolation, where the Emperor's influence ran deep. Skyfire stealthily infiltrated the Emperor's palace, knowing he must proceed with caution. For the Emperor's power was formidable, and his minions were exceedingly dangerous. Deep within the palace, Skyfire finally found the Emperor of the Universe. The Cosmic Emperor sat upon his throne, a look of astonishment reflected in his gaze. "Xiang Tian, you have indeed managed to find this place." His voice resonated with a deep and commanding authority. Xiang Tian met the Cosmic Emperor's gaze, his voice unwavering and resolute. "I must uncover my past. I must reclaim the memories I've lost." The Cosmic Emperor fell silent for a moment before nodding. "I can reveal the truth to you, but you must brace yourself. The revelation may bring you great anguish." Xiang Tian inhaled deeply, knowing he must confront the truth, no matter how harrowing it may be. "I am prepared to accept the truth, whatever it may entail." Thus, the Cosmic Emperor began to recount Xiang Tian's history, detailing the entanglements involving the primordial celestial master and himself, and narrating Xiang Tian's significant role in the annals of Cybertron. As he listened, Xiang Tian's heart swelled with shock and sorrow. He finally grasped his identity and understood why he had lost his memories. It turned out that Xiang Tian had once been a disciple of the primordial celestial master, endowed with immense power and wisdom. However, during a fierce battle against the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian was grievously wounded, his memories were sealed, and his powers diminished. To safeguard him, the primordial celestial master had sent him to a new realm, allowing him a fresh start. Upon concluding the Cosmic Emperor's narrative, Xiang Tian was enveloped in a tumult of emotions. He felt gratitude for the primordial celestial master's protection, yet the pain of his lost memories lingered. He understood he must accept this truth and forge ahead. Rising to his feet, determination ignited in his eyes. He declared, "Thank you, Cosmic Emperor. I shall prove my worth through my actions, and I will wield my power to protect Cybertron." The Cosmic Emperor nodded, a glimmer of respect evident in his gaze. "Go forth, Xiang Tian. I trust you will make the right choices." Leaving the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian returned to Cybertron, imbued with newfound strength and resolve. He recognized that his journey had merely begun, and he would utilize his rediscovered powers and memories to safeguard Cybertron and fulfill his mission. Optimus Prime and the Autobots welcomed Xiang Tian's return, perceiving the transformation within him and the emergence of his new abilities. Optimus Prime recognized that Xiang Tian had found his rightful place and was prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Standing atop the heights of Cybertron, Xiang Tian gazed over the land he cherished. His heart brimmed with gratitude and hope. He understood that as long as they upheld their convictions and pursued justice, the future of Cybertron would undoubtedly be radiant. With this newfound understanding of his past, he believed they could restore peace to Cybertron and forge a brighter future. Chapter 38. Choice and trust. Upon learning of Xiang Tian's true identity, Megatron was enveloped in a tumult of conflicting emotions. He recognized that Xiang Tian's power and wisdom were crucial to his plans. Should Xiang Tian remain within the ranks of the Autobots, his schemes could face dire jeopardy. Consequently, Megatron resolved to take action, seeking out Soundwave to share his intentions. "We must ensure that Xiang Tian returns to the Decepticons. Otherwise, my plans will come to naught. This task is entrusted to you, for Xiang Tian harbors no reservations towards you." The voice of Megatron carried an undeniable command. Soundwave accepted the mission and ventured alone into the Autobot territory. He conveyed to Optimus Prime that he had come to reminisce with Xiang Tian and would not harm anyone. Just as Optimus was about to respond, Xiang Tian approached them. He addressed Optimus, stating, "I wish to converse with Soundwave. You would not object, would you?" Optimus nodded, as he had promised to support Xiang Tian's every condition and could not betray that trust. He stepped aside, granting Xiang Tian and Soundwave a moment of privacy. Soundwave gazed at Xiang Tian, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. "We need your assistance. You are well aware of how much Megatron trusts you, and you have long been accustomed to life among the Decepticons, have you not?" Xiang Tian felt a tumult of emotions. He was uncertain whether to return to the Decepticons. Life among the Autobots had not been as idyllic as he had envisioned, and he began to yearn for the days spent with the Decepticons, for the sense of trust and significance he had felt there. After much contemplation, he replied to Soundwave, "I am willing to return with you." Upon hearing this, Optimus did not deter them. He approached Xiang Tian, his gaze firm. "Regardless of your identity, I shall support your choice." Optimus understood that true friendship is not a chain, but rather the respect and trust in one another's decisions. Xiang Tian looked at Optimus, his heart swelling with gratitude. He recognized the sincerity in Optimus's words and knew that he would always have his support, no matter his decision. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Tian realized that his choice might alter many things, yet he understood he must follow his heart. "Thank you, Optimus," Xiang Tian spoke, his voice thick with emotion. "I will remember your friendship, no matter where I go." Optimus nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Xiang Tian's shoulder. "Go forth, Xiang Tian. No matter where you may roam, the doors of the Autobots will always remain open for you." Xiang Tian and Soundwave departed the Autobot camp, embarking on their journey back to the Decepticons. A tumult of complex emotions filled Xiang Tian's heart. He questioned whether his choice was indeed the right one. Yet he knew he must confront his past and delve into his heart. On the road to the Decepticons, Xiang Tian and Soundwave engaged in profound dialogue. Soundwave revealed that Megatron had been awaiting his return, reserving a place for him. As Xiang Tian absorbed Soundwave's words, his heart was fraught with conflict. He began to doubt whether he truly belonged with the Decepticons, and if he could adjust to life there. When Xiang Tian and Soundwave finally arrived at the Decepticon stronghold, Megatron personally emerged to greet them. He fixed his gaze upon Xiang Tian, his eyes brimming with expectation. "Xiang Tian, you have returned. I knew you would not disappoint me." Xiang Tian met Megatron's gaze, fully aware that his choice would profoundly affect the future of many. He took a deep breath and informed Megatron, "I am willing to return to the Decepticons, but I shall act according to my principles. I hope we can forge a better future together." Megatron nodded, recognizing that Starscream's return would bestow new strength upon the Decepticons. He trusted in Starscream's abilities and wisdom, knowing that Starscream would make the right choices for the Decepticons. Starscream rejoined the Decepticons, gradually readjusting to life within their ranks. He collaborated and fought alongside Soundwave, their combined strength and intellect becoming the new core of the Decepticons. Starscream began to influence their decisions, demonstrating his worth through his actions. Optimus Prime, upon Starscream's departure, did not relent. He understood that Starscream's choice was made of his own volition, and he believed that Starscream would arrive at the best conclusions. Optimus continued to lead the Autobots, maintaining peace on Cybertron and standing firm against the threats posed by the Decepticons. As time passed, the situation on Cybertron grew increasingly intricate. Starscream's status within the Decepticons became ever more significant, his influence expanding. Both Optimus and Megatron recognized that Starscream's decisions would profoundly impact the future of Cybertron. Standing atop the Decepticon stronghold, Starscream gazed out over the land of Cybertron. His heart brimmed with determination and hope. He knew he must make the right choices and wield his power to protect Cybertron. He believed that, no matter where he might find himself, he would fight for the peace of Cybertron. Chapter 39. A Night of Peace. The New Year's Eve Gala was an annual celebration on Cybertron, a day when both Autobots and Decepticons tacitly laid down their arms to collectively rejoice in this moment filled with hope. The entire planet was enveloped in an atmosphere of joy and tranquility. Even Optimus Prime and Megatron, the two leaders who typically stood at odds, chose to momentarily set aside their apprehensions on this day. At the gala, Optimus and Megatron sat together, both appearing somewhat uneasy. Their conversation was laden with awkwardness and hesitation, for it was their first time coexisting peacefully in such an environment. Finally, Megatron summoned his courage, turned to meet Optimus's gaze, and spoke with a quiver in his voice. "I do not know how to express my feelings, but I wish to convey to you, Optimus, that I have feelings for you." Optimus was taken aback by this unexpected confession, rendered speechless and unsure of how to respond. He had never fathomed that Megatron could harbor such sentiments toward him, leaving him both astonished and perplexed. After a moment, he slowly replied, "I need time to prepare. This is all rather sudden." Hearing that Optimus had not outright rejected him filled Megatron with a glimmer of joy. He understood that Optimus required time to process this revelation, and he was willing to wait, prepared to grant Optimus ample opportunity to contemplate. Meanwhile, Soundwave accompanied Starscream beneath the starlit Cybertronian sky to watch the fireworks. The vibrant pyrotechnics illuminated their faces as they burst forth in the night. Starscream turned to Soundwave and expressed, "I am truly grateful for your company in watching the fireworks. But what about your work?" Soundwave smiled gently and replied, "Lord Megatron has granted me a day off. I shall remain by your side today." Upon hearing this, Xiang Tian felt a warm surge within his heart, recognizing how rare such an opportunity was, given Soundwave's usual demanding schedule. The two stood in serene silence, reveling in the beauty of the fireworks. Xiang Tian was filled with deep reflections, recalling his oscillation between the Autobots and Decepticons, and the intricate ties he shared with Optimus Prime and Megatron. Yet, in this moment, he yearned solely to embrace the tranquility and splendor surrounding them. Soundwave gazed at Xiang Tian, his eyes shimmering with understanding and support. He was acutely aware of the burdens and conflicts that weighed heavily on Xiang Tian's heart, and he wished to bring him joy and relaxation on this day. "Xiang Tian, whatever path you choose, I shall support you." Soundwave's voice resonated with calm conviction. Gratefully, Xiang Tian glanced at Soundwave, fully aware of his sincerity. Taking a deep breath, he allowed his spirits to soar alongside the blooming fireworks. "Thank you, Soundwave. I'm truly fortunate to have a friend like you." On the other side of the gala, Optimus Prime sat alone in a corner, his heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. Megatron's confession compelled him to reassess their relationship, a development he had never anticipated. He understood that this was not merely a personal affair, but one that heavily influenced the future of both factions. Rising from his seat, he decided to take a walk to clear his mind. Strolling through the streets of Cybertron, he observed the joyous Transformers celebrating the arrival of the new year. Their laughter and cheers gradually eased his tension, prompting him to contemplate his feelings towards Megatron. In another corner of the celebration, Megatron's emotions were equally complex. He recognized that his confession might alter many dynamics, yet he knew it was essential to voice his feelings. He yearned for a fresh start with Optimus Prime, aspiring for a peaceful coexistence with the Autobots. As the festivities approached their conclusion, Optimus Prime sought out Megatron. "Megatron, I wish to speak with you," he stated, his tone calm yet earnest. Megatron nodded, aware that this moment was inevitable. The two retreated to a quiet space, initiating a profound dialogue. Optimus articulated his concerns and uncertainties, while Megatron candidly shared his emotions and aspirations. After an extensive exchange, an understanding blossomed between them. They resolved to grant each other a chance, endeavoring to comprehend and accept one another. Acknowledging that this would be a lengthy journey, they were willing to strive for the future of Cybertron and the betterment of their relationship. The New Year's Gala concluded in joy and harmony, leading to a new evolution in the relationship between Optimus Prime and Megatron. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian and Soundwave, beneath the fireworks, made new wishes filled with hope, believing that the forthcoming year would unveil even greater possibilities. The night sky over Cybertron regained its tranquility, yet on this New Year's Eve, many Transformers had sown new seeds within their hearts. Whether it be the burgeoning bond between Optimus Prime and Megatron or the enduring friendship between Xiang Tian and Soundwave, all quietly took root on this peaceful night. Chapter 40. A commitment between leaders. As the festive clamor gradually subsided, Cybertron returned to its former tranquility. Optimus Prime received an invitation from Megatron and arrived at the Decepticon territory, his heart a tumult of emotions. Megatron led him into his chamber, a space imbued with personal flair, starkly contrasting with his battlefield persona. With a hint of anticipation, Megatron inquired, "Have you reflected on yesterday's events?" His eyes shimmered with tension and unease, clearly harboring significant hopes for Optimus's response. Optimus remained silent, his heart awash with conflict. He hesitated to accept Megatron's confession. This newfound emotion felt overwhelmingly sudden and burdensome. Observing Optimus's silence, a wave of disappointment washed over Megatron. "You should not be this way, Optimus." Megatron's voice took on a bitter tone. "Once you placed such trust in me, but now you have changed, becoming a stranger." With that, a sorrowful expression crossed his face. Listening to Megatron's words filled with desolation, Optimus felt a profound struggle within. He recognized the sincerity of Megatron's feelings, yet he required time to untangle his own emotions. "I have not yet made a decision," Optimus finally spoke. "In any case, I need some time to prepare. I apologize." Upon uttering these words, he feared Megatron's anger, but he was met with an absence of rage. "Very well, this has all been my fantasy. It is entirely reasonable that you would not accept. After all, you are the leader of the Autobots, and we can never truly be together," Megatron stated with a calm resignation. A wave of guilt washed over Optimus. "I do not mean to reject you. It's just... enough," he implored. Megatron interrupted. "No more need for words. Just leave, I understand." Optimus, witnessing Megatron's ire, fell silent and departed the room. Once outside, Megatron felt a deep ache within. All he desired was for Optimus to comprehend his feelings. Were they destined to remain adversaries forever? As Optimus walked the path back to the Autobot base, his heart brimmed with guilt and confusion. He recognized the authenticity of Megatron's emotions, but also felt the weight of his own responsibilities and the future of his people. He was at a loss as to how to confront Megatron and navigate this unexpected sentiment. Upon reaching the Autobot base, Optimus sought out Ironhide, one of his closest confidants. He confided his turmoil, hoping for guidance. "Optimus, you know I am ever forthright." Ironhide's voice was resolute. "But this time, you must heed your own heart. The bond between you and Megatron should not be swayed by war or allegiance." Listening to Ironhide's counsel, a flicker of clarity ignited within Optimus. He understood that Ironhide was right. He needed to follow the call of his heart, unshackled by external influences. Meanwhile, Megatron found himself in his chamber, engulfed in despondency. He was acutely aware that his feelings for Optimus Prime had transcended the boundaries of mere friendship, yet he also recognized the chasm that lay between them. Doubts began to creep in, making him question whether he could indeed bridge this divide and truly win Optimus's heart. In the ensuing days, neither Optimus nor Megatron sought the other's company. They toiled within their respective factions, yet a corner of their hearts remained occupied by the shadow of the other. Both understood that this emotional entanglement could not be resolved in haste. They required time and space to contemplate their feelings. Then, one day, Optimus sought out Megatron once more. His gaze was resolute as he declared, "Megatron, I wish to speak with you." Megatron looked into Optimus's eyes, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. He sensed that Optimus had reached a decision. "I have contemplated this matter for quite some time." Optimus's voice was calm, yet powerful. "I cannot abandon my feelings for the sake of war and our factions. I am willing to give us a chance. I am prepared to embrace you." A glimmer of surprise crossed Megatron's eyes. He understood the weight of the decision Optimus had made. Stepping forward, he clasped Optimus's hand tightly. "Optimus, thank you. I'm eager to work alongside you." Their gazes were infused with determination and hope, aware that the path ahead would not be devoid of obstacles. Yet they were willing to strive for one another, for the potential future that lay before them. Beneath the vast Cybertronian night sky, Optimus and Megatron stood side by side, their eyes cast toward the distant cosmos. They comprehended that the journey ahead was long, yet they had steeled themselves to confront all challenges. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their love would herald a new beginning, a beacon of hope. Chapter 41. A direct approach from Soundwave. Recently, Starscream had been feeling somewhat perplexed. He noticed that Soundwave appeared within his line of sight almost daily, whether during work or leisure. He could not fathom why Soundwave insisted on following him. Even if it was out of a sense of protection, such behavior seemed excessive. Ultimately, after concluding a work shift, Starscream resolved to confront Soundwave directly. "Why do you persist in following me?" he inquired. Before Starscream could finish his sentence, Soundwave interrupted. "Starscream, I harbor feelings for you. Would you consider being with me?" Soundwave candidly expressed his innermost thoughts, gazing at Starscream with anticipation. Starscream was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Soundwave's revelation of affection. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him: surprise, gratitude, and a hint of uncertainty. He had never envisioned that Soundwave could feel anything beyond friendship. Soundwave's eyes sparkled with sincerity as he awaited Starscream's response, feeling both anxious and hopeful. Taking a deep breath, Starscream recognized the authenticity of Soundwave's feelings and did not wish to hurt him. "I can acquiesce to your request," Starscream finally replied, "but you must also take care of yourself, for your work is of great importance." The Soundwave detected Xiang Tian's response, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. He realized that Xiang Tian had accepted him, which filled him with immense happiness. "I will, and so shall you," the Soundwave replied. From that day forth, the bond between Xiang Tian and the Soundwave grew increasingly intimate. They began to work together, dine together, and discuss various matters. Their friendship gradually blossomed into love, and whenever they were together, laughter and warmth enveloped them. Megatron observed the transformation in the relationship between the Soundwave and Xiang Tian, yet he chose to remain silent. As the leader of the Decepticons, he understood that his lieutenant, the Soundwave, had always been loyal and diligent. He also wished for the Soundwave to find a suitable partner, someone to share companionship with. Megatron held a measure of respect for Xiang Tian, recognizing him as a trustworthy transformer. As time progressed, the bond between Xiang Tian and the Soundwave deepened. Whenever they were together, they consistently understood and supported one another. Xiang Tian discovered that the Soundwave was not only an exceptional warrior, but also a gentle and considerate companion. The Soundwave, in turn, realized that Xiang Tian possessed not only wisdom and bravery, but also a warm and kind heart. Their relationship gradually became known within the Decepticon ranks, and other members began to accept this couple. They witnessed the joy that radiated from Xiang Tian and the Soundwave when they were together and felt happiness for them. The atmosphere within the Decepticons became increasingly harmonious due to this relationship. Optimus Prime and the Autobots also took note of the evolving connection between Xiang Tian and the Soundwave. Optimus felt delighted for Xiang Tian, understanding that he had found his happiness within the Decepticons. He hoped this relationship could serve as a catalyst for peaceful coexistence between the Autobots and Decepticons. The affection shared by Xiang Tian and the sound wave not only brought them joy, but also influenced the Transformers around them. Their relationship became a paragon, demonstrating that even amidst war and conflict, love and understanding could flourish among Transformers. During a Decepticon gathering, Xiang Tian and the sound wave stood side by side, hand in hand, their faces radiating happiness. Megatron approached them, raising his glass in a gesture of blessing. Soundwave, Xiang Tian, I am genuinely pleased for you. A warmth resonated in Megatron's voice, wishing for their enduring happiness. Xiang Tian and the Soundwave expressed their gratitude for Megatron's blessing, feeling elated for the progress between him and Optimus Prime. They understood that while the path to peace between the Autobots and Decepticons remained long, at least their personal relationships were evolving positively. As time passed, the bond between Xiang Tian and the Soundwave became a celebrated tale on Cybertron. Their love story inspired other Transformers, instilling in them the belief that even in the most challenging times, love and hope could be found. Beneath the night sky of Cybertron, Xiang Tian and the Soundwave stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the myriad stars above. They recognized that the road ahead was long, yet they were prepared to face all challenges together. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their love would mark a new beginning, a beacon of hope. Chapter 42. The persuasion of Optimus Prime. As an old friend and medic of Optimus Prime, Ratchet had always harbored a genuine concern for his personal life. Upon discovering the burgeoning feelings between Optimus Prime and Megatron, he found himself in a tumultuous state of emotions. On one hand, he felt a sense of joy for Optimus Prime potentially finding true love. On the other hand, he felt a twinge of anger, as Optimus had once promised not to seek a partner before him. This decision of yours vexes me greatly, Ratchet remarked with a hint of jest. You clearly promised not to find a partner before I did. However, I sincerely wish you the best in discovering your true love. Though his words carried a playful tone, his eyes reflected earnest well wishes. Optimus Prime responded with a smile. Thank you for your support, but have you truly considered Jolt? He glanced at Ratchet, his tone laced with playful mockery. Ratchet waved a dismissive hand, retorting, please, spare me the jest. You know how bothersome Jolt can be. I'm not fond of a troublemaker. Despite his words, Optimus understood that Jolt, indeed a solitary spirit, exhibited unusual obedience in Ratchet's presence. Optimus nodded, acknowledging Jolt's challenging disposition. Yet, he seemed to have noticed a different side of Jolt when around Ratchet. However, it appears Jolt is quite compliant in front of you. To assert that you two share no connection is simply implausible, Optimus continued to tease. Ratchet countered, are you not occupied? Do not disrupt my work, and refrain from seeking out Jolt. His tone bore a semblance of command, yet Optimus could discern the underlying concern. Optimus nodded in understanding. He recognized that although Ratchet outwardly denied it, he harbored a certain attachment to Jolt. Resolving to refrain from interference, Optimus decided to let matters unfold naturally. As he pondered, he realized it had been quite some time since he last sought out Megatron. Perhaps I should pay him a visit, Optimus mused to himself. He became aware of his prolonged absence from Megatron's company and felt an urge to learn about his current state and share his own sentiments. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Optimus decided to visit Megatron. He understood that, regardless of what the future held, their relationship required mutual effort to nurture and develop. As for Ratchet's situation, he would let it take its own course. After all, an irate Ratchet was a formidable prospect. Amused internally, Optimus chuckled to himself, well aware of Ratchet's temperament and the intricate dynamics between him and Jolt. He resolved to step back, allowing the two to navigate their own complexities. Upon arriving at Megatron's abode, Optimus knocked on the door, awaiting a response. When the door opened, Megatron's eyes glimmered with surprise at the sight of Optimus. Optimus, what brings you here? Megatron's voice resonated with delight. With a smile, Optimus replied, I came to see you. It has been a while since our last meeting. The two settled down and began a converse. Optimus shared with Megatron the recent events of his life, including his dialogue with Ratchet and his speculations regarding the relationship between Ratchet and Jolt. Megatron listened intently to Optimus Prime's words, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. He was acutely aware of the camaraderie shared between Optimus and Ratchet, and he recognized the profound respect Optimus held for that bond. Optimus, I comprehend your concerns. Yet you must also place your trust in Ratchet. He is cognizant of his actions. Megatron's voice resonated with calm authority. Optimus nodded, acknowledging Megatron's wisdom. He resolved to set aside his apprehensions regarding Ratchet and focus on the relationship between himself and Megatron. As their conversation deepened, they deliberated on the future of Cybertron, addressing the dynamics between the Autobots and the Decepticons. Both understood that, despite the strides made in their relationship, the pursuit of peace between their factions remained a formidable challenge. With the passage of time, the bond between Optimus and Megatron grew increasingly robust. They began to collaborate in decision-making, facing challenges together. Their alliance became a symbol of hope for peace between the Autobots and Decepticons, inspiring other Transformers with their tale. Meanwhile, the relationship between Ratchet and Hoist quietly blossomed. Though Ratchet verbally denied it, he found himself increasingly attentive to Hoist, beginning to care for his feelings. Hoist, in turn, became more reliant on Ratchet, frequently seeking his presence. Beneath the night sky of Cybertron, Optimus and Megatron stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the myriad stars above. They understood that the road ahead was long, yet they were prepared to embrace all challenges. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their bond heralded a new beginning, a fresh hope. In another corner, Ratchet and Hoist, though yet to define their relationship explicitly, had begun to depend on and support one another. Their narrative was quietly unfolding, evolving into another warm legend on Cybertron. Chapter 43. The assist from Skyfire. Skyfire had been keenly observing the evolving relationship between Optimus and Megatron, noting the subtle shifts in their emotions. As a Transformer who had once dwelled within both factions, Skyfire understood profoundly the significance of reconciliation between Optimus and Megatron for Cybertron's future. He resolved to take action, aiming to assist Megatron in winning Optimus's heart, for their reconciliation could pave the way to the cessation of war. Lord Megatron, to capture Optimus's heart, you must transform your entrenched persona, demonstrating to him that you are capable of change. Skyfire's voice carried a note of determination. Megatron pondered this for a moment before asking, I understand what I must do, but will Optimus truly not harbor doubts? Skyfire replied, as long as you are genuinely willing to attempt change. I believe Optimus will be moved by your sincerity. His eyes shimmered with confidence. Megatron nodded, acquiescing to Skyfire's counsel. He recognized that for Optimus, and for the future of Cybertron, he must embrace transformation. Thus, Megatron began to gradually alleviate the burdens of his subordinates, shifting his focus to the feelings and needs of the Decepticon members, allowing them to perceive their leader as increasingly empathetic. This transformation gradually spread within the Decepticon ranks, and members were taken aback yet comforted. They witnessed Megatron's evolution and his earnest efforts. Consequently, the morale of the Decepticons surged, and their loyalty and trust in Megatron deepened. Upon learning of Megatron's change, Optimus Prime felt a profound sense of relief. He recognized Megatron's endeavors and sincerity. Optimus understood that Megatron was also someone capable of adaptation, willing to make changes for the sake of peace. It seems I ought to reward him suitably, merely to bring him joy, Optimus mused to himself. He resolved to surprise Megatron with a gift that would convey his sentiments. Optimus sought out the most renowned artist on Cybertron, requesting the creation of a special piece. This exquisite statue depicted a scene of peace on Cybertron, symbolizing Optimus's acknowledgement of Megatron's transformation and his hopes for future tranquility. When Optimus presented this gift to Megatron, a glimmer of astonishment and emotion crossed Megatron's eyes. He comprehended the significance of the gift and Optimus's intentions. Optimus, thank you. Megatron's voice trembled slightly. I will cherish this gift and your heartfelt gesture. Optimus replied with a smile. Megatron, your transformation fills me with hope. I believe that as long as we strive together, peace on Cybertron shall no longer be a mere dream. Their relationship deepened as they began to communicate and collaborate more frequently. The reconciliation between Optimus Prime and Megatron became a celebrated tale on Cybertron, inspiring other Transformers. Skyfire observed this unfolding narrative with a heart full of satisfaction and pride. He recognized the impact of his guidance and felt gratified to have assisted the two leaders on their path to reconciliation. He resolved to continue observing and offering support until true peace was realized on Cybertron. Through the joint efforts of Optimus and Megatron, The relationship between Autobots and Decepticons began to thaw. They started to diminish conflicts and sought dialogue and collaboration. The inhabitants of Cybertron sensed this change and began to harbor hope for the future. Ratchet and Hoist also noticed the transformation in Optimus and Megatron. They began to communicate more, striving to understand and accept one another. Although their relationship had not fully clarified, they were already progressing in a positive direction. Beneath the starry night sky of Cybertron, Optimus and Megatron stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the myriad stars above. They understood that the road ahead remained long, yet they were prepared to embrace all challenges. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their bond would signify a new beginning, a beacon of hope. Skyfire and Soundwave, in another corner, also grew closer, their love blossoming into a celebrated narrative on Cybertron. Their tale inspires other Transformers, instilling in them the belief that even in the most arduous times, love and hope can be discovered. The bond between Ambulin and Jack quietly evolves. Though their relationship remains unspoken, they have begun to rely on and support one another. Their narrative unfolds gently, becoming yet another heartwarming legend on Cybertron. The path to peace on Cybertron is indeed long and fraught with challenges, yet through the collective efforts of Optimus Prime, Megatron, Starscream, Soundwave, Ambulin, and Jack, this dream is gradually materializing. Their story will be immortalized by future generations, becoming a cherished chapter in the annals of Cybertron's history. Chapter 44. The Trial of the Mind. The Cosmic Emperor, within his lair, meticulously observes the movements of Optimus Prime and Megatron through intricate instruments. A cunning glint flickers in his eyes as a plan slowly takes shape in his mind. He resolves to exploit the bond between the two to assert his dominion over Cybertron. Alone, the Cosmic Emperor approaches the Autobot ranks, directly seeking out Optimus Prime. As the last apostle of the primordial celestial, you must comprehend your ultimate fate. He intones, his voice deep and alluring. You cannot remain with Megatron forever. However, I can offer my assistance, should you choose to collaborate with me. Optimus Prime falls into contemplation, recognizing the truth in the Cosmic Emperor's words. Although his relationship with Megatron is progressing, the future remains shrouded in uncertainty. After grappling with his inner turmoil, he consents to the Cosmic Emperor's proposal. Yet he cautions, I shall not engage in actions that betray my conscience, and you would do well to refrain from any clandestine maneuvers behind my back. The Cosmic Emperor chuckles, of course. As it is I who proposed this alliance, I shall adhere to the terms. A flicker of satisfaction dances in his gaze, pleased with Optimus Prime's acquiescence. However, their discourse is overheard by Optimus Prime's loyal aide, Teletron. Unable to fathom why Optimus Prime would ally with the Cosmic Emperor, Teletron resolves to inform Starscream of his superior's decision. Yet, as he prepares to depart, he is discovered by the Cosmic Emperor. It seems we must first deal with this little mouse before our agreement can be fulfilled. Wouldn't you agree, Optimus? The Cosmic Emperor's voice carries a hint of menace. Optimus Prime remains silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Teletron is taken aback. He cannot grasp why Optimus would choose to collaborate with the Cosmic Emperor. Yet he realizes he must find a way to alert Starscream. In a bid for self-preservation, Teletron has no choice but to request inclusion in their alliance. The Cosmic Emperor scrutinizes Teletron, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. Do you wish to join us? He inquires. Teletron nods, acutely aware that he has no other options. I am willing, provided you can ensure my safety. The Cosmic Emperor laughs, turning to Optimus Prime. It seems our alliance has gained another member. What say you, Optimus? Optimus Prime gazes at Teletron, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He was aware of the unwavering loyalty of Xiang. Yet he also understood that his decision might thrust Xiang into perilous circumstances. As long as you remain true to our agreement, we shall ensure your safety. Optimus Prime's voice bore a weighty tone. Xiang nodded, cognizant of the irrevocable path he had chosen. He was compelled to join this alliance and find an opportunity to convey Optimus's decision to Xiang Tian. In the days that followed, Xiang outwardly pledged his allegiance to Optimus Prime and the alliance with the Cosmic Emperor, while secretly seeking a moment to reveal Optimus's choice to Xiang Tian. He knew that Xiang Tian was not only a friend of Optimus, but also an ally of Megatron. He might comprehend Optimus's rationale and possibly devise a solution. Upon learning of Optimus's decision, Xiang Tian was engulfed in shock and confusion. He could hardly fathom Optimus' collaboration with the Cosmic Emperor, yet he recognized Optimus's integrity and loyalty. He resolved to speak with Optimus to discern his true intentions. In a private meeting, Xiang Tian directly inquired, "Why have you chosen to ally with the Cosmic Emperor? Are you aware of his true objectives?" Optimus gazed at Xiang Tian, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. "I am aware of the Cosmic Emperor's intentions, but I have my own justifications. I must make choices for the future of Cybertron, even if they may cost me dearly." Xiang Tian fell silent, realizing that Optimus's decision was not made lightly. He resolved to support Optimus, even though this choice might expose them to greater dangers. "I shall stand by your decision, Optimus," Xiang Tian declared with unwavering conviction. "But we must also exercise caution. The Cosmic Emperor is not one to be trusted easily." Optimus nodded, acknowledging the truth in Xiang Tian's words. They had to proceed with caution, remaining vigilant in their cooperation with the Cosmic Emperor. In the ensuing days, Optimus, Megatron, Xiang Tian, and Tong Xiangxiu diligently fulfilled their respective roles. Acutely aware that collaborating with the Cosmic Emperor was a treacherous endeavor, necessitating constant vigilance in their fight for the future of Cybertron and their beliefs. Chapter 45. The commitment among leaders. Upon learning of Optimus Prime's alliance with the Cosmic Emperor, Megatron's emotions were tumultuous. He immediately sought out Optimus, his gaze filled with doubt and unease. "What has the Cosmic Emperor revealed to you? Are you concealing something from me?" His voice carried an urgent tone, clearly perplexed by Optimus's choice. "Megatron, please remain calm," Optimus interrupted, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. "My collaboration with the Cosmic Emperor is for the protection of Cybertron. You will understand my reasoning, will you not? I assure you, I am not withholding anything from you." However, observing the evasive gaze of Optimus, Megatron discerned that he was being deceived. A surge of disappointment and anger welled up within him. "We are now family, yet you still refuse to speak the truth to me? Or have you merely been acting all along? Answer me, Optimus." The voice of Megatron rose in intensity, his emotions becoming increasingly agitated. Optimus Prime felt a profound sense of guilt. He was acutely aware that the Emperor of the Universe was likely observing from the shadows, rendering it imperative that he conceal the truth. To reveal it would undoubtedly place Megatron in peril. He felt compelled to protect Megatron, even if it meant bearing the burden of deceit. "I have indeed concealed certain truths, but please trust me. In a few days, I shall reveal the truth to you," Optimus Prime implored, his tone tinged with desperation. Megatron remained silent, gazing at Optimus Prime, a flicker of anguish crossing his features. He understood that Optimus had his reasons, yet he could not shake the profound sense of betrayal that enveloped him. "Very well, Optimus. I shall grant you time, but I hope that when the moment arrives, you will provide me with a reasonable explanation." Megatron's voice was deep, laced with disappointment as he departed from Optimus Prime's quarters. Standing alone, Optimus felt the weight of his heart. He recognized that this conversation had inflicted a rift between them, one that would require time and effort to mend. Yet, for the safety of Cybertron, he knew he must persist in collaborating with the Emperor of the Universe, even if it meant sacrificing his own credibility and Megatron's trust. After Megatron's departure, Optimus sat in solitude, his gaze filled with concern. He understood the urgency of finding a resolution, for the bond he shared with Megatron was perilously close to fracturing irreparably. Meanwhile, Megatron returned to his own abode, his heart steeped in conflict. He was aware that Optimus would not ally with the Emperor without cause, but he was also consumed by the anguish of feeling deceived. He resolved to grant himself time to reflect, as well as to allow Optimus the opportunity to explain. In the ensuing days, Optimus and Megatron did not cross paths again. Each remained occupied within their respective factions, yet a corner of their hearts perpetually harbored the shadow of the other. They both recognized that this emotional turmoil could not be resolved in haste. They required time and space for contemplation. At last, Optimus discovered an opportunity to confront the matter head-on, recognizing it as his sole avenue to mend their relationship. In a private meeting, he divulged the Emperor's schemes and his own apprehensions to Megatron. "Megatron, I understand that my actions have led to your disappointment, but I must do this. The Emperor's power is far too overwhelming for us to confront directly. My choice to collaborate with him is a strategic one, aimed at finding a way to dismantle his plans from within," Optimus stated, his voice resolute and compelling. As Megatron absorbed Optimus's explanation, a flicker of understanding stirred within him. He recognized that Optimus's decision was rooted in a desire to safeguard Cybertron, and he could sense the guilt and pain that weighed heavily on Optimus's heart. "Optimus, I trust you," Megatron replied, his voice imbued with warmth. "Together we shall confront this challenge and devise a solution." Optimus looked at Megatron, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. He understood that Megatron's trust was invaluable, and he realized that their relationship had fortified itself through this candid exchange. The two individuals stood together once more, their gazes imbued with determination and hope. They were acutely aware that the road ahead was long, yet they had prepared themselves to confront all challenges. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their bond would signify a new beginning, a fresh hope. The trust they shared would serve as their most formidable weapon. Chapter 46. The Edge of Truth. Xiang Tian had observed the peculiar demeanor of Optimus Prime over the past few days. His countenance appeared troubled, as if burdened by an immense weight. Out of concern for his friend, Xiang Tian resolved to engage Optimus Prime in conversation, hoping to discern his state of mind. "You seem unwell lately. Is the pressure becoming too overwhelming?" Xiang Tian inquired with genuine concern. Optimus Prime looked at Xiang Tian, a flicker of gratitude illuminating his eyes. "Thank you for your concern, Xiang Tian." He sighed deeply before continuing. "I am merely contemplating whether to reveal the truth to Megatron, for I have not been entirely forthright with him. As you know, I am not particularly eloquent, and I fear that disclosing the truth may pose a danger to Megatron." Understanding Optimus Prime's apprehension, Xiang Tian acknowledged the internal struggle he faced for the safety of Cybertron and Megatron. "Optimus, you must find the appropriate moment and manner to convey this to him. Concealing the truth will only complicate matters further," he advised. Optimus Prime nodded, recognizing the validity of Xiang Tian's words, yet he remained indecisive. He feared the truth might inflict harm upon Megatron, as well as jeopardize the trust between them. Meanwhile, Megatron, by chance, encountered the Cosmic Emperor. Rage filled his eyes as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Cosmic Emperor, declaring resolutely, "I am aware of your intentions. I will join forces with Optimus Prime to thwart you." The Cosmic Emperor merely chuckled, a hint of disdain lacing his voice. "Thwart me? It seems Optimus Prime has not divulged the truth to you." Megatron was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the implications of the Cosmic Emperor's words. "Do you still not grasp it? Optimus Prime will not stand by your side. After all, he is the key to restoring Cybertron, which means he would sacrifice himself for its revival." The Cosmic Emperor's words dripped with a sense of satisfaction at the success of his machinations. A wave of unease surged within Megatron. He recognized the deceit lurking in the Cosmic Emperor's words. Yet he also sensed that Optimus Prime might indeed be withholding something from him. He resolved to confront Optimus Prime, demanding a clear answer. After Megatron's departure, the Cosmic Emperor's smile gradually faded, revealing a glint of coldness in his eyes. He understood that his plans were steadily unfolding, deepening the rift between Optimus Prime and Megatron. He decided to continue observing from the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment to launch his final assault. Upon finding Optimus Prime, Megatron's gaze was filled with resoluteness and trepidation. "Optimus, the Cosmic Emperor informed me that you would sacrifice yourself to restore Cybertron. Is this true?" Megatron's voice quivered slightly. Optimus Prime regarded Megatron, his heart awash with conflict. He knew that the moment had finally arrived. He could no longer conceal the truth. "Megatron, there are certain truths I have withheld from you, but I now believe you have the right to know the reality." Optimus Prime inhaled deeply and began to recount his dealings with the Emperor of the Universe and the choices he made to safeguard Cybertron. He confided in Megatron that he had been seeking a means to thwart the Emperor while simultaneously striving to protect the bond they shared. As Megatron listened, his heart was awash with tumultuous emotions. He felt anger over Optimus's concealments and a profound concern for the potential sacrifice Optimus might make. "Optimus, how could you make such a decision? Are you unaware of my feelings?" Megatron's voice quivered with pain. Optimus grasped Megatron's hand firmly, sincerity shining in his gaze. "Megatron, I realize my choices have caused you anguish, yet I also know you are a formidable leader. I trust that, even in my absence, you will guide the Decepticons along the righteous path." Megatron fell silent, aware that Optimus's words were laden with trust and expectation. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his emotions. "Optimus, I will not allow you to sacrifice yourself. Together, We shall discover a solution to protect Cybertron. Optimus looked at Megatron, gratitude flickering in his eyes. He understood that Megatron's support was his greatest strength. Thank you, Megatron. Together, we will confront this challenge and find a resolution. The two stood united once more, their gazes filled with determination and hope. They recognized that the road ahead was long, yet they were prepared to embrace all challenges. In this universe brimming with possibilities, their bond would herald a new beginning, a renewed hope. The trust they shared would become their most powerful weapon. After learning of the dialogue between Optimus and Megatron, Starscream felt a wave of reflection. He understood that the relationship between Optimus and Megatron had endured a rigorous trial, yet their feelings had emerged more resilient than ever. Starscream resolved to lend his full support, aiding them in their fight against the Emperor's schemes. In the days that followed, Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream began to devise a plan to unveil the true nature of the Emperor while ensuring the safety of Cybertron. They recognized the arduous battle that lay ahead, but they also knew that as long as they stood united, nothing was insurmountable. Beneath the night sky of Cybertron, Optimus, Megatron, and Starscream stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the myriad stars above. They comprehended that the journey ahead was extensive, yet they were ready to face every challenge. In this universe teeming with possibilities, their bond would signify a fresh start, a beacon of hope. Their trust and camaraderie would serve as their most formidable strength. Chapter 47. Infiltrating the enemy's ranks, Starscream was acutely aware of the threat posed by the Emperor's machinations against Cybertron. He resolved to take action, planning to infiltrate the Emperor's ranks and deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. To alleviate any concerns that Xiang might harbor, he left behind a letter before his departure, succinctly outlining his intentions and beseeching Xiang for understanding and support. Xiang Tian's heart brimmed with determination. He was acutely aware that this path was fraught with peril, yet he recognized the necessity of his actions. He stealthily approached the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, meticulously evading the patrolling sentinels, hopeful of finding an opportunity to draw near the Cosmic Emperor. However, upon infiltrating the territory, he discovered the Cosmic Emperor engaged in conversation with Megatron. Xiang Tian slowed his pace, silently inching closer to the pair, yearning to overhear critical information that could prove pivotal for Optimus Prime and the Autobots' plans. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor was exceedingly vigilant, his perceptive abilities exceptionally acute. Despite Xiang Tian's cautious approach, he was ultimately detected by the Cosmic Emperor. Xiang Tian, what brings you here? Has Optimus Prime sent you to find me? Megatron inquired first, a hint of surprise lacing his voice. Not at all, Lord Megatron. I have come alone, and Optimus Prime is unaware of my presence, Xiang Tian replied, his voice steady and resolute. Megatron exhaled, relieved, for he had presumed Optimus Prime was privy to his deceit. The Cosmic Emperor scrutinized Xiang Tian, his gaze sharp as a blade. If you're not here to seek Megatron, then what is your purpose? The Cosmic Emperor's tone carried an undercurrent of menace. Xiang Tian stepped forward, his eyes glimmering with resolve. I have come to pledge my allegiance to you, Cosmic Emperor. I am willing to assist you in your quest to become the sovereign of the universe. His voice bore a hint of submission, yet it was underpinned by cunning. Megatron stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Xiang Tian's treachery. The Cosmic Emperor continued to appraise Xiang Tian, his scrutiny unwavering. After a brief pause, the Cosmic Emperor declared, I accept your offer. From this moment forth, you shall serve as my personal guard. Xiang Tian immediately knelt, signifying his loyalty. Thank you for your graciousness, my lord. I shall ensure your protection, he vowed, his tone laced with fidelity, though overshadowed by ulterior motives. With that, Xiang Tian exchanged a knowing glance with Megatron, who grasped the implication instantly. He addressed the Cosmic Emperor. I hope we can maintain our collaboration, and remember, you promised me that Optimus Prime would not come to harm. The Cosmic Emperor chuckled, a glimmer of smugness in his eyes. Of course, may our partnership be fruitful, he replied, his voice tinged with insincere camaraderie. Subsequently, Megatron exited the Cosmic Emperor's domain, intent on reporting Xiang Tian's scheme to Optimus Prime. Acknowledging the risks inherent in the plan, he understood that success could deliver a significant blow to the Cosmic Emperor's machinations. Xiang Tian remained by the Cosmic Emperor's side, diligently observing every movement, searching for the opportune moment to execute his strategy. He recognized the imperative of exercising extreme caution, for the Cosmic Emperor's subordinates were elite, and discovery would entail grave consequences. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian exhibited remarkable loyalty and competence, swiftly earning the trust of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor began to involve Xiang Tian in more plans and decisions, granting him greater opportunities to comprehend the inner workings of the Cosmic Emperor's domain. In secret, Xiang Tian relayed this information to Optimus Prime and Megatron, who commenced formulating strategies to counteract the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious schemes. As time progressed, Xiang Tian's standing alongside the Cosmic Emperor ascended, amplifying his influence. He began to subtly infuse his own plans into the Cosmic Emperor's initiatives, gradually altering the trajectory of the Emperor's decisions. Optimus Prime and Megatron were also diligently preparing, fully aware that Xiang Tian's plans represented their singular chance. They began to rally their forces, ready to launch a full-scale assault against the Cosmic Emperor upon receiving Xiang Tian's signal. The fate of Cybertron once again hung in the balance. Xiang Tian's scheme became pivotal. His courage and wisdom, combined with the leadership of Optimus Prime and Megatron, along with the solidarity of all Transformers, would dictate the future of Cybertron. Within the territory of the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering and profound. He understood that his actions would alter the fate of Cybertron, and he recognized the necessity of his success. Drawing in a deep breath, he braced himself for the impending storm. Chapter 48. Trust and temptation. To earn the Cosmic Emperor's trust, Xiang Tian continually offered plans that favored the Emperor's reign. His intellect and efficiency greatly pleased the Cosmic Emperor, who began to bestow upon Xiang Tian more tasks and authority, rapidly elevating his status within the Emperor's ranks. One day, the Cosmic Emperor summoned Xiang Tian, his eyes glinting with a hidden meaning. As long as you remain loyal to me, I shall reward you further. Do you understand? The Emperor's voice carried an enticing undertone. Xiang Tian sensed that the Cosmic Emperor may have unearthed some truths, or, at the very least, harbored suspicions. He had to tread carefully, ensuring not to reveal any vulnerabilities. My lord, are you doubting my loyalty? Xiang Tian inquired tentatively, his tone imbued with respect, yet underscored by resolve. The Cosmic Emperor chuckled softly as he approached Xiang Tian, placing a hand upon his shoulder. You are now my most trusted ally. How could I ever doubt you? However, it seems there is a traitor within my ranks. Who do you suppose that might be? His word were laced with a playful challenge, evidently testing Xiang Tian's response. Xiang Tian's heart raced. He understood that the Cosmic Emperor was indeed gauging him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, Rest assured, I shall uncover the identity of the traitor. His voice resonated with determination, yet was tinged with caution. The Cosmic Emperor scrutinized Xiang Tian intently, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the facade. Then he declared, I shall entrust this to you. Do not disappoint me. With that, the Cosmic Emperor dismissed Xiang Tian. Releasing a breath of relief, Xiang Tian recognized the necessity of exercising utmost caution henceforth. He could not afford for the Cosmic Emperor to seize upon any weaknesses. Otherwise, not only his own fate, but also the plans of Optimus Prime and Megatron would be jeopardized. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian commenced an investigation within the ranks of the Cosmic Emperor's army. Ostensibly, he was on a quest to unearth traitors. However, in secrecy, he was transmitting vital information to Optimus Prime and Megatron, urging them to remain vigilant and prepare for potential crises. Upon learning of the Cosmic Emperor's suspicions, Optimus Prime and Megatron promptly fortified their defenses while simultaneously seeking opportunities to uncover the Cosmic Emperor's vulnerabilities to thwart his nefarious schemes. Xiang Tian, by the side of the Cosmic Emperor, exhibited unwavering loyalty and diligence, continually proposing new strategies and suggestions that further deepened the Cosmic Emperor's trust in him. Yet concurrently, Xiang Tian was covertly observing the Cosmic Emperor's actions, searching for the opportune moment to execute his own plans. By chance, he stumbled upon a clandestine laboratory belonging to the Cosmic Emperor, where a secret experiment was underway. Xiang Tian realized that this might be the source of the Cosmic Emperor's power and potentially the key to his grand design. Determined to delve deeper, Xiang Tian stealthily infiltrated the laboratory and discovered that the Cosmic Emperor was researching a formidable energy source, one potent enough to alter the tide of battle and possibly annihilate the entirety of Cybertron. Knowing the urgency of the situation, Xiang Tian swiftly relayed this crucial intelligence to Optimus Prime and Megatron, while simultaneously devising a plan to sabotage the Cosmic Emperor's endeavors at the critical moment. Upon receiving this revelation, Optimus Prime and Megatron sprang into action, recognizing this as their singular opportunity to dismantle the laboratory before the Cosmic Emperor could complete his plans. With Xiang Tian's assistance, they led the elite forces of the Autobots and Decepticons in a surprise assault, successfully dismantling the laboratory and thwarting the Cosmic Emperor's ambitions. Enraged upon learning of the laboratory's destruction, the Cosmic Emperor ordered an immediate investigation to uncover the traitor, aware that the success of this operation must have stemmed from an insider leak. Amidst the Cosmic Emperor's wrath, Xiang Tian maintained his composure, understanding that this was a pivotal moment. He needed to remain calm and avoid arousing suspicion. In the subsequent days, Xiang Tian continued to work alongside the Cosmic Emperor, his performance gradually assuaging the Emperor's doubts. Nonetheless, Xiang Tian was acutely aware that he must tread carefully, as the Cosmic Emperor's fury could erupt anew at any moment. Optimus Prime and Megatron, too, were preparing in the shadows, cognizant that despite their recent triumph, the threat posed by the Cosmic Emperor still loomed large. They had to remain vigilant and ready to confront the next onslaught. The fate of Cybertron once again hung in the balance, with Xiang Tian's actions becoming paramount. His bravery and intellect, coupled with the leadership of Optimus Prime and Megatron, along with the unity of all Transformers, would ultimately determine the future of Cybertron. As a pivotal figure in this struggle, Xiang Tian's destiny was inextricably linked to that of Cybertron itself. Chapter 49. The Trial of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor sat upon his throne, his gaze profound, filled with an unsettling ambiguity. Although Xiang Tian's recent conduct had been impeccable, an instinctual doubt gnawed at the Emperor's heart, suggesting that Xiang Tian's loyalty might not be as unwavering as it appeared. To validate his suspicions, the Cosmic Emperor resolved to assign Xiang Tian a unique task. He summoned him, his voice tinged with an authoritative tone. I have been informed that Optimus Prime is currently devising a novel defense mechanism. I require you to procure information regarding this mechanism. Are you capable of such a task? Xiang Tian did not refuse. He had matters to report to Optimus Prime, and this presented an excellent opportunity. He responded, "Rest assured, I shall return with the information." A flicker of satisfaction crossed the Cosmic Emperor's eyes, yet vigilance lingered in his heart. Just as Xiang Tian was about to depart, the Cosmic Emperor called him back. Wait a moment. The Emperor's voice carried an air of concern to prevent Optimus Prime and others from detecting your movements. Take this cloaking chip. Remember, I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune. Xiang Tian discerned the Emperor's ulterior motives. The cloaking chip was likely a surveillance device intended to monitor his every action. Yet, to avoid raising suspicion, he reluctantly affixed the chip onto himself. Thank you for your concern, my lord. I will exercise caution, he expressed with feigned gratitude, while internally strategizing ways to navigate this new predicament. Subsequently, Xiang Tian departed from the Cosmic Emperor's domain, his heart heavy with urgency. He understood that he must meet with Optimus Prime swiftly to devise a counterplan. En route to the Autobot base, Xiang Tian pondered how to elude the surveillance of the cloaking chip. He realized that without a prompt resolution to this issue, the Cosmic Emperor would have complete oversight of his actions. Upon arriving at the Autobot base, Xiang Tian engaged in a clandestine meeting with Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, the Cosmic Emperor has tasked me with stealing your defense mechanism's information. Xiang Tian directly conveyed his purpose. A flicker of concern crossed Optimus Prime's eyes as he comprehended the implications of this assignment. Xiang Tian, you must exercise caution. The cloaking chip may very well be a means for the Cosmic Emperor to monitor you. Xiang Tian nodded, revealing the details of the cloaking chip to Optimus Prime. I require your assistance. We need to devise a strategy to counteract this chip. After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime proposed a plan. We can fabricate false defense mechanism data to mislead the Cosmic Emperor. Simultaneously, we must discover a method to disrupt the chip, rendering it ineffective. Xiang Tian concurred with Optimus Prime's strategy, and they commenced their separate endeavors. Optimus Prime would be responsible for creating the false data, while Xiang Tian would seek a means to interfere with the chip. With the aid of the Autobots, Xiang Tian discovered a unique electromagnetic wave capable of temporarily disrupting the signals of the cloaking chip. He meticulously concealed this electromagnetic device on his person, ready to deploy it at a crucial moment. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime finalized the fabrication of the false data. They resolved to act simultaneously as Xiang Tian returned to the domain of the Cosmic Emperor, armed with forged documents and an electromagnetic device. Xiang Tian entered the realm of the Cosmic Emperor. He presented the counterfeit information to the Cosmic Emperor while discreetly activating the electromagnetic apparatus. The Cosmic Emperor perused the material Xiang Tian had brought back, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. "Excellent, Xiang Tian, you have performed admirably," he remarked, oblivious to Xiang Tian's subtle maneuver. With a sigh of relief, Xiang Tian recognized the success of his scheme. He had successfully deceived the Cosmic Emperor while ensuring his own safety. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian continued to serve alongside the Cosmic Emperor, albeit with increased caution. He understood that the Emperor's suspicions had not been entirely alleviated. Vigilance was paramount. Optimus Prime and Megatron were also preparing in the shadows, acutely aware that this struggle was far from over. They needed to persist in seeking opportunities to counter the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious designs. The fate of Cybertron once again hung in uncertainty, with Xiang Tian's actions proving pivotal. His courage and intellect, combined with the leadership of Optimus Prime and Megatron, alongside the unity of all Transformers, would determine the future of Cybertron. Xiang Tian, as a crucial figure in this conflict, found his destiny entwined with that of Cybertron. Chapter 50. Trust and Surveillance. Xiang Tian's performance within the Cosmic Emperor's domain grew increasingly commendable. His cunning and capabilities gradually earned the Emperor's trust. The Cosmic Emperor's appreciation for him mounted, even bestowing upon him considerable wealth as a reward. "As long as you perform well, I shall not shortchange you." The Emperor's voice carried a note of satisfaction, pleased with Xiang Tian's conduct. Feigning deep gratitude, Xiang Tian lowered his head, his tone imbued with respect. "Thank you for your kindness, my lord. I shall strive to excel." The Cosmic Emperor smiled, a glint of cunning in his gaze. "Excellent. I anticipated your response. For now, you shall take some rest. After all, you are my secret weapon." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiang Tian understood this was both a sign of the Cosmic Emperor's trust and a reminder of his vigilance. He bowed respectfully before departing from the Emperor's throne. Once Xiang Tian had left, the Cosmic Emperor promptly instructed his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on Xiang Tian. If he leaves the base, report to me immediately." His voice carried an undeniable command. The subordinates complied, beginning to discreetly monitor Xiang Tian's every move. Although the Cosmic Emperor had expressed trust in Xiang Tian, doubt still lingered in his heart. He was aware of Xiang Tian's capabilities and understood that such power, if wielded by an enemy, could pose a significant threat to his plans. Upon returning to his quarters, Xiang Tian contemplated how he could fully secure the Cosmic Emperor's trust. He recognized that his current situation was perilous. Should the Emperor's suspicions transform into action, he would face immense danger. Suddenly, he conceived a plan. He resolved to present the source of fire he had acquired from another world to the Cosmic Emperor, for the Emperor required this source to augment his strength. Xiang Tian understood that the source of fire was among the most potent energy reserves of Cybertron, its power capable of altering the tide of battle. He believed that by bestowing this source upon the Cosmic Emperor, the Emperor's trust in him would reach its zenith. With determination, Xiang Tian stealthily carried the source of fire and made his way to the throne room of the Cosmic Emperor. "My lord, I have a gift to present to you," he intoned, his voice laced with an air of mystery. The Cosmic Emperor gazed at Xiang Tian, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Oh, what gift is this?" Xiang Tian revealed the source of fire from behind him, its surface shimmering with a dazzling radiance. "This is the source of fire I obtained from another realm. I believe it can enhance your power." A glimmer of greed passed through the eyes of the Cosmic Emperor, for he understood the value of the source. "Are you truly willing to relinquish it to me?" His voice bore a hint of skepticism. Xiang Tian nodded, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, my lord. I believe that under your leadership, we can conquer the entire universe." The Cosmic Emperor nodded in satisfaction, accepting the source of fire, feeling the immense power it contained. "Well done, Xiang Tian. Henceforth, you shall be my most trusted lieutenant." While Xiang Tian outwardly expressed gratitude, inwardly he schemed on how to wield this new position against the Cosmic Emperor. He recognized that the source of fire was a double-edged sword. It could amplify the Emperor's might, yet simultaneously become his Achilles heel. In the days that followed, Xiang Tian immersed himself further into the Cosmic Emperor's designs. He leveraged his newfound trust to establish his influence within the Emperor's military ranks, while secretly seeking opportunities to counter the Emperor's plans. He roamed the base, engaging with the Emperor's other subordinates, feigning the demeanor of a loyal minion. However, Xiang Tian did not sever his ties with Optimus Prime and Megatron. Utilizing his intellect, he devised a clandestine method to convey messages without arousing the suspicion of the Cosmic Emperor's subordinates. He concealed information within mundane conversations or transmitted it through subtle gestures to Optimus Prime and Megatron. Both Optimus Prime and Megatron were actively preparing. Aware that Xiang Tian's situation grew increasingly precarious, they must swiftly devise a strategy to assist him in evading the Cosmic Emperor's surveillance. During a covert meeting, Optimus Prime disclosed to Xiang Tian, "We have formulated a plan that can help you lower the Cosmic Emperor's vigilance while safeguarding your identity." Listening to Optimus Prime's scheme, a glimmer of hope sparked in Xiang Tian's eyes. He understood that this plan was fraught with peril, yet he also recognized that to gain the Cosmic Emperor's trust, he must pay a price. Otherwise, his intentions would be unveiled. In the ensuing days, Xiang Tian exhibited even greater diligence, continuously presenting new strategies and suggestions to the Cosmic Emperor, deepening the Emperor's trust in him further. Optimus Prime and Megatron were closely monitoring Skyfire's actions, acutely aware of the inherent risks in his plans, yet they held unwavering faith in his wisdom and courage. They began to mobilize their forces, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the Emperor of the Universe at the moment Skyfire signaled. The fate of Cybertron hung once more in a delicate balance, with Skyfire's actions poised to be pivotal. His bravery and intellect, combined with the leadership of Optimus Prime and Megatron, along with the unity of all Transformers, would ultimately determine the future of Cybertron. As a central figure in this struggle, Skyfire's destiny was inexorably linked to that of Cybertron. He understood the necessity of caution. Failure would yield catastrophic consequences. Yet, he recognized that retreat was not an option. For the sake of Cybertron's future, he must advance resolutely. Chapter 51. The Emperor of the Universe's sincerity upon acquiring the Allspar from Skyfire. The Emperor of the Universe conceived a plan that could serve dual purposes. He resolved to seize this opportunity to not only fortify his power, but also to endeavor to win Optimus Prime's trust. He summoned Skyfire and instructed him, "Go to Optimus Prime and convey my desire to discuss the collaborative reconstruction of Cybertron. Remember, this must remain confidential. Furthermore, I have resolved to cease hostilities." Skyfire was perplexed. He recalled that just 2 days prior, the Emperor had spoken of preparing to conquer Cybertron. Sensing the confusion in Skyfire's eyes, the Emperor elaborated, "After all, I have been an old acquaintance of Primus. After millennia of conflict, I have finally recognized my errors and have chosen to assist Optimus Prime in restoring Cybertron. As an act of atonement." Skyfire was astounded, uncertain of the Emperor's sincerity. However, the expression on the Emperor's face seemed genuine. Could he truly have changed? With lingering doubts, Skyfire departed from the Emperor's domain. The Emperor watched Skyfire's retreating figure and instructed his subordinates, "Remember, when Optimus Prime arrives, you must cooperate with me. I need the strength of this leader. Do you understand?" His followers nodded in agreement, fully aware of the critical nature of the Emperor's scheme. As Skyfire journeyed back, his mind was tumultuous with conflicting thoughts. He was uncertain of the Emperor's true intentions and whether he should place his trust in his words. Yet, he recognized that this could be an opportunity to alter Cybertron's fate. He resolved to share this information with Optimus Prime, allowing him to determine the appropriate course of action. Upon hearing Skyfire's report, Optimus Prime was similarly engulfed in doubt. He was acutely aware of the Emperor's ambition and ruthlessness, finding it difficult to believe that he would suddenly alter his stance. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this could represent an opportunity, a chance to end the war. "Skyfire, do you believe the Emperor's words hold any truth?" Optimus Prime inquired. Skyfire shook his head, uncertain. "I do not know, but he appears to have genuinely changed. Perhaps we can use this opportunity to gauge his true intentions." After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime resolved to take action. "Very well, I shall meet with the Emperor, but I will proceed with caution. We must prepare to confront any conceivable circumstance." Xiang Tian nodded, recognizing the prudence of Optimus Prime's decision. They commenced their preparations, devising strategies to counter potential traps or confrontations. On the appointed day, Optimus Prime ventured alone into the domain of the Cosmic Emperor. The Cosmic Emperor greeted him warmly, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. Optimus Prime, welcome. I am delighted that you accepted my invitation. Optimus Prime remained vigilant, responding, Cosmic Emperor, you expressed a desire to collaboratively rebuild Cybertron. I wish to understand the specifics of your plan. The Cosmic Emperor smiled, articulating his vision in detail. He proposed a willingness to forsake war and collaborate with Optimus Prime in the construction of a peaceful Cybertron. He even offered to relinquish the Allspark as a gesture of sincerity. As Optimus Prime listened to the Cosmic Emperor's words, a wave of doubt surged within him. He remained uncertain of the Cosmic Emperor's true intentions and whether he genuinely wished to abandon hostilities. Yet, he understood the necessity of exercising caution and refraining from placing undue trust in the Cosmic Emperor's assurances. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and the Cosmic Emperor engaged in numerous discussions. The Cosmic Emperor exhibited an unprecedented willingness to cooperate, proposing various concrete plans for collaboration and even expressing a readiness to cede a portion of his power in exchange for peace. Though still cautious, Optimus Prime began to contemplate the Cosmic Emperor's propositions. He recognized that if the Cosmic Emperor were indeed sincere in his desire for partnership, the future of Cybertron could undergo significant transformation. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian discreetly monitored the Cosmic Emperor's actions. He observed a noticeable reduction in the Cosmic Emperor's military presence and a shift toward more subdued behavior. This led Xiang Tian to entertain the possibility that the Cosmic Emperor might genuinely be undergoing a change. However, he did not fully lower his guard, aware of the Cosmic Emperor's notorious ambition and cunning. He understood the importance of remaining vigilant against any sudden shifts in the Cosmic Emperor's stance. Through the combined efforts of Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime, they began to explore deeper collaboration with the Cosmic Emperor. They recognized the inherent risks of this endeavor, yet they also glimpsed the hope of peace. The fate of Cybertron once again hung in uncertainty, with the actions of Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime becoming pivotal. Their courage and wisdom, along with the unity of all Transformers, would ultimately determine the future of Cybertron, while the true intentions of the Cosmic Emperor would soon be unveiled. Chapter 52, Revelations in a Dream in His Dream. Xiang Tian encountered the Primordial One once more. This ancient being spoke in a voice rich with tenderness, saying, Child, we meet again. It seems you have regained your memories. Did he reveal this to you? Xiang Tian understood that he referred to the Cosmic Emperor. He nodded and replied, Yes, it was he who informed me, claiming he wishes to assist us in rebuilding Cybertron. Can I trust him? A flicker of concern crossed the Primordial One's gaze, his voice laced with caution. You must be aware of the Cosmic Emperor's character. He has never relinquished his ambitions. Exercise utmost caution. As the words faded, the figure of the primordial celestial master gradually dissipated. Before vanishing entirely, the master imparted a crucial message to Xiang Tian. Remember, you are the sole hope for the restoration of Cybertron. Every decision you make must be pondered with utmost care. Otherwise, it will be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Awakening from a dream, Xiang Tian found the master's words echoing in his mind. He understood that this dream was not merely a fleeting illusion, but rather a warning and guidance bestowed upon him by the primordial celestial master. He must act with caution and refrain from placing undue trust in the words of the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Emperor, intent on lowering Optimus Prime's guard, undertook a bold action by resurrecting the fallen Bumblebee. He addressed Optimus, saying, The previous events were my fault. I am willing to atone for my mistakes. Optimus Prime regarded the penitent Cosmic Emperor with a complex mix of emotions. Yet, seeing the Emperor's willingness to make such a sacrifice for peace, he decided to temporarily accept the Cosmic Emperor's apology. Optimus observed the Emperor's demeanor closely. If he was genuinely seeking redemption, then Optimus would grant him an opportunity. Optimus recognized that this moment could be pivotal in altering Cybertron's fate, and he must approach it with careful consideration. Gazing at the resurrected Bumblebee, he was filled with profound reflections. Bumblebee's revival was not only a testament to the Cosmic Emperor's sincerity, but also a beacon of hope for peace on Cybertron. Approaching Bumblebee, his voice trembled slightly as he said, Bumblebee, welcome back. Bumblebee looked at Optimus, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Optimus, thank you for granting me this chance. I will prove my worth through my actions. Optimus nodded, fully aware of Bumblebee's loyalty and courage. He would be a vital force in the reconstruction of Cybertron. He resolved to give the Cosmic Emperor a chance, as well as himself, to realize the dream of peace for their world. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and the Cosmic Emperor began their collaboration. Together, they envisioned Cybertron's future and addressed various challenges. Optimus remained vigilant, conscious of the Cosmic Emperor's ambition and cunning. Yet he also acknowledged the efforts the Emperor made for peace. Xiang Tian observed these developments from the shadows, aware that the Cosmic Emperor's actions might not be as straightforward as they appeared. He initiated a secret investigation into the Emperor's true intentions, seeking concrete evidence. During his inquiries, he uncovered several suspicious signs. The Cosmic Emperor's actions seemed not entirely driven by desire for peace. Doubt began to cloud Xiang Tian's mind regarding the Emperor's genuine motives, prompting him to share his findings with Optimus Prime. Upon hearing Xiang Tian's report, Optimus was engulfed in a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts. He recognized the Cosmic Emperor's sincerity, but also acknowledged the evidence presented by Xiang Tian. Determined to seek clarity, he resolved to engage the Cosmic Emperor in further dialogue to uncover his true intentions. In a private meeting, Optimus Prime directly questioned the Cosmic Emperor. Cosmic Emperor, I wish to understand your true intentions. Are you truly willing to forsake your ambitions for the sake of peace? The Cosmic Emperor met Optimus's gaze, a flicker of complexity evident in his eyes. Optimus Prime, I am aware of your skepticism towards me, yet I must assert that I genuinely aspire to change. I have witnessed the devastation wrought by war and glimpsed the potential for peace. I am willing to relinquish my ambitions for the future of Cybertron. Optimus remained silent, cognizant that the words of the Emperor of the Universe could be either truth or deception. However, he understood that he must afford the Emperor a chance, as well as an opportunity for himself. Emperor of the Universe, I am inclined to trust you, but I hope you will substantiate your sincerity through action. Optimus's voice resonated with conviction and strength. The Emperor of the Universe nodded, recognizing that this was his singular opportunity. He resolved to demonstrate his sincerity through deeds, for the future of Cybertron and for his own inner peace. The fate of Cybertron once again hung in uncertainty, with the collaboration between Optimus and the Emperor becoming pivotal. Their courage and wisdom, alongside the unity of all Transformers, would ultimately determine the future of Cybertron. Moreover, Skyfire, as a crucial figure in this struggle, found his destiny intertwined with that of Cybertron. He understood that he must tread carefully, lest the future of Cybertron be exploited by those with ulterior motives. Chapter 53. Sincerity and Enlightenment in the distant depths of the cosmos. Upon the throne of the Emperor of the Universe, he was engrossed in his schemes. Suddenly, a furrow formed on his brow, as he seemed to sense an unusual presence. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the surrounding void. Who dares to spy on me? The Emperor's voice was deep and authoritative, echoing throughout the infinite universe. In the shadows not far away, Skyfire's silhouette flickered. Startled, he realized that the Emperor had discovered his presence. Skyfire cautiously stepped back, attempting to conceal his aura, yet the Emperor's gaze remained fixed upon him. Step forth, Skyfire. The Emperor's voice bore a hint of amusement. I am aware of your presence. Reluctantly, Skyfire emerged from the shadows, confronting the Emperor, his heart brimming with uncertainty and trepidation. He could not fathom why the Emperor had suddenly detected him, nor could he grasp his intentions. Why do you wish to collaborate with me? Skyfire inquired directly, seeking a definitive answer to guide his subsequent actions. The Emperor offered a slight smile, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. It is simple. I wish to bring everlasting peace to Cybertron, he replied slowly, his tone imbued with an undeniable resolve. Everlasting peace. Skyfire felt a stir within, recognizing the unparalleled power of the Emperor. Should he truly be capable of aiding Cybertron in attaining lasting peace, it would indeed be a monumental opportunity. However, doubt still lingered in his heart. Can you truly achieve this? The Emperor nodded, a spark of confidence illuminating his gaze. I possess sufficient power if we unite our efforts. Cybertron shall forever be liberated from the shadow of war. Skyfire fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Cosmic Emperor, yet he also understood that the depths of the Emperor's thoughts were unfathomable. He required further evidence to ascertain the sincerity of the Cosmic Emperor. I shall consider it, Xiang Tian ultimately replied, before turning and vanishing into the boundless cosmos, leaving the Cosmic Emperor alone upon his throne, a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. Simultaneously, in a remote corner of Earth, Optimus Prime sat within his command chamber, his heart heavy with unease. He pondered the true motives behind the Cosmic Emperor's desire to collaborate with him, a nagging feeling that there lay some undisclosed secret beneath the surface. If the Cosmic Emperor genuinely sought peace, why then did he choose to ally with me? This question echoed in Optimus Prime's mind, yet he could find no resolution. Suddenly, a radiant light appeared before him, resembling a portal to another realm. Intrigued, Optimus Prime resolved to follow the light in pursuit of answers. As the glow gradually faded, he found himself enveloped in a mysterious space, brimming with peculiar energy, as if it existed independently of the universe itself. He surveyed his surroundings, curiosity and caution intertwining in his heart. "Welcome to this place, Optimus Prime." A familiar voice resonated in the air, seemingly emanating from all directions. Turning to face the source, he beheld the figure of Master Titanium before him. Having passed away many years prior, Master Titanium's appearance filled Optimus Prime with astonishment and emotion. "Master Titanium, is it truly you?" Optimus Prime inquired with fervor, tears glistening in his eyes. Master Titanium smiled gently and nodded. "Indeed, it is I, Optimus Prime. I am aware that you harbor many questions, which is why I have come here to meet with you. Does the Cosmic Emperor genuinely desire peace?" Optimus Prime could scarcely contain his urgency, yearning for a definitive answer to guide his forthcoming actions. Master Titanium sighed softly, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. The power of the Cosmic Emperor is unparalleled, yet his intentions are inscrutable. While he outwardly appears to seek peace, there lies a far greater ambition concealed beneath. Greater ambition? Optimus Prime was taken aback, not anticipating that the Cosmic Emperor harbored ulterior plans. "Indeed," Master Titanium affirmed with a nod, "the Cosmic Emperor aims to harness our strength to fulfill his own objectives. He seeks to dominate the entire universe, aspiring to become the supreme being." A heavy realization settled upon Optimus Prime's heart. He comprehended the possibility of being exploited by the Cosmic Emperor. He needed to reevaluate his collaboration with the Emperor, ensuring that he would not easily succeed. "What should I do?" Optimus Prime implored anxiously, seeking a resolution to safeguard the peace and security of Cybertron. Master Titanium smiled gently, wisdom glimmering in his eyes. "You must remain vigilant and not be swayed by the Cosmic Emperor's honeyed words. Simultaneously, you should unite with greater forces to collectively counter the ambitions of the Cosmic Emperor." Unite with greater forces? A spark of inspiration ignited within Optimus Prime as he thought of his comrades and those who had previously aided them. Indeed, Master Titanium nodded, recognizing that only through unity could they thwart the ambitions of the Cosmic Emperor. It was imperative that they work collaboratively to safeguard the peace and security of Cybertron. Optimus Prime also nodded, his heart brimming with determination and courage. He understood that this would be a formidable battle, yet he would not falter. "Thank you, Master Titanium," Optimus expressed gratefully before turning to depart from the enigmatic realm, returning to the tangible world. Empowered by strength and hope, he was resolute in his belief that as long as he and his companions stood united, they could indeed overcome the Cosmic Emperor's ambitions and protect the tranquility of Cybertron. Chapter 54. Trials and Alliances in the Command Chamber of Cybertron. Optimus Prime stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering. He had just made a pivotal decision to meet with the Cosmic Emperor, intending to probe his true intentions. Aware that this meeting bore significant risks, he knew it was a necessity. "We must proceed with caution," Optimus advised his aide. "The power of the Cosmic Emperor should not be underestimated. We cannot afford to reveal our motives carelessly." The aide nodded in understanding. "I shall prepare everything to ensure the meeting's safety." Optimus nodded in acknowledgement and then turned toward the communicator. He needed to discreetly contact Skyfire to inform him of his plans. "Skyfire, this is Optimus Prime." His voice resonated through the communicator. "We need to discuss matters." Shortly, Skyfire's voice echoed from the other end. "Optimus, I have been awaiting your message. What are your intentions?" "I plan to meet with the Cosmic Emperor to present our terms," Optimus replied slowly. "I wish to ascertain whether he will acquiesce." Skyfire fell silent for a moment before responding. "This is a perilous scheme, Optimus. The Cosmic Emperor is not easily dealt with. I am aware, Optimus's voice conveyed resolve. But if we do not probe his true objectives, we will forever remain uncertain of his desire for peace. With a sigh, Skyfire conceded, recognizing the validity of Optimus's words. Very well, I shall support you discreetly. However, should circumstances change, we must act swiftly. Thank you, Skyfire. Optimus expressed his gratitude. Your support amplifies our chances. Days later, Optimus stood before the throne of the Cosmic Emperor, his gaze fixed upon this formidable entity. The eyes of the Cosmic Emperor were profound, as if capable of perceiving all truths. Optimus Prime, you have finally arrived. The Cosmic Emperor's voice reverberated through the vast hall. What have you concluded? Optimus inhaled deeply before responding. I am willing to collaborate with you, but first, I have certain conditions. A flicker of surprise crossed the Cosmic Emperor's eyes, quickly masked. Do share. First, you must guarantee the safety of Cybertron. Optimus asserted resolutely. We cannot endure any further warfare. The Cosmic Emperor nodded. That is only natural. Peace is our mutual objective. Secondly, we require knowledge of your true plans. Optimus Prime continued. We cannot engage in collaboration under unclear circumstances. The Cosmic Emperor fell silent for a moment before responding. I can assure you that my intentions are for the peace of the entire universe. However, I require your strength to actualize this vision. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Optimus Prime, as he sensed an underlying nuance in the Cosmic Emperor's words. We require further evidence to substantiate your sincerity. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly. I can afford you time to deliberate. But remember, time waits for no one. Optimus nodded and subsequently departed the Grand Hall, acutely aware that this meeting was merely a prologue, with the true battle yet to unfold. Meanwhile, Skyfire observed everything from the shadows, remaining in contact with Optimus and poised to respond to any potential developments. Optimus, how did the meeting proceed? Skyfire inquired through the communicator. The Cosmic Emperor did not outright reject our terms, Optimus replied, yet there appears to be a veil of concealment in his statements. Skyfire pondered for a moment before declaring. We require more information. I shall investigate the true intentions of the Cosmic Emperor. Proceed with caution, Skyfire. Optimus cautioned, the Cosmic Emperor is not easily trifled with. Rest assured, Optimus, came Skyfire's confident reply, I will exercise utmost care. Days later, Skyfire returned to Optimus bearing significant intelligence. I have uncovered some clues regarding the Cosmic Emperor. He seems to be in pursuit of an ancient power, one potent enough to alter the fate of the entire universe. A glimmer of concern flashed in Optimus's eyes. What is this power? Can we thwart him? Skyfire shook his head. It remains unclear for now, but we must impede his progress. Otherwise, the entire universe will face an immense peril. Optimus nodded, acutely aware of the gravity of their responsibility. We shall prepare ourselves, regardless of the Cosmic Emperor's plans. We must thwart him. Their gazes met, and they understood that this struggle would be arduous, yet they were resolute. For Cybertron, and for the peace of the entire universe, they would spare no effort. Chapter 55. Inner Turmoil and Alliances on the Desolate Plains of Cybertron. Optimus Prime stood alone, gazing at the distant starry expanse, his heart brimming with trepidation and resolve. To counter the Cosmic Emperor and safeguard Cybertron, he recognized the necessity of adopting more decisive measures. In that moment, a familiar yet intricate name surfaced in his mind, Megatron. Megatron, my old adversary, Optimus mused to himself. Although our history is fraught with conflict, in the face of the Cosmic Emperor's threat, we must set aside our past grievances and unite against this formidable foe. Yet, Optimus was acutely aware of the complexity of Megatron's sentiments towards him. Their relationship transcended mere antagonism. It was imbued with an ineffable bond. To prevent the Cosmic Emperor from exploiting Megatron, he resolved to convey his true intentions to him. I must ensure that Megatron understands our objective line. Optimus Prime silently resolved within himself. In order to better convey his sentiments, he decided to meticulously prepare a gift. He hoped this present would express his respect and trust towards Megatron, while also strengthening the bond between them. The gift must possess a special significance, representing not only their shared past, but also symbolizing their collective future. At that moment, Skyfire appeared beside Optimus. Are you ready, Optimus? He inquired. Yes, Skyfire, Optimus nodded. I require your assistance. What would you have me do? Skyfire asked. I wish for you to help me prepare a gift, Optimus replied slowly. This gift will serve as a vital medium during my meeting with Megatron. Skyfire smiled knowingly, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. I understand. You wish to convey your respect and trust to Megatron through this gift. Precisely, Optimus affirmed with a nod. I hope this present will make him realize that our past grievances are no longer significant, and that our shared objective is of utmost importance. Skyfire nodded in agreement, saying, I will help you find the most suitable gift. Days later, Skyfire returned to Optimus, bearing a carefully selected present. It was an ancient Cybertronian energy crystal, emanating a gentle glow as if it contained boundless energy and wisdom. This is the most fitting gift I could find, Skyfire declared, handing the energy crystal to Optimus. It not only represents our past, but also symbolizes our shared future. Optimus accepted the crystal, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Skyfire. I believe this gift will truly convey my intentions. On the day of the meeting, Optimus approached Megatron with the gift in hand. Megatron stood within his base, his gaze steely, as if bracing for confrontation. Optimus, what brings you here? Megatron's voice carried a note of caution. Optimus smiled slightly and replied, I have come to discuss our future. A flicker of surprise crossed Megatron's eyes, yet he remained on guard. Our future? Are you referring to the matter of the Universe Emperor? Indeed, Optimus nodded. The threat of the Universe Emperor looms large. We must set aside our past grievances and unite against this formidable adversary. Megatron pondered in silence for a moment before responding, I understand your point. But do you truly believe we can collaborate? Optimus nodded affirmatively and produced the energy crystal from his cloak. This is a gift I have prepared for you. It embodies my respect and trust. Megatron accepted the crystal, a flicker of emotion crossing his features. This gift makes it clear that you truly regard me as a trustworthy ally. Indeed, Optimus smiled gently. Our goals are aligned, and only by standing united can we triumph over the Universe Emperor. Megatron nodded in acceptance and said, Very well, I place my trust in you. We can join forces to confront the Emperor of the Universe. Optimus Prime felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. The alliance between him and Megatron would serve as a pivotal strength in their struggle against the Emperor of the Universe. Thank you, Megatron, Optimus Prime stated earnestly. With your support, we shall undoubtedly triumph over the Emperor and safeguard Cybertron. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, Optimus, I will stand by your side until the very end. At that moment, Skyfire silently observed the proceedings, his heart filled with contentment. He understood that the alliance between Optimus Prime and Megatron would be the key to their victory over the Emperor of the Universe. Let us strive together to protect Cybertron. Skyfire silently prayed, a resolute light shining in his eyes. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Skyfire collaborated closely, devising strategies to counter the Emperor of the Universe. They were aware that this would be a grueling battle, yet they had prepared themselves fully. For Cybertron, for the peace of the entire universe, they would spare no effort. Chapter 56. A scheme within a scheme upon the throne of the Emperor of the Universe. He sat quietly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. He had just received crucial news that Skyfire was nearing his true objective. This stirred a subtle shift within the Emperor, who recognized it as an opportunity to exploit. Skyfire, you have finally begun to take action, the Emperor mused to himself. However, do you truly believe I would allow you to succeed so easily? To avoid alarming his adversary, the Emperor resolved to deliberately reveal a few flaws. He aimed to lead Skyfire to believe that he had grasped the Emperor's genuine plans, thereby relaying this information to Optimus Prime. I will make you lose Optimus's trust. The Emperor plotted in silence. Meanwhile, Skyfire was secretly investigating the actions of the Emperor. He meticulously gathered various pieces of information, attempting to discern the Emperor's true intentions. The Emperor's plans must be concealed within his actions, Skyfire contemplated. I must observe him with even greater caution. However, just as Skyfire believed he was closing in on the truth, the Emperor intentionally allowed him to glimpse a series of false clues. These leads appeared authentic, yet were nothing more than traps carefully laid by the Emperor himself. These pieces of intelligence seemed quite valuable, Skyfire thought with a spark of excitement, unaware that he had already fallen into the Emperor's snare. Before Skyfire could relay this information to Optimus Prime, The Emperor had already taken the initiative to notify Optimus in advance. He sought to sow seeds of doubt in Optimus's mind regarding Skyfire, thus eroding his trust. Optimus, I am aware of your reliance on Skyfire. The Emperor communicated through a transmitter, but I must inform you that Skyfire is approaching my true intentions. Optimus was taken aback. He had not anticipated the Emperor would reach out to him. What do you mean? He inquired. It is quite simple. Skyfire has uncovered some of my secrets. The voice of the Cosmic Emperor bore a hint of mockery, as he was soon to unveil these so-called intelligence reports to you. Optimus Prime remained silent for a moment, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. Why do you feel compelled to share this with me? He inquired. Because I wish for you to avoid being misled. The Cosmic Emperor replied with a faint smile. I hope you can discern the true nature of Xiang Tian. A flicker of realization crossed Optimus Prime's mind. It seemed that the Emperor's words concealed a deeper meaning. I shall proceed with caution. Shortly thereafter, Xiang Tian approached Optimus Prime, bearing the intelligence. Optimus Prime, I have uncovered some vital information regarding the Cosmic Emperor. A weight settled in Optimus Prime's heart as he recalled the Emperor's earlier words. What is this information? He asked. The Cosmic Emperor appears to be in pursuit of an ancient power, one potent enough to alter the fate of the entire universe, Xiang Tian explained in detail. However, contrary to Xiang Tian's expectations, Optimus Prime did not exhibit shock. Rather, a glimmer of skepticism flickered in his eyes. Is this intelligence truly reliable? Xiang Tian was taken aback. Unprepared for Optimus Prime's doubt. It is undoubtedly reliable. I have conducted the investigation myself. Yet, the Cosmic Emperor had previously warned me that you would draw close to his true intentions. Optimus Prime replied slowly. I cannot help but question the authenticity of this information. A sense of despair washed over Xiang Tian as he realized he had fallen into the Cosmic Emperor's trap. The Cosmic Emperor would stoop so low. I do not entirely disbelieve you, Xiang Tian. Optimus Prime replied with a faint smile, but I must tread carefully to thwart the Cosmic Emperor's plans. Xiang Tian nodded, his heart heavy with remorse. I apologize, Optimus Prime. I did not anticipate the Cosmic Emperor's cunning. Do not fret, Optimus Prime reassured, patting Xiang Tian on the shoulder. Together, we shall unearth the Cosmic Emperor's true intentions and thwart his schemes. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Emperor observed from a distance, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. Xiang Tian, you have lost Optimus Prime's trust. My plot advances another step. Yet, unbeknownst to the Cosmic Emperor, the bond of trust between Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian had not completely eroded. They merely maintained a vigilant stance to better confront the Emperor's malice. In the days that followed, Optimus Prime and Xiang Tian collaborated more closely, seeking the true objectives of the Cosmic Emperor. They understood this would be a struggle fraught with challenges, yet they were prepared. For the sake of Cybertron, and for the peace of the universe, they were willing to sacrifice everything. Chapter 57, Resolution and Revelation in the Command Center of Cybertron. Optimus Prime stood resolutely, his gaze fixed upon the horizon. To vanquish the Cosmic Emperor, he had made a momentous decision, to utilize the leadership module within him to eliminate this threat once and for all. He recognized the formidable nature of the battle ahead, one that could even cost him his life. Megatron, I have something to discuss with you. Optimus Prime turned to face Megatron, his tone tinged with reluctance. Megatron blinked in surprise before nodding. Speak, Optimus Prime. I am aware that you have always been concerned for me. Optimus Prime said slowly. Yet at this critical juncture, I must remain resolute, dedicating myself entirely to combating the Cosmic Emperor. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Megatron's eyes, filled with worry and reluctance. Optimus, have you truly resolved to take this path? Indeed, Optimus nodded, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. This is for Cybertron, for the peace of the entire universe. I cannot falter. Megatron fell silent for a moment before speaking deliberately. I understand your decision. But remember, regardless of what transpires, I will stand by your side in support. Optimus smiled faintly, a wave of gratitude swelling within him. Thank you, Megatron. With your support, I feel more confident facing the impending battle. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian sat alone in a corner, engulfed in feelings of discomfort and helplessness. He had always wished to alter the fate of Optimus, to prevent his self-sacrifice, yet reality left him feeling powerless. Is it truly impossible for me to change Optimus's destiny? Xiang Tian pondered silently. At that moment, his consciousness was suddenly transported to a resplendent hall. filled with an aura of mystery, as if it existed apart from the universe. "Welcome, Xiang Tian." A gentle yet authoritative voice resonated through the air, seemingly emanating from all directions. Turning to behold the figure of the primordial celestial master before him, Xiang Tian's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with curiosity and reverence. "Is it truly you, primordial celestial master?" "It is I, Xiang Tian," the master replied with a slight smile, nodding. "I know you harbor many questions, which is why I have come to meet you. I wish to understand my true mission," Xiang Tian implored, yearning for a clear answer to fulfill his responsibilities more effectively. The primordial celestial master smiled gently, a profound light flickering in his eyes. "Your mission is to safeguard the balance and harmony of the universe. At this pivotal moment, you are called to assist Optimus and Megatron in their fight against the Cosmic Emperor. To protect the balance and harmony of the universe?" A realization struck Xiang Tian, recognizing the weight of his responsibility. "How then shall I proceed?" "You must maintain composure and reason, not allowing emotions to sway you," the master advised slowly. "Moreover, you must employ your wisdom and courage to discover a means to defeat the Cosmic Emperor." Xiang Tian nodded, his heart swelling with determination and bravery. "I shall do my utmost to fulfill my mission." "I believe in you, Xiang Tian," the primordial celestial master replied with a gentle smile, trust shimmering in his eyes. "As long as you hold steadfast to your convictions and advance bravely, success will be yours." A warmth enveloped Xiang Tian's heart as he felt the master's support and encouragement. He understood that he must rally himself, for the sake of preserving the universe's balance and harmony, and to aid Optimus and Megatron. He would spare no effort. "Thank you, primordial celestial master. I will not allow the Cosmic Emperor's schemes to prevail," Xiang Tian resolutely declared, then turned to exit the Radiant Hall, returning to the realm of reality. His heart brimming with strength and hope, he understood the significant mission that lay before him. Alongside Optimus Prime and Megatron, he would confront the forthcoming challenges, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the universe. Chapter 58. Lies and Sincerity in the Depths of the Cosmos. A breathtaking battle had just concluded. With the formidable power of the Leadership Module, Optimus Prime successfully vanquished the Cosmic Emperor. However, this triumph came at cost. In the process of wielding the Leadership Module, Optimus Prime lost the memories of his time as a leader, reverting to his original form, Orion. Megatron stood before Orion, his heart awash with complex emotions. Gazing upon the familiar figure, he realized his friend had finally returned. Orion's eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment, clearly unaware of his former identity as Optimus Prime, the leader of Cybertron. "Orion, you have finally returned," Megatron spoke gently, extending his hand to softly pat Orion's shoulder. Orion blinked in surprise, then nodded. "Megatron, I'm back. Yet, I feel as though something is amiss." Megatron smiled faintly, his mind racing with thoughts. He knew that if Orion regained his memories, he would likely return to the Autobot faction. To prevent Orion from departing, Megatron made a difficult decision to implant a false memory within him. "Orion, you have endured a battle, but you are safe now," Megatron said slowly, his tone laced with resolve. "You have always been one of us. We have fought together to protect Cybertron." A flicker of doubt crossed Orion's eyes, yet he refrained from probing further. He sensed an inexplicable trust in Megatron's words, compelling him to believe. "We fought together?" Orion repeated softly, gradually finding peace within himself. Megatron nodded, though guilt and self-reproach filled his heart. He recognized the wrongness of his actions, but was unwilling to lose Orion. To him, Orion was different from Optimus Prime. Orion was his friend, his comrade, an irreplaceable presence in his life. "Orion, are you willing to continue fighting alongside us?" Megatron asked cautiously, his eyes shimmering with hopeful anticipation. Orion smiled gently and nodded. "Of course, Megatron. I will stand with you to protect our home." A surge of joy filled Megatron's heart. He knew his plan had succeeded. Yet, he also understood that this fabricated memory was not a lasting solution. He must devise a better way to ensure Orion would remain by their side. "Orion, together we shall discover our true path," Megatron declared resolutely, his eyes glimmering with determination. Orion nodded, his heart overflowing with trust and anticipation. He believed that Megatron would lead them towards an even brighter future. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian quietly observed everything, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that Megatron had made a difficult choice for Orion, yet he also recognized that this fabricated memory was ultimately not a viable solution to their predicament. Megatron, do you truly believe this is the right course of action? Xiang Tian could not help but inquire, concern glimmering in his eyes. Megatron offered a faint smile, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. I am aware this is not right, but I cannot bear to lose Orion. To me, he is not merely a warrior. He is a friend. After a moment of silence, Xiang Tian slowly replied, I comprehend your choice, yet you must seek a better solution. Otherwise, this false memory will inevitably become an obstacle between you. Megatron nodded, determination flooding his heart. I shall endeavor to do so, Xiang Tian. For Orion, for our shared future. In the days that followed, Megatron and Orion continued to battle on Cybertron. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Yet they believed that as long as they stood united, they would surely discover their rightful way. Chapter 59. Mist and Choices Within a Clandestine Base on Cybertron. Megatron and Orion sat face to face, the atmosphere laden with gravity. Megatron understood that to sway Orion to his cause, he needed to convince him that the Autobots were plotting to seize control of Cybertron. Orion, I must convey to you a significant piece of information. Megatron's voice was low and serious, as if revealing a momentous secret. The Autobots are secretly orchestrating an operation aimed at usurping control of Cybertron. Orion blinked in surprise, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. How can this be? The Autobots have always been our allies. How could they undertake such actions? Megatron smiled slyly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. I understand this sounds implausible, yet it is an undeniable truth. Moreover, their leader is none other than Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime? Orion gasped inwardly, for he shared a profound friendship with Optimus, making it hard to fathom that he would engage in such treachery. Megatron, are you certain you have not erred? Optimus is not that kind of individual. I grasp your trust in Optimus, yet the facts remain as they are, Megatron replied slowly, a hint of firmness in his tone. I can present you with evidence that will reveal the Autobots' true intentions. Though Orion still found it difficult to believe, he resolved to trust Megatron. He followed him to a concealed archive, housing documents pertaining to the Autobots' maneuvers. Megatron handed Orion a file. These are internal communications of the Autobots. You may examine them closely. Orion accepted the documents and began to read attentively. As he delved deeper, his expression grew increasingly grave. The materials indeed referenced plans to seize control of Cybertron, and Optimus's name appeared among them. How can this be possible? Orion was engulfed in shock and confusion, pondering why Unicron would commit such acts. This perplexity was precisely why I felt the need to disclose the truth to you. Megatron smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride flickering in his eyes. The Autobots were no longer our allies. They had betrayed us. Orion remained silent for a moment, his heart rife with conflict and turmoil. He found it difficult to fathom that Unicron would betray them, yet he could not dismiss the evidence before him. He knew a decision was imperative. Megatron, I shall thwart Unicron, Orion finally articulated, his tone imbued with a newfound resolve. Regardless of his actions, I cannot allow his machinations to persist. Megatron felt a surge of elation, recognizing the success of his plan. He smiled subtly, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. I have faith in you, Orion. With your presence, we shall undoubtedly thwart the Autobots' conspiracy. Meanwhile, Starfire silently observed the unfolding drama, his heart laden with confusion and discord. He was aware of Megatron's sentiments towards Orion and understood his predicaments. Yet he also recognized that the Autobots desperately required Optimus Prime's leadership. Should I reveal the truth to Orion? Starfire pondered silently. If he divulged the truth, Orion might return to the Autobots, but if he withheld it, he would feel guilty. Starfire found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, uncertain of the path he should take. He realized that whatever decision he made would profoundly impact Orion, Megatron, and the entirety of Cybertron. Starfire, what occupies your thoughts? Megatron inquired, noticing the unusual expression on Starfire's face. Starfire hesitated briefly, then shook his head. It's nothing. I am merely contemplating some matters. Megatron responded with a slight smile, an understanding glimmer in his eyes. I recognize the concerns you harbor, but you must place your trust in us. Orion is one of us. Together, we shall safeguard Cybertron. Starfire nodded, though confusion still swirled within him. He understood that now was not the time for hesitation. He had to make a choice, no matter how arduous it might be. In the days that followed, Starfire continuously deliberated on his decision. He understood that his choice would shape the future of Cybertron. He needed to proceed with caution, seeking the best resolution to the current predicament. Chapter 60. Deception and Truth Within the Confines of the Decepticon Secret Base. Orion was diligently at work, his demeanor serious and focused. Observing Orion, Megatron felt a swell of satisfaction. He knew that as long as Orion maintained unwavering belief in him, Cybertron would inevitably belong to him. "Orion, you are performing admirably," Megatron remarked with a smile, his tone laced with appreciation. "With you on our side, our plan shall undoubtedly succeed." Orion returned a slight smile and nodded. "Megatron, I will exert my utmost effort." However, Megatron was acutely aware that his scheme could not remain flawless indefinitely. He sensed that it would not be long before Orion uncovered some irregularities. In order to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he resolved to encrypt the information regarding Optimus Prime, lest Orion discover the truth. "I shall ensure that all data remain secure and intact," Megatron mused inwardly. However, no matter how flawless a plan may be, it cannot guarantee absolute success. One day, while at work, Orion inadvertently stumbled upon an encrypted file. Driven by curiosity, he decided to decrypt it to uncover the secrets it concealed. After considerable effort, Orion succeeded in unlocking the file. Yet, as he gazed upon the contents displayed on the screen, he was rendered speechless. The document revealed an individual strikingly similar to himself. And that individual was none other than the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. How could this be? Orion was overwhelmed with shock and confusion. How could I be the Autobots' leader, Optimus Prime? Had it not always been Megatron? A wave of dizziness washed over him. He found it difficult to accept the reality before him. He had always believed himself to be Megatron's comrade, one of their ranks. Yet he never anticipated such a divergent identity. Megatron must have concealed certain truths. Orion pondered silently, but why would he do so? Are we not friends? Or has Megatron been deceiving me all along? A torrent of contradictions and struggles filled Orion's heart. Unsure of whom to trust, he grappled with the question of his own identity. He resolved to confront Megatron, seeking clarity on who he truly was. "Megatron, I wish to speak with you." Orion approached him, his tone tinged with seriousness. Megatron paused momentarily, sensing a hint of unease. "What is it, Orion? Is something amiss?" "I discovered the encrypted file," Orion replied slowly, fixing his gaze upon Megatron, and its contents left me utterly astonished. A heaviness settled in Megatron's heart. He realized that his greatest fear had come to fruition. "You have seen the file?" "Indeed, I have," Orion affirmed, a flicker of determination crossing his eyes. "I saw someone who bears a striking resemblance to me. He is the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime." Megatron fell silent for a moment, his heart brimming with complex emotions. He understood that he could no longer conceal the truth. "Orion, tell me the truth," Megatron, Orion interrupted, urgency lacing his voice. "I wish to know who I truly am." Megatron sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his eyes. "Very well, I shall reveal the truth. You were indeed once the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. However, during a fierce battle, you lost your memory and reverted to being Orion." Orion's heart trembled. He found it difficult to accept the revelation before him. "Then why did you hide this from me? Are we not friends?" "I concealed it because I did not wish to lose you." Megatron spoke slowly, a trace of bitterness in his tone. "I knew that if you regained your memory, you would likely return to the Autobots, and I did not want to lose you as a friend." Orion fell into silence for a moment, his heart a tumult of contradictions and struggles. He found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of whom to trust and which side to choose. "Megatron, I require time to process all of this." Orion spoke slowly, a hint of confusion lacing his tone. "I seek solitude for contemplation." Megatron nodded, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. "I comprehend, Orion. You need time to reflect. Regardless of the decision you arrive at, I shall stand by you." A faint smile graced Orion's lips, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Megatron. I will ponder this carefully." In the days that followed, Orion was engulfed in profound contemplation. He continually reminisced about the moments shared with Megatron, striving to uncover clues within those memories. He recognized the gravity of the decision before him, one that would not only shape his destiny, but also determine the fate of Cybertron. Simultaneously, Megatron observed Orion from afar, aware that his friend was besieged by doubts and inner turmoil. Yet, he understood the necessity of providing Orion with ample space and time to seek his own answers. No matter the choice Orion makes, I will support him, Megatron mused silently. He is my friend and an indispensable part of my existence. In this nebulous and uncertain period, both Orion and Megatron faced pivotal choices. They knew that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely resolve their dilemmas and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future. Chapter 61. Choices and Farewells. A few days after Orion discovered his true identity, the dynamics of his relationship with Megatron grew subtly complex. An unspoken barrier seemed to arise between them, each maintaining a cool distance, and the once vibrant camaraderie they shared was now a distant memory within the base. Orion sat alone in a corner, his gaze vacantly directed out the window, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had never anticipated that he was the leader of the Autobots, Optimus Prime. This revelation left him feeling adrift. Reflecting on his interactions with Megatron, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within him. They had once fought side by side as comrades, bound by deep friendship. Yet now they stood estranged due to the secret of his identity. Not far away, Megatron silently observed Orion, his eyes brimming with guilt and remorse. He recognized that he should not have concealed Orion's true identity, yet he had feared losing this friend. Now that Orion was aware of the truth, their relationship had become awkward, and Megatron was consumed by regret. After several days of an unspoken standoff, Orion finally summoned the courage to confront Megatron. He understood that continuing in this manner was detrimental to both, and they needed to address the rift between them. Megatron, we need to talk, Orion stated, stepping forward with a tone of resolve. Megatron blinked in surprise, but nodded in agreement. Very well, Orion. Let's converse. They found a quiet place to sit, and Orion took a deep breath, preparing to speak. Megatron, I am aware that your concealment of my identity stems from your concern for me. Yet your actions have caused me considerable hurt. There ought to be no secrets between us. Megatron fell silent for a moment, a flicker of anguish passing through his eyes. Orion, I'm truly sorry. I was merely fearful of losing you and did not anticipate this would cause you such sorrow. Orion smiled faintly, his tone imbued with a touch of forgiveness. I forgive you, Megatron. However, I have one condition. What condition? Megatron inquired with a hint of anxiety, an ominous premonition stirring within him. I wish to return to the Autobots, Orion stated slowly, his voice resolute. That is where I truly belong. I need to reclaim my past and my identity. A heaviness settled in Megatron's heart, for his greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Suppressing his sorrow, he spoke softly. Orion, have you truly made this decision? Orion nodded, determination flickering in his gaze. Yes, I've contemplated this thoroughly. Though we have experienced misunderstandings, you will always remain my friend. I hope we can continue to stay in touch. Megatron remained silent for a moment, his heart filled with pain and inner turmoil. He realized that if he did not acquiesce to Orion's request, it would undoubtedly cause him distress. Ultimately, he nodded slowly. Very well, Orion, I promise you. I shall assist you in returning to the Autobots. A grateful smile graced Orion's face. Thank you, Megatron. Regardless of where I may be, you will always be my friend. After Orion's departure, Megatron sat alone within the confines of the base, engulfed in feelings of desolation and solitude. He silently reflected upon the cherished moments spent with Orion, a profound sadness swelling within him. At that moment, the mocking voice of Unicron echoed in Megatron's mind. Megatron, you're truly a coward. You dare not voice your true feelings and can only watch helplessly as Orion departs. Deep within, you harbor emotions far more profound than mere friendship, yet you lack the courage to express them. A jolt of realization struck Megatron. He longed to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He understood that his feelings for Orion transcended ordinary friendship, yet he feared confronting these emotions and revealing them to Orion. He dreaded the notion that this love would burden Orion and risk his departure. Megatron, you shall forever dwell in your own realm, too afraid to confront your true self. Unicron's voice resounded once more, laced with derision and mockery. Tormented by pain and conflict, Megatron recognized that he could not persist in this manner. He musters the courage to confront his emotions and pursue the life he desires. Only then could he emerge from the shadows of his heart and truly rebuild a profound friendship with Orion. In this moment of anguish and struggle, Megatron finally resolved to pursue his happiness bravely and to face his emotions with unwavering resolve. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, he will steadfastly continue onward. For he understands that only in this manner can he truly discover the happiness that belongs to him. Chapter 62. Voices and Choices in a secluded corner of Cybertron. Xiang Tian sat quietly in his command room, contemplating the forthcoming plans. Suddenly, the communicator beeped, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. He glanced at the screen, which displayed the name of the medic, causing a flicker of concern within him. "Medic, is there something amiss?" Xiang Tian cautiously answered the call. The medic's voice emanated from the communicator, tinged with urgency. "Xiang Tian, I wish to inquire about Optimus Prime. How is he faring?" Xiang Tian's heart sank. He was aware of the medic's deep concern for Optimus, yet he also understood the complexity of the current situation and refrained from revealing the full truth. "Optimus is fine," Xiang Tian replied after a brief moment of contemplation. "He simply cannot return at this time." The medic fell silent for a moment before responding, "I understand. I will continue to monitor his condition." "Rest assured, medic," Xiang Tian said with a faint smile, determination glimmering in his eyes. "We will take good care of Optimus." Meanwhile, within Megatron's clandestine lair, Megatron sat in his chamber, filled with conflict and turmoil. He knew he could no longer evade his true feelings. He must convey his sentiments to Orion. "Orion, I have something to express," Megatron said slowly as Orion entered the room, his tone laced with tension. Orion paused momentarily, then nodded. "Please, go ahead, Megatron. I realize there have been barriers between us, but I hope you can comprehend," Megatron continued, determination flashing in his eyes. "I have longed to tell you how immensely significant you are to me." A stir of emotion welled within Orion, taken aback by Megatron's revelation at such a pivotal moment. "Megatron, please allow me to finish," Orion interjected, urgency in Megatron's voice interrupting him. "I know you were once Optimus Prime, but in my heart, you have always been Orion. Together we have fought and endured many trials. You have become an indispensable part of my life." Orion remained silent for a while, grappling with a whirlwind of emotions. He recognized the sincerity of Megatron's feelings, yet he also understood the enduring disparities in their identities. "Megatron, I too cherish our friendship," Orion said softly, warmth in his tone. "But you must understand, I was once Optimus Prime, and I bear my own responsibilities and missions." Megatron smiled faintly, comprehension evident in his eyes. "I understand, Orion. I would never ask you to abandon your responsibilities and missions. I merely wish for you to know that, irrespective of the choices you make, I shall support you." Orion felt a warmth in his heart, sensing Megatron's sincerity and unwavering support. He realized that Megatron had made considerable efforts. He could not afford to let him down. "Megatron, thank you." A faint smile graced Orion's lips, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. "I shall earnestly contemplate our relationship and endeavor to carve out my own path." Megatron nodded, his heart swelling with solace and hope. He understood that as long as Orion was willing to embrace him, the chasm between them would inevitably vanish. Meanwhile, after concluding his communication with the ambulance, Skyfire was enveloped in profound contemplation. He recognized the necessity of discovering a more effective solution to the predicament at hand. "Ambulance, I must devise a means for you to comprehend the truth," Skyfire silently pondered, while simultaneously resolving to assist Orion and Megatron in their quest for happiness. In this moment shrouded in fog and choices, Skyfire, Megatron, and Orion confronted pivotal decisions. They understood that only by unearthing the truth could they genuinely resolve their issues and guide Cybertron toward a brighter future. Chapter 63. A transaction in shadows within the depths of Megatron's consciousness. He encountered the Cosmic Emperor once more. The Emperor's form flickered in the void, seemingly wielding the power to control all. His voice, imbued with temptation and mystery, stirred something within Megatron. "Megatron, I can aid you in winning Orion's heart." The Cosmic Emperor intoned slowly, confidence lacing his words, "but you must safeguard the secret of our alliance." Megatron fell into silence, his heart a tumult of conflict and struggle. He was aware that the Emperor's assistance could enable him to win Orion's affection, yet he also understood the perilous nature of such a bargain. However, he was unwilling to become an adversary to Orion, for in his heart, Orion was unlike Optimus. "Orion is my friend. I do not wish to lose him," Megatron declared, his tone imbued with determination. I shall keep our secret. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent, Megatron. I trust you will make the right choice. Meanwhile, Orion returned to the ranks of the Autobots. Yet he did not forget Megatron's feelings for him. Gratitude and guilt filled his heart, aware that he had imposed too much pressure and suffering upon Megatron in the past. Megatron, I wish to share my thoughts with you. Orion mused internally. I do not want you to misunderstand me, nor do I wish to lose you as a friend. He resolved to speak with Megatron, to convey his true sentiments. Unbeknownst to him, the entity with whom he was conversing had transformed into the Cosmic Emperor, rather than Megatron himself. Orion, have you finally come to a realization? The Cosmic Emperor's voice resonated within Orion's consciousness, echoing Megatron's yet tinged with an unusual essence. Orion's brow furrowed slightly, brimming with confusion. Megatron, is that you? It is I, Orion. The Cosmic Emperor's voice bore a gentle undertone. I wish to understand your thoughts. Orion smiled faintly, his heart swelling with gratitude. Megatron, thank you for your unwavering care and support. I do not wish to create misunderstandings, nor do I want to lose you as a friend. The Cosmic Emperor smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Do not worry, Orion. I shall ensure that you do not lose me. A warmth spread through Orion's heart, as he believed that Megatron had grasped his sentiments. Little did he know, he was no longer confronting the true Megatron. Simultaneously, within his own realm of consciousness, Megatron had struck a deal with the Cosmic Emperor. He understood the necessity of proceeding with caution, ensuring that Orion remained unaware of any irregularities. I will strive to assist you, Orion. Megatron contemplated silently, but I must also safeguard our secret. In this moment, rife with temptation and peril, both Megatron and Orion faced pivotal choices. They recognized that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely resolve their dilemmas and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future. Yet, they were acutely aware that this struggle would be arduous. They had to unite and confront the challenges ahead to preserve the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. Regardless of what transpires, I shall stand by your side in support. Orion, Megatron silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Meanwhile, Skyfire observed the unfolding events with quiet concern. His heart brimmed with trepidation, knowing he must devise a way to thwart the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious plans while also aiding Orion in discovering his own path. I must tread carefully, ensuring that the Cosmic Emperor's schemes do not succeed, Skyfire reflected inwardly, while also assisting Orion and Megatron in safeguarding Cybertron's future. In this fog-laden moment of choices, Megatron, Orion, and Skyfire were all compelled to make significant decisions. They understood that only through unity could they triumph over the Cosmic Emperor's machinations and protect the peace and serenity of Cybertron. Chapter 64. The resurgence of the Cosmic Emperor once more. The skies of Cybertron were stained crimson with the fires of war. As the fleet of the Cosmic Emperor descended like a swarm of locusts, Orion stood amidst the ruins of the city, his heart awash with confusion and fury. Megatron had previously assured him that the Cosmic Emperor had been vanquished. Why then did he now reappear? Megatron, what is the meaning of this? Orion turned to face him, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Did you not claim that the Cosmic Emperor had been destroyed? Why has he returned? A heaviness settled in Megatron's heart. He realized that his deception had been unveiled, yet he chose to continue concealing the truth. Orion, this is merely an unforeseen incident. The remnants of the Cosmic Emperor's forces have launched this attack while we were unprepared. A flicker of disappointment crossed Orion's gaze, disbelief clouding his thoughts. Megatron, have you truly withheld the truth from me? Are we not friends? Megatron lowered his head slightly, engulfed by guilt and remorse. Orion, I have my reasons. Just then, the figure of the Cosmic Emperor materialized before them, his voice laced with mockery and arrogance. Thanks to you, Megatron, without your assistance, how could I have so swiftly conquered Cybertron? Of course, our agreement remains in effect. I shall aid you in acquiring everything you desire. A tremor coursed through Orion's heart, disbelief clouding his mind. Could it be that Megatron had truly betrayed him, betrayed Cybertron? He gazed at Megatron, his eyes brimming with anguish and despair. Megatron, Orion's voice quivered, unable to accept the harsh reality. Why have you chosen this path? Megatron remained silent, acutely aware that he could no longer deceive Orion. His heart was a tumult of pain and conflict, yet he recognized the necessity of making a choice. Orion, Megatron's voice wavered with emotion. I do not know how to articulate this. Orion felt a sharp pang in his heart, realizing he had been betrayed by the friend he trusted most. It was inconceivable that Megatron would forsake the entirety of Cybertron for his own selfish desires. From this moment forth, I shall never trust you again. Orion's voice resonated with finality as he turned away, his heart heavy with sorrow and despair. Megatron stood rooted in place, engulfed by guilt and regret. He understood that he had irrevocably lost Orion's trust, as well as a cherished friendship. Silently, he remained there, allowing tears to cascade down his face. Meanwhile, Starfire observed this tragic scene unfold, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He comprehended that Megatron's betrayal would spell calamity for Cybertron. Yet he also recognized that this was not the time for accusations. I must devise a means to thwart the Emperor of the Universe's sinister plot, Starfire pondered internally, simultaneously resolved to assist Orion in regaining his strength. In this moment fraught with treachery and pain, Orion, Megatron, and Starfire all faced pivotal choices. They knew that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely address the issues at hand and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future. However, they were acutely aware that this struggle would be arduous. They must unite, confronting the forthcoming challenges together to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. Regardless of what transpires, I shall stand by you, Orion, Starfire silently vowed, his eyes alight with resolute determination. Meanwhile, the Emperor of the Universe reveled in his clandestine triumph. He understood that his plan had succeeded halfway. All that remained was to continue manipulating Megatron to fully seize control of Cybertron. Megatron, you have performed admirably. The Emperor's voice dripped with satisfaction. As long as you adhere to my strategy, you shall attain everything you wish. A weight settled in Megatron's heart, aware that he had fallen into the Emperor's trap, yet he recognized that retreat was no longer an option. He could only forge ahead, hoping to discover a resolution to his predicament and amend his transgressions. Chapter 65. Truth and Choices. Orion sat alone amidst the ruins of the city, his heart heavy with sorrow and confusion. He could not fathom why Megatron had chosen to ally with the Emperor of the Universe. In his eyes, Megatron was not the type to yearn for power. What then did he truly desire? Megatron, what do you truly want? Orion mused, a flicker of confusion illuminating his gaze. At that moment, Skyfire approached Orion's side. Observing Orion's despondent demeanor, he was overwhelmed with concern and empathy. Orion, are you all right? Skyfire inquired softly, his tone laced with genuine care. Orion momentarily paused, shaking his head in response. Skyfire, I am deeply troubled. I cannot fathom why Megatron would betray us. Skyfire let out a quiet sigh, understanding the anguish that weighed upon Orion's heart. He resolved to unveil the truth behind Megatron's alliance with the Universe Emperor, hoping Orion might comprehend Megatron's motives. Orion, I must confide in you. Skyfire spoke slowly, his voice heavy with solemnity. Megatron's collaboration with the Universe Emperor is not driven by a thirst for power, but rather a desire to win your heart. Orion's heart raced, disbelief flooding his senses. What did you say? Indeed, Megatron seeks your affection, Skyfire affirmed with a nod, determination flashing in his eyes. He does not wish for enmity with you. He fears losing you. Orion fell silent for a moment, his mind a tumult of shock and complex emotions. He finally grasped what Megatron desired. Yet he also recognized that forgiveness was beyond his reach, for Megatron had betrayed him. I do not know what to say. Orion's voice quivered. Why would Megatron do this? Are we not friends? Skyfire sighed softly, a sense of helplessness enveloping him. Megatron acts out of desperation. He fears losing you. Fears your return to the Autobots. Orion nodded. Though he understood Megatron's choice, he still found it impossible to accept the reality. I need time to process all of this. Meanwhile, Megatron stood alone atop the city, engulfed in pain and remorse. Due to the Universe Emperor's insidious machinations, he had lost Orion, a friend. Orion, I am sorry. Megatron silently lamented. I never intended to betray you. At that moment, the Universe Emperor chuckled with satisfaction, aware that without Optimus Prime's strength, no one could thwart his plans. Megatron, you have performed admirably. The Universe Emperor's voice dripped with satisfaction. Now, Cybertron is firmly within my grasp. A heaviness settled in Megatron's heart as he realized he had fallen into the Universe Emperor's trap, Yet he understood that retreat was no longer an option. He could only press on, hoping to discover a path to rectify his mistakes and regain Orion's trust. I will find a way to atone for my misdeeds, Orion, Megatron vowed silently. I will earn back your trust. In this moment fraught with pain and betrayal, Orion, Megatron, and Skyfire all faced pivotal choices. They understood that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely resolve their issues and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future. However, they were equally aware that this battle would be an arduous struggle. They must unite and collectively confront the challenges ahead to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. No matter what transpires, I shall stand by your side in unwavering support, Orion. Xiang Tian silently prayed within, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. Meanwhile, Orion was diligently striving to adjust his mindset, attempting to emerge from the depths of despair. He recognized that he must fortify his spirit for the sake of Cybertron's future. I will rise again, Orion silently vowed, for Cybertron, for all my friends. In this moment brimming with challenges and uncertainties, they must band together and face the impending hardships to protect the peace and serenity of Cybertron. Chapter 66. Traps and Reconciliation. Orion stood amidst the ruins of the city, his heart imbued with determination. He understood that to thwart the Cosmic Emperor's nefarious schemes, he must engage in an earnest dialogue with Megatron. He yearned to comprehend Megatron's true intentions while also conveying his own stance. Megatron, we must converse. Orion communicated through his transmitter, his tone imbued with a hint of resolve. I have much to discuss regarding the Cosmic Emperor. A heaviness settled in Megatron's heart as he grasped the purpose of Orion's visit. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly replied, "Very well, Orion. We shall meet at our usual place." Unbeknownst to Orion, he had unwittingly fallen into a meticulously crafted trap laid by the Cosmic Emperor. Upon arriving at the designated location, he discovered that the Emperor's forces had surrounded the area completely. "Orion, you have finally arrived," echoed the Cosmic Emperor's voice from all directions, laced with mockery and triumph. "Without your leader's power, you cannot thwart me." A jolt of alarm coursed through Orion, yet he did not falter. He recognized that he was ensnared in a perilous predicament, but he also understood that surrender was not an option. "I will never yield, even if it costs me my life. I shall eradicate you," Orion declared, his voice laced with determination, his eyes glinting with indomitable spirit. The Cosmic Emperor smirked slightly, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze. "Orion, your bravery is indeed commendable. But alas, you have no opportunities left." Just then, Megatron arrived at the scene in the nick of time. Observing Orion encircled by the Emperor's forces, he was overwhelmed with anxiety and concern. "Cosmic Emperor, spare Orion," Megatron shouted, his tone tinged with desperation. "He is my friend, and I cannot bear to see him harmed." The Cosmic Emperor smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Megatron, are you truly willing to forsake everything for Orion?" Without hesitation, Megatron nodded. "Yes, I am willing. Orion is incredibly important to me. I cannot lose him." A warmth enveloped Orion as he realized that Megatron had stepped forward to protect him at such a critical moment. He understood that, deep within Megatron's heart, there remained a concern and care for him. "Thank you, Megatron," Orion said with a gentle smile, gratitude shimmering in his eyes. "But I shall not allow you to relinquish everything for my sake." Megatron shook his head, a glint of determination flashing in his gaze. "Orion, we are friends. I cannot let you face the Emperor of the Universe alone." The Emperor of the Universe smiled faintly, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. "Very well, Megatron. Your friendship is indeed touching. However, it is regrettable that you no longer have chance." Orion and Megatron exchanged a knowing glance, both aware that the forthcoming battle would be arduous. Yet, they also recognized that only through unity could they thwart the Emperor's sinister schemes. "No matter what transpires, I shall stand by your side," Orion, Megatron silently vowed, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Starscream observed quietly from a distance. He understood that the bond between Orion and Megatron had been rekindled, and together they would confront the challenges ahead. "I will do everything in my power to assist you." Orion and Megatron, Starscream pondered, contemplating that for the future of Cybertron, they must stand united. In this moment filled with courage and sacrifice, Orion, Megatron, and Starscream faced significant choices. They understood that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely resolve their issues and guide Cybertron toward a brighter future. However, they were also acutely aware that this battle would be a formidable struggle. They must unite to confront the challenges ahead, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. I shall fight for Cybertron until the very last moment, Orion silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Simultaneously, Megatron and Starscream prepared for battle, knowing that this would be a grueling fight, yet they were ready. For Cybertron, for all their friends, they would spare no effort. Chapter 67. Resolution and return. In a secluded corner of Cybertron, Starscream stood alone, his heart brimming with resolve and courage. He recognized that he was about to face a daunting battle, one that could potentially cost him his life. In order to spare Soundwave any worry, he resolved to convey his choice to Soundwave. Soundwave, I have something to tell you. Starscream found him, his tone laced with determination. I am prepared to confront the Emperor of the Universe alone. Soundwave momentarily faltered, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Starscream, you must not do this. The Emperor's power is far too great. You cannot withstand him alone. Starscream smiled faintly, his gaze shining with steadfast conviction. I am aware of the Emperor's formidable strength, but I cannot retreat. For Cybertron, for all our friends, I must proceed. After a brief silence, Soundwave slowly replied, Starscream, I will support your decision. But remember, no matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Xiang Tian nodded, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Voicewave. With your support, I feel emboldened to confront the battles ahead. Meanwhile, Alian encountered the primordial celestial master in his dreams. The figure of the master flickered in the void, as if wielding the power to command all. Why have you summoned me? Alian inquired, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and reverence. Because you are the pillar of heaven. Even though you have lost your strength, the fighting spirit within you remains unquenched, the master replied slowly, a hint of admiration in his tone. The leadership module will bestow upon you even greater power. Alian's heart trembled. He had not anticipated the primordial celestial master appearing in his dreams, nor had he foreseen the leadership module granting him enhanced strength. Leadership module? Alian was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, I shall strive diligently. The primordial celestial master smiled faintly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. I believe in you, Alian. As long as you hold steadfast to your convictions and march forward bravely, success shall surely follow. With that, the master's figure gradually dissipated, seemingly merging into the depths of Alian's heart. Alian awoke from his dream, filled with strength and hope. He sensed a monumental change within his body, as if he had acquired formidable new powers. I have once again become the pillar of heaven, Alian pondered silently, his eyes shining with resolve. He rose to his feet, feeling the surging power within him. He understood that the leadership module had endowed him with newfound strength, and he would wield this power to confront the Cosmic Emperor, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. No matter what happens, I shall not falter, Alian vowed silently, his eyes gleaming with determination. Simultaneously, Xiang Tian prepared for battle. He was aware that he was about to face a formidable challenge, yet he was ready. For the sake of Cybertron, for all his friends, he would spare no effort. I will do everything in my power to resist the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian contemplated. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not retreat. In this moment filled with courage and strength, both Alian and Xiang Tian stood at a crucial crossroads. They understood that only by uncovering the truth could they genuinely resolve their dilemmas and guide Cybertron towards a brighter future. However, they were also acutely aware that this battle would be a grueling struggle. They must unite and face the forthcoming challenges together to protect the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. I shall fight for Cybertron until the very last moment, Alian silently vowed, his eyes shining with unwavering resolve. At the same time, Xiang Tian readied himself for combat. He knew he was about to confront a daunting battle, yet he was prepared. For the sake of Cybertron, for all his friends, he would go to any lengths. No matter what happens, I shall stand by your side and support you, Alian. Xiang Tian silently prayed within, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. In this moment fraught with challenges and uncertainties, they must unite and collectively confront the impending trials to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. Chapter 68. candor and reconciliation upon learning that Orion had once again transformed into Optimus Prime. Megatron was engulfed by a tumult of discomfort and complex emotions. He gazed upon Optimus Prime before him, a myriad of unexpressed feelings surging within him. Orion, Megatron's voice was tinged with a hint of choking emotion, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of sentiments. The Cosmic Emperor, observing from the side, mockingly remarked, "He is no longer your Orion. You must comprehend that the Primal Primus has always been manipulating you. He is the true villain." Megatron fell into silence, his heart heavy with confusion and inner turmoil. He was uncertain whom to trust and what choices lay before him. Just then, Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime arrived at the scene, acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment demanding decisive action. "Megatron, I wish to speak with you," Optimus Prime stated slowly, his tone imbued with resolve. "But first, we need to divert the Cosmic Emperor's attention." Xiang Tian nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "I will distract the Cosmic Emperor, providing you and Megatron the opportunity to converse." The Cosmic Emperor, noticing their subtle maneuvers, was filled with suspicion. He understood that allowing Megatron and Optimus Prime to engage in private dialogue could lead Megatron to break free from his grasp. "What are you plotting?" The Cosmic Emperor's voice echoed with anger. "Do you think you can easily escape my control?" Xiang Tian smiled slightly, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Cosmic Emperor, you underestimate us. We shall do everything in our power to thwart your schemes." The Cosmic Emperor's smile turned cold, a glimmer of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. "Very well. Let me witness your capabilities." The battle between Xiang Tian and the Cosmic Emperor was imminent, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Armed with his intellect and courage, Xiang Tian engaged in a fierce confrontation with the Cosmic Emperor. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron found themselves in a relatively tranquil setting. They recognized that this was a crucial moment requiring an earnest dialogue. "Megatron, I know you harbor many doubts," Optimus Prime began gently, "but please trust me. The Primal Primus is not a villain. He has been our ally all along." Megatron paused, his heart heavy with uncertainty. "Then why did Orion transform into Optimus Prime? This all seems so abrupt." Optimus Prime smiled faintly, determination glinting in his eyes. "It is because Orion's spirit has never been extinguished. The leadership module has bestowed upon him greater strength." After a moment of silence, Megatron wrestled with a tumult of emotions. He realized he had long misunderstood the Primal Primus and Orion. "Optimus Prime," Megatron's voice carried a note of remorse. "I was wrong. I should not have doubted you." Optimus Prime smiled faintly, a glimmer of tolerance shining in his eyes. "Megatron, it is of no consequence. We are friends, and we ought to trust and support one another." Megatron nodded, his heart swelling with gratitude and resolve. "Optimus, I will stand with you in our shared struggle against the Emperor of the Universe." Meanwhile, Skyfire continued his fierce confrontation with the Emperor. Armed with his intellect and bravery, he engaged in a heated battle, fully aware that diverting the Emperor's attention was crucial to granting Optimus and Megatron an opportunity for dialogue. "Emperor of the Universe, you cannot thwart us," Skyfire declared, his voice imbued with determination, his eyes shining with an indomitable spirit. The Emperor offered a slight smile, a flicker of coldness crossing his gaze. "Very well. Let me witness your capabilities." In this moment brimming with courage and wisdom, Skyfire, Optimus, and Megatron faced significant choices. They understood that only through unity could they thwart the Emperor's nefarious schemes and safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. However, they also recognized that this battle would be a formidable struggle. They must stand together, confronting the challenges ahead to protect their world. "No matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side, supporting you, Megatron," Optimus silently vowed, his eyes glistening with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, Skyfire prepared himself for the impending battle. He was aware that a difficult confrontation lay ahead, yet he was resolute. For Cybertron, for all his friends, he would spare no effort. "I will do everything in my power to oppose the Emperor of the Universe," Skyfire contemplated earnestly, declaring to himself that even if it cost him his life, he would not falter. In this era laden with challenges and uncertainties, they must unite, facing the trials to come to preserve the peace and serenity of Cybertron. Chapter 69. A tactical delay after the reconciliation between Optimus Prime and Megatron. The Emperor of the Universe stood at the battlefield's edge, engulfed in a sense of helplessness and anxiety. He realized that his time was running out. Should Optimus and Megatron unite, he would stand no chance against them. Optimus Prime, I beseech you to accept my surrender, the Emperor said slowly, his tone laced with resignation. I am willing to relinquish my ambitions. Grant me a chance for redemption. To demonstrate his sincerity, the Emperor withdrew his entire army from Cybertron, hoping this act would convince Optimus of his genuine intentions. Observing the Emperor's uncharacteristic candor stirred something within Optimus. He recognized that the Emperor's capitulation could signify a pivotal turning point, perhaps an opportunity to conclude the war. Emperor, are you truly willing to abandon your ambitions? Optimus inquired, his tone cautious. The Emperor nodded, a flicker of determination illuminating his eyes. Indeed, Optimus, I have come to realize my errors and am willing to amend my ways. However, at that moment, Skyfire interjected, halting Optimus. Optimus, you must not place your trust in the words of the Emperor. He could not easily surrender. This must surely be his strategy to buy time. Megatron nodded in agreement, supporting Optimus Prime's decision. Indeed, the words of the Emperor of the Universe cannot be trusted. We must remain vigilant and not allow him any advantage. However, to the surprise of both, Optimus Prime acquiesced to the Emperor's request. Optimus, Megatron, I comprehend your concerns, he stated. Yet, I believe we should grant the Emperor of the Universe a chance. Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty and apprehension, Megatron and Starscream were perplexed by Optimus Prime's choice. Optimus, are you certain? Starscream inquired, his tone laced with worry. If the Emperor were to renege, we might find ourselves in a far graver predicament. Optimus Prime smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with resolve. I understand your fears, but I trust the Emperor will uphold his promise. We ought to afford him an opportunity for redemption. After a moment of contemplation, Megatron slowly replied, Very well, I respect your decision. However, we shall remain vigilant to ensure that the Emperor does not go back on his word. Starscream nodded, though his heart was still heavy with doubt. He recognized that this was not the time for dissent. He chose to place his faith in Optimus Prime's judgment, while also preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. I will closely monitor the Emperor's actions, Starscream asserted firmly. Should he exhibit any irregularities, I will promptly inform you. Seeing Optimus Prime's agreement to his request, the Emperor of the Universe felt a slight sense of relief. He understood that this was a critical moment to seize time and opportunity. Optimus, I am grateful for your tolerance and understanding, the Emperor said slowly, his voice imbued with gratitude. I shall honor my promise and strive for reform. Yet, the Emperor secretly plotted in his mind. He recognized that this was a crucial juncture to recalibrate his plans and seek new avenues for success. In this moment fraught with choices and uncertainties, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Starscream faced significant decisions. They understood that only by making the right choices could they truly resolve their challenges and lead Cybertron towards a brighter future. Nevertheless, they also acknowledged the arduous battle that lay ahead. They must unite and confront the forthcoming challenges together to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. No matter what transpires, I shall stand by your side, Optimus, Megatron silently vowed, his eyes shimmering with determination. Simultaneously, Starscream readied himself for any eventualities. He recognized the weight of his responsibilities and the necessity of remaining alert to ensure that the Emperor of the Universe would not backtrack on his commitments. I will do all within my power to protect the peace and stability of Cybertron, Starscream contemplated resolutely. No matter what occurs, I shall steadfastly uphold my beliefs. In this moment filled with challenges and uncertainties, they must unite and confront the impending difficulties together to safeguard the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. Chapter 70. The Dawn of Victory. After receiving a fleeting trust from Optimus Prime, the Emperor of the Universe secretly rejoiced within. He recognized this as a rare opportunity to restore his powers. He commenced clandestine planning, endeavoring to regain his strength without arousing Optimus Prime's suspicion. How naive you are, Optimus Prime, the Emperor mused inwardly. I shall seize this opportunity to rejuvenate my power and then annihilate you all. However, the Emperor's scheme was soon discovered by Megatron, who had always remained vigilant against the Emperor's machinations. He observed the Emperor's peculiar behaviors with growing concern. What are you up to, Emperor? Megatron inquired, his tone tinged with seriousness. The Emperor smiled faintly, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. You are overthinking it, Megatron. I am merely fulfilling my promise to reform. A flicker of realization crossed Megatron's mind. He recognized the deceit in the Emperor's words. He resolved to inform Optimus Prime of this revelation. But just then, the Emperor launched an unexpected attack. Megatron, I will not allow you to relay that information, the Emperor declared, his voice laced with arrogance. As long as you keep silent, I might consider sparing you. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you now. Taken aback, Megatron hadn't anticipated such decisiveness from the Emperor. He understood that he must swiftly notify Optimus Prime. At that moment, Optimus Prime arrived just in time. Witnessing the Emperor assaulting Megatron filled him with rage and concern. Emperor, how dare you attack Megatron? Optimus Prime shouted, his voice imbued with anger. You have betrayed your promise. The Emperor smiled faintly, an icy glint in his eyes. You are too late, Optimus. My plan has already commenced, and you cannot thwart me. Realizing that his plot was exposed, the Emperor decided to use Megatron as a hostage to threaten Optimus Prime. Optimus, if you wish to see Megatron unharmed, step back, the Emperor coldly commanded, gripping Megatron firmly. A weight settled in Optimus Prime's heart. He understood that the Emperor would not easily relent. He faced a difficult decision. Emperor, release Megatron. Optimus Prime said slowly, his tone resolute. We can resolve this matter peacefully. The Emperor smirked, a sly glimmer in his eyes. Do you truly believe I would trust you? At that moment, Starscream suddenly appeared, observing the tense situation before him. He was filled with anxiety and fury. Emperor, release them. Starscream shouted, his voice resolute. The Emperor smiled faintly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Starscream, do you think you can thwart me? Starscream remained silent, opting instead to take decisive action. He harnessed his abilities to transport Optimus Prime and Megatron to a place of safety. You all should leave first. I will handle things here, Xiang Tian declared, his voice imbued with determination and his eyes shimmering with an indomitable spirit. The Cosmic Emperor was taken aback, for he had not anticipated Xiang Tian's resolute demeanor. He realized he needed to swiftly deal with Xiang Tian, otherwise his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. Yet, as the Cosmic Emperor prepared to strike, Xiang Tian unleashed a full-force assault. Under the intensity of his onslaught, the Cosmic Emperor could no longer withstand the attack and was utterly vanquished. Cosmic Emperor, your schemes have finally come to an end, Xiang Tian stated slowly, a hint of relief in his tone. The peace and tranquility of Cybertron will be safeguarded by us. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime and Megatron, now in safety, received news of the Cosmic Emperor's demise, their hearts brimming with gratitude and solace. Xiang Tian, you have done exceptionally well, Optimus Prime remarked, his eyes glimmering with appreciation. The peace and tranquility of Cybertron owe much to your efforts. Megatron nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, Xiang Tian, your contributions have been monumental. Xiang Tian smiled faintly, his eyes shining with resolve. We are all guardians of Cybertron. This is our shared responsibility. In this moment filled with courage and wisdom, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and Xiang Tian each made immense contributions to the peace and tranquility of Cybertron. They understood that only through unity could they overcome all adversities and protect the future of their home. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side to support you, Xiang Tian silently vowed, his eyes sparkling with determination. Concurrently, the skies of Cybertron cleared once more, and the essence of peace and tranquility enveloped every corner. They recognized that, despite the arduous battle, they had successfully preserved the peace and serenity of Cybertron. Chapter 71. The final mission, the fall of the Cosmic Emperor, resembled a cataclysmic storm that had finally subsided, leaving the entire universe immersed in an unprecedented tranquility and relief. Standing amidst the ruins, Optimus Prime gazed upon the once mighty Cosmic Emperor, now reduced to dust, his heart a tumult of emotions. He reflected on his past with Megatron, from their initial confrontations to later mutual understanding, and now their partnership, a journey fraught with challenges yet marked by profound growth and transformation. Megatron stood not far off, his gaze penetrating as he observed Optimus Prime. The ambition and arrogance he once harbored had been obliterated through countless battles and trials, replaced by a yearning for peace, a deep appreciation for comradeship, and a profound respect for Optimus Prime. He approached Optimus with steady and purposeful strides, each step seeming to narrate the tales of their shared history. When Megatron stood before Optimus Prime, their eyes met, and without uttering a word, everything was communicated in silence. Optimus Prime extended his hand first, and without hesitation, Megatron grasped it firmly. This handshake signifies the complete resolution of their past grievances, representing the reconciliation of two once irreconcilable leaders who have finally united in pursuit of a common goal. Megatron, let us not dwell on the past, Optimus Prime declared, his voice steady and powerful, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Megatron nodded slightly, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. You speak the truth, Optimus. The past is behind us. From this moment forth, we shall stand together until the end of the universe. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Tian felt a profound sense of relief and joy. He had devoted countless efforts to alter the dismal fate of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Now, seeing them reconcile and march forward together, he felt that all his sacrifices had been worthwhile. A surge of accomplishment welled up within him, coupled with the realization that his own mission was approaching its conclusion. Xiang Tian approached Optimus Prime and Megatron, smiling as he spoke. Leaders, it brings me great joy to see your reconciliation. I now have an important task to fulfill: the infusion of the matrix of leadership within the well of all sparks. Upon hearing this, both Optimus Prime and Megatron displayed expressions of concern. They understood the immense significance of the well of all sparks for the entire universe. It not only harbored boundless energy, but was also crucial for maintaining the balance of the cosmos. The matrix within Xiang Tian was pure and potent. Once infused, it would undoubtedly bestow unprecedented vitality and vigor upon the universe. Xiang Tian, you must exercise caution. The well of all sparks, while powerful, is fraught with unknown dangers. We shall protect you here until your mission is complete, Optimus Prime stated solemnly, his tone filled with concern and trust. Megatron nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, you are not alone in this battle. We will stand by your side, offering you our support. No matter the challenges you face, do not surrender. Xiang Tian cast a grateful glance at them, nodded, and turned toward the well of all sparks. His steps were resolute and strong, each footfall resonating with clarity upon the solid ground. He knew this would be his final journey upon this land. After fulfilling his mission, he would merge with the well of all sparks, safeguarding the universe for eternity. The well of all sparks stood silently ahead, resembling a majestic peak, exuding an aura of mystery and power. It was encircled by radiant halos, akin to ethereal rings, enveloping the entire area in a soft, luminous glow. As Xiang Tian arrived before the well, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to summon the matrix within him. Under the guidance of his will, the matrix began to flow gently, emanating a brilliant light. This radiance intensified, growing ever more resplendent, as if it sought to illuminate the entire universe. Xiang Tian's form became increasingly translucent, as though his essence had harmonized with the matrix, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. As the spark source continued to circulate, powerful energies surged forth from the celestial body, converging towards the well of the spark source. These energies resembled radiant beams of light, intertwining in the air, creating a mesmerizing tableau of vibrant colors. The well of the spark source sensed this formidable energy and began to emit a deep, resonant hum, as if welcoming this new companion. The brilliance intensified, and the rumble grew louder. Finally, with a deafening roar, the spark source from within the celestial body was fully infused into the well of the spark source. In that moment, the entire universe seemed to tremble, as countless stars flickered in unison, celebrating this monumental occasion. After absorbing the spark source from the celestial body, the well of the spark source underwent a profound transformation. Its radiance became even more dazzling, and the fluctuations of energy surged with greater intensity. Waves of powerful energy erupted from the well, spreading in all directions, nurturing every corner of the universe. At that moment of mission completion, the celestial being transformed entirely into a beam of light, merging into the well of the spark source. His consciousness fused with the well, becoming an eternal force safeguarding the peace of the universe. Though he lost his physical form, his spirit remained forever in this cosmos, protecting every life and witnessing each transformation of the universe. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood at a distance, witnessing the entire spectacle. Their eyes were filled with reverence and emotion, mourning the sacrifice of the celestial being while feeling pride in his greatness. They understood that although he had departed, His spirit would eternally inspire them to strive tirelessly to protect the peace of the universe. Fear not, celestial being. We shall inherit your will and safeguard this universe for eternity. Optimus gazed at the well of the spark source, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve, his voice infused with indomitable determination. Megatron clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Indeed, we shall fill the universe with peace and hope, allowing every life to soar freely across this sea of stars." The shadow of the cosmic tyrant had dissipated, heralding the dawn of a new era of peace. Optimus Prime and Megatron, once adversaries and now comrades, would join forces to protect this universe. The great hero, celestial being, would forever reside in their hearts, becoming an indelible source of belief and strength. Chapter 72. Reunion and Entrustment. The sacrifice of the celestial being reverberated through Cybertron like a meteor plunging into a tranquil lake, creating profound ripples across the land. His valiant act restored the vitality and vigor of Cybertron, yet this joy could not fill the void within Soundwave's heart. Since that fateful day, Soundwave had grown taciturn, his once keen intellect and sharp words seemingly dissipating alongside the celestial being's departure. He wandered alone amidst the ruins of Cybertron, his gaze vacant, as if he had lost the guiding light of his soul. Megatron bore witness to this sorrow, feeling the pain deep within. Soundwave was not merely his intelligence officer. He was a comrade who had fought alongside him for many years, their bond forged in the fires of camaraderie. Megatron understood that Soundwave's feelings for Skyfire transcended the ordinary camaraderie of comrades. There existed an ineffable bond between them. Skyfire's departure felt to Soundwave like the loss of an indispensable part of his existence. Megatron was acutely aware that mere words could not soothe Soundwave, for those pale utterances seemed utterly powerless in the face of such profound sorrow. After much contemplation, he resolved to take Soundwave to the well of all sparks, sensing that perhaps there lay an opportunity for Soundwave to regain his vigor. When Megatron proposed this idea to Soundwave, a flicker of surprise momentarily illuminated Soundwave's eyes, only to be swiftly overshadowed by deep melancholy. He fell silent for a moment before finally nodding in assent. Observing this, Megatron felt a subtle relief wash over him. He knew that Soundwave's willingness to go marked the first step toward emerging from his grief. The pair embarked on their journey to the well of all sparks. Along the way, Megatron endeavored to spark conversation to shatter the silence. Yet Soundwave responded only with the occasional terse remark, largely lost in his own thoughts. Megatron refrained from pressing him further, recognizing that what Soundwave needed at this moment was not trivial chatter, but rather inner tranquility and self-redemption. At long last, the majestic silhouette of the well of all sparks emerged before them. It stood there quietly, emanating a soft and mysterious glow, akin to a benevolent elder silently safeguarding the cosmos. As Megatron and Soundwave approached, each step was imbued with solemnity and reverence. In the very moment they arrived at the foot of the well, a wondrous phenomenon occurred. The glow suddenly intensified, as though something sought to break free from within. Megatron and Soundwave exchanged astonished glances, their breaths caught in their throats as they beheld the spectacle before them. The light gradually coalesced into a familiar figure, Skyfire. He stood there, a smile gracing his face, his eyes filled with warmth and compassion. Soundwave's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality before him, fearing it might be an illusion. Yet at that moment, Skyfire's voice, the familiar and comforting sound, resonated. "Do not mourn my departure. I have always been by your side." Soundwave's body trembled slightly, tears welling in his eyes. He reached out, yearning to touch Skyfire, yet hesitated, haunted by the fear that this might be mere phantasm. Skyfire, however, took the initiative to grasp his hand, a tangible sensation that dispelled Soundwave's doubts, affirming that the Skyfire before him was no mere figment. "Skyfire, are you truly here?" Soundwave's voice quivered with emotion, disbelief etched in his gaze. Skyfire nodded gently, a smile illuminating his features. "Indeed, I have always been here. Though my physical form has dissipated, my consciousness has merged with the well of all sparks. I am able to sense your joys and sorrows, and I can watch over you. So please, do not grieve for me, all right?" Unable to contain the flood of emotions any longer, Soundwave's tears streamed forth. He clasped Skyfire's hand tightly, as if pouring all his longing and reluctance into that single gesture. Megatron stood nearby, a glimmer of tears in his eyes, feeling happiness for Soundwave and solace in Skyfire's return. Skyfire, I truly miss you. The voice of Soundwave carried a tone of sorrow, yet it was imbued with an unprecedented resolve. Xiang Tian gently patted Soundwave's shoulder and spoke softly, I miss you all too. However, life must go on. Cybertron needs your guardianship. You must be strong for our shared homeland and for those innocent lives. Soundwave took a deep breath, striving to compose his emotions. He looked at Xiang Tian, determination glimmering in his eyes. Xiang Tian, I understand now. I will rise again and continue to fulfill our mission. Rest assured, I will not let you down. Xiang Tian smiled with relief. I believe in you, Soundwave. You have always shown great strength, and I am confident you will overcome this challenge as well. Remember, I will always be here, guarding you by the well of all sparks. Megatron stepped forward, placing a hand on Soundwave's shoulder. Soundwave, we are comrades, brothers. We will protect Cybertron together for eternity. Xiang Tian is right. We cannot wallow in sorrow. We must strive for the future. Soundwave nodded, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength within him. It was the power of Xiang Tian, as well as his own. He knew he could not betray Xiang Tian's expectations, nor those of Cybertron. He must rise again to protect this land and the lives he cherished. Upon returning from the Well of All Sparks, Soundwave seemed transformed. He immersed himself in intelligence work with renewed diligence and sharp insight, providing invaluable information to Megatron. The spark of ambition reignited in his eyes, and his heart brimmed with hope. In the stillness of the night, Soundwave often found himself at the Well of All Sparks, engaging in a silent dialogue with Xiang Tian. He knew that Xiang Tian was always there, silently supporting him and bestowing strength upon him. This bond, this emotion, would forever be etched in his heart, becoming the driving force of his journey. Megatron observed Soundwave's transformation, his heart filled with sentiment. He recognized that he had made the right choice by bringing Soundwave to the Well of All Sparks, facilitating their reunion and Soundwave's resurgence. He understood that as long as Xiang Tian watched over them, and with Soundwave's efforts, Cybertron's future would undoubtedly be bright with hope. Under Xiang Tian's protection, and through the joint efforts of Soundwave and Megatron, Cybertron gradually regained its former prosperity. New life blossomed upon this land, and new hope ascended amidst the stars. The tale of Xiang Tian, Soundwave, and Megatron would eternally echo throughout the cosmos, inspiring every being that fought for peace and justice. Chapter 73. The meaning of leadership disguised as Cybertron once again shone with a clear azure hue, and the land, once ravaged by war, was quietly sprouting with the green of new life. The dawn of peace bathed this terrain in much-anticipated tranquility and hope. However, Optimus Prime, as the leader, had little time to relish this hard-won serenity. His gaze was resolute and profound, filled with the vision of Cybertron's future and the countless citizens yearning to rebuild their homeland. Cybertron lay in ruins, a once thriving metropolis now reduced to crumbling edifices and shattered remnants. The streets were pockmarked with craters from relentless bombardments. The transportation infrastructure lay in disarray, and the energy supply was in dire need of restoration. Optimus Prime understood that the task of rebuilding their homeland would not be accomplished overnight. It would demand an immense investment of time and effort. He busily traversed various sectors, orchestrating resource allocation, directing robots in their cleanup efforts, planning new architectural layouts, and soothing the public's anxieties while managing unforeseen circumstances. Like an indefatigable whirlwind, he spun tirelessly, all for the sake of restoring Cybertron to its former glory. His silhouette cast a long shadow over the ruins. Though weary, it radiated an aura of resilience and responsibility. Observing the bustling Optimus Prime, Megatron finally grasped why he had garnered the recognition of the leadership module, becoming an undisputed leader. This acknowledgement was no mere coincidence. It recognized Optimus Prime's heartfelt dedication to Cybertron and all its inhabitants, his unwavering courage in the face of adversity, and his innate leadership qualities that guided others forward amidst hardship. Through his actions, Optimus Prime embodied the true essence of leadership, inspiring profound respect in Megatron. Once, Megatron had yearned for the leadership module's endorsement, aspiring to be the ruler of Cybertron. However, after enduring countless battles and tribulations, He came to realize that a true leader is not a distant tyrant, but a guardian who steps forward in times of crisis, shielding their people from harm. He recognized how narrow and absurd his previous ambitions had been, and that it was Optimus Prime's endeavors that truly merited admiration and emulation. To alleviate some of Optimus Prime's burdens, Megatron proactively approached him, expressing his desire to contribute to the rebuilding efforts. Upon hearing this, Optimus Prime's eyes glimmered with surprise, soon replaced by concern. Megatron, have you truly made this decision? The reconstruction will be arduous, fraught with numerous challenges. With a slight smile, Megatron replied resolutely, Optimus Prime, I have come to a clear understanding. We were once adversaries, but now we share a common goal, to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. I wish to lend my strength to the reconstruction of our home. Optimus Prime gazed into Megatron's eyes, perceiving an unprecedented determination and sincerity. He realized that Megatron was no longer the power-hungry despot, but a robot genuinely eager to contribute to Cybertron's revival. Extending his hand, he clasped Megatron's firmly. Megatron, welcome aboard. With your assistance, I am confident that the rebuilding of Cybertron will proceed more smoothly. Megatron's inclusion infused Optimus Prime's team with formidable strength. With his exceptional leadership skills and extensive combat experience, he quickly distinguished himself in the reconstruction efforts. He was responsible for mediating relationships among various factions, ensuring equitable resource distribution. He led an elite team into perilous territories to eliminate safety hazards, and he personally engaged in architectural design, sketching a promising blueprint for Cybertron's future. With the assistance of Megatron, Optimus Prime experienced a significant alleviation of pressure. Together, they deliberated on reconstruction plans, resolved various challenges, and labored for the future of Cybertron. Throughout this process, their relationship evolved further. The barriers and misunderstandings of the past gradually dissipated in the face of their shared goals. They began to delve deeper into each other's lives, appreciating each other's strengths and embracing each other's shortcomings. Optimus Prime's steadfast conviction and selfless dedication profoundly moved Megatron. Conversely, Megatron's decisive nature and formidable prowess earned the admiration of Optimus Prime. They emerged not merely as comrades in arms, but as trustworthy partners, supporting one another. Under their combined efforts, the reconstruction of Cybertron progressed fervently. New edifices sprang forth. Streets were restored to their spacious and orderly states. The energy systems gradually regained stability, and the populace's lives began to return to normalcy. Every corner of Cybertron brimmed with vitality, as if narrating a tale of rebirth and hope. In this narrative, Optimus Prime and Megatron shone as its most illustrious protagonists. Their names would forever be etched in the annals of Cybertron's history, becoming a cherished legend for future generations. They demonstrated through their actions that even former adversaries could unite in pursuit of a common goal, crafting a magnificent chapter of their own. As time passed, Cybertron ultimately reclaimed its former splendor. The skyline was once again defined by towering structures, bustling streets resonated with laughter and joy, and the energy core radiated brilliant light, supplying unceasing power to the city. The robots busied themselves at their respective posts, their faces adorned with smiles of contentment. Optimus Prime and Megatron stood atop the highest point of the city, gazing down upon the land they had nurtured with their blood, sweat, and tears. Their eyes reflected satisfaction and pride, for they understood that this peace and prosperity were the fruits of their collaborative endeavors. Looking at all this, I feel our sacrifices have been worthwhile, remarked Megatron, his tone tinged with a sense of fulfillment. Optimus Prime smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, Megatron. The peace of Cybertron is our shared mission. As long as this land remains tranquil, our efforts have not been in vain. They exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with aspiration for the future. They recognized that Cybertron's destiny was still fraught with countless challenges and opportunities. Yet they were prepared to advance hand in hand, tirelessly working to safeguard their peaceful homeland. Beneath the skies of Cybertron, Optimus Prime and Megatron stood side by side, becoming the most steadfast guardians of this land. Their story would inspire generations of Cybertronians to relentlessly strive for peace and justice. Under their watchful protection, Cybertron would forever radiate the light of hope. Chapter 74. Reunion and Belonging in the Depths of the Cosmos. A mysterious and powerful entity, the primordial celestial sovereign, quietly wielded his divine powers with unparalleled strength and wisdom. His gaze transcended the boundaries of time and space, observing the transformations of Cybertron and the valiant robots striving for peace. Upon witnessing the selfless sacrifice of Skyfire, who became part of the well of all sparks to safeguard the universe, a wave of compassion and melancholy surged within him. The Primus, with profound understanding, recognized that although Skyfire's sacrifice was monumental, his unfinished mission and lingering attachments to his comrades continued to resonate in some distant corner of the cosmos. Thus, he resolved to extend his hand, aiding Skyfire in regaining his original form. Under the influence of the Primus's divine power, the energy within the well of all sparks began to undergo a remarkable transformation. Skyfire's consciousness gradually coalesced into a luminous essence, slowly rising from the depths of the well. The radiance began to take shape, restoring Skyfire's body to its former state. He opened his eyes, finding himself standing before the Primus, his form now solid and vibrant. No longer transparent, his heart brimmed with astonishment and gratitude, for he understood that it was the Primus who had bestowed upon him a new life. "Thank you, Primus, for granting me this new existence," Skyfire expressed respectfully, his eyes filled with appreciation. The Primus smiled gently and replied, "Skyfire, your sacrifice has deeply moved me. You have paid a tremendous price to protect the peace of the universe. Now that your mission is complete, you may choose to return to your original world or remain here." Skyfire paused for a moment, the sorrowful visage of Soundwave surfacing in his mind. Recalling the promise he had made to him, he knew he could not betray Soundwave's expectations nor allow him to remain engulfed in sorrow. Lifting his head with determination, he declared, "Primus, I choose to stay. I promised Soundwave that I would return to his side." The Primus nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. "Very well, Skyfire. Your choice reflects the steadfastness and loyalty of your heart. Go, return to your comrades, and continue to guard this universe." Skyfire bowed deeply to the Primus before turning and soaring towards Cybertron, his heart alight with anticipation and excitement, eager to reunite with Soundwave and convey the news of his return. Meanwhile, on Cybertron, Soundwave was diligently engaged in his work, thoroughly analyzing intelligence to provide strategic support to Optimus Prime and Megatron. Though his heart ached with longing for Skyfire, he understood the necessity of remaining strong for the sake of peace on Cybertron. Suddenly, he heard a familiar sound of footsteps, light yet resolute, as if whispering a long-lost familiarity. A tremor coursed through Soundwave's heart as he slowly raised his gaze toward the source of the sound. When he opened the door, tears instantly filled his eyes. Standing at the threshold was none other than the Skyfire he had yearned for. Skyfire's face retained its former handsomeness, his eyes brimming with tenderness and care. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Soundwave rushed forward, enveloping Skyfire in a tight embrace, tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. "Skyfire, you truly have returned?" The sound of Soundwave's voice was choked with emotion, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Shining Sky gently patted Soundwave's shoulder and tenderly said, "It's been a long time, Soundwave. I have returned." Soundwave embraced Shining Sky tightly, as if fearing that this moment was merely a dream. His heart was a tumult of emotions, joy, gratitude, longing, and profound reluctance. He had once believed that Shining Sky's departure was a final farewell, yet here they were, reunited once more. "Shining Sky, I have missed you so much." Soundwave's voice trembled with tears, yet it conveyed an unprecedented resolve. Shining Sky smiled, gently stroking Soundwave's head. "I have missed you too, Soundwave. But I made you a promise that I would return to your side. Now, I am back, and I shall always be by your side." At last, Soundwave believed that the Shining Sky before him was indeed real. He slowly released Shining Sky, lifting his gaze to behold that familiar visage. A glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes. "Shining Sky, I will always protect you, no matter the challenges we may face in the future. We shall confront them together." Shining Sky nodded, a flicker of comfort crossing his features. "With you by my side, Soundwave, I fear nothing. Together, we will safeguard Cybertron, our home." The two figures stood closely entwined beneath the warm sunlight of Cybertron, exuding warmth and determination. Their reunion was not merely a simple gathering, but rather the profound merging of two souls, a continuation of their deep-seated bond. In this moment of reunion, Optimus Prime and Megatron also learned of Shining Sky's return. They paused their tasks, exchanging smiles filled with reassurance and reflection. They understood that Shining Sky's return not only revitalized Soundwave, but also imbued Cybertron's future with renewed hope. With Shining Sky back, the future of Cybertron will undoubtedly be brighter, Optimus Prime remarked, his eyes shimmering with resolute light. Megatron nodded slightly, speaking in a solemn tone. Indeed, Optimus Prime, we must all strive to protect this peace. With Shining Sky and Soundwave here, we can overcome any adversity. Following Shining Sky's return, the reconstruction of Cybertron progressed with remarkable ease. Under the leadership of Optimus Prime, Megatron, Shining Sky, and Soundwave, the robots united in purpose and effort. The city transformed rapidly, new edifices rising, transportation systems becoming ever more efficient, and energy supplies remaining stable and ample. Every corner of Cybertron thrummed with vitality, as if narrating a tale of rebirth and hope. In this narrative, Shining Sky and Soundwave emerged as the most poignant chapter. Their love, having endured the trials of life and death, solidified into an unbreakable bond. They supported one another through life's myriad challenges, becoming the most envied pair on Cybertron. Their story inspired every robot to tirelessly pursue love and peace. As time flowed onward, Cybertron ultimately regained its former prosperity. The skyline once again etched by towering structures. The streets thrived with bustling life, resonating with laughter and joy. The core of energy radiates a brilliant light, providing an unceasing source of power to the entire city. The robots diligently fulfill their duties, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Beneath the skies of Cybertron, Optimus Prime, Megatron, Starscream, and Soundwave stand side by side, embodying the most steadfast guardians of this land. Their figures have become the most exquisite landscapes of Cybertron. Through their actions, they demonstrate that with love and conviction in one's heart, it is indeed possible to create a glorious chapter of their own. Under their protection, Cybertron will forever shine with the light of hope, becoming a legendary realm of peace and prosperity in the universe. Chapter 1, Daily Life 1. The sky of Cybertron is illuminated by resplendent fireworks, a kaleidoscope of colors blossoming in the night, akin to a fantastical canvas. On the ground, a grand banquet unfolds, celebrating the joyous times following Cybertron's restoration of peace. Dressed in festive attire, the robots radiate happiness, gathering together to relish this hard-won tranquility and joy. At the center stage of the feast, Optimus Prime and Megatron stand shoulder to shoulder, as the two leaders of Cybertron, bearing the heavy responsibility of safeguarding this land. They become the focal point of everyone's attention. Surrounding them are countless companions and friends, all cheering them on and bestowing blessings for Cybertron's future. Yet, standing beside Optimus Prime, Megatron feels a wave of unease. His gaze occasionally flickers toward Optimus, revealing a glimmer of anticipation and anxiety. He is aware that his feelings for Optimus have transcended mere camaraderie. He yearns for a closer connection, to share every moment of the future together. Finally, as the fireworks burst into the night, Megatron musters his courage, turns to Optimus, takes a deep breath, and earnestly declares, "Optimus, I adore you, and I wish to live alongside you. Will you accept me?" In an instant, the banquet falls silent, all eyes fixating on Optimus and Megatron. Astonishment ripples through the crowd at Megatron's sudden confession, and curiosity swells regarding Optimus's response. Stunned, Optimus had not anticipated such a confession in this setting, and a complex array of emotions surged within him. Megatron, observing Optimus's reaction, felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. He believed that Optimus would reject him. After all, they had once been adversaries, and although they now fought side by side, matters of the heart are often unpredictable. Bowing his head, he softly uttered, "Optimus, I understand your dilemma. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. I shall take my leave." As Megatron turned to depart, a bittersweet sense of resignation filled his heart. However, just as he was about to take a step away, a strong arm enveloped him tightly. He looked up in astonishment to find Optimus embracing him fervently, his eyes brimming with warmth and resolve. "Megatron, I accept your feelings. I wish to live alongside you." Optimus's voice was gentle yet unwavering, like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating Megatron's heart. In the eyes of Megatron, surprise and emotion surged forth in an instant, tears glistening at the brink of his eyelids. He embraced Optimus Prime tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Optimus, I shall never disappoint you. We shall remain together for eternity." The surrounding robots erupted into fervent cheers at this poignant scene, celebrating the happiness of their two leaders and blessing the promising future of Cybertron. Amidst the jubilant applause, Optimus Prime and Megatron held each other closely, their figures illuminated by the fireworks, exuding warmth and romance. As the cheers gradually subsided, a solemn and sacred fusion ritual commenced at the banquet. The fusion of sparks is the most sacred ceremony among Cybertronian robots, symbolizing the profound merging of two life souls. Representing their united front against every challenge that lies ahead, hand in hand through the remainder of their lives. The ceremony began with Optimus Prime and Megatron standing hand in hand at the center. Surrounding them were countless companions, wielding glowing rods that symbolized blessings, adding an aura of sanctity and gravitas to the Leader Spark fusion ceremony. Suddenly, the figure of the Primus appeared at the ceremonial site, evoking immense honor and reverence among all present. With a gentle smile, Primus approached Optimus and Megatron, emanating a soft glow, the purest energy of the cosmos. "Optimus, Megatron, your courage and determination move me profoundly. I shall bestow upon you the most pristine spark energy, enhancing the perfection of your fusion." Primus's voice was gentle yet solemn, resonating like the echoes of the universe, stirring every robot in attendance. Primus gently pressed the light in his hands against the chests of Optimus and Megatron, and in an instant, the glow fused into their bodies, intertwining with their sparks. Optimus and Megatron felt a warm, powerful energy coursing within them, as if their sparks had finally found each other, tightly connected and inseparable. As the ritual reached its zenith, Optimus and Megatron clasped hands firmly, their bodies radiating dazzling light, increasingly bright and resplendent, ultimately converging into a beam that shot skyward, harmonizing with the fireworks in the night sky. The entirety of Cybertron was illuminated by this brilliance, as if heralding the dawn of a new era. As the light gradually faded, Optimus and Megatron exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with happiness and resolve. They understood that from this moment forth, they would face all challenges together. Whether in joy or adversity, they would advance hand in hand. The banquet continued, with robots surrounding their leaders, offering heartfelt blessings. The music resumed, its cheerful melody echoing through the air, filling every corner of Cybertron with joy and tranquility. Hand in hand, Optimus Prime and Megatron strolled through the banquet, their hearts filled with aspirations for the future. They recognized that the peace of Cybertron was hard-won, yet they were confident in their ability to safeguard this land, allowing every robot to soar freely in this sea of stars. On this serene night of celebration, the confessions of Optimus Prime and Megatron intertwined with the Allspark, becoming the most exquisite legend in the annals of Cybertronian history. Their love shone like resplendent stars, eternally illuminating the night sky of Cybertron, inspiring every robot to relentlessly strive for peace and love. Under their guardianship, Cybertron is destined to embrace a future that is ever more prosperous and beautiful. Chapter 2: Daily Life 2. In the morning light of Cybertron, sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a tranquil and harmonious aura over the city that had just regained its peace. Starscream awoke early from his resting pod, stretching and feeling every part of his being rejuvenated with vitality. Since his restoration, aided by Primus, and his return to Cybertron, he had wholeheartedly devoted himself to the reconstruction efforts, standing shoulder to shoulder with Optimus Prime and Megatron, contributing to the future of Cybertron. However, recently, Starscream had noticed something peculiar. Soundwave, the once reticent and discreet intelligence officer, seemed to have undergone a transformation since his return. Soundwave followed him closely every day. Wherever Starscream ventured, Soundwave was silently guarding him from distance. This sudden display of attention left Starscream both perplexed and somewhat helpless. That morning, as Starscream stepped out of his resting pod, he found Soundwave already stationed at the entrance, as if he had been waiting for quite some time. There was a hint of concern in Soundwave's gaze, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Unable to contain himself, Starscream inquired, "Soundwave, why are you here again? You've been following me lately. Is there something amiss?" Soundwave paused momentarily, then returned to his customary calm demeanor, responding softly, "Starscream, I merely wish to ensure your safety. After all, You have just returned, and your body may still be adjusting. Starscream shook his head, bemused. Soundwave, I appreciate your concern, but I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Furthermore, Cybertron is currently peaceful. There is no danger. Soundwave remained silent, continuing to follow closely behind Starscream, fulfilling his role as a protector. With a sigh, Starscream resolved to seek clarity from Optimus Prime and Megatron. He trusted that, as the leaders of Cybertron, they would understand the underlying reasons behind Soundwave's recent unusual behavior. Upon arriving at the command center, Starscream found Optimus Prime and Megatron engaged in discussions regarding the progress of reconstruction. He approached them directly and asked Optimus, Megatron, do you know what has been bothering Soundwave lately? He keeps following me, making me feel somewhat uneasy. Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged glances, a flicker of amusement passing between them, yet they remained silent. Growing anxious, Starscream pressed on, please don't just smile and remain silent. Tell me what is going on. Megatron offered a slight smile, feigning mystery as he replied, Starscream, some matters lose their charm once revealed. Just consider Soundwave to be concerned for your well-being. Starscream pouted in dissatisfaction. Concern for me? He has never shown this level of concern before. You both certainly know something and are deliberately withholding it. Optimus Prime gently patted Xiang Tian's shoulder and said with warmth, Xiang Tian, I implore you to refrain from questioning further. Soundwave's actions must carry their own rationale. Allow things to unfold naturally. Perhaps in due time, he will reveal the reasons to you. Although Xiang Tian was still enveloped in confusion, he recognized the reluctance of both leaders to elaborate, and thus, he decided to momentarily set aside his inquiries. He quietly resolved to seek an opportunity to extract the truth from Soundwave. As the days passed, Soundwave continued to shadow Xiang Tian, deepening his perplexity. He attempted to evade Soundwave, yet each time, Soundwave effortlessly tracked him down. Soundwave's persistence compelled Xiang Tian to concede that this intelligence officer's tracking skills were indeed exceptional. At long last, Xiang Tian could no longer contain himself and confronted Soundwave once more, his tone serious. Soundwave, what is it that you truly desire? If you have something to say, please express it directly. I find this constant following quite unsettling. Soundwave paused, a flicker of turmoil crossing his eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly began, Xiang Tian, I simply cannot bear the thought of losing you again. During your absence, I lived each day engulfed in fear and longing. I dread the possibility of your permanent departure and the agony that would ensue. Thus, I wish to remain by your side, to protect you and ensure you feel my presence. Xiang Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a confession from Soundwave. A wave of warmth surged within him, stirring feelings of appreciation. He gently patted Soundwave's shoulder and replied tenderly, Soundwave, I understand. I too am reluctant to part ways with you. However, I kindly ask for some space to act freely. I will always be here, steadfastly by your side. Soundwave nodded, a glimmer of relief illuminating his eyes. He recognized that Xiang Tian sought not merely protection, but also trust and freedom. He believed in Xiang Tian, confident that the bond they shared could transcend any obstacle. From that moment forth, Soundwave no longer trailed Xiang Tian as closely as before, yet he remained ever present, offering support and encouragement whenever Xiang Tian was in need. Xiang Tian, in turn, cherished the moments spent with Soundwave, their relationship deepening through mutual understanding and acceptance. As for Optimus Prime and Megatron, witnessing Soundwave's transformation brought them an unspoken sense of relief. They understood that Soundwave had emerged from the shadows of his past, reclaiming his true self. They found solace in their ability to safeguard this precious bond. Under their collective efforts, Cybertron blossomed day by day, the once scarred landscape giving way to vibrant life. The inhabitants thrived in an atmosphere of peace, their faces adorned with joyful smiles. Xiang Tian, Soundwave, Optimus Prime, and Megatron emerged as the most revered heroes of this land. Their narrative would forever echo in the annals of Cybertron's history, inspiring generations to courageously pursue love and peace. Chapter 3, Daily Life, Part 3. As the reconstruction efforts on Cybertron progressed steadily, the city's visage transformed remarkably, the scars of the past gradually yielding to a landscape brimming with vitality. In this moment brimming with hope, Xiang Tian resolved to invite Soundwave to the newly established park. Seeking to unwind and relish a fleeting moment of tranquility and beauty, Soundwave, having reached a pause in the reconstruction efforts, shall we take a stroll in the park? It will be delightful to breathe in some fresh air, Xiang Tian proposed, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for leisure. Soundwave nodded slightly, replying, certainly. I too yearn to step outside and alleviate my taut nerves. The duo set forth, weaving through the streets that were gradually regaining their vibrancy. Along their path, they observed robots busily and methodically attending to their respective tasks, some mending damaged buildings, others maintaining traffic order, and still others contributing to the city's green spaces. This scene filled Xiang Tian and Soundwave with a warm surge of contentment, genuinely heartened by the revival of Cybertron. As they passed by the residence of the ambulance, Xiang Tian felt a stirring in his heart and decided to pay a visit to this old friend. He recalled that the relationship between the ambulance and Jack had seemingly evolved during the reconstruction, and curiosity piqued within him regarding their current rapport. Soundwave, shall we take a moment to check on the ambulance and inquire about his situation with Jack? Xiang Tian suggested, a playful glimmer flickering in his eyes. Soundwave nodded in agreement, following Xiang Tian towards the ambulance's abode. Upon reaching the door, Xiang Tian raised his hand and knocked. However, as the door swung open, the sight that greeted them left both of them momentarily stunned. The ambulance was brandishing a wrench, fiercely pursuing Jack, who was fleeing in a panic, exclaiming, "Ambulance! Please don't be angry, I was only joking." Xiang Tian and Soundwave exchanged incredulous glances, utterly unprepared for such a scene. Jack, spotting Xiang Tian, appeared visibly relieved, as if he found a lifeline, and swiftly sought refuge behind him, calling out, "Xiang Tian, save me. The ambulance has gone mad." The ambulance, witnessing this, became even more incensed and brandished the wrench menacingly, preparing to charge. Xiang Tian quickly extended his hands, attempting to pacify the ambulance. "Ambulance, let's not act impulsively. Let's converse amicably." Yet in that very moment, Soundwave intervened. His tendrils shot forth like a striking serpent, deftly ensnaring Jack, and with a gentle flick, deposited him at the feet of the ambulance. Jack stumbled, falling to the ground, gazing up at Soundwave with eyes wide in disbelief. Seeing Jack subdued, the ambulance's arrogance swelled, and it smugly declared, Jack, do you still dare to provoke me?" Jack, sprawled on the ground, cast a woeful glance at Xiang Tian and Soundwave, as if accusing them of betrayal. Xiang Tian, with a resigned shake of his head, stepped forward, lifted Jack up, brushed off the dust, and said with exasperation, "Jack, you simply adore mischief. The ambulance is concerned for your safety. You mustn't always rile him up." Jack rubbed his rear and muttered, "I was merely joking with the ambulance. I never anticipated he would react so fiercely." "Soundwave, you lack loyalty for aiding the ambulance in capturing me." Soundwave scoffed lightly in response. "Who prompted you to consistently invite trouble? The ambulance is for your well-being, yet you remain ungrateful." Sensing the atmosphere had softened somewhat, the ambulance moderated its tone and addressed Jack. "Jack, I did not intend to raise my voice at you. It's just that your reckless pranks genuinely concern me. I fear for your safety. If you have any amusing ideas, please share them with me in advance so we can discuss them together, shall we?" Upon hearing the ambulance's concern, Jack's sense of grievance gradually dissipated, replaced by a touch of gratitude. He nodded and replied, "All right, ambulance. I will be more cautious from now on. However, you mustn't always be so stern. Grant me a little leniency, would you?" The ambulance smiled gently and nodded in agreement. Skyfire and Soundwave, witnessing the reconciliation between the two, felt a sense of relief wash over them. They understood that while the relationship between the ambulance and Jack occasionally encountered minor frictions, it was predominantly characterized by mutual care and concern. This profound bond was one of the most treasured assets on Cybertron. Subsequently, the four of them made their way to the park. Along the journey, Jack resumed his usual exuberance, jesting and laughing with Skyfire and Soundwave, while the ambulance quietly watched over them, occasionally joining the conversation to share invaluable medical knowledge, enriching everyone's understanding. Upon arriving at the park, they found a shaded bench surrounded by greenery and settled down to relish the leisurely afternoon. In the park, robots gathered in small clusters, some engaged in conversations, others at play, and a few admiring the rejuvenated scenery. The joyful laughter of children echoed through the air, infusing the land with boundless vitality and vigor. Skyfire leaned back against the bench, closing his eyes to savor the gentle breeze caressing his face. Soundwave sat quietly beside him, gazing softly at Skyfire as if safeguarding this tranquility. The ambulance and Jack conversed in hushed tones, punctuated by occasional light laughter, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. In that moment, the peace and serenity of Cybertron felt almost within reach. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within Skyfire. He knew that this happiness was hard-earned, the result of countless robots' collective efforts. To share this joy with cherished friends like Soundwave, the ambulance, and Jack was indeed his greatest fortune. As time progressed, the sun began its descent, painting the Cybertron sky with a brilliant sunset. Skyfire and Soundwave stood up, preparing to leave the park and continue their reconstruction efforts. They recognized that although Cybertron had made significant strides, the journey ahead remained long, and they must persevere to create an even brighter future for their homeland. As they walked away from the park, Skyfire glanced back at the vibrant green space filled with laughter, silently vowing to protect this hard-won peace, ensuring that every corner of Cybertron is filled with love and hope. Meanwhile, Soundwave, the ambulance, and Jack would stand alongside him, together crafting a new legendary chapter for Cybertron. Chapter 4. Daily Life 4. The sky of Cybertron was as clear as crystal, sunlight cascading over every corner of the city, bestowing warmth and vitality upon this rejuvenating planet. On this splendid day, Xiang Tian received a most extraordinary invitation. The envelope, adorned with the emblems of Optimus Prime and Megatron, exuded an air of solemnity and sanctity. With great care, Xiang Tian unsealed the envelope, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and curiosity. The handwriting on the letter was neat and powerful, penned by Optimus Prime himself. Within, they earnestly invited Xiang Tian to partake in their wedding, celebrating their evolution from comrades to lovers, and heralding a new chapter in their lives. At the letter's conclusion, a small note expressed gratitude for his unwavering support and companionship, hoping he could witness their moment of joy. A warm surge enveloped Xiang Tian as he reminisced about his efforts to nurture their blossoming relationship, stirring a sense of poignant reflection within him. From their initial tentative interactions to their candid exchanges, culminating in this joyous union, the journey was replete with trials and surprises. To be a witness and supporter of such a beautiful bond filled him with immense honor. Soundwave, look, Optimus Prime and Megatron have invited us to their wedding, Xiang Tian exclaimed, his eyes aglow with excitement as he handed the letter to Soundwave. Soundwave accepted the letter, perusing its contents with a gentle smile. This is indeed their momentous occasion. We must extend our congratulations. Furthermore, we ought to prepare a special gift to convey our sentiments. Xiang Tian nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the gift must hold significance, allowing them to feel our heartfelt intentions. The two began to meticulously select a present. Xiang Tian yearned for the gift to symbolize their profound friendship and to bestow blessings upon Optimus Prime and Megatron's promising future. He envisioned the most precious resource on Cybertron, the pure energy crystal. This crystal not only contained immense power, but also represented hope and rebirth. Xiang Tian resolved to present a meticulously crafted energy crystal, symbolizing that their love is as pure and unyielding as the crystal itself. Soundwave, utilizing his technical expertise, designed an exquisite casing for the gift. The casing was fashioned from the strongest alloy found on Cybertron, adorned with tiny light-emitting diodes that simulated a starry sky. When the energy crystal was placed within, the entire gift resembled a dazzling star, radiating a soft and mysterious glow. Once the gift was prepared, Xiang Tian and Soundwave, brimming with anticipation, arrived at the wedding banquet venue. The setting resembled a fantastical palace, with a vast transparent dome overhead. Twinkling stars seemingly transporting the entire universe to this location. Surrounding them were elegant decorations, emitting a gentle glow, creating a romantic yet solemn atmosphere. Robots from all directions gathered beneath the starlit sky to witness the joyous moment of Optimus Prime and Megatron. Their faces beamed with joy, offering the most sincere blessings for the love shared by the two leaders. Xiang Tian and Soundwave found a suitable spot to sit, quietly awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Soon, melodious music filled the air, and Optimus Prime and Megatron entered the venue hand in hand. Their figures, illuminated by the starlight, appeared remarkably grand and resolute. In each other's eyes, a profound affection was evident, their tightly clasped hands conveying love and commitment. As the ceremony commenced, Primordial Celestial Master, serving as the officiant, solemnly proclaimed the wedding's official beginning. His words resonated with blessings and hopes, imbuing the love shared by the two leaders with a sacred significance. Under the witness of the Primordial Celestial Master, Optimus Prime and Megatron exchanged vows, pledging to navigate every day and night of their future together, come rain or shine, through challenges and triumphs. Upon the completion of their vow exchange, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The robots waved their arms in celebration of the leaders' love. Starscream and Soundwave also clapped excitedly, tears shimmering in their eyes, aware that this moment would become one of the most beautiful instances in Cybertron's history. Subsequently, Starscream and Soundwave stepped forward, presenting carefully prepared gifts to Optimus Prime and Megatron. Upon receiving the gifts, the leaders marveled at the radiant energy crystals, their eyes reflecting surprise and emotion. Starscream, Soundwave, thank you for such precious gifts, Optimus Prime expressed gratefully, warmth radiating from his gaze. Megatron nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, we shall forever cherish this gift. We appreciate your unwavering support and companionship. Starscream responded with a smile. Congratulations to you both. May your love always shine as brightly as the stars. We will stand by your side, witnessing every moment of your happiness. Soundwave gently nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Indeed, your happiness is our happiness. We shall work together to safeguard the peace of Cybertron. The wedding continued amidst laughter and joy as the robots gathered together, sharing delectable food and fine wine, exchanging their delight and well wishes. Music echoed in the air, and on the dance floor, the robots twirled gracefully, reveling in this splendid time. Starscream and Soundwave sat nearby, observing the joyous scene before them, their hearts filled with contentment and happiness. They understood that the future of Cybertron, anchored in such unity and love, would undoubtedly brim with boundless hope and possibilities. They too would continue to inscribe their own legendary tales upon this land, contributing to the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. As night descended, the wedding fireworks erupted in the sky, illuminating the entirety of Cybertron as if it were daylight. Bathed in the glow of the fireworks, Optimus Prime and Megatron embraced tightly, their love reaching its zenith at that moment, becoming the most beautiful legend on Cybertron. Starscream, Soundwave, and all the inhabitants of Cybertron would forever cherish this day, brimming with love and hope. Chapter 5. Everyday Life 5. During the peaceful years on Cybertron, Starscream maintained a deep sense of gratitude in his heart, directed towards the enigmatic being, the Primordial Celestial Master, who had bestowed upon him a second life. Amidst the reconstruction efforts, Starscream resolved to journey to the depths of the Well of All Sparks to express his gratitude to the Primordial Celestial Master and present a thoughtfully chosen gift. The Well of All Sparks, a site brimming with boundless energy and mystery, now held an added sense of solemnity and sanctity in Starscream's eyes. He gradually descended into the well, traversing the winding passage towards the profound depths below. With each step, the energy fluctuations around him intensified, as if welcoming this extraordinary visitor. At last, Xiang Tian reached the bottom of the wellspring of fire. Here, the energy core radiated a soft yet resplendent glow, akin to a pulsating heart, continuously bestowing power upon the entirety of Cybertron. Xiang Tian scanned his surroundings, searching for the figure of the Primordial Celestial Master. However, just as he was about to call out, a familiar yet shocking silhouette came into view, the Cosmic Emperor. The very being that had once plunged the entire universe into crisis now stood quietly beside the Primordial Celestial Master, gazing at Xiang Tian with an expression of calm. Xiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He had thought he had eradicated the Cosmic Emperor long ago, yet here he was, confronted by him once more. A torrent of questions surged within him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The Primordial Celestial Master, observing Xiang Tian's bewilderment, offered a gentle smile and said, Xiang Tian, there is no need for astonishment. The Cosmic Emperor you vanquished was merely a projection. The true Cosmic Emperor has always been by my side. Xiang Tian's mind became a whirlwind of confusion as he endeavored to comprehend this astonishing revelation. He recalled the harrowing battle against the Cosmic Emperor, reflecting on all the efforts he had exerted to annihilate him. Yet, now realizing that it had only been a projection. He felt a blend of amusement and frustration. Primordial Celestial Master, what is the meaning of this? I had always believed I had obliterated the Cosmic Emperor, Xiang Tian stammered, his eyes filled with perplexity. The Primordial Celestial Master gently nodded and clarified. Indeed, you have destroyed the projection of the Cosmic Emperor. That projection possessed formidable power, capable of annihilating the entire universe. However, the true Cosmic Emperor's strength far surpasses your imagination. He has been by my side, receiving my guidance and transformation. Xiang Tian turned his gaze towards the Cosmic Emperor, noting the stark contrast in his demeanor. The once tempestuous and ambitious gaze had transformed into one of tranquility and depth. The body that had exuded an aura of destruction now radiated a harmonious energy. Xiang Tian's heart stirred, as if he began to understand. So, you have been merely spectators all along? He asked, regaining his composure with a hint of resignation. The Primordial Celestial Master smiled slightly, refraining from a direct response. Instead, countering with a question, Xiang Tian, what do you think? After a moment's contemplation, Xiang Tian suddenly laughed. I suppose that must be the case. You must have known that the projection of the Cosmic Emperor would appear and anticipated my confrontation with him. You have been observing from the shadows, waiting for the events to unfold. The Primordial Celestial Master nodded, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. You are astute, Xiang Tian. Indeed, we have been monitoring the dynamics of the universe. When the projection of the Cosmic Emperor emerged, threatening the peace of the cosmos, we knew you would rise to the occasion. We have faith in your courage and strength, believing you are capable of safeguarding the serenity of the universe. The Cosmic Emperor finally spoke, his voice no longer brimming with arrogance, but rather imbued with a touch of gentleness. Xiang Tian, I once lost myself, blinded by ambition and hatred. Yet, under the guidance of the Primordial Celestial Master, I have rediscovered my inner tranquility. I regret all that I have done, but I believe that in the future, I can contribute positively to the universe. As Xiang Tian listened to the words of the Cosmic Emperor, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Once filled with hatred and fear towards the Cosmic Emperor, he now found himself gradually letting go as he witnessed the transformation of his once formidable adversary. He understood that everyone is capable of error, but what truly matters is the recognition of one's faults and the earnest endeavor to amend them. Primordial Celestial Master, Cosmic Emperor, I find myself a loss for words. I have merely done what I ought to do, safeguarding all that I hold dear, Xiang Tian expressed, a flicker of determination shining in his eyes. The Primordial Celestial Master stepped forward and gently patted Xiang Tian on the shoulder. Xiang Tian, your deeds have transcended your duties. You have not only protected Cybertron, but also the entire cosmos. Your courage and conviction will forever inspire every living being. The Cosmic Emperor also approached, extending his hand towards Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, thank you for all that you have done for the universe. I hope that in the future, we can stand shoulder to shoulder, united in our quest to safeguard this sea of stars. Xiang Tian gazed at the hand extended by the Cosmic Emperor, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile and firmly grasping it. Cosmic Emperor, I believe you shall become a great protector. Let us strive together to fight for the peace of the universe. At the depths of the well of the source, three former adversaries now stood united. Their figures, illuminated by the radiance of the energy core, appeared grand and resolute. In their hearts lay a shared aspiration to protect the tranquility of the universe, allowing every being to soar freely amidst the cosmic expanse. From that day forth, guided by the Primordial Celestial Master, the Cosmic Emperor gradually integrated into the ranks of the universe's guardians. He utilized his power to contribute to the serenity of the cosmos, atoning for his past transgressions. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian continued to uphold peace on Cybertron, standing side by side with Soundwave, Optimus Prime, and Megatron. Under their guardianship, Cybertron blossomed day by day. The robots thrived in this land, children frolicked merrily in the streets, and the elders engaged in leisurely conversations under the sun. Through their collective efforts, the universe regained its former tranquility and harmony. Xiang Tian, Soundwave, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and the Cosmic Emperor, once heroes and villains, now stood as steadfast guardians of cosmic peace. Their tales would resonate throughout every corner of the universe, inspiring countless lives to bravely fight for love and peace. Chapter 6, Daily Life, and, as time flowed like a song, the peaceful era of Cybertron unfolded quietly. The reconstruction efforts had long been completed, and every corner of the city radiated with vibrant vitality. In this newfound peace and tranquility, Xiang Tian and Soundwave embraced a new chapter in their lives. One serene morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into their abode, Xiang Tian was roused by a gentle stir. He slowly opened his eyes to find Shengbo standing beside him, his gaze shimmering with unmistakable joy and excitement. Stirred by an unexplainable emotion, Xiang Tian sat up and softly inquired, "Shengbo, what is it? You appear quite elated." Shengbo turned to him, a tender smile gracing his face. "Xiang Tian, we have a little spark." Xiang Tian was momentarily taken aback. Then an indescribable joy surged within him. He exuberantly leapt from the bed and approached Shengbo, grasping his hand tightly. "Is it true? Are we to become parents?" Shengbo nodded, anticipation flickering in his eyes. "Yes, our child is soon to be born. I can feel it. A new life is blossoming." Xiang Tian's heart swelled with a whirlwind of emotions, conjuring countless visions of the future and the impending little life. He gently caressed Shengbo's chest and tenderly remarked, "Shengbo, we must name our child. I have pondered for a long time, and I believe Xiang Tian will be fitting. It symbolizes our child's ability to soar freely like the clouds, embracing the vastness of the sky." Shengbo smiled softly, a glimmer of agreement in his eyes. "Xiang Tian, that name is splendid. I concur." Thus, they bestowed the name Xiang Tian upon their forthcoming child. As time unfurled, little Xiang Tian finally made his entrance into the world. His arrival was akin to a radiant luminescence, illuminating Xiang Tian and Shengbo's lives. They gazed upon this tiny being, their hearts brimming with love and hope. Little Xiang Tian inherited Xiang Tian's bravery and Shengbo's wisdom, his eyes clear and bright, as if capable of perceiving all that exists. Meanwhile, in the lives of Optimus Prime and Megatron, a new transformation also unfolded. They welcomed a little spark, naming him Optimus Prime. The arrival of this small life filled Optimus Prime and Megatron with immense happiness. As they beheld Optimus Prime's youthful visage, a powerful instinct to protect surged within them. Optimus Prime embodied Optimus Prime's sense of justice and Megatron's resolve, his gaze revealing an indomitable spirit. The births of the two children instilled in Xiang Tian, Shengbo, Optimus Prime, and Megatron a profound hope for the future. They understood that this heralded the rise of a new generation, the very hope for Cybertron's future. They resolved to diligently educate these children, imparting their knowledge, experiences, and beliefs in peace. Thus, in a tranquil corner of Cybertron, they established a small academy for the two children. Each day, Xiang Tian and Shengbo patiently instructed Xiang Tian, recounting the history of Cybertron, imparting combat skills, and nurturing his wisdom and courage. Optimus Prime and Megatron would also take turns visiting the academy, teaching Optimus Prime the art of leadership, sharing their accumulated experiences from battles, and guiding him to cultivate a sound value system. Under their diligent tutelage, Xiang Tian and Optimus Prime flourished swiftly. They not only made remarkable advancements in knowledge and skills, but, most importantly, they harbored deep-seated seeds of peace and justice within their hearts. They understood that, as the new generation of Cybertronians, they bore the profound responsibility of safeguarding their land. As time progressed, Cloud and Optimus Prime gradually matured, beginning to shine brightly on Cybertron. Their exceptional performances earned them widespread acclaim, establishing them as the pride of the new generation. Their narratives inspired countless young robots to strive relentlessly for the future of Cybertron. Meanwhile, Starscream, Soundwave, Optimus Prime, and Megatron silently supported them from the shadows. They watched the growth of this new generation with hearts brimming with pride and contentment. They recognized that the future of Cybertron had been entrusted to these young beings, while they vowed to continue protecting this land for eternity. Beneath Cybertron's sky, the peaceful sunlight bathed the Earth as the new generation of robots soared freely, pursuing their dreams. The tales of Starscream, Soundwave, Optimus Prime, and Megatron would forever echo through the annals of Cybertron's history, becoming cherished legends for generations to come. Their love and conviction would inspire successive generations of Cybertronians to relentlessly strive for peace and justice. Chapter 75. The Undercurrents of the Supreme Council during the peaceful era of Cybertron. Starscream dedicated himself to creating a better life for the populace. He understood that an efficient Supreme Council was vital for Cybertron's prosperity. Thus, he resolved to reorganize the Supreme Council, introducing new faces and fresh ideas, aspiring to lead Cybertron towards a more glorious future. With hope in his heart, he selected a group of capable and ambitious robots to serve as council members, hoping to harness their strength to propel Cybertron's advancement. However, Starscream was unaware that the newly appointed council members harbored hidden ambitions deep within. Under the guise of serving the people, they secretly sought to expand their influence and vie for power. They understood that to establish a foothold within the Supreme Council, they needed to garner more supporters, and Cloud, as a young and favored leader, was undoubtedly their prime target. As the son of Starscream and Soundwave, Cloud inherited his parents' admirable qualities: bravery, wisdom, and a strong sense of justice. He emerged as a proud symbol of the new generation on Cybertron. Yet, the young Cloud remained oblivious to the complexities and perils of the power game. His sole desire was to contribute to Cybertron's prosperity, unaware that he would become a pawn for the council members' machinations. The council members began to approach Cloud discreetly, using sweet words and false promises to entice him. They conveyed that the Supreme Council wielded immense power capable of effecting revolutionary changes on Cybertron. They asserted that only through the Supreme Council could Cloud truly realize his ambitions and become a leader of the new era. They also vowed to support him wholeheartedly, ensuring he would possess greater influence within the council. Cloud, intoxicated by their flattery, began to believe that through the Supreme Council, he could indeed bring more benefits to Cybertron. He remained oblivious to the fact that the members of the Supreme Council were solely concerned with their own power and status. Enchanted by their flowery rhetoric, he gradually became an ardent supporter of the Council, firmly believing that he possessed the capability to emerge as a leader of a new era. However, Xiang Tian, observing Xiang Tian's fervor for the Supreme Council, could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. He sensed that things were not unfolding as he had imagined. Thus, he began to surreptitiously monitor the activities of the Council, striving to uncover the underlying truths. Yet, the council members acted with utmost caution, and on the surface, all appeared normal. Xiang Tian found himself unable to procure definitive evidence. As time passed, the power of the Supreme Council gradually expanded, and the influence of its members continually grew. They initiated a series of policies that ostensibly benefited the populace of Cybertron, but in reality, these initiatives were veiled in self-serving motives. They exploited Xiang Tian's influence to facilitate the acceptance of these policies among the people. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian remained blissfully unaware, believing that he was genuinely striving for the advancement of Cybertron. One day, Xiang Tian stumbled upon a few clues during his investigation. He discovered that certain decisions made by the Supreme Council were underpinned by undisclosed exchanges of interests. He came to the realization that these council members were not sincerely invested in the well-being of Cybertron, but rather sought to fulfill their personal desires. Resolute in his intent, he decided to take action to expose the true nature of the council members and protect Cybertron from their predations. Xiang Tian approached Soundwave, sharing his findings. Soundwave, upon hearing the revelations, was equally astonished. They resolved to collaborate, gathering further evidence to unveil the council's machinations to the public. Simultaneously, they recognized the urgency of awakening Xiang Tian, ensuring he would no longer be manipulated by the council members. Through the diligent efforts of Xiang Tian and Soundwave, they ultimately amassed sufficient evidence. They chose to reveal the council members' misdeeds during a public assembly of the Supreme Council. As the meeting commenced, Xiang Tian rose before the assembly of council members and the gathered populace, boldly declaring, "Fellow citizens of Cybertron, I have crucial information to share. Some members of the Supreme Council do not genuinely care for our homeland. Rather, they act to gratify their own desires, engaging in sordid transactions that compromise the interests of Cybertron." Xiang Tian's words detonated like a bombshell, creating an uproar within the hall. The council members, thrown into disarray, scrambled to refute his claims. However, Xiang Tian granted them no opportunity, presenting the evidence he had collected and revealing the true faces of the council members to all present. The crowd erupted in fury, unable to fathom that those they had trusted within the Supreme Council could harbor such treachery. Xiang Tian was also in attendance, and as he observed the evidence Xiang Tian unveiled, the shock within him was profound. He finally grasped that he had been a pawn in the hands of the council members, their so-called support and assurances merely instruments of their self-interest. Overwhelmed by a sense of shame and rage, he could scarcely forgive himself for having been so easily deceived. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the Supreme Council descended into chaos. The populace demanded severe punishment for these legislators, and the forces of justice from Cybertron began to intervene in the investigation. Skyfire and Soundwave stood by, offering comfort to Cloudstraker, understanding that he needed time to process everything. Yet, they remained confident that Cloudstraker would rise again, continuing his efforts for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. This incident served as a clarion call for Cybertron, prompting Skyfire to deeply recognize the paramount importance of oversight and checks on power. He resolved to exercise greater caution in selecting members of the High Council and to enhance the scrutiny of their actions, ensuring they truly served the citizens of Cybertron. Having endured this setback, Cloudstraker experienced significant personal growth. He came to comprehend the complexities of power and solidified his resolve to safeguard the peace and justice of Cybertron. Under the guidance of Skyfire and Soundwave, he began to learn how to discern right from wrong and how to maintain clarity of thought amid intricate circumstances. The skies over Cybertron remained clear, and the warm sunlight continued to grace the land. Despite the turmoil within the High Council, the citizens of Cybertron did not lose faith. They believed that, through the collective efforts of Skyfire, Soundwave, Optimus Prime, Megatron, and a new generation of leaders, Cybertron would surely overcome its challenges and stride towards a brighter future. Cloudstraker, too, would draw lessons from this incident, maturing into a more resilient and capable leader, contributing to the prosperity of Cybertron. Chapter 76. The Temptation and Misplacement of Power after successfully managing the upheaval within the High Council. Skyfire and his companions felt a sense of fatigue. They had toiled tirelessly for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron, and now, witnessing the emergence of the new generation of leaders, Cloudstraker and Optimus Prime, they decided to temporarily retreat, entrusting the future of Cybertron to these two young leaders. Skyfire solemnly addressed Cloudstraker and Optimus Prime, saying, "Children, the future of Cybertron rests upon your shoulders. You must manage this land well, ensuring its continued prosperity." Cloudstraker and Optimus Prime nodded resolutely, vowing not to disappoint them. After their departure, Cloudstraker returned to the High Council. He understood that to become an exceptional leader, he needed the support of his own faction. However, the young leader was unaware of the formidable challenges inherent in establishing such a faction. Filled with ideals, he sought broader support to collaboratively contribute to the betterment of Cybertron. At that moment, several legislators approached Cloudstraker. They appeared warmly enthusiastic, expressing tremendous support and loyalty towards him. They said, "Esteemed leader, we wish to join your ranks and wholeheartedly support your decisions. However, to better serve the people of Cybertron, we hope you can provide additional resources, enabling us to serve more effectively." Upon hearing these words, Cloudstraker felt a surge of warmth in his heart, interpreting it as the legislators' trust and expectations. He deemed their request entirely reasonable and agreed without hesitation. The legislators, seeing how effortlessly Cloudstraker acquiesced to their demands, felt a secret delight within themselves. They understood that by mastering the resources, they could wield greater influence within the parliament, thereby exerting control over the young leader. Consequently, they began to cultivate a comfortable working environment for Xiang Tian, providing an exquisite array of office furniture and state-of-the-art communication devices. They even arranged for a cadre of robots, ever ready to offer various services to Xiang Tian, allowing him to experience an unprecedented sense of prestige and honor. In such an environment, Xiang Tian gradually lost his sense of self. He became accustomed to the accolades and adoration from others, believing that he could indeed surpass the achievements of his parents. The parliamentarians seized this opportunity to stoke the flames of his vanity, incessantly praising Xiang Tian's talents and abilities, declaring him the most distinguished leader in Cybertron's history, even insinuating that he could eclipse the accomplishments of Starscream and Soundwave. Enraptured by their flattery, Xiang Tian became increasingly arrogant, no longer humbly receptive to the opinions of others. As time passed, Xiang Tian's relationship with the parliamentarians grew ever closer. He began to engage with them frequently in discussions regarding policies and decisions. While they skillfully infused their private agendas into the discourse under the guise of Cybertron's interests, implementing seemingly reasonable policies that were, in fact, advantageous to themselves. Deceived, Xiang Tian believed he was genuinely working for the welfare of the populace, unaware that he had become firmly ensnared in the machinations of the parliamentarians. Within the halls of Parliament, Xiang Tian's power expanded, and his decisions became increasingly influenced by the parliamentarians. Genuine voices advocating for the true interests of Cybertron were disregarded, while proposals catering to the interests of the parliamentarians passed with ease. The citizens of Cybertron began to feel perplexed and discontented, unable to comprehend why the Supreme Council's decisions increasingly diverged from their expectations. Yet, Xiang Tian remained immersed in his own world, deaf to the cries of the populace. Finally, one day, a courageous robot emerged to represent the citizens. He approached Xiang Tian and said, "Esteemed leader, we have noticed that some of the Supreme Council's decisions do not seem to align with the overall interests of Cybertron. We are concerned that these policies may conceal undisclosed secrets. We implore you to handle governance with greater fairness and transparency, genuinely considering the welfare of the populace." Upon hearing these words, Xiang Tian felt a flicker of doubt within himself. He began to reflect on his actions, attempting to discern the root of the issue. However, the parliamentarians would not grant him this opportunity. They swiftly took action, suppressing the brave robot and even maligning him as one who sought personal gain by maliciously defaming the Supreme Council. Under their manipulation, Xiang Tian was coerced into signing a punitive order against the robot, further exacerbating the citizens' discontent. The skies over Cybertron darkened, the atmosphere of peace shattered. The populace began to question Xiang Tian's leadership abilities, with some even longing for the era of Starscream and Soundwave. Xiang Tian felt an unprecedented weight of pressure, coming to the realization that he might indeed have erred. Yet, he found himself firmly shackled by the chains of power, and the prospect of liberation seemed daunting. Deep within the Supreme Council, the parliamentarians reveled in their clandestine triumph. They are aware that as long as Xiang Tian remains under their control, they can continue to act with impunity. Their concern for the future of Cybertron has waned, replaced solely by a desire to further amplify their power and influence. Meanwhile, Xiang Tian, once a young leader brimming with ideals and aspirations, has now become a puppet in their hands, lost in the maelstrom of power, unable to extricate himself. The future of Cybertron once again teeters on the brink of crisis. Xiang Tian must confront his choices, to continue his descent or to bravely break free from his shackles, reclaiming his original intentions and striving for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. All of this remains a profound uncertainty. Chapter 77, the final chapter. Dawn's light. The skies of Cybertron are shrouded in ominous clouds, as the once peaceful and prosperous land seems engulfed by darkness. Xiang Tian stands atop the High Council, gazing into the distant horizon, his heart filled with confusion and struggle. He is acutely aware of his missteps, yet breaking free from the council members' control proves to be no easy task. Just as despair threatens to overwhelm him, a familiar figure quietly appears behind him. "Child, you appear weary." The familiar voice sends a tremor through Xiang Tian's heart. He turns to see his father, Xiang Tian, with his deep and resolute gaze. "Father, how have you returned?" Xiang Tian's voice is tinged with emotion. He never anticipated Xiang Tian's presence at this moment. Xiang Tian smiles gently, placing a reassuring hand on Xiang Tian's shoulder. "I have never truly left. Cybertron is my home, and it is yours as well. I cannot stand by and watch it plunge in a crisis once more." A complex emotion flits across Xiang Tian's eyes. "I thought you had given up on us, leaving everything in my hands." Xiang Tian shakes his head. "Child, I have never abandoned you. I simply believed in your ability to grow. However, I also understand that some remnants of old powers still lurk within the High Council. They are like a malignant tumor. Unless eradicated, Cybertron will never experience genuine rebirth." Xiang Tian remains silent for a moment, then lifts his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Father, I am willing to fight alongside you. I can no longer allow Cybertron to be shrouded in darkness because of me." Xiang Tian nods, a flicker of relief passing through his eyes. "Very well, my child. Let us strive together, for Cybertron, for our homeland." Under Xiang Tian's guidance, Xiang Tian begins to reassess his decisions and the dynamics within the council. They secretly investigate the backgrounds and motives of certain council members, uncovering a shocking truth. These members do not genuinely support Xiang Tian. Rather, they exploit him to fulfill their own desires. They have colluded with some remnants of the old regime, attempting to re-establish their dominion over Cybertron. These council members have lost their way, forgetting their responsibilities as representatives. Xiang Tian tells Xiang Tian, "We must expose their true nature, allowing the people of Cybertron to see their essence." Xiang Tian nods in agreement. "I will start from within, gradually diminishing their influence." With Xiang Tian's support, Xiang Tian sets his plans into motion. He first halts resource support to those council members while secretly reaching out to other truly concerned representatives and robots who care for Cybertron's future. They formed a clandestine alliance to collectively oppose the ancient powers. "We must proceed with utmost caution, lest they become aware of our intentions," Xiang Tian cautioned. "For if they uncover our plans, they will resort to extreme measures." Xiang Tian nodded, fully cognizant of the immense responsibility he bore. He commenced delivering speeches in the assembly, urging the legislators to return to their original ideals and genuinely serve the populace of Cybertron. His voice resonated with strength and resolve, causing many previously indecisive legislators to waver. "Esteemed members of Parliament, we must not forget that our duty is to strive for the peace and prosperity of Cybertron. We cannot allow our personal desires to cloud our judgment, for if we do, we shall lose the trust of the people." Xiang Tian's words echoed through the assembly hall, plunging each legislator into deep reflection. However, the representatives of the old powers were not easily deterred. They began to secretly conspire, attempting to suppress Xiang Tian and his supporters through various means. They even sought to incite chaos, plunging Cybertron into turmoil. "We must accelerate our actions. We can no longer afford to grant them opportunities," Xiang Tian urged Xiang Tian. Under Xiang Tian's guidance, Xiang Tian and the members of the Secret Alliance began to gather evidence, exposing the misdeeds of those legislators. They publicly revealed these transgressions through legitimate channels, awakening the populace of Cybertron to the deception they had suffered. "We cannot tolerate such conduct. We must restore Cybertron to the right path," a robotic representative proclaimed passionately at the gathering, eliciting a fervent response from the crowd. With the support of the people, Xiang Tian and Xiang Tian embarked on their final confrontation. Through a series of meticulously orchestrated actions, they gradually eliminated the obstinate factions and ancient powers. The power dynamics within the assembly began to shift, as those truly committed to the future of Cybertron began to emerge. "We cannot allow history to repeat itself. We must establish a more just and transparent Cybertron," Xiang Tian declared in the assembly, earning the adulation of the populace. Through the joint efforts of Xiang Tian and Xiang Tian, Cybertron finally embraced a genuine renaissance. The old powers were thoroughly eradicated, and the atmosphere within the assembly was revitalized. The citizens of Cybertron once again felt the breath of peace and prosperity. Standing atop Cybertron, Xiang Tian gazed into the distant horizon, his heart brimming with contentment. He had finally realized his dream. Through his endeavors, Cybertron welcomed a new dawn. "Xiang Tian, do not mourn the past. You are the hero in our hearts." The voice of Soundwave roused Xiang Tian from his reverie. Xiang Tian smiled softly, turning to embrace Soundwave tightly. "Indeed, I'm no longer alone. I have many like-minded friends and a family worth cherishing for a lifetime." Soundwave reciprocated the embrace, his eyes shimmering with warmth. "We have always stood by your side. The future of Cybertron will undoubtedly be brighter." Xiang Tian lifted his gaze to the dissipating clouds in the sky, his heart filled with hope. He understood that the future of Cybertron lay firmly in the hands of a new generation of leaders, and he would forever safeguard the land he cherished so deeply. Cybertron, our homeland, had finally welcomed a new dawn, he silently reflected, as time flowed onward, under the guidance of the clouds and the new leaders. Cybertron gradually advanced toward a more prosperous future. He and Soundwave became the guardians of Cybertron, their tale celebrated by generation upon generation of robots. "Our homeland, our future, our dreams." This is the collective sentiment of every robot on Cybertron. And he and Soundwave shall eternally be the heroes of Cybertron, their names etched in its history, inspiring every robot to strive for peace and prosperity. The skies of Cybertron once again grew clear, with the sunlight of peace illuminating every corner. This marks a new beginning, a future brimming with hope.